Day 1. The unknown terror. I feel an overwhelming chill, a searing pain, and an insatiable hunger. Yet, amidst this torment, I find a semblance of gratitude. At least I am still alive. When the cruise ship capsized, I was compelled to leap into the frigid sea. The bone-deep cold lingers vividly in my memory. Eventually, I clutched a piece of driftwood that carried me for what felt like an eternity, until my body grew numb, and I lost consciousness. Now, I yearn for sleep. My eyelids are heavy. My churning stomach, however, refuses to grant even this modest request. The sound of crashing waves plays like a lullaby, enticing me to succumb to slumber. In the end, I force my eyes open. As I suspected, I am entirely submerged in seawater, tossed and rocked like a piece of driftwood. I cannot ascertain how long it took, but I mustered every ounce of strength to finally escape the icy depths. Although I have moved no more than 10 meters, I now lie upon dry sand. The sun warms the grains beneath me, and the profound fatigue invites me into dreams once more. Upon awakening again, I sense it is afternoon. The heat is oppressive. I fear that if I do not depart this place, I may be roasted alive. Instinct for survival propels me to my feet. Yet my body persistently resists my command. I am parched. My throat feels as though it is ablaze, and my lips are cracked. I am ravenous, longing for a bowl of rice, nay, even 10 bowls. Every inch of my skin, muscle, and bones aches. Not far off, I spot a few tall coconut trees. Finally, I arrive beneath the trees and fortuitously find several coconuts that have fallen to the ground. A shard of stone assists me in cracking open the coconuts. After what felt like hours, though it seemed to stretch into centuries, I finally savor the delicious coconut water. This flavor is undoubtedly the most exquisite I have tasted in my lifetime. The sweet nectar quenches my lips, dances upon my tongue, and flows down my throat. This must be the essence of happiness. After finishing the 5th coconut, I finally feel satiated. Seated beside the tree roots, I lean back and begin to ponder. The sunset casts a beautiful glow upon the ocean's surface, revealing its breathtaking beauty. Yet, I find no joy in admiring it. Worries invade my thoughts. What if no one comes to find me? What if someone arrives, but cannot locate me? What if I am trapped here indefinitely? These thoughts gnaw at me, even as I am compelled to contemplate. As the sun disappears and night descends, I am taken aback by how swiftly it occurs. I have merely pondered a few questions. Now, fear seeps, and I do not know if there are beasts lurking nearby. I am uncertain if there are phantoms or any unknown entities in this place. I am engulfed in fear. I dare not scream, despite my desire to do so. I dread the darkness. I fear the obscurity of this unfamiliar realm. It feels as though a pair of eyes is watching me from the shadows. My back turns cold. Even as I am aware it is slick with sweat, I dread the thought of someone suddenly tapping me from behind. I feel my nerves stretch taut, like rubber bands on the verge of snapping. In the next moment, they may just break, that a cacophony of strange sounds invades my ears, devouring my courage. I strain to keep my gaze fixed on the distant sea. I long for the next moment to unveil a glimmer of light, even if it is merely a passing ship or a ray of illumination. Yet, I also dread the sudden emergence of something terrifying within my line of sight. I remain motionless. I am utterly exhausted. Every organ within me protests against my movements. They all insist they require rest. However, I pay no heed. The most active part of me is my mind. I cannot quell its relentless flow. All the horrific scenes I have ever encountered replay in a continuous loop within my thoughts. The more I dwell on them, the more my fear intensifies. In the dead of night, the ocean breeze chills me to the bone. I feel as though I am on the brink of freezing. Yet I dare not move. I fear that any sound of movement may attract predatory creatures. Amidst the rustling sounds around me, I tremble uncontrollably. Instinctively, I reach into my pocket and discover my cigarettes remain intact. Though they are completely crushed, remarkably, my lighter is still functional. I attempt to ignite a cigarette and take a deep drag. My tense nerves find a slight reprieve. The cigarette is not entirely dry. In fact, it is quite damp. Thus, my inhalation yields little relief. Yet, it reminds me of the necessity to ignite a flame for warmth. Ultimately, my discomfort triumphs over my fear. I rise and gather dry leaves from the ground. At last, I collect sufficient twigs and foliage. though my clothing is now drenched in cold sweat. After assembling the dry branches and leaves, I finally managed to kindle a fire. Leaning against the coconut tree's trunk, my heart finds a measure of solace in the fire's glow. Nevertheless, I still cannot bring myself to gaze into the surrounding darkness of the forest. I dread the possibility of encountering something horrifying. Fixated on the flickering flames, I find myself ensnared by drowsiness. Just as I am on the verge of succumbing to sleep, a sharp sound jolts me awake. I feel an unmistakable tap on my shoulder. Startled, I spring up, exclaiming, "Ah!" My heart races beyond its limits, even breathing becomes laborious, and I suspect my adrenaline levels have soared to unprecedented heights. With reluctant resolve, I glance over my shoulder, fists clenched in anticipation. Fear cannot overshadow my instinct for survival. Silence. Darkness. Nothing amiss. I lower my gaze to the spot where I had been resting against the coconut tree. A self-deprecating laugh escapes me. The tension easing considerably, turns out, the source of my fright was merely a branch lying quietly beside me, likely fallen from the nearby tree. This encounter dispels my drowsiness entirely. Though my heart continues to race, my fear diminishes slightly. Before long, an intense stomach ache strikes me, akin to the sensation of being drilled. My intestines churn with a cacophony of gurgling sounds, echoing through the stillness. I seek a hollowed area near the fire to relieve myself. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of my suffering. In a mere span of minutes, I find myself in agony, having to relieve myself 5 times in quick succession. The relentless cycle overwhelms my already weakened state, causing me to collapse onto the ground. That a wave of helplessness surges over me, I am utterly drained, unable to move even a finger. I silently beg for it to cease. If this continues, I fear I may meet my end. Perhaps I have overindulged in coconuts, I ponder. Tomorrow, my first task must be to seek fresh water otherwise. How can I endure until rescuers arrive? This day feels interminably long as dawn breaks. I finally succumb to sleep. Day 2. The choice between life and death. Once more, hunger rouses me from my slumber. After a restless night, I feel a throbbing pain in my head. Yet, I have no choice. I cannot simply sit idly by. The struggle between my mind and body persisted for an extended period, yet I finally managed to rise. The campfire had long since extinguished. I began to survey my surroundings, hoping to swiftly locate fresh water. Coconuts no longer seemed a viable option, unless absolutely necessary. My thoughts were singular: to find a vantage point from which to comprehend my environment. Climbing trees was not within my capabilities. My primary choice lay in the distant rocky hill, which appeared to tower several dozen meters high. I had no choice but to proceed. Navigating through the forest proved exceedingly arduous. The difficulty far exceeded my expectations. The dense undergrowth made each step a struggle. As I pushed through, my hands became lacerated by the sharp vines. This caused me considerable frustration. However, an unexpected discovery briefly lifted my spirits. In a small depression, I encountered numerous plants with enormous leaves, which collected the mist, forming glistening droplets of dew. This serendipitous find held an allure akin to the finest delicacies of the past. With utmost care, I cupped the leaves with my hands. Bending down, I gently sipped one of the sparkling droplets. I involuntarily uttered a sound of satisfaction. I smacked my lips. The dew was exquisite, sweet beyond measure. Before long, the dew had transformed into the very energy propelling me forward. Through the thick jungle, I discerned that the sun was no longer overhead. It was then that a realization struck me, compelling me to halt and contemplate. After such a long trek, I had yet to reach the foot of the mountain. That at this pace, I feared that darkness would descend before I could arrive at my destination. Should I turn back? Or should I forge ahead? These two thoughts wrestled in my mind. Entangled in a fierce struggle, to be candid, I had no desire to traverse this infernal forest after nightfall. Yet, if I refrained from exploration, I would only face the specters of dehydration or succumb to the perils of too much coconut water. Ultimately, reason triumphed over fear. I chose to persist. In the dim light, before twilight enveloped the land, I finally emerged from the thicket. Before me lay an expansive mountain base. I resolved to halt my journey here for the night. Within the forest, I gathered an abundance of fallen branches and leaves, easily kindling a fire against the sheer cliff at the mountain's base. Lying down, an overwhelming sense of numbness washed over me even as insects crawled upon my nose. I lacked the strength to shoo them away. Such is the stark reality of the human condition. As I reclined, I became acutely aware of my thirst, hunger, and pain. They urged me to rise, to continue onward. Yet, I resolutely closed my eyes. Splash. I abruptly sat up. I seemed to have heard something fall into the water. The sound was clear. T.O. confirmed my suspicion. I slowed my breathing, striving to remain utterly silent. Only the crackling of the fire accompanied the stillness. The wait felt interminable. I heard no further sounds that I had anticipated. Disappointment washed over me. This must be an auditory hallucination, I reassured myself. And oh wonder it is said that when hope shatters, one's spirits plummet into an abyss. I believe my current mood epitomized this sentiment. I even began to ponder whether it would have been better to drown outright, had that plank of wood not intervened. Once negative thoughts take root, they seem relentless. Such musings began to erode my will to survive that I could not allow this. I shook my head. But to no avail. Splash this time, the sound was clearer than before. I heard it distinctly, recognizing it emanated from my right. With excitement, I seized a burning branch and dashed toward the sound. Indeed, I was running, fueled by exhilaration. I could feel my heart racing, and in reflex, my saliva began to flow abundantly. As I rounded the rock to my right, I froze that I had truly spotted water. Trembling, I extended the flickering branch towards it. That I feared it might be stagnant water. For stagnant water is unfit for consumption. Bacteria would surely claim me. But what unfolded next sent me leaping with joy. I beheld a spring gushing forth from the mountainside. The small pool was barely knee-deep. Without hesitation, I rushed forward and drank deeply. I drank until I was sated, not wishing to move. In an instant, I was enveloped by a wave of bliss. This was the water I had longed for at last. I had tasted it. The branch had extinguished completely by this moment. Another splash echoed. Aside from a fleeting jolt of surprise, my heart merely quivered. Fear did not seize me. Instead, I was eager to discern what had fallen, which had bestowed upon me this newfound vitality. In the dim moonlight, I retrieved a red object floating upon the water surface. With the faint light, I discerned its nature. It appeared to be a fruit, though I could not identify it. Looking up, I noticed a large tree above the pool, laden with such fruits. The saliva pooling on my tongue urged me to sample it. I felt as though my teeth had not been employed in ages. Thus, I opened my mouth. Desire proved utterly overwhelming. I bit into it, and juice spilled from the corners of my mouth. Sweet, crisp, and juicy, exquisite beyond compare. Even if it were toxic, I thought, I would indulge without restraint. Setting aside the rotten ones, I discovered 13 of these fruits. This brought me great satisfaction. Returning to the fire, I munched on the fruits while adding fuel to the flames. My spirit felt remarkably fulfilled. Even the specter of fear seemed to have vanished. Perhaps it was time to devise a plan for myself, of course, that would necessitate a visit to the mountaintop to assess the situation. My current concern was that rescuers might fail to locate me. As I pondered, I unwittingly consumed all the fruits. Fatigue washed over me once more. Above, birds and bats occasionally flitted by. Nighttime was a realm for predators. Yet, I had succumbed to slumber. In my dreams, I transformed into a successful individual. That I held the hand of a goddess, attending a lavish banquet. Surrounded by a dazzling array of foods and exquisite wines that intoxicated my senses. For reasons unknown, I released the goddess' hand, rushing towards the feasts, devouring with abandon. "What's wrong with you?" the goddess inquired with concern. "You am nothing. I'm just eating. I'm terribly hungry." "But you're consuming insects." I realized that the food in my hands had morphed into wriggling bugs, prompting me to toss them away in horror. Of course, this was merely a dream. Awakening with a start, I took several deep breaths, gazing into the darkness surrounding me, the flickering firelight, before drifting back into slumber once more. On the third day, amidst the storm, I awoke early, yearning to ascend the mountain peak. However, while quenching my thirst at the water's edge, I stumbled upon a cave. Despite its entrance being cloaked in moss and marked with what appeared to be water stains, I felt a sense of security in the prospect of spending the night there. My head no longer throbbed. My stomach was satiated, and my thirst had vanished, all thanks to the 18 delectable fruits I had devoured that morning, which I had skillfully dislodged from their branches. I had tied the excess together with vines, and, laden with my painstakingly gathered bounty, I set out to find a gentle slope on the rocky mountain. Upon discovering a slope that was not overly steep, I faced yet another choice. A dense mass of dark clouds rolled in, casting the sky into shadow. Ultimately, I was compelled to abandon my ascent. Fortunately, I had located the cave in time. Before the rain commenced, I gathered a plethora of dry leaves and twigs to bring inside. As I passed the pond, I was astonished to see numerous fish, each about the length of a finger, swimming in groups. This discovery reignited my appetite, as my hunger had been mounting. After catching about 5 or 6 of these fish, the torrential downpour began, accompanied by fierce winds. Although I hastily took refuge in the cave, I was still drenched. I retrieved the small fish, gently squeezing their abdomens. They thrashed desperately, their tails slapping against my hands as they writhed in an attempt to escape. I felt a twinge of guilt, but nature's law prevailed. I told them as I removed their innards and strung them up with twigs, placing them by the fire to roast. I must say, my previous experiences with barbecuing had not been in vain. Within minutes, the fish transformed from their raw, fishy scent to an irresistible aroma. Outside, the rain poured down menacingly, filling my ears with the sound of droplets striking leaves, accompanied by the occasional crack of breaking branches. Thankfully, the cave was sheltered from the wind, exuding a comforting warmth. As the moisture from the fish dripped onto the burning twigs, the sizzling sounds filled the air, transforming into steam that wafted toward me. I inhaled deeply, savoring the enticing fragrance. My stomach growled in anticipation. The subtle aroma of charred fish grew more pronounced, prompting me to remind myself that they must be ready. Blowing gently on the still steaming fish, saliva pooled in my mouth, forcing me to swallow repeatedly. At last, the temperature of the fish had cooled sufficiently. I took a hearty bite. How to describe it? Perhaps it was the perfect balance of crispy on the outside and tender within, infused with the unique aroma of the twigs that melted in my mouth. It was divine. I closed my eyes in bliss, overwhelmed by the flavor that reminded me of mackerel. The texture was delightfully chewy, leaving a lingering taste on my palate. I was utterly captivated by the deliciousness of this roasted fish, chewing eagerly, even devouring the bones in my haste. Meanwhile, my hands remained busy as I began to roast another fish, turning and adjusting it to ensure it was evenly enveloped in the warmth of the flames. I felt a swell of pride at my previous barbecuing skills. Before long, all the fish were perfectly roasted and devoured. After relishing those fish, the fruits became my sole option for satisfying my hunger. I must admit, having eaten my fill, I was left with a more discerning evaluation of the roasted fish. The flavor was somewhat mild. A touch of pepper, cumin, or even a hint of salt would have elevated the experience. My dissatisfaction lingered. Outside, the rain intensified, its cacophony heightening my anxiety. I approached the cave entrance to peer outside. The wild winds wreaked havoc on the trees, sending branches and leaves swirling through the air. I thought I caught glimpses of small shadows flitting through the forest, while in the distance, coconut palms bent at alarming angles. In such weather, it seemed unlikely anyone would come looking for me, and I sighed in disappointment, returning to my spot by the fire for warmth. My name is Wang Jun, a solitary individual and a humble salesman for a publicly listed company. Due to my outstanding performance, the company had granted me a cruise trip. Initially, I was reluctant to go, but shortly before, my girlfriend had expressed disdain for my financial situation, ultimately leaving me in silence. 3 years of our relationship came to an abrupt end. To clear my mind, I had to entrust my clients to a colleague and embark on this cruise journey. I vividly recall the cheerful smiles of my colleagues as we boarded the ship, until that fateful day when I witnessed them jumping into the sea, struggling and sinking. Lost in thought, a wave of melancholy washed over me. With a sigh, I shook my head, resolving not to dwell on it. The storm outside showed no signs of abating, and fatigue began to envelop me, lulling me into slumber. I do not know how long I slept, but I awoke with a start, feeling as though someone were choking me, the air escaping my lungs. A pungent, earthy scent assaulted my nostrils. Coughing, I opened my eyes, only to be met with a horrifying sight. I was submerged in murky water, which was rushing into the cave. The sound of water crashing filled my ears like a death knell, rendering my limbs cold with fear. Panic seized me. My first thought was that I was going to drown. Just as this realization dawned on me, the water surged into the cave at an alarming rate. Before I could comprehend the situation, a massive wave rushed in, filling the cave to the brim. I was thrust against the far wall, the pressure nearly suffocating me. I struggled to breathe, desperation driving my will to survive. Just as I felt my chest might burst from holding my breath, I managed to break the surface. However, before I could take a breath of air, an even larger torrent swept me away. As I was carried along with the current, I fought to keep my head above water. Finally, I managed to gasp for air, the explosive sensation in my chest subsiding. Yet, the relentless water offered little respite, and soon I was submerged once more. Instinctively, I clashed against a hard object. Still reeling from the pain, I instinctively clung to it. It appeared to be a tree trunk. Using the buoyancy of the water, I finally managed to lift my body above the surface. However, the scene before me left me utterly speechless. On the fourth day, the arduous ascent. Last night was the most excruciating experience of my life. No one could have imagined that I spent the night clinging to a tree, or rather, I succumbed to exhaustion and lapsed into unconsciousness. Beneath me, the ground had transformed into a tumultuous river, and my cave had been submerged beneath its waters. The pool from which I drank was now a mere memory, leaving only the silhouette of a fruit tree above, with just a branch remaining. Yet, amidst the misfortunes, there was a stroke of luck. The tree was not particularly thick, but the vine I had used to hang my fruits saved my life. I tied myself to the trunk with it, and thereafter, I lost all awareness. I could not discern whether I was asleep or in a faint. I do not know its name, but I am truly grateful to it. For the ferocious current did not sweep it away. It held steadfast and preserved our lives. Now, I find myself barely 3 meters above the ground, which is not a great height by any measure. Yet for me, yesterday, it felt like a descent into the abyss. The rain has ceased, and the fierce winds have long departed. The sun warms my back, enveloping me in its gentle embrace. The area beneath the tree has transformed into a babbling stream that stretches endlessly before me. No wonder the cave's entrance was coated in moss. This must have been a stream all along. My oversight was grave, and the error could have cost me dearly, leaving me with lingering trepidation. Untying the vine, I cautiously embraced the tree trunk and slid down. However, as I stepped into the stream, I fell in with a splash. I was oblivious to the fact that my lower limbs had long since fallen numb due to prolonged circulation issues. After choking on several mouthfuls of water, I struggled to extricate myself from the stream once more, perilously close to death. I lay on the ground, gasping for breath, my heart racing in terror. The water that had invaded my nostrils left me in utter discomfort, my throat filled with the taste of mud, and the sensation of foreign intrusion in my nose was excruciating. I was once again enveloped by fatigue, soreness, and hunger. Every last piece of fruit I had was swept away, leaving not a single remnant. Desperately, I reached into my pocket, trembling. I feared my lighter had been lost to the current. Fortunately, it remained, lifting my spirits immensely. The cigarettes had been washed away, but had the lighter been lost as well, I doubt I could have endured such a blow. Thankfully, it was still in my possession, rekindling my motivation. Although I yearned to rest, I forbade myself from doing so. I needed to ascend the mountain swiftly and ascertain the situation. The seemingly level path presented me with insurmountable challenges. Loose stones caused me to stumble repeatedly. Due to the previous night's torrential downpour, rocks continuously tumbled from the summit, narrowly missing my head on several occasions. However, misfortune did not follow me this time. As the sun dipped toward the west, I expended my final reserves of strength to reach the mountaintop. Indeed, I had climbed. The last few hundred meters had rendered me incapable of standing. My leg muscles quivered like engines. I gasped for breath, feeling as though I were on a high plateau with thin air. Moreover, I must mention the oppressive heat of the sun. It felt as though every drop of moisture within me had evaporated. My exposed skin was scorched by the relentless rays, bringing forth a stinging sensation. Ultimately, I had no choice but to crawl my way to the summit. Regardless of the toil, I was elated to have reached the top. The summit was vast and barren, devoid of trees, save for a few resilient shrubs. I lay there, perhaps for dozens of minutes, or even hours, until I finally mustered the strength to rise. A flock of unidentified birds took flight, startled by my sudden appearance. This mountaintop was nearly the size of a football field. The uneven terrain made walking exceedingly difficult. At long last, I reached the apex of a massive rock. Indeed, this was an island. Despite my mental preparation, the revelation struck me hard. How I wished it were part of the mainland, granting me the chance to escape. Yet reality, like a hammer, shattered the mirror of my hopes with ease. I turned in circles, gaining a general understanding of my surroundings. I spotted the place where I had landed. A narrow stretch of beach. Behind it lay a forest, the very one I had traversed earlier, populated with coconut trees and other unfamiliar flora. On the other side, a river meandered through the dense woods, ultimately flowing into the sea. The trees were too thick elsewhere for me to discern much, but in the distance, I could see the vibrant blue ocean. As the sun set, painting the sky crimson, I was jolted into action. I needed to find a place to spend the night. I knew that I would never again sleep in a cave. At least now, I need not wrestle with the dilemma of climbing up or descending. I lacked the strength to go down. My only option was to spend the night here. By chance, just as I descended the massive stone, I discovered a recess beneath it, roughly 2 people wide. Upon inspection, I found the area to be quite dry. It appeared I had secured a sleeping spot for the night, and I was rather pleased. Fortune smiled upon me once more as I stumbled upon some dry vines. Though they had been drenched by last night's deluge, today's sun had sufficiently dried them, at least to the touch. With no food available, I sought out a puddle to quench my thirst. There was no opportunity for choice at this moment. I merely wished to sustain my life until the moment someone could find me. At this juncture, I was filled with frustration. Those vines, which appeared so dry, were saturated within and utterly impossible to ignite. Night had fully descended, leaving me no chance to seek other materials for kindling. In desperation, I tore a piece from my tattered pants, for I was profoundly afraid of the darkness. I doubted I could sleep amidst such gloom. Fortunately, the fire eventually heeded my prayers and ignited. I surrounded it with the damp branches, hoping they would catch before the vines burned out. Ultimately, I was fortunate. The fire blazed forth. In the warmth of the flames, my heart began to settle. Lying beneath the stone, I could still see the twinkling stars above. Gazing at them, I, weary beyond measure, drifted into slumber. On the 5th day, an unexpected delicacy. How delightful! I was pleasantly surprised to find a plethora of bird eggs while casually wandering through the thicket, 12 in total. The prospect of finally having eggs to eat filled me with excitement. The fire had not yet fully extinguished, so I carefully nestled the bird eggs into the ashes, covering them with sizzling twigs. Then, I began to wait with eager anticipation, my throat betraying the length of the wait with every swallow. At last, I heard the sound of cracking shells. Overcome with excitement, I seized a twig and cleared away the ashes. Before me lay a mottled egg. After blowing on it for a while, it was finally cool enough to handle. I could already envision the tender white and fluffy yolk within. I swiftly peeled away the remaining shell and eagerly brought the smooth egg towards my mouth. Just as it approached, an inexplicable grimace crossed my face. A foul stench assaulted my senses, nearly causing me to retch. The odor surged into my nostrils, penetrating my very being. Unable to contain myself, I gagged and slowly set the offending egg down, the stench dissipating. Perhaps it was a rotten egg, I mused. Frustrated, I brought the egg closer to my nose and inhaled gently. The same horrid scent lingered. Undeniably, it was a foul egg. In a fit of anger, I hurled the wretched egg away, watching as it arced through the air, my displeasure gradually subsiding. I reached for another egg, this time taking care to smell it first. It was delightful, reminiscent of freshly baked bread. I quickly removed the perfect shell, revealing the smooth, white interior. A true delicacy. I marveled at the exquisite texture. The combination of springy and delicate sensations merging in my mouth, ultimately settling in my stomach. I felt a wave of happiness wash over me, nearly bringing me to tears. To my delight, all the remaining eggs were good, and soon they were all consumed. Though I was not overly full, my stomach felt much more content. I began to recline for a brief rest. Suddenly, I sprang to my feet in excitement, leaping from behind the rocks. I saw it, a plane in the sky, albeit just a faint silhouette. I jumped and waved my arms, shouting, "Hey, is someone looking for me? Have you seen me?" A flurry of questions raced through my mind as I hopped up and down on the mountain peak, praying they would notice me. Yet, as the plane faded into a distant speck, my heart sank once more. I felt anguish, discomfort, and profound loneliness. Despite my previous yearning to escape city life and my admiration for the serene existence of a recluse amidst nature, I realized I could no longer endure this solitude. If given the chance, I would leave at once. Yet perhaps, such an opportunity had slipped away. From the mountaintop, I gazed out over the vast sea, its surface tranquil and devoid of any vessels. A sudden crack broke the silence. I looked down to see I had crushed a dry twig beneath my foot, pondering its significance. An idea struck me with sudden clarity, filling me with renewed vigor. I began to gather the dark, weathered branches and vines. Time slipped away as I continued my task, my determination unwavering. Yet, my collection was still insufficient. I shook my head at the meager pile before me and resumed my search. From midday until sunset, I toiled tirelessly, pausing only to sip water from a puddle. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I surveyed my substantial heap of twigs and vines, nodding in satisfaction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I realized I needed to work swiftly. Finally, just before darkness enveloped the land, I completed my project. Gazing at my creation brought me immense joy, and I smiled like a child. I imagined that if another plane flew by tomorrow, they would see the enormous SOS I had fashioned from the branches. I felt that without hope, I would inevitably descend into despair. In the darkness, I ignited the fire and reclined beneath the boulder. Strangely, I was not overcome by the exhaustion that had previously lulled me to sleep. Despite shifting through various positions, slumber eluded me. A torrent of thoughts flooded my mind, pressing against my skull as if it might burst. Should I construct a small boat? What if I could escape? Should I explore the island first? What if I stumbled upon something unexpected? If all else fails, perhaps I could swim to safety. A myriad of ideas continuously poured forth, paralyzing my thoughts. It was quite amusing, really. I was aware of my true desires, yet my mind refused to settle, instead buzzing with incessant suggestions. This was the reason for my sleeplessness. Even with my eyes closed, the visions remained vivid, tantalizingly close. Only my rationality persisted in rejecting each thought, striving to suppress the chaos. Hunger soon plagued me, compelling me to rise. With sleep beyond my reach, I fashioned a torch from a thick branch wrapped in vine and set it ablaze. I ventured out, hoping to find food, particularly more bird eggs. The mountaintop at night was eerily silent, the sea breeze sending a chill through me. I inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. The cool air coursed through my body, gradually bringing me a sense of calm. I had to admit, fortune smiled upon me. I discovered a tree laden with dense clusters of fruits, their vibrant hues illuminated by the flickering torchlight. Golden and round, they appeared bursting with juice. Reason cautioned me against consuming them, but I could not resist. One found its way to my mouth, crushed beneath my teeth as I chewed and swallowed. Bitter and sour. They were far from pleasant, but the juice was abundant. Afterward, a lingering, unique fragrance remained on my palate. It was certainly better than drinking rainwater from a puddle, I thought. I lost count of how many I consumed, mechanically repeating the process of plucking and eating. At last, I felt a satisfying fullness wash over me. My eyelids are growing increasingly heavy. Perhaps tomorrow I shall descend the mountain to take a look, for this place is certainly not an ideal living environment. This is the last thought that crosses my mind before I drift into slumber. On the 6th day, the construction of my shelter commenced. The morning temperature was exceedingly pleasant, and throughout my journey, I felt no sense of fatigue. Today, I intended to venture to the other side of the mountain, for from the summit, I had glimpsed a small river meandering through the forest. Navigating the dense woodland proved to be quite arduous, a fact I had anticipated even before my arrival. Thus, I endeavored to travel along the forest's edge. Suddenly, a shadow darted past me, startling me profoundly, though I failed to discern its form. This incident served as a stark reminder of the peril I would face if I encountered a wild beast unarmed. My heart calmed slightly, yet I proceeded with trepidation. The thick canopy obscured the sunlight, which trickled through the gaps in the leaves, casting ethereal beams upon the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the soft rustling of damp leaves beneath my feet. A sudden croak startled me once more, but it was merely a bird taking flight. As the sun ascended to its zenith, I arrived at the riverbank I had observed from the mountaintop. The water flowed steadily, cascading towards the distant sea. Schools of fish swam vigorously against the current, and my excitement grew as I beheld their size, larger than both of my hands combined. However, I was not particularly hungry at the moment, so I continued my journey along the river. As I approached the seaside, my choice proved wise. I stumbled upon a clearing. This patch of land, not particularly vast, approximately 200 or 300 square meters, delighted me with its slight elevation, surrounded by few substantial trees, resembling an inverted pot resting upon the earth. To the right of the clearing stood several fruit trees, identical to those I had previously encountered by the small pond. Food, water, and open space, there was no reason to decline. I resolved to construct my shelter here with my own hands. The first task at hand was to gather materials, as I wished to avoid collecting dry leaves, which could attract insects. I was also reluctant to lay upon the filthy ground that had, on several occasions, allowed small bugs to fall upon me upon waking. In the forest, I selected a few sturdy, dead branches, roughly the width of my arm and over a meter in length. After stacking them in the center of the clearing, I ventured further to collect some vines and dragged over a few fallen trees. I began my construction by inserting the thick branches into small holes I had dug, approximately 20 centimeters deep, then compacted the soil around them. The result was a lattice of branches, each pair interwoven and firmly anchored in the earth, forming a rectangular shape. Next, I placed two smaller trees atop the interlaced branches and gingerly sat down. The structure held firm, perfect, although merely a rudimentary framework. I felt satisfied as I envisioned myself reclining upon it once completed. However, I required more branches to lay across the smaller trees. While there were plenty of branches to be found, few were of similar thickness. After a lengthy search, I had to compromise on my standards. I arranged the collected branches and secured them with vines, establishing the preliminary form of a bed, with four legs firmly planted into the ground and the smaller trees supporting the upper structure. Gently, I lifted my leg and lay upon it. The bed creaked but held, and I was pleased, especially as it was my first attempt. It was somewhat hard and uneven. Prolonged lying might prove uncomfortable. Yet at least I was elevated off the ground. I mused about finding something softer to lay upon, ideally dry grass, though none was available. The enormous leaves of the coconut trees also beckoned, but I had no desire to climb. Ultimately, I settled on the leaves of thorny shrubs, which were relatively easy to procure. In no time, I amassed a sizable bundle of leaves. Once more, I reclined upon the makeshift bed, only to find many leaves sliding to the edges and falling off. It was an improvement, I felt. In the midst of my labors, time slipped away swiftly. Before I knew it, the sun was poised to set, inducing a sense of urgency within me. I dashed to the riverbank and leapt into the shallow water, drinking deeply. The fish, unafraid, brushed against my legs as they swam upstream. I had thought I could easily catch a few, yet I was mistaken. Their forceful movements repeatedly struck my face, causing me pain. Eventually, I managed to capture a hapless fish. At first, I believed it to be a salmon, but upon closer inspection, I recognized it as a species unfamiliar to me. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Sustenance was my priority. With determination, I skillfully opened the fish's abdomen, removing its entrails and washing it clean in the river before skewering it on a stick. The fish was substantial, necessitating a lengthy cooking time. As the heat rendered the oil from the flesh, the sizzling sound mingled with the enticing aroma wafting through the air. At last, the fish was cooked. Its flavor was mediocre, though the meat was plentiful yet bland. The absence of salt had left me feeling uncomfortable, to the point where I contemplated drinking seawater. It dawned upon me that salt could indeed be addictive. I resolved to find something savory the following day. After finishing the fish, I supplemented my meal with a few fruits, feeling completely satiated. However, lying on my newly constructed bed, I felt a profound discomfort. I found myself growing increasingly averse to the night. Today, I experienced an overwhelming sense of loneliness, yearning for conversation. The solitude rendered me as though I were adrift in a vacuum, gasping for breath. Perhaps tomorrow I should add a roof to my bed, I thought suddenly. Yes, I ought to erect a fence around this area, even if it were merely wooden stakes. My mind drifted to the shadow that had flitted through the woods. I had only glimpsed a silhouette, yet I was certain it was no small creature, perhaps the size of a young deer. Aside from the exhaustion of the past few days, my mind became particularly active at night. The more I pondered, the more acute my feelings of isolation and helplessness grew. My thoughts wandered aimlessly, proving of no assistance in my current predicament. I feared I might suffer from insomnia. I decided to wait a little longer. Surely, they were still searching for me, but I knew it was futile. They would not find me. Amidst these thoughts, I eventually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening briefly, I thought I saw a shadow near me. However, when I sat up in alarm, I found nothing amiss. On the seventh day, the pressing urgency was alleviated. My journey to the seaside bore fruit. I discovered numerous items: plastic bottles, tattered shoes, discarded fishing nets, and even a few aluminum cans. Regardless of their current utility, anything produced by humankind was gathered and transported to the shelter. What I now required was salt, yet I was ignorant of the process necessary to procure it. My sole knowledge rested on solar evaporation, but the method eluded me, causing considerable distress. Additionally, I had been experiencing frequent dizziness and nausea, possibly due to a lack of salt intake. After all, The sweat I had produced over the past few days had formed a conspicuous white residue on my back. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I slapped my forehead in realization. How could I have overlooked such a crucial detail? Overcome with excitement, I discarded my tattered trousers and shirt, scrubbing them clean in the sea. Once saturated with seawater, I hung them on a sunlit branch, hopeful that this method would yield some edible salt. However, I am not one to place all my eggs in one basket. Thus, I resolved to explore every conceivable method. The second approach commenced. I endeavored to test the feasibility of solar evaporation by digging a sizable pit on the beach, roughly the size of a table. This was accomplished through painstaking labor. I then created a small channel at the pit's edge to direct seawater for exposure to the sun, hoping to extract salt. Alas, I soon discovered my efforts were futile. The water quickly seeped away, a miscalculation that left me frustrated. I vented my anger upon the sand, kicking it fiercely, sending grains flying. Fortunately, I had conceived a third method, boiling seawater to see if I could extract some salt. However, I lacked an appropriate container. Using an aluminum can seem impractical due to its limited capacity. Time slipped away as I pondered my options. Through the swaying coconut trees, I noticed the sun nearing its zenith, and suddenly, a splendid solution came to mind: coconuts. Yet, the challenge lay in opening one. I needed a larger, sharper stone than the one I had used on the first day. Ironically, in times of urgent need, such tools often elude us. I empathized deeply with this sentiment, having searched extensively without success. With no other choice, I gathered my sun-drenched clothing and the large coconut and returned to the clearing near the shelter. After consuming a few fruits, I noted that the leaves had begun to change color, appearing quite dry. Lying down now would likely be more comfortable than before. Yet, pressing matters demanded my attention, leaving me no time to crack open the coconut. The shadowy figure from the forest that had startled me awake the previous night occupied my thoughts all day. Thus, I was determined to devise a solution by sundown, at the very least to secure my peace of mind. I resumed collecting dry twigs, particularly longer ones, intending to construct a fence around my sleeping area. As I began this endeavor, the magnitude of the task became apparent. I stripped every branch within a meter's reach. It was comical that I had completed only half of the fence, and to finish the task, I would require an equal quantity of branches. This was an insurmountable challenge. Consequently, I resorted to using vines to enclose the gaps where branches had not been inserted. Yet, dissatisfaction lingered. The sense of security I sought remained elusive. In a bid to fortify my makeshift barrier, I dug several holes in the gaps of the vines, burying sharp twigs within. The collected aluminum cans were suspended in the center of the vine structure. Any creature that brushed against the vines would trigger a noise. For additional safety, I elevated the vines to about 20 centimeters high with branches, convinced that anything shorter posed no threat. My fear lay with the unknown, which undoubtedly fueled my anxiety. As twilight began to envelop the surroundings, I made one final trip to the riverbank. It had been far too long since I had consumed boiled water. I positioned an aluminum can within the fire, enveloped in flames, steam escaping from its opening. At last, I could drink without worry. After boiling the water for nearly half an hour, I eagerly consumed it. Just then, the roar of an aircraft pierced the air. They had come to rescue me. My heart raced with excitement as I hurled the aluminum can away. Indeed, a plane flew overhead, its tail lights flickering. I waved my arms vigorously, shouting in desperation, "I'm here. Please save me." Despite its increasing altitude and distance, I continued to pursue it. Rationality reminded me that this was likely a commercial airliner. Any rescue would typically involve a helicopter or a boat. Yet, I clung to hope, unwilling to relinquish any opportunity for salvation. As the plane disappeared from sight, my spirits sank once more. I could not fathom why hope would resurface only to be extinguished. It took considerable time to regain my composure. My clothes, after a day of sun exposure and fire drying, were completely dry. As I retrieved them, I was astonished to see white traces emerge. A gentle shake released a few grains of white particles. I had succeeded. With a lick of my finger, I sampled a few of the white grains, marveling at their melting sensation on my tongue. Salt, it turned out, could be quite delightful. I mused about the prospect of having more salt, envisioning the possibility of curing some fish for future emergencies. Yet, I acknowledged that I was becoming overly ambitious. I had only successfully employed one method, and the yield from this solar drying technique was disappointingly low. I sensed that this meager production would hardly suffice for my daily needs. Tomorrow, I would endeavor to explore my other options. On the 9th day, a bountiful treasure hunt by the seaside. Yesterday, fortune did not favor me. I merely sought a few fronds from the coconut trees. Climbing trees is not my forte, yet I ascended to add a roof to my shelter. With a mere stone, I managed to dislodge a leaf, but in the process, I accidentally tumbled down. Indeed, from several meters high, I fell, twisting my leg and causing considerable swelling. I could not ascertain if it was fractured. Upon waking today, I discovered that although my left ankle remained swollen, I still managed to rise. Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to squander it. This was entirely unanticipated in my plans. Today, I intended to venture to the beach in search of anything useful. Although stepping on my foot was quite painful, I had thought it had improved until just recently, when I realized otherwise. The pain penetrated to the very marrow of my bones, and despite my efforts to place my weight on the ground, instinct compelled me to lift my heel. I spent considerable time finding a sturdy branch for support. At last, I arrived once more at the shore. Gazing at the relentless waves, I pondered what I was persisting for. The ultimate answer was fear of death. I yearned to survive. The challenges of survival are indeed formidable, I reminded myself. Several times, a voice within urged me to wade into the ocean, to meld with the water. Yet, I ultimately shook my head and departed. Today, my trip to the beach was not in vain. I discovered several treasures, a travel case, a few tattered fishing nets, and several pieces of broken wood. There was even an old flip-flop. Though the haul was modest, these items possessed potential utility. A flock of seabirds swooped down, reminding me of the opportunity to forage for seafood. The first creature to present itself was a starfish, which I knew could be grilled and consumed. Having seen it at a barbecue stall, approaching a rocky outcrop, I was thrilled to find oysters, my favorite. I frantically gathered stones from the surrounding area, striking them against the rock. After much effort, I managed to secure only two, a meager yet welcome bounty. I continued to search the rocky terrain, managing to capture a few small crabs and several little fish. To my surprise, I even caught an eel, weighing approximately a pound. Reluctantly, I left the rocky haven teeming with oysters, as I had no time to linger. Although I longed for the delectable morsels, my current predicament did not permit indulgence. I had to maximize energy intake with minimal expenditure. Furthermore, I was ignorant of the tide's rhythms. Succumbing to gluttony could easily lead to being swept away by the surging waves. I reiterated to myself, my fear of death dictated that the oysters would have to wait for another occasion. I carefully packed my spoils into the weathered travel case, managing to secure it before dragging it back toward my shelter. As I passed through the grove of coconut trees, I was drawn by a rustling sound beneath the trees. I gently set down the travel case, tightly grasped the branch I had been using for support, and cautiously approached the source of the noise. My palms were slick with sweat, and my heart raced uncontrollably. I feared a monstrous creature might leap out to startle me. Yet, curiosity is often the greatest weapon against fear. Finally, I found myself merely 3 steps from the coconut tree. The rustling sound seemed to sense my approach and ceased, heightening my anxiety as beads of sweat trickled down my forehead. Completing the final steps, I beheld the source of the noise. A gigantic spider. Upon closer inspection, it bore a hard shell. This must be a coconut crab. I had seen such creatures on television. However, I had never encountered one of this size. It was larger than my head. Its massive claws waved menacingly, as if to intimidate me. I considered striking it down with my branch, but soon dismissed this naive notion. The branch was snapped in its grasp. Yet it continued to raise its head and brandish its formidable pincers in an attempt to frighten me away. It had grossly underestimated my intelligence. With a decisive crack, I triumphed. It was heavy, likely around 10 pounds. Today would surely be a day worthy of celebration, as I had gathered an abundance of food sufficient to satiate my hunger. I positioned 2 oysters by the fire, though I yearned to consume them raw. My stomach was unsettled, so I opted to grill them lightly for safe consumption. The starfish was cast directly near the flames. The small crabs and fish were placed inside a can I had salvaged 2 days prior, into which I carefully added the salt I had collected. The can heated rapidly beside the fire. The coconut crab was divided into several pieces, its body roasted by the flames while the legs were skewered on a branch and propped beside the fire. Among my treasures was also an eel, which I had yet to skewer for cooking, as I was overwhelmed with tasks. The oysters cooked swiftly, and before long, their shells opened, releasing steaming juices. With a deft stroke of my branch, I revealed the tender meat within. I hastily plucked the oyster from the shell, too impatient to wait for it to cool. It was scalding. I exhaled sharply. Yet, soon, An overwhelming sensation of happiness enveloped my senses. The soft, delicate, slightly sweet, and savory meat, carrying a hint of ocean brine and a subtle saltiness, was utterly divine. I savored this exquisite experience, quickly devouring the second oyster. Once the oysters were consumed, the starfish emitted steam, signaling it was ready for me to try. I had never tasted one before, only observed others doing so. To be honest, the contents appeared somewhat unappetizing. I imagined individuals with averse reactions to textures would struggle to endure it. The aroma resembled the earthy scent of decomposing leaves. However, the flavor, once consumed, bore a resemblance to crab meat, albeit with a stronger taste. Next came the crowning jewel of the day, the coconut crab. To my astonishment, its flavor was nothing short of perfection, springy and delectable, particularly the meat from its legs, reminiscent of the most succulent shrimp, with an extraordinary chewiness. Notably, my broth was also exquisite. I could detect a subtle saltiness, enhanced by the addition of the small fish and crabs. In a single gulp, I finished the entire can of soup. I had eaten my fill, and ultimately, even the eel remained untouched as I succumbed to slumber. On the 10th day, could there truly be a tiger here? My heavens! Just moments ago, I glimpsed a vividly colored creature in the woods, its long tail reminiscent of that of a tiger. How could there be a tiger? I had thoroughly examined the area and had seen no signs of large animals in recent days. No droppings, absolutely none. Fear gripped me. I found a tree and began to climb, stepping carefully on the branches. A roar, the sound of a tiger. I was certain. This deep, resonant growl struck my heart like a thunderclap, causing it to quiver violently. My legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath me. Another roar. It was closer now. I felt my bladder constrict. It must be right behind me. In a panic, I scrambled higher. The roar erupted again, a deafening sound that pierced my ears, making my eardrums throb painfully. I distinctly felt a massive claw pressing down on my calf. The pain intensified my struggle. I kicked wildly with my legs, desperately grasping at the branches with my hands, exerting every ounce of strength to pull myself upward. I had confessed my fear of death, but I feared even more the prospect of being torn apart while still alive. I doubted anyone could calmly accept such a fate. Finally, I managed to heave myself onto another branch. Just as I aimed to steady my breath, a sight sent my heart plummeting. It was climbing the tree. It was drawing nearer with every inch, heralding my impending doom. I could almost feel its 10-centimeter fangs piercing my skin, shredding muscle, and grinding bone, an agony worse than death itself. I scanned my surroundings for something to fend it off, but the branches were too thick, leaving me no choice but to kick at it with all my might. The sharpness of its claws grazed my skin, tearing through it as easily as a shell. My blood pooled and trickled down, plopping onto the corner of its mouth. I witnessed its jaws open and close, catching a glimpse of a glimmer of hunger in its eyes. It accelerated its ascent. I realized it would reach me in mere seconds. No, in 5 seconds. Was I to surrender? No, absolutely not. Seizing the moment as it lowered its head, I kicked fiercely at its ear. I struck true. Pain caused it to shake its head. I followed with another kick. This time, it tumbled downwards. I prayed fervently to the Almighty, beseeching any deity to rescue me, even if it meant dissuading the tiger from seeing me as its next meal. Though I had never believed in any intangible faith, I now desperately yearned for a glimmer of hope. Perhaps my prayers bore fruit. It let out a long, echoing roar and began to retreat. Gratitude filled my heart. But then came another roar, more thunderous than before, as it charged at me once again. In that moment, clarity struck me like lightning. How foolish my prior thoughts had been. It was not retreating, it was merely gathering momentum to leap towards me, shortening the distance between us. In mere moments, it was upon me. I sought to climb higher, but the branches offered no support, forcing me to venture further out. The tiger soon stood upon the very branch I occupied. I realized I was destined to become its lunch. By tomorrow, my flesh would pass through its digestive system, reduced to mere waste. Its legs bent, coiling with power, and then it leapt toward me. I felt a heavy thump upon my ears, warmth trickling down my face. I lost my balance, the world spinning around me. Thud! I plummeted heavily, my back striking the ground first, and I found breathing excruciating. The ragged sounds of my breath echoed in my chest. I felt like a heretic awaiting judgment, or a delicacy poised for consumption. The tiger's roar resonated from behind me. I sensed it was preparing to feast. Surely, it would start with my neck. A paw pressed down upon my head. I attempted to push it away, but even with all my strength, it did not budge. Despair enveloped me. Coldness wrapped around my being. Damn it, just do it. Here. Look closely, it's right here. My mental defenses shattered, the fire of survival extinguished. I pointed at my throat and roared at it. It leaned in closer, its warm breath wafting over my face. I squeezed my eyes shut, clenching my fists tightly. My nails dug into my palms, yet I felt nothing. It opened its mouth. The stench of its breath assaulted my senses. Ah! I cried out in pain as it sank its teeth into my arm, one paw pressing against my forehead, the other against my chest. It thrashed its head violently, likely intent on tearing my flesh asunder. Every muscle in my body trembled. I realized that I was not as calm as I had convinced myself to be. Fear still coursed through me. A crack echoed as I stifled a groan, terrified to open my eyes and witness the carnage of my body being devoured. Yet I felt it. My arm must have been severed. I sensed my blood surging forth, rushing toward the wound like a torrent. Warmth, excruciating pain, and numbness overwhelmed me. So this is what it feels like to be torn apart. At last, it bit into my throat. I could no longer breathe. Its jaws must have crushed my windpipe. I noticed my senses dulling, the pain receding into the distance. I thought I must be dying. A sound escaped my throat. I awakened. The night had fully descended. I was oblivious to my surroundings. I hastily felt over my body, unscathed. Hadn't I just been devoured by a tiger? Hadn't I died? Gazing at the stars twinkling in the night sky, I fell into deep contemplation. Then it struck me. Perhaps it was this very thing that had caused it all. I pulled from my pocket a handful of reddish fruit, undiscernible in the darkness, which I had discovered in the thicket that morning. They were sweet, delicious, and had a slightly sticky texture. I recalled consuming a great quantity in one sitting. Shortly thereafter, my memory faded. It must have been these fruits that poisoned me, inducing hallucinations. A wave of contentment washed over me. At least I was still alive, was I not? Exhausted and drenched in sweat, I felt overwhelmingly drowsy, my eyes fluttering shut as I succumbed to slumber. In a hazy state, I thought I heard something nearby. The sound of twigs snapping beneath the weight of an approaching presence, accompanied by the sensation of warm breath brushing against my face. On the 11th day, the eerie rabbit carcass. I find it challenging to articulate my current emotions. Though I stand beneath the radiant sun, I feel as if I have plunged into an icy abyss. My mind is a tumultuous whirlpool, leading me to question whether I am still ensnared in a hallucination. The scene before me is chilling. A solitary rabbit head lies beside me, the metallic scent of blood stirring my stomach into a tumultuous churn. The crimson liquid has stained the grass beneath, and countless small insects greedily feast upon it. The body has largely vanished, the ribs long since absent, and deep bite marks mar the torn flesh. This desolate rabbit head is merely a few dozen meters away, and I cannot fathom how others might feel in such a situation. I can only say that I am paralyzed with terror. Perhaps 10 minutes have passed, maybe longer. I simply stand there. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps by, jolting me into the realization that I ought to find something for self-defense, even if it serves no practical purpose. The hallucinations from yesterday have profoundly affected me, causing my mind to leap to thoughts of tigers upon witnessing this grim tableau. Fortunately, the wind has somewhat restored my clarity. Reason begins to resurface. It is improbable that a tiger would leave such remnants. However, there is no disputing the presence of some carnivorous beast. My mind races with possibilities. Wolves? Leopards? Bears? Or perhaps another fearsome creature I have yet to encounter. Or could there be someone on the island, demonstrating their dominance over me? My thoughts spiral chaotically. I seize what I consider to be a substantial branch and begin my trek toward the shelter, determined that without proper preparation, I shall find no solace this night. Thankfully, the sun shines brightly today, yet I still feel a chill in the air. The vivid image from yesterday lingers, making me acutely aware that a tiger could emerge from the woods at any moment. A sudden crack, just a branch blown down by the wind, startles me, and my back is drenched in cold sweat. I flee, running with all my might, disregarding the fact that my feet have yet to fully heal. The wind whistles past my ears. At last, I reach the shelter, collapsing onto the bed, resting until my breathing slows. I must adhere to my plan. The sun has begun its slow descent, and time is slipping away. I rise and venture into the woods, gathering every branch I can find. Collecting, stacking, collecting, stacking. This rhythm continues unabated. Next, I set about my work. I drive longer branches evenly into the ground around my bed, leaving a gap of only 3 fingers between each pair. It is not that I do not wish to place them more closely. I have tried, and if I do so, the branches will be insufficient. Next come the vines, of which there are plenty. Fortunately, although these vines are robust, they possess admirable flexibility. I secure one vine at the base of the branches and another higher up. Some extra short branches are wedged into the gaps between the secured branches. Gazing at the completed little fence, I feel a surge of satisfaction. My shelter has transformed into a quaint abode, albeit one without a roof. An idea strikes me. I gather more vines, nearly depleting the surrounding area. There are certainly none left within a 100-meter radius. One end of the vine is tied to a small tree I have dragged over, while the other end is tossed onto the roof of my makeshift dwelling. I thread it through the roof and tie it to another small tree on the opposite side. Both trees lean against the fence I have constructed. I repeat this process with numerous vines, and ultimately, I cover the structure with the palm fronds I salvaged before my fall. Perfection. Though this little shelter is not truly flawless, my heart swells with contentment. It resembles a home. Reluctant to discard the surplus vines, I use them to encircle the dwelling multiple times. I give it a gentle push. It feels sturdy. The extra branches are repurposed as well, angled outward to deter any approaching beasts, or so I believe. As the sun sets, casting a warm glow, I suddenly realize a critical oversight. I have forgotten to construct a door. I cannot enter. I want to chastise myself severely. How could I overlook such an essential detail? Time is of the essence. Darkness approaches, and there is no way to fashion a door in time. I can only extract the branches I had driven into the ground one by one. The vines are plentiful, and it takes considerable effort to uproot just 3 branches. Finally, as night falls completely, I manage to enter. It sways, it wobbles. Sigh, I tell myself to make do. I ignite the fire and begin my dinner. I have grown weary of these red fruits. Though I yearn for something different, I will not venture out at night. Tomorrow, I reassure myself, I shall seek other sustenance. Suddenly, a series of sounds erupt outside my shelter. The crackling and clattering sends shivers down my spine, and my breath quickens under the weight of apprehension. The noises persist, accompanied by the sound of something heavy being dragged. Fear morphs into something more potent. Anger. Yes, anger. Whatever it is, if you dare approach, come forth. Why must you torment me incessantly? Fueled by rage, I transform into a courageous figure, unyielding in my fearlessness. I grasp a thick branch and push through the foliage. Bursting forth, my word, I must express my astonishment. Before me, a colossal coconut crab struggles to drag away my salvaged suitcase. It is thieving from me. I seize the suitcase, disregarding its elevated pincers, and slam it down with force, leaping atop it. With a crunch, it becomes my quarry. The flavor of coconut crab is renowned for its delectable nature, yet today, I will simmer the meat with the large coconut I previously found. Coconut juice, braised crab meat. Who could have anticipated such exquisite delight? Tender, sweet, smooth, and springy. I vow this is the most delectable dish I have ever savored. On the 12th day, it turns out to be you. Today, the weather is far from ideal. The wind is quite strong, and dark clouds are swiftly moving across the sky. My greatest concern is the rain, for my shelter offers no protection. I dread the thought of spending a damp night without a campfire. Hence, I began to fortify my shelter early in the day. I require the fronds of a coconut tree, which are notoriously difficult to obtain. The last time I attempted this, I fell and spent a day recovering, and the memory still lingers uneasily in my mind. However, I have no choice. Those colossal leaves are my only option. Climbing coconut trees is quite a challenge, yet I am determined not to fall again today. An ingenious idea struck me. Inspired by the methods I once observed while watching power line repairmen at work, they typically employ a safety rope to secure their waists to the utility pole, ensuring that if they slip, they do not plummet directly to the ground. Thus, I fashioned a long vine, tightly binding it around my waist, then wrapping it around the coconut tree and securing it to myself, effectively tethering me to the tree. When I rest, I merely need to clasp my legs around the trunk and lean back against the vine, tightening the connection to prevent a fall. This method proves effective, albeit slightly slow, allowing me to reach the underside of the enormous fronds safely. I must admit, the task of obtaining these coconut leaves is exceedingly arduous. I reckon I spent at least an hour striking at the fronds without managing to detach even a single one. My hands ache, and the prolonged strain on my neck is becoming unbearable. Around noon, as my stomach began to rumble, I finally succeeded in dislodging 4 leaves. I reassured myself that this quantity should suffice. The weather is capricious. Moments ago, there were just a few clouds, yet now raindrops have begun to fall. After evenly placing the 4 coconut fronds atop my shelter, I secured them with the vine. Upon circling my dwelling, I encountered yet another dilemma. Although the clearing resembles a pot lid, preventing water accumulation, the area surrounding my shelter is quite flat. Thus, I must dig several drainage ditches to prevent rainwater from flooding my abode. Fortunately, the rain has not yet begun in earnest. Digging with branches is a laborious endeavor, and I have lost count of how many I have broken. My ditches are scarcely 5 centimeters deep, a depth woefully inadequate for diverting heavy rain. Nevertheless, I have no metal tools at my disposal. Finally, I completed the 4 drainage ditches around my shelter, though I fear I will not have time to construct a door. I must prepare for the impending storm. I dragged my travel bag into the shelter and laid the planks I had previously collected on the bed. Now, I need to gather food and firewood. It is only now that I recognize my shortcomings. I am not a particularly meticulous individual, and I should have prepared all of this earlier. Yet, just as rain begins to fall, I am fortunate that I am not too late. I plunged into the woods, collecting dry twigs and leaves, as long as they were not excessively damp, and brought them back to my shelter. The raindrops have intensified slightly, but they are not yet torrential, allowing me a bit more time. Lately, I have developed a fondness for coconut crabs. Their indescribable aroma frequently occupies my thoughts, and the mere idea of their taste intensifies my salivation. In my quest for sustenance, I stumbled upon a large stone while gathering firewood, and I mused that if I could strike a crab with this half-head-sized boulder, it would surely become my meal. Fortunately, I soon found a few in the coconut grove, but I refrained from catching too many, as food preservation is a concern, and I prefer it fresh. Suddenly, the rain intensified. Before I could react, I was enveloped by a curtain of white rain. I dashed frantically, needing to gather some fruits from the trees. The raindrops were heavy and stung against my skin. Since my last experience in the cave, I have developed an instinctive fear of rain. Thankfully, the riverbank is not too far from my shelter. Although I am soaked to the skin, the inside of my abode remains dry, which offers me a measure of comfort. After placing the fish down, I hurried to the fruit trees to pick the red, juicy fruits I favor most. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of my eye. Instantly, goosebumps covered my body. Although I was drenched, I had not felt cold until now. When a chill gripped me, I caught sight of it. It was black and nearly a meter tall. It darted past in an instant. What could it be? The sheer terror rendered me oblivious to the fruit I had dropped. Fear coursed through me. In that fleeting moment, I believed I had seen an eye. It was fixated on me, and I could not ascertain whether it regarded me as prey. I was bewildered as to why it lurked in the shadows. The terror paralyzed my thoughts. Anyone in such a state of extreme fear would not remain still. Quickly, I retreated into my shelter, arranging branches neatly to prevent any unknown creature from entering. I propped several branches against the entrance for added security, and I kept a sturdy branch by my side for defense. I ignited a fire, and as the books suggest, the warmth of the flames calmed my racing heart. I felt a sense of safety in the flickering light. Yet, my thoughts began to wander. The fleeting glimpse I had earlier was obscured by the rain, but I suspected that the creature was likely a panther or perhaps a wolf. Regrettably, neither of these animals is something I could easily confront. I must exercise greater caution moving forward. The rain outside intensified, causing the fronds above to rattle violently. Nearby, rainwater began to seep into my firewood pile, likely due to the drainage ditch's inadequacy. However, I dared not venture outside to investigate. Suddenly, my senses heightened. The shadow, my heavens, through the gaps in the branches, I saw a dark figure lurking near my shelter. It has arrived. What does it intend? My heart raced, threatening to leap from my throat. In this moment, I found myself too terrified to utter a sound. Scrape. It was clawing at the branches. I even glimpsed a glimmering, sharp claw. I felt as though I might suffocate. A deep, heavy breath escaped it. On the 12th day, it turns out to be you. Part 2. I express my gratitude to Gedal and Delang Tao Ming for their 2 votes of support. I caught a glimpse of the fangs. In the glow of the firelight, those bone-white teeth reflected a chilling brilliance. What should I do? Should I take the initiative? The branch in my hand was gripped tightly, and my hands began to tremble uncontrollably. My God, what is it? While I was in doubt, my mind relentlessly conjured images. The legendary water monkey? A blood-sucking beast? Or something else? It ceased its scratching. The rain outside was torrential. I was at a loss regarding its intentions. Was it searching for the weakest point? To storm in, tear me apart, and consume me? The sound of the rain was deafening as I nervously scanned my surroundings, terrified that one moment of inattention would lead it to pounce on me. After a long while, I no longer saw it. I thought it might have left. Perhaps tomorrow. I would dig a trap outside. Just as I was calming my frayed nerves, a branch behind me began to sway and snap. A claw reached in. I felt a jolt of panic. A tingling sensation surged through me. I knew these fragile branches could not hold it back. Must I resign myself to fate? No. I was utterly constrained here. I couldn't fight it here. If it burst in, I dared not imagine. In my turmoil, I saw a gray-black head squeezing through the broken branches. Its head was coming in. If I didn't act quickly, it would be too late. I resolved to act. Finally, I mustered my courage. I pushed aside the branch in front of me and forcefully squeezed out. I decided to circle around to its back while it was still wedged toward my small shelter. The rain was heavy, and as I stepped outside, I was instantly drenched, unable to open my eyes. Once I wiped them, it suddenly appeared right before me. It stood there, and we locked eyes, each studying the other. A wolf. It was a large, robust creature, nearly a meter tall, its gray-black fur instilling fear in me. I doubted my ability to conquer it. I knew wolves were cunning hunters. They would wear down your patience, delivering a fatal blow when you least expected it. Most perilous of all, wolves hunt in packs. I couldn't bear to think whether its companions lurked hidden beneath the rain curtain, where visibility was scant. Despite my desire to glance around, I dared not. I feared it would snap my throat the moment I turned away. Suddenly, I noticed it move. I was waiting. As soon as it stepped within reach of the branches, I would unhesitatingly swing the branch with all my might. Whether it was a trick or it was unnerved by my gaze, it halted its advance. It scrutinized me, seemingly hesitant. Yet, I remained tense. My muscles trembled desperately, signaling their impending fatigue. My heart raced violently, demanding oxygen, making my breath labored. Perhaps it was time to take the offensive. I could not ascertain how much longer my body could endure. I feared that if I waited, I might faint from exhaustion. "Ah!" I shouted as I charged forward, resolved to give my all since I had committed. However, it was its sudden turn to flee that left me feeling uneasy. The branch slipped from my hand with a thud. I had relaxed my grip. I could not articulate my feelings at that moment. I felt utterly foolish. I gaped, chastising myself. As it turned to escape, I caught sight of its tail. Long and slender. Wolf tails are typically thick and bushy. My God, it was a dog, not a wolf. Seeing it seemingly startled by my presence, my emotions were tumultuous. For so many days, I had yearned for a companion, and now it appeared. Almost harmed by my actions, I questioned whether it would ever trust me again. I attempted to call out to it. To my astonishment, it truly was a dog. Upon hearing my call, it wagged its tail vigorously. My heart soared. It was still hesitant. I knelt, extending my hands in invitation for it to approach. It took a few steps back upon seeing me crouch. Just as I despaired that it would depart, it moved, bounding toward me. It collided into my embrace, lifting my spirits immensely. It had finally accepted me. Its strength was formidable, nearly toppling me backward. I gazed at it, gently stroking the top of its head. It looked back at me, nuzzling my leg and licking my hand with its tongue. In that moment, my emotions broke free. The lump in my throat could no longer be contained, and tears mingled with the rain on my face. Perhaps it was joy, perhaps excitement, perhaps a long-suppressed release of solitude, or maybe a combination of all these feelings. It seemed stunned by my display, staring at me in silence. I named it Little Black, inspired by its gray-black fur. Its tail wagged with delight, as if it relished the name. "Let us go inside," I said, only then realizing how uncomfortable I felt in the downpour. I stood and walked toward my small shelter, with Little Black following as I had anticipated. Perhaps equally weary of being soaked in the rain. Perhaps this was trust, I mused. Upon entering the shelter, Little Black shook vigorously, sending droplets of water splattering everywhere. I intended to invite it to warm by the fire, but it had already settled beside the flames, watching me. A profound sense of comfort enveloped me. It was the finest gift bestowed upon me. I was no longer alone. I was no longer lonely. I removed my soaked clothing, drying it by the fire, and lay on my bed, watching Little Black by the hearth. Its eyes had closed, breathing steadily. I wondered if it felt secure with me nearby, just as I did. The night deepened, and the rain continued to pour, pattering against the coconut leaves above. I worried about being swept away by the rising water. The ground had already begun to flood, but thankfully, my fire pit was positioned at a higher point in the shelter, a thoughtful precaution on my part. I hoped for the rain to cease soon. Afterward, I would take the opportunity to rest and deepen the drainage ditch while the ground was soft from the downpour. Oh, how I wish for some tools right now. Perhaps I could find something useful by the seaside. I would need to explore that opportunity. The roof also required reinforcement. This day felt interminable. I was already exhausted, and amid a flurry of thoughts, I gradually drifted into sleep. On the 15th day, the emotional entanglement of Little Black unfolded. Little Black, please let me approach. I harbor no ill intentions. Yet, Little Black remained motionless, its vigilant gaze fixed upon me. A low growl emanated from its throat, a warning that felt like a threat. It forbade me from coming closer. I had thought that after these few days, we had built a foundation of trust, but as I inched closer, I endeavored to move gently and slowly, hoping to alleviate Little Black's hostility. Alas, my efforts were in vain. Its growl intensified, indicating it was on the brink of a confrontation. To avoid conflict, I retreated once more. Upon seeing me withdraw, Little Black turned its head away and lay down, fixating on a pile of objects ahead. What was I to do? How could I soothe Little Black's restless spirit? My thoughts were a tumultuous whirlwind. Initially, I assumed it had gone to forage, yet even after I prepared food for it, it remained unresponsive, continuing its morning excursions. My curiosity piqued. I followed it early that day. Little Black was aware of my presence, but chose to ignore me, proceeding to this very spot where it lay beside a heap of items, silently observing. Even when I stood close, it showed no reaction until I approached the pile. Suddenly, it sprang to its feet, leaping in front of me, issuing a low growl as a warning. The heap comprised white bones, partially covered with tattered cloth, alongside a filthy, torn bag. I surmised that these skeletal remains likely belonged to Little Black's former owner. I knew not the circumstances of their demise, but witnessing Little Black's demeanor suggested that its previous guardian had treated it with kindness. At this thought, I felt a profound stirring within my heart, and tears involuntarily welled in my eyes. Was I admiring Little Black's loyalty, mourning the death of this individual? I could not ascertain. I pondered whether I, stranded on this desolate island, would someday meet a similar fate, left to the elements until I became naught but dust. Indeed, I did not know. The bones had long since turned to white. They had surely been deceased for some time. I could not fathom how Little Black had endured. The Chinese belief in returning to the earth resonated with me deeply. Thus, I devoted a considerable amount of time, at least an hour or two, digging a shallow grave. I found a long stone, approximately 40 centimeters in length. Yes, I intended to create a resting place for Little Black's former master. Though I could not inscribe a name on a headstone, this act held symbolic significance, did it not? The grave was modest and shallow, excavated by hand, and with a small fragment of stone. My fingers ached from the effort, yet I rose and approached Little Black. Little Black, I softly called. It looked up, a hint of confusion in its eyes. This must be your previous owner. Shall we lay him to rest? I found myself addressing Little Black as if it were human, gesturing towards the grave I had dug. It continued to gaze at me, unresponsive. After we bury him, you can visit him whenever you wish, I assured. With that, I cautiously approached the remains. To my surprise, Little Black remained still, refraining from issuing further warnings. Simply observing as I drew nearer, perhaps it understood my intentions. With a tattered piece of cloth, I gently wrapped the bones. At that moment, Little Black suddenly stood, rushing towards me. It halted mere centimeters away, standing its ground, emitting a sharp cry, a sound so mournful that it plunged my emotions into despair. Soon, I had wrapped all the bones without omission. Oddly enough, I had once feared such things, let alone touch them with my own hands. Carefully, I placed the wrapped remains into the grave I had excavated, with Little Black closely following my every move. As the soil gradually filled the pit, I erected the stone slab. Content with the outcome, I noticed that Little Black had not acknowledged me. It lay beside the mound of earth, its posture unchanged. I felt an inexplicable pull towards something that had captivated my attention. Now, I could finally turn my focus to it. A backpack, adorned with a Red Cross insignia. Despite its filth and age, it remained intact. With excitement, I crouched down to open it. The first item to greet my eyes was a Swiss Army knife. Still in pristine condition, a veritable treasure for my current predicament, brimming with utility. Regrettably, aside from the knife, the backpack contained nothing else. I had envisioned it filled with useful items, only to be doused with disappointment. As the day slipped away, the sun dipped low in the sky, and I noticed Little Black had risen, watching me. We walked in silence, it leading the way while I followed, lost in our separate thoughts. Frankly, after so many days without any sign of rescue, the seas remained eerily empty. Not once had I encountered a passing ship, I had entirely abandoned any hope of salvation. Perhaps the SOS signal I had arranged on the mountaintop had been washed away by the torrential rains. I lacked the motivation to recreate it. Thus, I resolved to cease these futile endeavors. Little Black's favorite meal was coconut crab, and for several evenings, we dined on this delicacy. Today's crab was an impressive meter long, the largest I had ever seen, having unwittingly climbed onto my roof the previous night. Its meat was delectable, succulent, and Little Black devoured the entire feast with gusto. Watching it eat with such fervor filled me with satisfaction, as if I had a long-standing affinity for roasted crab. Tomorrow, I should be able to accomplish meaningful tasks. Lying in bed, I toyed with the Swiss Army knife, the only remnant left by Little Black's previous owner. I wondered if Little Black would return to that spot tomorrow. I sincerely wished for its spirits to rise once more. On the 16th day in Rabbit Valley, I was awakened early in the morning by the persistent nudge of Little Black. It was licking my hand insistently. "What is it, Little Black?" I inquired. Upon seeing that I was awake, it wagged its tail and trotted towards the gap I had inadvertently created. Rubbing my eyes, I sat up and followed. To my astonishment, I discovered a rabbit. It had brought me its catch. Having never encountered a rabbit before, I was utterly bewildered as to where Little Black had procured it. My heart raced with excitement at the prospect of finally having meat to eat. I took the rabbit and approached the riverbank to clean it. Since acquiring this Swiss Army knife, the task of gutting and preparing game had become remarkably effortless. The rabbit, having already met its end at Little Black's paws, bled profusely when I made the initial incision at its neck. I had never killed a rabbit before and resorted to the method I would use for chickens. I discarded most of the entrails, retaining only the heart and liver. Little Black watched intently as I disposed of the innards, even chasing after them briefly along the riverbank. It seemed to lament the waste of such hard-earned food. The cleaning, skinning, and cutting were swiftly accomplished. The fire from the previous night still smoldered, and with a few twigs and vines, I coaxed it back to life. Impatiently, I skewered the prepared rabbit meat on a stick and began roasting it by the flames. The delightful aroma gradually filled the small dwelling. Little Black lay on the ground, tongue lolling, fixated on me, and I distinctly heard the sound of its throat swallowing in anticipation. It must have been starving, I chuckled, as the meat sizzled over the fire. It transformed into a rich, caramel hue, the fat melting under the intense heat and dripping tantalizingly into the flames. Each drop of grease sparked the fire to dance. I was irresistibly drawn to the scent, time seeming to slow in its lingering presence. A few days prior, I had painstakingly boiled seawater in coconut shells to yield a few precious salt crystals, one of my most valued possessions thus far. I had been reluctant to use it, but today, I finally deemed it appropriate. At the bedside, I gently unwrapped a bundle of leaves, revealing a small clump of yellowish-white salt crystals. I pinched a tiny amount between my fingers and evenly sprinkled it over a rabbit leg, watching as it melted and permeated the meat. Little Black's leg was ready, and to expedite the cooking process, I sliced it open. It was likely Little Black's first taste of roasted rabbit. It devoured half in one bite and swallowed with hardly a chew. Previously, it had taken small, measured bites of fruit. Before I could even start my own meal, it had finished and gazed at me with pleading eyes. I was not stingy, considering that the rabbit was its catch as well. After sharing a generous portion of the meat with Little Black, I began to savor my own portion. I must admit, the meat was exceptionally chewy, its flavor tantalizing my senses. Remarkably, despite the absence of any seasoning beyond salt, the rabbit bore no gamey taste, perhaps due to its wild nature. The meat was particularly fresh and firm. Were it not for Little Black, I might have nearly forgotten the taste of meat. In this delightful moment, we thoroughly consumed the plump rabbit. Little Black proceeded with its meal in a systematic manner, first finishing the meat before gnawing on the bones. Once satiated, it instinctively sought rest. Just as I contemplated lying down for a moment, a thought flashed through my mind. "Little Black, where did you catch this rabbit? Can you take me to see?" I asked, unsure if it could comprehend. I pointed to the bones it was chewing on, but it merely glanced at me and continued nibbling. "If you take me there, we could catch another rabbit and roast it," I suggested, hoping it understood. As it lifted its head, I mimicked the action of roasting meat over the fire with a stick and gestured towards the rabbit bones on the ground. This time, it seemed to grasp my intent, for it stood up, wagging its tail and leading the way outside. Naturally, I followed, eager to discover where these rabbits resided, having never seen their habitat before. At last, after traversing a vast expanse of woodland, Little Black and I arrived at a valley I had never visited. From the mountaintop, it had been obscured by towering trees, revealing a large clearing at its base. The valley featured only one gentle slope leading down, while the rest of the terrain was comprised of nearly vertical rock walls. It was expansive, easily measuring 2 to 3 kilometers in length and width. Little Black dashed excitedly down the slope and then crouched in one spot. I quickly caught up, recognizing that this place could indeed harbor rabbits. Before us lay a vast expanse of lush green grass, a veritable paradise for the creatures. Suddenly, Little Black sprang into action, sprinting after a rabbit that was frantically attempting to escape. This rabbit was robust and large, its gray-black fur standing out against the verdant backdrop. The rabbit, clever as it was, attempted to evade capture by running in circles. However, Little Black was far swifter. The rabbit's bulk hindered its speed. Ultimately, Little Black pinned it down, and as the rabbit struggled in vain, it seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal bite. Without hesitation, Little Black lifted the rabbit and violently shook it, causing its blood to spill and dye its fur a crimson hue. After a moment of stillness, Little Black raced back to me, dropping the plump rabbit at my feet and wagging its tail in delight. "Well done. I will roast it for you tonight," I said, stroking its head and smiling. Hearing my words, it turned and sniffed the ground before darting off again. Curiosity piqued, I approached it to see what had captured its attention. I soon realized there was a 5-finger-wide burrow beside it. It seemed Little Black had been lying in wait at the entrance, ready to strike when a rabbit emerged. As I continued my exploration, I noted numerous rabbit holes along the way, contemplating whether I should consider breeding some young rabbits next time. They would be immensely beneficial. Their pelts could be transformed into clothing, roofing, or bedding, and their meat was delectable. Moreover, if they could be raised, the grass they consumed would be easily accessible. On the 17th day, the message in a bottle by the seaside. After indulging in a hearty meal yesterday, Little Black rose quite late today. Early in the morning, I crafted a door for the little hut. Without a door, the chill of the night was quite uncomfortable. I meticulously arranged some collected branches, intertwining them with vines to create a sturdy door. Finally, I secured it to the hut with vines, ensuring that the cold wind would no longer intrude at night. The surrounding drainage ditch, which I had excavated with my Swiss Army knife, was now quite wide and over 20 centimeters deep, alleviating my worries about rain. Having tended to these tasks, I prepared to take Little Black to the beach, hoping to scavenge some useful items. Little Black frolicked joyfully by the shoreline, occasionally pawing at the sand and splashing through the waves. Observing its lively demeanor, it was hard to reconcile it with the despondent creature it had once been. Perhaps I, too, had undergone a transformation. Recently, I had resigned myself to my circumstances. Little Black's arrival had gradually helped me forget my feelings of loss and solitude, lifting my spirits considerably. Today's haul was quite satisfactory. After strolling a few hundred meters along the beach, I discovered several treasures. A few plastic bottles, some worn shoes, though mismatched. They were still wearable, along with a tattered fishing net and several broken wooden planks. However, the most exhilarating find was a large piece of waterproof fabric, larger than my entire roof, which would undoubtedly ensure my roof remained impervious to leaks. The beach teemed with tiny crabs, and Little Black chased them in playful delight. While I was engrossed in searching for valuables, I suddenly heard a bark. Thinking Little Black was in peril, I turned to see it bounding toward me, proudly carrying a bottle in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a glass bottle, likely a message in a bottle. Inside, I found 2 folded sheets of paper. With a firm twist, I opened the cap and unfolded one of the papers, revealing a dense script that piqued my interest amidst my melancholy. I sat down on the sand, placing the bottle beside me, and gingerly opened the paper. To my fortune, it was written in Chinese. The letter was lengthy, and it took me nearly an hour to read it all. The content was poignant. Her name was Meng Meng, and when she cast the bottle adrift, she was merely 10 years old. Tragically, she had been diagnosed with leukemia and, having overheard her parents' conversation, was aware of her limited time. Yet, she remained optimistic, fearing to burden her parents with sorrow, and thus penned this letter in secret. She expressed 2 intentions for writing: to articulate her unspoken thoughts and to hope that some divine presence would see her message and grant her life a continuation. Additionally, she mentioned that the remaining paper contained a batch of seeds, requesting that if anyone found them, they should plant them and, if possible, send her the produce, providing her address at the bottom. Reading this, a wave of emotions surged within me, such innocence and bravery in a child. Rest assured, I vowed to cultivate those seeds. Should I have the chance to venture out, I would personally deliver the fruits of my labor to her. This serendipitous letter intensified my will to survive. Perhaps I, too, should embrace each day with positivity like her. Little Black continued to frolic by the shore, while I lost interest in further treasure hunting. The weather at sea is notoriously unpredictable, and the island proved no different. What had been a bright, breezy day was now overshadowed by a looming mass of dark clouds. I quickened my pace, anticipating a significant downpour, and resolved to cover my roof with the waterproof fabric before the rain began. Unfortunately, my efforts were in vain. Before I could reach the hut, the rain commenced. Thankfully, it was not torrential. Little Black, disliking the rain, abandoned me and dashed towards the hut. It nestled comfortably in its makeshift bed, which I had crafted from dried grass and vines within my travel case. It seemed quite content, as it spent each night peacefully resting there. I had initially intended to place the waterproof fabric beneath the palm fronds, but as the rain intensified, I found I had no time. Thus, I hastily draped the fabric over the roof. The fabric was quite large, and after securing it, I intended to rest. However, an unforeseen incident compelled me to venture outside. The fabric was so expansive that its edges pressed against the hut, causing the rainwater to cascade down the waterproof material and trickle in through the branches I had propped up. I had no choice but to procure some thicker branches to elevate the fabric and create an eave. Each branch was carefully selected and inserted into the holes I had carved with my Swiss Army knife. I made several cuts on the fabric's edges, allowing the vines to weave through, which I then tightly bound to the branches. At last, the rain could no longer infiltrate the hut. Instead, it plummeted onto the waterproof cover, forming a cascade of water that flowed along the slanted edges, like a waterfall, ultimately draining into the ditch. Oh, more rain. My current disdain for it was palpable. Such weather rendered all activities futile and left me feeling quite despondent. Thankfully, I had the foresight to stockpile some provisions in the hut, primarily the succulent, fragrant, and sweet red fruits from a nearby tree, as well as the coconut crab I had caught the previous night. As the rain intensified, a flickering fire crackled within our hut. I had nearly filled the gaps in the branches with vines, thus shielding Little Black and myself from the chill outside. The aroma of the coconut crab enticed Little Black, which devoured the entire creature in one go, leaving me to resort to the fruits. Alas, such is life, as Little Black had little fondness for them. After my meal, I lay down and succumbed to sleep amidst the sound of rain. Suddenly, a thunderous noise jolted me awake. Pitter-patter, it sounded like a machine gun. The wind howled, causing the waterproof fabric to flap audibly. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, I opened the door and gazed towards the sea. Through the gaps in the palm trees, I thought I glimpsed a glimmering light. A ship. It had to be a ship. To confirm, I squinted once more. No, nothing was there. Could it be that what I had seen was merely an illusion? On the 18th day, the wreck of the ship. The torrential rain has finally ceased. The precautions taken yesterday were not in vain, for my humble abode remains dry. Last night, I experienced a dream that lingered in my mind for quite some time. It felt as though everyone around me was partaking in this shared vision. Resolving to head towards the shore, I recalled the flickering light I believed to have seen in my dream. Little Black was absent, likely having ventured to the resting place of its previous owner. Ever since I buried the remains of its former master, it had not returned, and I surmised that the tempestuous rain of the previous night had stirred its concern, prompting an early morning visit. Without further contemplation, I made my way to the beach. The relentless downpour had rendered the earth muddy and treacherous, making my journey arduous. After what felt like an eternity, I finally arrived at the shoreline. The beach radiated tranquility, the only sound being the gentle lapping of the waves, devoid of any other noise. As I strolled along the sandy expanse, there were no signs of the storm's fury, save for the slightly murky water lapping at the shore. As I approached the rocky end of the beach, I was taken aback by a colossal object before me. My breath quickened, and goosebumps prickled my skin. I beheld a ship, a battered vessel. One side of its hull bore a gaping hole. It lay stranded on the shore, likely cast ashore by the monstrous waves of the previous night. Even without such a forceful surge, I presumed that such a significant breach would have led it to the depths of the sea. The ship measured approximately 20 meters in length, with the hull nearly 5 meters wide. It seemed to be a fishing boat, I mused. I called out, hoping to find survivors, but my pleas met with silence. I cautiously climbed onto the side of the capsized vessel. The deck was a scene of chaos, completely shattered, yet amidst the wreckage, I discerned numerous useful items at a glance: spoons, cups, clothing, and more. I refrained from hastily gathering them, instead continuing my search with hope for any survivors. Regrettably, I found none. At the edge of the deck, I discovered a suitcase with a combination lock, but I could not open it. I resolved to return multiple times. The suitcase was quite heavy, and I struggled to lift it as I leapt onto the rocks. The surface was slippery, and in my distraction, compounded by the weight I carried, I lost my footing and fell into the crevice between the rocks, plunging into darkness. I was roused by a thunderous roar. Truthfully, upon hearing that sound, I felt a surge of excitement, even forgetting the pain, scrambling to escape. At last, I had heard the voice of another human. In that fleeting moment, as I peered out, I saw him. Yes, I saw him. He was robust, yet my exhilaration plummeted into despair. For in his hand, he brandished a gun, a gleaming silver firearm. I dared not emerge, paralyzed by fear, never anticipating such a scenario. They were too close for comfort, and I feared discovery or inadvertently alarming them, leading to gunfire. Where are the goods? Where have you hidden them? Speak, or I shall end your life, bellowed the muscular man, aiming the gun at another figure. I don't know. I just want to gather coconuts. I haven't hidden anything, protested the feeble man. His voice strained. Stop your nonsense. I'll tell you this. If you do not produce what I seek, I shall make your head blossom. This exchange ignited a flicker of speculation within me regarding their identities. They were certainly not fishermen. Could they be pirates? Criminals? Or something worse? I had anticipated encountering a few fishermen to assist in mending the ship and seeking an escape, yet I found myself confronted by these two men instead. Heavens! Would they truly turn on one another? What were they searching for? Could it be? Could it be that? I swear it's not me. I've touched nothing. The frail man shrieked. If you don't believe me, search me. I truly haven't taken anything. Huh? You've followed me for so long. Do you think I'm oblivious? You surely assumed that in this forsaken place, I would overlook your deceit, quietly hiding the goods until you could abscond with them, did you? The robust man's fury escalated as he continued to berate the other. Since you've been with me, do you think I'm unaware of your treachery? I've merely withheld my hand from you, for you still serve a purpose. But now you dare defy me? I offer you one last chance. Speak, or face the consequences. The robust man's rage intensified, the gun rising once more. The frail man was in peril. I feared the scene I dreaded most. Murder was about to unfold, and I could hardly bear to contemplate it. The frail man stood with his back to me. I observed as his hand slowly reached toward his waist, moving with deliberate caution. The robust man remained oblivious, caught in his own tirade, believing that the frail man's fate was already sealed. Yet he was unaware that the frail man had drawn a firearm from his belt. He too possessed a weapon. My emotions were a tumultuous blend of terror, dread, and conflict. I longed to warn the robust man, yet I understood that doing so would be perilous. In a sudden, shocking moment, the robust man began to sway and ultimately fell, revealing a gaping hole in his visage. You forced my hand. You cursed fool. You brought this upon yourself. The frail man, now victorious, unleashed his pent-up hatred towards the robust man. How foolish to think you could seize the spoils and eliminate me. Huh? Who would have thought that after all your bravado, you would meet your end at my hands? The frail man erupted into maniacal laughter, yet I stood frozen, my body trembling with icy fear. What should I do? He wielded a gun, and it was only a matter of time before he discovered my presence. In an instant, panic consumed me, and I felt utterly lost, sinking into an abyss of terror. His laughter echoed, gradually fading with the sound of retreating footsteps. I dared not peek out until an eternity had passed. Finally, I crawled from the crevice, racing towards my refuge. Tonight, I resolved not to light a fire, fearing it would attract him. My lighter was discreetly buried beneath a conspicuous coconut tree, one of my most treasured possessions, which I wished to keep from his grasp. On the 22nd day, humiliation enveloped me. Indeed, he finally found me. With a gun pointed at my head, he coerced me into becoming his slave. Though fear gripped my heart, I resisted the urge to submit. Xiao He, perhaps sensing my defiance, lunged at him with a fierce growl. Xiao He, no. I attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The gunfire rang out, and Xiao He fell. The anguish was truly heart-wrenching. He was like a brother to me, and I was powerless to stop it. The gun remained pressed against my head. Don't move, or I'll shoot you dead. He continued to threaten me. I admit, I was terrified, so what? Xiao He had risked his life for me, and how could I find peace in such a moment? Thus, despite his repeated threats, I walked toward Xiao He. I gently embraced him, my hands soaked in his blood as he convulsed, his eyes still gazing at me, as if to offer comfort. The events of the past few days replayed incessantly in my mind. My hatred for him grew exponentially. He not only occupied my small dwelling, but also threatened me to deliver 3 meals a day for him. Fortunately, that night, I buried the ashes of my previous fire pit. Otherwise, he would have surely inquired about it. The gas in my lighter was nearly depleted, and I feared it wouldn't last much longer. I absolutely did not want these items to fall into his hands. Now, I found myself homeless, and the nights stretched longer than ever before. Xiao He had not perished. The bullet had struck his thigh, his right hind leg, which could be considered fortunate. However, his condition was dire. His wound had become infected. In this land of scarce resources, such an injury could prove fatal. There were no antibiotics, no bandages, nothing to treat his wound. Xiao He was clearly infected. Today, he could hardly open his eyes. I squeezed the pus and blood from his wound, washed the tattered remnants of his clothing, tore them into strips, and used them to bandage him. You must rely on yourself now, Xiao He. I refused to lose him. I wanted to inspect the wreck of that ship, for perhaps there were medicines inside. The ship was in disarray. After much effort, I finally entered the cabin, which reeked of various unpleasant odors. I rummaged through the place for a long time, but found no medicine. My disappointment was palpable. As I suspected, that wretched thing was hidden here by him. It seemed he had long intended to kill me. I heard his foul-mouthed tirade. I surmised they were suspicious of each other regarding the boxes I had taken. I peered cautiously, witnessing him struggling to drag a box toward my small dwelling. What lay within didn't interest me. I presumed it contained money, silver, or other valuables. All I sought was medicine. If Xiao He were to die because of me, I could not bear it. Regrettably, despite my thorough and earnest search of the entire cabin, I found not a single item of use. He had already stripped the ship of all useful supplies days ago. He was exceedingly cautious. Everything I delivered was first tasted by him. As twilight descended, I gathered some wild fruits for him. There were juicy red ones and others that were bitter yet fragrant. However, today he flew into a rage. He hurled the fruit forcefully at my face, warning me that if I did not bring him something new to eat, he would kill Xiao He first and then break my legs, leaving me to starve. I was certainly afraid, but my hatred for him was far greater. Thus, plans of rebellion began to form in my mind. Should I eliminate him while he slept? No, I lacked the courage. Even with my eyes closed, I could not bring myself to take a life. Dig a pitfall? I had no tools, and that seemed too cruel, something I could not accept. Ultimately, I devised a plan, one that I could accept and which boasted a high likelihood of success. The light red fruit. The very fruit that had induced hallucinations the last time. It seemed that overindulging in this fruit would lead to visions. It was delicious, and I had eaten a great deal last time, ultimately hallucinating a tiger, nearly breaking down. Tomorrow, I would put this plan into action. Once he succumbed to hallucinations, I could seize his gun, warn him, and demand he keep his distance from us. Without the weapon, he would no longer pose a threat. I could suggest he take refuge in the cave by the cliff at the mountain's foot. Xiao He's wound was oozing blood again, failing to heal, and the pus had overflowed once more. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright tonight. By its glow, I squeezed the pus and blood out again, replacing the dressing with another strip torn from a piece of cloth. Xiao He seemed to be experiencing hallucinations. His body was hot, his eyes tightly shut, and his legs would twitch involuntarily. My heart ached. This was not something Xiao He should endure, yet he did so without hesitation for my sake. The night was quiet, and there was a gentle breeze. If we were in the small dwelling, perhaps Xiao He would fare much better. Not far away, the small dwelling emitted a faint glow, filtering through the gaps in the branches. That day, he had taken many items from the cabin and placed them within my small dwelling, which had now become his territory. The light was not from a fire. It was evident he had found a flashlight or something similar. The sound of banging echoed under the cabin's light, reverberating incessantly. I lost track of how long it continued, but suddenly, silence fell. Then came an eruption of manic laughter. Ha ha! It was him, laughing. I could ascertain with certainty that he was striking that suitcase, and he must have obtained what he desired, hence his excitement and loss of composure. Tonight, I found no inclination for sleep. I possessed a bottle of water, my only bounty from the cabin today, with the plan for the hallucination fruit in mind. I longed for dawn to arrive. Once the sun rose, I would seek that fruit. If he compelled me to sample it, I could eat one without concern. I believed he would find such a delectable treat irresistible. Once he consumed it, my success would be nearly assured. Ironically, I had once fervently prayed for companionship, for someone to converse with, to share survival with. Yet who could have known that the one who arrived would be a murderer, and that I would witness him take a life? On the 23rd day, the hallucinogenic fruit, Part 1. The pale red fruit was scarce. It took me until now, from morning till now, to finally find some. Under the veil of last night's mist, these fruits gleamed as if washed, shimmering with an enticing luster. One by one, I plucked them, my mind vacant of thoughts, mechanically harvesting until none remained, all of them tucked into my backpack. This backpack was not a reward from him. Rather, it was a means for me to carry more than just the juicy fruits. He mentioned he had grown tired of them and urged me to seek out something delectable for him. Thus, he relinquished this pack, which was rightfully mine, to me. As I approached the cabin, I anticipated joy, yet unexpectedly, unease filled my heart. I found myself apprehensive. I was genuinely worried. I feared he might uncover my intentions, the consequences of which I could not bear. I fretted over the possibility of him succumbing to the fruit's excess. I held no malicious intent. My actions were solely for my survival. I reasoned with myself, attempting to suppress these thoughts. My lack of ill will was met with his overwhelming tyranny. At last, the cabin loomed before me. The familiar door was tightly shut, and to my astonishment, he still lay sleeping under the sun. I hesitated, considering turning back multiple times. "Oh, boy, you've arrived?" That sharp, piercing voice struck my ears like a nightmare. "Yes. Oh, show me what you've got. If it's those pathetic fruits again, I'll smash your head." Knew. I could scarcely believe it. Facing the gun in his hand, my tongue stumbled and snared in its own knots, rendering coherent speech a challenge. The more anxious I became, the more difficult it was to articulate my words, which filled me with distress. Knew is good. You're quite perceptive," he remarked dismissively. I knew he awaited my offerings, curious whether they would meet his approval. I was uncertain whether he would be satisfied with the pale red fruit, and even more so, whether he might once again unleash his wrath upon me. Another voice in my mind cautioned me. He won't kill you. He needs you. You are his slave. Without you, he must do everything himself. Could he manage that? Certainly not. I thought this to myself, yet my hands trembled, and as I reached for the backpack, it slipped from my grasp and fell to the ground. Didn't he expect you to be so timid? I haven't even pointed the gun at you, and you're already quaking in fear. Truly useless. I can't fathom how someone like you survives. Come on, place the items inside the cabin. As long as you obediently follow my instructions, I might reward you. Perhaps I'll even take you away from here. I recognized the insincerity in his words. I was merely a tool to him. Gently, I set the bag on the cabin floor and unzipped it. What do you think you're doing? Do you want to die? Bringing me that kind of fruit? Trying to deceive me? He uncrossed his arms and jabbed the gun forcefully against my head, hurling curses. The two fruits indeed bore a resemblance, though this one was of a lighter hue, a pale red. He could not discern the difference. However, I knew well that this pale red fruit was far more delectable. Had it not been so, I wouldn't have consumed so many before. He pressed the gun hard against my head, forcing my gaze sideways. I was helpless, filled with anger and rage. Yet, fear consumed my thoughts. My legs trembled slightly. I did not wish to die. They are not the same, I stammered, striving to defend myself. Still trying to argue? He kicked my chest with force while I was crouched, presenting my offering. The blow caught me off guard. My face collided brutally with the ground, my lips split by my teeth, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth. Get up, eat. He seized two fruits and hurled them at me. One struck my face, and the other hit behind my ear, the pain and humiliation nearly driving me to madness. Yet, there was Xiao He. It could not be without me. Thus, I suppressed my impulses once more. I opened my mouth wide and bit down hard on the fruit, chewing vigorously. I did not genuinely desire to eat. I merely aimed to vent my anger, my resentment, and my humiliation upon the fruit. Before long, I had devoured both fruits, even the pits, without a second thought. Indeed, I cared not about what I consumed. I only wished to crush it, to make it vanish. Seeing me finish the fruit swiftly, he appeared pleased. He holstered his gun and kicked my calf, barking at me to scram. I seethed with rage. Once I gain your gun, I'll make you leave far away. I thought furiously. Until now, I hadn't even contemplated killing him immediately upon obtaining the weapon. This revelation surprised me. My subconscious was the most authentic part of me, urging me to respond to violence with violence. Yet, Having lived in a civilized society for so long, I found myself unable to act. I could not ascertain how long it took, but I closed the door behind me. Departing the cabin, before I left, I heard him munching, the sound crunching in my ears. Upon reaching Xiaohei, I found its vitality stronger than I had anticipated. Upon seeing me, it sat up, wagging its tail. It truly exhibited such understanding, as if to convey, "Do not worry. I am fine." Being a sentimental person, I felt tears welling in my eyes as I beheld Xiaohei in this state. I untied the cloth binding its hind leg. The wound had yet to heal, the flesh around it turning pale. With a gentle touch, pus and blood oozed down its dark gray fur. Though I pressed lightly to expel the pus, I could distinctly feel its muscles quivering. "It must hurt," I inquired. It offered no sound, yet its incessantly shaking head and taut limbs clearly communicated its distress. Replacing the bandage with another clean strip of cloth, I noticed that Xiaohei collapsed again, its eyes closing once more. I hoped this would alleviate some of its suffering, I thought. On the 23rd day, the hallucinogenic fruit, part 2. Ha ha. His maniacal laughter erupted. As though he had obtained something extraordinary, his mirth bordering on madness. You shall all perish. How dare you steal from me?" Soon, his tone shifted to one of fury. With a swift kick, he shattered the wooden door, sending it flying. "Go to hell." He raised the gun in his hand, and I was immediately gripped by terror. He aimed the gaping maw of the barrel at me. My heavens, we were no more than 50 meters apart. I could see his hand trembling with rage, and his eyes glinted with a predatory ferocity. I did not flee, for I knew I could not outrun a bullet, and I could not abandon Little Black. Of course, I did not wish to die. I resisted that fate. Thus, I dropped to the ground, and in that very moment, the gun fired. The bullet whistled past, and beads of sweat erupted on my forehead, my limbs shaking uncontrollably. My teeth chattering in a frantic clash, my heart pounding violently, depleting the oxygen in my blood. My head spun, and I even forgot my own name. "Don't run," he bellowed, rushing towards me, firing 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. He discharged 3 more rounds, one of which struck the grass mere centimeters from me. This fear is beyond description. The sensation of despair, the ever-looming specter of death, was more terrifying than the moment I had plunged into the sea. My muscles quaked, and at that moment, the concepts of calmness, retaliation, and flight vanished from my mind, leaving me in a blank void. I lay there, motionless, at his mercy. "Run, run, run. You will all die, ha ha. All of you shall perish." His deranged laughter echoed, his voice cracking from the intensity. Bang, 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 bang. 4 more shots rang out, though this time they did not target me. Yet, I did not relax, for he had approached my vicinity. He was merely a few meters away. I felt my soul slipping from my body. I could not control any part of myself, becoming a statue of stone. "Ha ha. Another one has slipped through the cracks." His voice, like death itself, thundered in my ears. Despair, profound despair. I thought, there would be no more chances. Why were the illusions he conjured so brutal? Why? I could not comprehend why. The cold muzzle pressed against my temple. My mind buzzed as if it were about to explode. I was going to die. I gasped for air, yet the sensation of suffocation continued to envelop me. I felt like a fish thrown ashore, unable to breathe, unable to call out, merely awaiting the call of death. Hee. Did you think hiding here would spare you? Ha ha. Foolish creature, dare to take my belongings, and you must be prepared for death. Ha ha ha. Beg for mercy, weep and plead for me. Ha ha. He crouched beside me, roaring, pressing the gun ever harder against my head, the pain in my temples unbearable. I painfully closed my eyes. I truly could not move. I was a coward. In the next moment, I might depart this world, yet fortunately, I had no regrets. Indeed, that was my current thought. Ha ha. You brought this upon yourself. I have had enough of your performance. Stop crying, stop bowing, stop begging for mercy, go die. He was completely lost in his own delusions, perhaps envisioning someone pleading for his forgiveness. But it was futile. He only sought pleasure from humiliation. Click, the trigger was pulled. I distinctly heard it. Bidding farewell to this world, farewell to Little Black. But in the next instant, the shot did not fire. Phew. I exhaled deeply. His handgun must be out of bullets. Fate had not forsaken me. In that moment, I felt no longer the pain in my temples or the sensation of suffocation. The bliss of rebirth enveloped me, a feeling of fulfillment washing over me. Ugh, filthy blood splattered all over me. How disgusting. I must wash it off. He remained lost in his delusions. Rising, he began to walk toward the shore. Phew, ah ha 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 ha. Yes, this is me. It is I who breathe. It is I who laugh. Tears streamed down my face as I laughed, and I did not even notice. I could not discern whether this was joy or humiliation. Perhaps it was both. For the first time, I found it impossible to articulate my feelings. A bittersweet, oppressive sensation surged through me, finally released in a moment of catharsis. After a few minutes, I regained control of my body, managing to rise and pursue him in the direction he had taken. He brandished the firearm, incessantly pulling the trigger as he stumbled toward the shore. Kill, kill, kill. You shall all die. You die. You die. You too shall die. He howled madly. His prolonged cries had rendered his vocal cords hoarse, his voice gravelly. I surmised he must have consumed an abundance of those fruits, far too many. Ha ha. It is all mine, all mine. You filthy creatures. All who vex me shall perish. Even as he fell, he continued to wail. The handgun had slipped from his grasp during his tumble, and I picked it up. Yet, his fingers remained poised as if still firing at the world around him. I lost count of how many times he had fallen and risen again. He still staggered toward the shore, his profanities never ceasing. His forehead, nostrils, and the corners of his mouth were smeared with blood. There were moments when I felt a flicker of compassion, a moment of reluctance. Yet as soon as that thought arose, I swiftly dismissed it. I was not foolish. He was a significant threat, endangering my life. It was he who harmed Little Black. It was he who enslaved me. No, this was not what I desired. This outcome was of his own making. He had forced my hand first. He could have chosen to coexist with me here. We could have constructed homes together, hunted together, and lived in harmony. Indeed, if he fancied someone, we could have coexisted without interference. Yet, he could not do that. He was the type who sought to reap without labor. A man who would murder his companions, enslave others, deserves no sympathy. He continued to trudge toward the sea. Wash, wash. Why can't I rid myself of this filthy blood, this filth? Why won't it wash away? He scrubbed at his body with fervor, yet his steps did not falter. He pressed onward, step by step, until the water engulfed his head. I sat by the shore, watching. I felt no joy, only a sense of liberation, accompanied by a twinge of guilt welling up within me. On the 24th day, sowing. Last night was a restless one, filled with contemplation. Lying once more on my modest bed was a comfort. I had brought Little Black into my suitcase, dragging him along. His spirits remained quite low. I now faced a multitude of pressing issues. Firstly, my lighter was nearly out of gas, and I feared it would not last many days longer. How would I ensure a source of fire thereafter? The technique of striking fire from wood was entirely foreign to me. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to experiment with it. Secondly, the scarcity of salt was becoming a real concern. My mouth felt unbearably bland, and I often experienced nausea. I wondered if the lack of salt intake was the cause, and if this issue remained unresolved, I would be in peril. Thirdly, food. My diet had become exceedingly monotonous, consisting solely of fruits, which had grown tasteless to me. I lacked the luxury of time to hunt daily. Thus I needed to devise a means of preparing food that was readily accessible. Naturally, rabbits had entered my considerations. Inside my small dwelling, he had accumulated a multitude of belongings. The suitcase was indeed filled with currency, packed to the brim. However, I found myself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. To me, these bills were no different from scrap paper. After considerable effort, I managed to tidy my space. I discovered a flashlight, 2 handguns, one of which contained 6 bullets, and 2 cans of food, along with a frying pan. Beneath all these items lay a toolbox filled with wrenches and hammers, likely used for repairs aboard a vessel. To me, these tools held far greater significance than anything else. They would enable me to hunt, procure oysters, and easily tackle coconut crabs. A disarray of clothing lay haphazardly strewn across my bed. Now, they were all mine. Regrettably, I found nothing that could assist Little Black. The seeds contained within the paper of the message in a bottle rested in my palm. Perhaps I should attempt to plant some. Of course, this was not solely out of kindness. I truly regarded the hopes of the young girl as significant, for whether I could escape this place remained a question for me. My intention to sow these seeds stemmed from a desire to discover what they might yield. No one could guarantee they would produce food. Perhaps they were potatoes or corn. Such musings were merely flights of fancy. I had never cultivated vegetables, nor had I managed to keep even a houseplant alive. So I could not assure the survival of these seeds. To avoid waste, I chose only a few, counting a mere 10. I had previously mentioned the site I selected for planting was convex, resembling an inverted pot lid. This time, I chose a sloped area not far from my dwelling. I grasped a handful of soil, crumbled it into powder, and gently let it fall through my fingers, lightly covering the seeds. After a few attempts, I patted the loose soil down slightly to prevent it from being too airy. Exhaling deeply, I stood up, dusting off my hands. I had completed my task. I hoped something useful would grow. I must admit, the hammer from the toolbox was remarkably effective. It made quick work of the coconut crabs. This marked my third catch of the day. Little Black required nourishment. He had scarcely eaten in recent days, and I had nothing to offer him, except for a few red berries he reluctantly consumed. Today, I planned to prepare a dish for him, coconut crab stew. Coconuts were plentiful, often found scattered on the ground. With my Swiss Army knife, I could easily pierce a coconut. I poured the liquid into a pot, ensuring I wasted none of the coconut meat, which I added as well. The shells of the coconut crabs were exceedingly hard. In the past, I had taken ages to break them with stones, but now, a single strike sufficed. I extracted generous portions of the tender, succulent crab meat and placed it all in the pot. Once more, I ignited the fire. The crackling sound was so pleasing. Using collected stones, I propped the pot on the flames. The flames quickly enveloped the pot, and before long, bubbles began to rise at the edges, signaling the water was about to boil. The enticing aroma began to permeate my dwelling. The fresh scent of coconut mingling with the unique fragrance of crab meat, creating a delightful atmosphere. Little Black awoke at the scent, his mouth agape, tongue extended, tail gently wagging. This aroma must have captivated him, for he had not had such fare in days. The stew reached a vigorous boil in no time. Grasping the pot handle with both hands, I set it aside to cool. I then placed the coconut crab by the fire to roast. The crab fat was delectable, particularly fragrant. It had once been my favorite treat. Each bite was slightly dry, yet that unique flavor drew my very soul in. I set the cooled pot directly before Little Black, and indeed, it suited his palate. He propped himself up on his forelimbs, extending his tongue to slurp the coconut broth. I used a stick to lift some crab meat from within, gesturing to him that there was more to enjoy. He relished the crab legs, devouring them in mere moments. Once finished, he looked at me, as if inquiring whether there was more. Upon seeing my head shake, he lowered his head once more to drink the coconut broth. Little Black even consumed the coconut flesh, a clear indication of his hunger. His ability to eat was a boon for me. Presumably sated, his belly swollen, he lay down again, closing his eyes in slumber. Meanwhile, I gazed into the fire, contemplating how to maintain it. It seemed I would need to prepare more firewood for the nights ahead, ensuring the flames did not extinguish, as my lighter's lifespan was nearing its end. After tossing in some thicker branches, I reclined on my bed. I must say, he truly knew how to indulge. With these garments as a cushion, it was exceedingly comfortable. On the 25th day, unexpectedly, Part 1, I consider myself quite fortunate. Despite numerous setbacks, I have not been defeated. Today, I have a multitude of tasks to attend to. Xiao He has improved significantly, and the wound has begun to scab over. The greatest fear with such penetrating injuries is the inability to heal, alongside the threat of infection. Thankfully, the purulent blood no longer oozes, and a faint layer of clear fluid now covers the wound. This alleviates much of my concern. I made my way to the seaside at the earliest opportunity, driven by a singular need. I require salt. The absence of salt diminishes my appetite considerably. Acquiring salt is no simple task, thus I have resolved to attempt an alternative method, evaporating salt. I am aware that the beach sand itself cannot be used, as any excavation would soon be soaked through, and it is impractical to sift through the sand for salt. I wandered along the shore for quite some time, exploring several rocky outcrops, but none met my criteria. I continued my search, having ventured far from the beach, until I finally stumbled upon an ideal location on a coastal rock, a depression measuring roughly 80 square feet. It is not particularly deep, with the deepest point not exceeding 80 centimeters. I carefully surveyed the pit, ensuring there were no holes. It is perfect, albeit somewhat large, located about 20 meters from the shoreline. However, I know that transporting seawater to this spot will demand considerable time and energy. Fortunately, I am not lacking in either, and once a decision is made, I shall persevere, regardless of the difficulty. The two large plastic bottles I had previously collected now serve as my primary vessels for transporting water, each capable of holding nearly 5 liters. It is midday, and the sun is relentless. I have consumed a fifth of the fresh water secured to my body with vines, while sweat pours freely. As the first batch of water is poured into the stone pit, steam rises in swirling tendrils, accompanied by the bubbling of numerous air pockets. With the flow of seawater, Nearly 10 liters evaporate swiftly. I notice that the edge of the seawater has already dried, revealing a patch of white residue. Approaching, I dipped my finger in and tasted it. Yes, it is salty. This discovery invigorates me. It signifies that my efforts are not in vain. With diligent work, if I can transport more water swiftly, it will at least sustain my existence. Again and again, I traverse between the beach and the stone pit. Although the heat is oppressive, my confidence remains unshaken. The rate of evaporation far exceeds my capacity to transport water. My tireless efforts yield only a slight trace of moisture in the pit. The stone basin has become scorching under the relentless sun, and I now realize that at my current pace, it may take many days to fill this depression. I require a larger container. However, I have none. At this moment, a pang of frustration washes over me. Yet, I have overlooked a critical issue. A wave of dizziness washes over me, accompanied by nausea and the urge to vomit. Indeed, I have neglected to rest, disregarding the intensity of the sun and the signals from my body. My skin feels as though it is burning, and my hair seems on the verge of igniting. I have succumbed to heat stroke. Before I can fully comprehend my predicament, the contents of my stomach surge up my throat. I bend over and vomit. As I do so, a wave of dizziness crashes over me, and darkness envelopes my vision as I collapse. Yet, fortune smiles upon me. My head strikes the rock, and I regain consciousness. I feel the pain in my forehead, blood trickling down to the corner of my eye. But such concerns are overshadowed by the choking sensation of vomit lodged in my airway, nearly suffocating me. Summoning every ounce of strength, I manage to roll onto my side. Coughing, I finally expel the obstruction, and a rush of precious oxygen begins to circulate within me once more, allowing me to narrowly escape the clutches of death. However, I am not entirely out of danger. A wave of intense discomfort washes over me, my stomach roiling, my skin burning hotter, and my mind becoming increasingly disoriented. I must admit, my desire to survive is incredibly strong. It is my only reliance in this dire situation. The distance to the palm grove feels daunting, and I doubt my ability to reach it. Thus, I make a swift decision. I must go into the sea. Yes, submerging myself in the ocean to cool down. Having experienced heat stroke multiple times before, I am well aware of the appropriate response. Lower my body temperature and rehydrate. Ideally, I would replenish with saline water as well. Now, my only option is to plunge into the sea, seeking refuge behind a nearby rock to escape the sun's direct rays and allow my body temperature to drop. After much effort, I finally manage to rise and stagger toward the shore. Each step feels heavy and laborious, accompanied by labored breaths. The oxygen I draw in fails to meet my body's demands, and each forward movement requires several gasps. Several times, I feel on the verge of collapsing, but ultimately, I steady myself and do not fall. I must keep going. I am almost there. I continuously reassure myself that relief is imminent. My body is depleted of strength. My head pounding, my throat parched, and my mouth dry. Every ounce of energy I possess is fueled by sheer willpower. I cannot falter, cannot relent, cannot give up. 5 steps remain, and I feel as though my blood is boiling. 4 steps left, my vision begins to blur. 3 steps. I am gasping for breath, struggling to inhale, despite my mouth being wide open and yet feeling deprived of fresh air. 2 steps. I can make it. I am certain of it. I am numb to sensations. My senses seemingly malfunctioning. With a final push, I achieve my goal. As I step into the ocean, my body collapses in utter surrender. Relief washes over me. I am saved. I can breathe, and I feel the coolness envelop me. A cascade of positive sensations floods my being as I lie back against the rocks, allowing the waves to wash over me. I am utterly drained, feeling as though I am a red-hot iron rod suddenly plunged into cool water. Though there is no sizzling sound, every pore of my skin begins to close, preserving the precious moisture that has so severely dwindled within me. Sleep beckons, a familiar sensation I recognized from my first day here. Yet, I remind myself that slumber could spell my demise. Drowning, exposure, or dehydration await should I succumb. I must replenish my fluids, and saline water is essential. Complacency is the greatest peril. On the 25th day, an unexpected alternation of drowsiness and sudden awakenings plagued me. My head throbbed as if it might explode. The sun began its descent. Yet I lacked the strength to muster any energy. Exhaustion, dizziness, nausea, and fatigue incessantly tormented me. However, I understood that if I did not promptly replenish my hydration, my life would be at grave risk. Ultimately, It was sheer willpower that compelled me to rise. My muscles felt utterly depleted. The mere act of standing consumed an inordinate amount of time, and I swayed, needing to steady myself against the rocks. The pain in my head blurred my vision, rendering everything I beheld a mere blur. After a moment of respite, I moved, but before departing, I removed the bottles from my person and knelt by the shoreline to fill them with seawater, reattaching them to my belt afterward. Such a simple task took an eternity, and darkness began to encroach as the sun dipped below the horizon. I felt immensely weak. If I were to lie down, slumber would claim me instantly. Yet I was determined not to spend the night in this place. I walked slowly, like an aged man, utterly devoid of options. After every 3 steps, I required a brief rest. The continuous movement felt suffocating, my head heavy, and my legs felt as though they were encased in lead. At this moment, I could barely produce a sound. My throat was dry and painful, prompting a cough, while a bitter taste filled my mouth. I was left with no choice but to persist. Moments ago, I had only perceived overlapping images, but now, the shadows before me began to spiral around me. I felt the urge to vomit, yet my stomach had long since emptied itself, leaving me retching in vain. Had I known that suffering from heatstroke would be this agonizing, I would have certainly refrained from such folly. Who would have imagined that such a minor misstep could nearly cost me my life? Before venturing out, I had soaked the newly added branches in water and arranged them at the fire's edge, stacking them together to prolong their burning time. It must be near midnight now, yet I was acutely aware that sleep was not an option. I first retrieved a bottle filled with fresh water from my makeshift bed and drank it eagerly. 2 bottles remained on the bed, all meticulously prepared in advance. These containers had been gathered for water storage, allowing me to quench my thirst at any moment without the need to trek to the riverbank. I removed the bottle filled with seawater from my waist and poured it into the frying pan, adding some kindling to the fire before placing the pan atop the flames. I knew I could not lie down. My exhaustion was profound, my legs trembled uncontrollably, and once I lay down, no matter how strong my will, I would not rise again. My body was entirely depleted, cold sweat soaking me. My face must have been pallid, a ghastly sight. The seawater in the pan began to boil under the fire's relentless heat, bubbling and frothing, with bubbles rising from the bottom, creating splashes as they broke the surface. I watched, paralyzed with fear. I dared not lie down or even sit. I was fortunate. Though my stay here had been brief, I had encountered numerous crises, any of which could have claimed my precious life, yet I had emerged unscathed each time. Through these trials, I had gained wisdom. I learned that caves were not to be entered casually and that certain fruits were not safe for consumption. Yet, I was also exceedingly unfortunate. No one could rival my misfortunes. I rarely had the opportunity to escape on a boat for leisure, only to capsize. I consumed a few coconuts, then faced the consequences. I entered a cave and nearly drowned. I spotted an aircraft and fled. I finally discovered companionship, only for it to end in tragedy. The most disheartening part was that I had not even been here for a month. A relentless series of misadventures left me overwhelmed, and I could only hope to endure the day. I chuckled bitterly. The seawater in the pan had nearly evaporated, and soon, accompanied by a hissing sound, it completely vaporized, leaving only white residue at the bottom. This was the salt I had longed for, yet such a meager amount would hardly suffice. However, I lacked the strength to boil more. I took the water bottle from my makeshift bed and poured its contents into the frying pan. A burst of steam erupted, vaporizing nearly a third of the fresh water. I followed with the second bottle, pouring it in as well. Then, I lifted the pan and brought it to my lips, stirring the mixture with my fingers, striving to combine everything within. I drank deeply, feeling a wave of relief and comfort wash over me. Little Black observed me in silence. I had tossed him a few fruits earlier, and he had been hungry all day, quickly devouring what I had given him. There was one more task I needed to attend to. Glancing at Little Black, I suppressed the desire to lie down on the makeshift bed, gritting my teeth as I approached him. His bandages required changing. I could not afford to let negligence lead to a severe infection, especially after he had risked his life for me. Dragging my weary body, I reached Little Black and unfastened the scraps of cloth from his wounds. The healing process appeared promising, with scabs forming and only slight redness remained around the injury. I surmised he would soon be able to stand. However, Little Black seemed uncomfortable. As soon as I loosened the bandages, he leaned forward, attempting to lick the wound, but I swiftly intervened, gently pushing his head away and shaking my head in disapproval. The wound was nearly healed, Yet I feared any further mishap, uncertain if his licking might cause an infection or disrupt the scabbing. He squirmed slightly, perhaps in discomfort. But once I rewrapped his wound, he should feel better. Of course, I had overestimated my capabilities. Such a simple task of rebandaging took nearly an hour, and my hands trembled uncontrollably. At last, the binding was complete, and I could rest. Exhaling heavily, I gazed at Little Black, who had settled down once more. I staggered toward my makeshift bed, collapsing onto it, and the impact seemed to snap several branches beneath me, yet I cared not. If they broke, so be it. On the 26th day, while hunting rabbits, I awoke as sunlight filtered through the branches surrounding the cabin. I felt as if my very essence had been drained. That was the sensation. My headache had diminished, and my vision cleared, yet all my strength had vanished without a trace. Struggling, I propped myself up. Where was Little Black? I called out loudly as I made my way outside. Before I could step out, Little Black's curious head appeared at the doorway. To my surprise, it could move. As it walked, its injured hind leg lifted, yet it maintained a steady gait. Perhaps it, too, had grown weary of lying down, and maybe its wounds were beginning to heal, prompting it to wander about. However, I could sense its lingering weakness. It had evidently lost considerable weight. I needed to find something nutritious for it. These fruits alone would not suffice. Thus, I resolved to venture out today to procure some meat for Little Black. Instantly, the thought of rabbits came to mind. Though I had no confidence in my ability to catch one, I could only attempt it. I moved slowly, not solely due to exhaustion, but also as I contemplated methods for capturing rabbits. Truth be told, I felt uncertain. First, I quenched my thirst by the river, and then I gathered some vines and a few resilient branches from the woods. I proceeded toward the rabbit valley, which was still a distance away. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, I was already breathless, having paused several times along the way. The vigilant rabbits within had spotted me and, amidst a flurry of activity, darted into their burrows. Although I was far off, I observed them clearly. I attempted to replicate a slipknot I had seen on television, twisting the vines into a circle, creating a slipknot at one end, and tying the other end to a branch. I positioned the branch outside the rabbit's burrow, placing the slipknot at the entrance. I believed that if a rabbit stumbled upon this knot, it would struggle and become ensnared. I was quite impressed with my own craftsmanship. To enhance the trap's realism and prevent the rabbits from noticing, I even covered it with a layer of grass. Next, I had to wait. I positioned myself in a hollow near the valley's entrance, quietly biding my time. The wait felt interminable. After a long while, no rabbits emerged. Unbeknownst to me, I dozed off. When I awoke, the sun had shifted slightly westward overhead, thankfully not for too long. My drowsiness dissipated, and I gazed toward the trap, only to be filled with frustration. Several rabbits were grazing beside the very trap I had set, and one even leapt atop it. Blast! I muttered in exasperation. Testing the trap left me deeply disappointed. It was utterly ineffective and required a significant pull to tighten. Would the rabbits pull it? Certainly not. My time had been wasted. Little Black was still waiting for me to cook rabbit meat and brew rabbit soup, yet I had nothing to show for my effort. In a fit of anger, I yanked the useless trap free and hurled it aside. I felt utterly inept. However, anger flares swiftly and fades just as quickly. Once my fury subsided, clarity returned to my mind. I began to contemplate new strategies. Soon enough, a new idea struck me. Although I had never crafted a snare, I had caught birds with traps in my youth. I moved a somewhat flat rock to the valley's entrance, alongside a palm-sized fragment. Then, I crossed the ends of two branches and placed them atop the small stone, using a slightly longer branch to press down between them, propping the larger stone up with this branch. This trap was a simplified version of a bird trap. As soon as a rabbit touched the branch resting on the stone, the longer branch would shift, causing the heavy stone to fall. If the prey was too close, it would be trapped. I felt confident in this method, having successfully captured many sparrows with such traps before. Rabbits, I surmised, should be no more difficult. Once again, I settled into the familiar spot, resuming my lengthy wait. The rabbits' vigilance was almost unbearable. Just as I was about to doze off again, they began to emerge from their burrows. A multitude of them frolicked freely, eating and chasing one another. Yet, I felt immense anxiety. Not a single rabbit approached my trap. My frustration was palpable. Suddenly, one rabbit, munching on grass, began heading toward my trap. Closer, just a bit closer. I found myself praying, impatience gnawing at me. My expectations were modest. A single plump rabbit would suffice for dinner for both Little Black and me. If this trap failed as well, I truly had no alternative plan and no time left. However, just as it was about a meter away from the trap, the rabbit darted off. Sigh. I couldn't help but exhale in resignation. Perhaps today I would indeed return empty-handed. I urged myself to wait a bit longer. After approximately 30 minutes, 2 more rabbits hopped toward my trap. One seemed particularly gluttonous, munching its way right beneath the trap, its head extending beneath the heavy stone, savoring the tender green grass. Fortunately for it, it did not touch the branch. The other rabbit, however, was not so fortunate. I noticed it had completely ventured beneath the large stone. Though the stone had not yet fallen, I sensed it would soon. If both were captured, that would be splendid. Before I could finish my thought, a muffled thud reached my ears. The trap had been triggered. The other rabbits, startled by the commotion, scattered in all directions. I rushed toward the trap, my heart racing with excitement. I had certainly caught something. My anxiety mounted as I neared. Just before reaching the trap, I spotted a rabbit pinned beneath the stone, its hind legs still intermittently kicking. I exhaled in relief. At least I wouldn't return empty-handed. After a moment, I lifted the stone and discovered yet another rabbit beneath it. 2 birds with 1 stone. I felt an immense sense of pride. After all, ingenuity has its rewards. Clutching the 2 rabbits, I excitedly spoke to myself. On the 27th day, we indulged in the succulent flesh of 2 plump rabbits, perhaps due to our prolonged abstinence from meat. The roasted rabbit legs and a pot of rabbit soup were entirely consumed, leaving not a single drop behind. At dawn, I hurried to the salt pit to add seawater. The cool morning air was perfect for activity. Little Black joined me at the seaside, and despite its injured leg, it pursued crabs scuttling across the sand with remarkable enthusiasm, managing to catch several. In my recollection, dogs generally do not eat crabs, fearing the pinch of their claws. However, out of necessity, Little Black had begun to adapt. As the sun reached its zenith, the seawater I had transported barely formed a layer in the stone pit. The temperature rose swiftly, and beads of sweat began to trickle down my forehead. Having not rested well in recent days, my body had yet to fully recuperate. Seizing the opportunity of an idle afternoon, I decided to take a short nap. For lunch, I prepared fish that I had freshly caught, which Little Black adored, particularly the fish soup. It yearned for the fish meat as well, but I hesitated to share, fearing that the tiny bones might harm it. The fish bubbled vigorously in the pan, emitting a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air without a lid to contain it. Little Black's tail wagged energetically like a street sweeper, stirring up dust and ash around the fire. Little Black, stop wagging, it's all dust. I coughed, but there was little I could do. This delightful scent was undoubtedly a torment for Little Black, whose acute sense of smell was piqued. It fixated on the bubbling pot of fish soup, as if fearing it might vanish at any moment. Occasionally, it would open its mouth wide, extending its tongue to lap around its snout, revealing its unrestrained desire as drool dripped from its tongue. The fish soup gradually transformed into a milky white hue. As I moved the pot aside, Little Black rushed over, circling my legs in a frenzy, eager for a taste. I gently patted its head, signaling it to wait a moment. I used 2 sticks as makeshift chopsticks to extract the fish meat, placing it in a coconut shell. This was my meal. The flesh from the fish's belly was riddled with long spines, but they were easily removed, leaving the tender meat for Little Black. Before long, Little Black finished its portion and began to watch me eat, only starting on the fruits once I had finished my meal. The juicy fruits were palatable, though excessive consumption could be overwhelming. Little Black, satisfied, nestled into its small travel case and drifted into slumber. However, as I prepared to sleep, I noticed the rabbit hides. There were 4 pieces in total, remnants from the 4 rabbits we had consumed. 2 had been dried in the sun and had become somewhat stiff. An idea struck me, and I set to work. These 2 pieces could be fashioned into a small blanket, but how to construct it posed a challenge. I had neither needle nor thread. As I pondered, the leftover bones from the rabbit legs caught my eye. A needle. Indeed, I would craft a bone needle. I smashed the leg bone using stones, laying it on one rock while striking it with another. Initially, cracks formed, and with continued strikes, the fissures widened until the bone splintered into several pieces. After a careful examination, I chose a slender shard that pleased me. Next, I needed to refine it. This meticulous task required patience. I believe I polished it for nearly 2 hours. The fragment had lost its original form, emerging as a rudimentary needle, conical in shape, yet considerably larger than those typically encountered. Next, I required a Swiss Army knife. I must once again express my gratitude to Little Black's previous owner. as without this tool, I would have lost much. The knife contained a file, allowing me to continue refining the bone needle. I did not puncture the tail end of the needle. Instead, I carved a groove for binding the thread, mindful not to break this perfect shard. By evening, I had completed the exquisite bone needle, measuring about 5 centimeters in length and 1/4 of a pinky finger's width. Next came the thread, for which I had a substitute, the bark of a vine, tough, supple, and readily available. Numerous vines adorned the dwelling. I casually selected one, and upon squeezing the dried vine, its skin peeled away, yielding a long strip. I tore the stout vine bark into several thinner strips, which would serve as my thread. I marveled at my ingenuity. The bone needle and vine bark thread appeared remarkably harmonious as I began to stitch the 2 pieces of rabbit hide together. I must admit, this rabbit hide was unlike any I had previously encountered. It was stiff, malodorous, and had an unpleasant scent, likely untreated, while the ones I had seen before were soft, smooth, and fragrant. Nevertheless, my bone needle proved effective. It penetrated the rigid hide with ease. Before long, the 2 pieces of rabbit hide were skillfully stitched together. Holding it in my hands, I felt immense satisfaction, growing increasingly fond of my creation. At last, I would have something to cover myself while sleeping. Though it was rather small, it would suffice to cover my midsection. The remaining 2 pieces of rabbit hide were left to dry outside, intended for crafting a mat for Little Black later on. I discovered that the lighter had completely run out of gas. It was impossible not to worry. My attempts to ignite it were futile. Fire was my lifeline. Without it, survival was bleak. Anxiety surged within me. I realized I must protect my source of fire at all costs. The pressure mounted within me. If only, but there were no ifs. I had no certainty of keeping the fire alive at all times. As night fell, I awoke numerous times, likely more than 10, each time instinctively checking the state of the fire, fearing it might have extinguished. On the 28th day, the mysterious stone, Part 1. The rabbit fur blanket is indeed quite comfortable. Last night, I wrapped myself in this blanket, and it was warm and cozy. However, it does come with its drawbacks. As I mentioned yesterday, the surface is somewhat rigid, and there is a peculiar odor, slightly unpleasant. Nevertheless, for me, this blanket is nothing short of perfection. Today, I made a serendipitous discovery at the stone pit. The seawater I had poured in yesterday had completely evaporated under the blazing sun, leaving a thin layer of white crystalline substance at the bottom of the pit. Salt. The seawater, after being scorched by the relentless sun, has transformed into the salt I so dearly desire. However, it remains insufficient, and it is not yet time for harvest. Thus, I continue to pour in more seawater. The weather has been splendid these past few days, and I must seize this opportunity. If I persist for just a few more days, it should be time to reap the rewards. Judging by the layer of salt crystals before me, I should be able to obtain a small vial of salt when the time comes. While the quantity may be modest, for someone who has no seasoning at all, this will be an exceedingly precious treasure. Having a goal is truly delightful. The busyness helps me forget my despondency. Little Black alleviates my solitude. The tide has receded again. This is a rare opportunity. A retreating tide signifies delicacies. Even now, I cannot shake off the memories of the oysters I was helpless against last time, nor can I forget the wasted eel. My toolbox contains various sizes of wrenches and screwdrivers, nearly a dozen in total. Without hesitation, I grabbed the largest wrench and a Phillips screwdriver, then dashed towards the shore. I am uncertain when the tide will rise again, so every minute is precious and must not be squandered. Once I obtain what I seek, I must depart. I do not wish to be swept away by the sea due to greed. Little Black, more exhilarated than I, boldly chased after the retreating waters, following them far into the distance. It seems something has caught its attention, as I can see from afar that it is lifting its injured hind leg, lowering its head as if teasing something. Fortune seems to have turned its gaze upon me once more, for there, upon the rocks, lay a great bounty of oysters. Enough to make my mouth water. I am not exaggerating. I truly drooled onto my own foot. The wrench effortlessly pried open the oyster, and in that moment, everything else seemed to fade into insignificance. My vision was filled solely with the pale, salty, tender morsel of oyster meat, imbued with the essence of the sea. It had been far too long since I had tasted anything flavorful. Grilled rabbit meat, though fragrant, lacks flavor. Rabbit broth is fresh, yet devoid of taste. Fish soup, while delectable, remains insipid. But these oysters are different. They are infused with the very essence of the ocean. Last time, I refrained from consuming them due to concerns about my stomach. This time, I harbored no such fears. I could not resist. My saliva surged forth like a torrent, urging me to grasp the exposed oyster meat and hastily shove it into my mouth. Boom! My taste buds were awakened once more. The briny, savory sensation spread across my tongue, and alongside the saltiness, myriad flavors intertwined, cascading down my palate. Divine. I closed my eyes, savoring it all. The word taste unspoken. This is the flavor of the ocean. No one would believe that simply because I indulged in food with a hint of salt. Tears of excitement welled in my eyes. To be honest, I scarcely believe it myself. I am not one to be easily moved to tears, on the contrary. Since I can remember, right up until I was cast away to this wretched island, I had never cried, not once. I consider myself a resilient person in the past. I persevered for my career, for a promising future, to win the favor of a goddess, holding my head high no matter the difficulties. Now, I persist for survival. Yet just moments ago, I found myself uncontrollably shedding tears. Only 2 drops, but it was astonishing to realize how fragile my heart had become. The exquisite taste of the oysters rendered me insatiable. Guess how many I consumed? I devoured a total of 18. In truth, by the time I reached 10, I began to remind myself to stop. I started to worry about my stomach and digestion. However, the oyster meat was as addictive as opium, and I simply could not halt until I had eaten 8 more. It was only the sensation of fullness that finally restored my self-control. My willpower remains woefully inadequate. I shook my head. This has always been my greatest flaw. The retreating tide is indeed a gift from the heavens, with deliciousness abundant everywhere. I believe I should begin recording the times of high and low tide. I recall that this ebb and flow follows a pattern. I truly regret not having studied diligently in the past. Scattered seaweed, little fish caught unawares in small pools, scuttling crabs, and shells slowly retreating with the tide. These are all my delightful finds. Especially the seaweed. Having gone so long without vegetables, I yearn for it intensely. I gathered a substantial amount and piled it on the beach. Even more delectable morsels await my discovery, compelling me to eagerly venture into the shallows. Here, one can easily spot the darting fish, their agility making them elusive prey. Capturing them is quite a challenge. However, crafting a fishing spear would render the task significantly easier. Creating a fishing spear is not particularly difficult. One merely needs to sharpen one end of a branch. Yet, I merely speak in jest, for I do not possess such skills. Of course, the primary reason is that my target is not fish. My target is it. Indeed, I see it. I plunged my hand into the calf-deep water, gently overturning the small stones on the sea floor. There it is. I can see its legs. It remains blissfully unaware of my presence, convinced it is well hidden. Alas, it has encountered me, and I, having discovered this delicacy before, refrained from catching it last time simply because I had sufficient food. My hand gently descended over its head, seizing it in one swift motion. It struggled desperately, but to no avail. I became the architect of its fate. Once secured, I swiftly withdrew my hand from the water to prevent its escape. It is both adorable and extraordinarily delicious. It is a delicacy for many, with whispers that it tastes even better raw, though I dare not, having never tried its sashimi. I have already begun to envision the grand feast it will become. On the 28th day, the mysterious stone, Part 2. To prevent it from escaping, I had no choice but to crush it first, and a torrent of dark ink spread across my palm. This opportunity was far too rare. I resolved to seek out as much food as possible. I suddenly realized something so simple that I had overlooked. I must have been foolish. Dried goods. I could dry all of this and use it as my reserve food. How incredibly dense of me not to have thought of it sooner. Nevertheless, without further ado, I gathered the surrounding kelp, and soon it formed a small mound. I also pried open a large number of plump oysters and small clams, stacking them all on the beach. Today was destined to be a day of harvest. Imagining a future where I could enjoy them at any time made the corners of my mouth curl upward. It was fierce, waving its tentacles at me, reminiscent of the terrifying aliens from the movies. I cautiously approached with a wrench, yet it showed no fear, charging at me and beginning to gnaw on the tool. I refrained from further entanglement, primarily due to the horrifying appearance of its exterior skin, which triggered my fear of clusters, and its agitated writhing sent chills down my spine. Furthermore, my experience told me that the more vibrant the colors, the more likely they were to be toxic. The brighter the hue, the greater the venom. Thus, with a guaranteed food supply, I had no desire to experiment. I valued my life too much. Fish became my next target. Just moments ago, I made an exhilarating discovery by the rocks. Several fish, unable to keep up with the retreating tide, were trapped in the pools between the rocks. Upon seeing me approach, they began to struggle desperately, darting about. The water was shallow, barely reaching the depth of my palm, leaving most of their bodies exposed to the air. Unfortunately for them, they sensed my presence, and their instinctual fear prompted futile attempts to escape. They did not realize that all of their efforts were in vain. I captured them effortlessly. These plump fish would soon become dried fish. To my astonishment, the little black creature remained patiently watching nearby, still crouched low with its head down, silently observing. This was not its usual demeanor, piquing my curiosity. I hastened over to investigate what could possibly captivate its attention so thoroughly. Upon reaching its side, I discovered a small pool of water, no larger than half a table, but what unfolded before me was indeed captivating. I finally understood why the little black creature was so intent on watching. A bloody battle was unfolding in the water. It was retreating. A moray eel clamped tightly onto it, lunging forward with its gaping maw. In a violent shudder, the eel plummeted to the bottom of the pool, dead. I prodded the moray eel with my wrench, and indeed, it was lifeless. My scalp tingled with shock. Under the sun, I felt a chill enveloping me. Goodness! Only moments ago, I had attempted to capture it. I had even provoked it with my wrench. I realized I had narrowly escaped death. After a prolonged moment, I regained my composure, only to find the little black creature feasting heartily on the fruits of my labor. Time passed swiftly, and the noonday sun was exceptionally harsh. The food I had gathered far exceeded my expectations. I decided to take advantage of the moment to dry some of this bounty, lest it spoil. The little black creature had only nibbled a few oyster meats, perhaps finding them unappealing, and had since gone off in search of beach crabs, which it adored. However, at the edge of the rocks, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a stone. This stone appeared to have been cut, originally rectangular in shape, but now it was evidently fractured. It immediately captured my attention, and I bent down to pick it up. There were letters. Oh, STA. There were only 5 English letters and an exclamation mark. The rest were missing, and beneath the letters, there was a thick horizontal line. This nonsensical inscription held no interest for me. Just as I was about to discard the small stone slab, I reconsidered and decided to keep it. It couldn't have washed ashore. Could it be left by someone else? Or perhaps by the previous owner of the little black creature? Might there be some crucial information inscribed upon it? I had never relinquished the thought of escape, and seeing the script of a civilized society opened my mind completely. I even pondered whether this clue might lead me to discover hidden ships. Tonight's feast surpassed even my previous seafood banquet. Tender, juicy oysters, not to mention a delectable soup made from clams, oysters, and kelp. All of this was mine to relish alone. The little black creature's favorite remained the fish soup. It must truly be a false dog. On the 29th day, a moment of negligence led to a significant loss. The bountiful harvest from yesterday requires a few more days of drying before it can be stored. The kelp laid out on the beach has transformed from a deep green to a yellowish hue, feeling quite dry to the touch. Fish and other small creatures are basking on the roof of my humble abode. My morning routine remains unchanged. I scoop seawater into the stone pit, and in 2 days, I shall reap the rewards of the thickening white crystals at the bottom, which serve as my motivation. At noon, I turned over all the sun-dried kelp to hasten the drying process. The temperature began to rise significantly, and after a busy morning, I felt fatigued. I sought refuge in the shade of a tree, finding a flat spot to indulge in a brief nap. However, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if I had forgotten something of utmost importance, yet I could not recall what it was. I decided to dismiss the thought and succumb to slumber. As I drifted into dreams, I envisioned myself ascending to the pinnacle of life, supported by the wealth from this journey. Luxurious cars and beautiful women beckoned me. Yet, I was no mere fool. I hurled a handful of money at one, commanding her to leave. Strangely, every scene was accompanied by a flickering candle, its flame wavering precariously close to extinguishment. A sense of oppression and dread enveloped me. This life should have brought me joy, yet the presence of the candle troubled me. My experiences were transformed into a novel and subsequently adapted into a film, catapulting me to fame. At the film's premiere, as my turn to speak approached, I was horrified to find that instead of a microphone, a candle was handed to me, the very candle I had seen throughout my dreams. Its flame flickered even dimmer. The host, with the candle in hand, approached me menacingly. Startled, I recoiled and screamed. Finally, I awakened with a start. Fire. The fire pit. I hadn't wiped the cold sweat from my brow before I leaped up in panic. How careless of me to forget to add wood to the fire this morning. I had actually fallen asleep at such a critical moment. Though my nap was brief, my heart raced with anxiety. A day without fire was unimaginable. My heartbeat surged with intensity, explaining the feeling that something vital had been neglected, and the dream of the extinguishing candle now made sense. Subconsciously, I had already grasped the gravity of the situation. My mind was urging me to acknowledge it quickly. The small cabin lay before me, and I had never moved so quickly since my arrival on this island. I prayed fervently that the fire still smoldered, even if merely a pile of embers, but that it had not been extinguished. Bursting through the door, I pushed it open with trembling hands. Alas, I let out a desperate cry, my foot angrily kicking at the extinguished ashes. Why? I howled in frustration. Anger surged through my veins, and I felt my face flush with heat. My rage had no outlet. After tossing aside the clothing that had cushioned my bed, I gradually regained my composure. Yes, the fire was gone, but I could not be without it. I had to devise a plan. My impatience grew as the sun began to set, and I, accustomed to sleeping by the fire's glow, found it difficult to fathom the absence of warmth. Naturally, like anyone else in my predicament, I first thought of friction fire. Time was of the essence, and in my despair, I disregarded all else and rushed outside. This was the simplest approach. However, what lay ahead was the most challenging task, for I had only read about it in books and had never attempted it myself. I sharpened a slightly thick branch with my Swiss Army knife, while flattening another thicker branch in the middle to create a slight depression for drilling. Having completed my preparations, I commenced what I believed to be an effective method. I set aside some highly flammable plants, forming them into a bundle to ignite at the first spark. Sitting on the ground, I placed the pointed stick into the depression of the other branch and began to rub my hands together rapidly. Sweat streamed down my forehead, yet no smoke emerged, let alone a spark. Soon, my spirits sank once more. My palms were blistered, and I longed to give up. But the thought of being without fire was unbearable. Just a little longer, I commanded myself. If there were still no signs of hope, I would abandon this method. Ultimately, I did give up. Yes, my blisters had burst, and the pain was excruciating. Anger clouded my judgment once more, and I leaped up, snapping the branches in frustration. To hell with friction fire. I cursed vehemently. I dashed into the cabin, rummaging for anything that could ignite a flame. I slapped my forehead in exasperation. How foolish of me. Do you know what I discovered? I had forgotten my gun. I had acted too impulsively. Igniting a fire was no longer an issue. I removed the bullets from the gun, using a wrench from my toolbox to open them, scattering the gunpowder onto the dry ground. I piled the flammable plants above the gunpowder, with dry twigs ready nearby. Next, I searched under the bed and finally found a lighter that had long since run out of fuel. Thank goodness I hadn't discarded it, I sighed in relief. With a flick of the lighter's wheel, sparks flew in all directions. Excellent, it still works. I was elated. The moment of miracle was upon me. Trembling as I brought the lighter towards the flammable grass, rolling the wheel over the gunpowder beneath. Whoosh! It didn't ignite. Once more, I tried, and with a sizzling sound, the fire blazed once again. Cautiously, I placed the twigs into the flames. This time, I vowed to cherish it dearly. On the 30th day, the inclement weather. Today, the weather is far from pleasant. The original plan was to wait another 2 days, but the current conditions are unfavorable. The clouds in the sky drift swiftly, and I suspect rain is imminent. Once the rain begins, the salt in the pit will dissolve and be washed away, rendering my previous efforts futile. Thus, I must conclude my work prematurely. I gathered a handful of weeds, twisting together several strands, and bound them tightly. I intended to use this bundle to sweep up all the salt crystals at the bottom of the pit. Thus, I spent the entire morning collecting every last one of these precious treasures I had labored for over the days. I carefully placed the salt crystals into a drift bottle I had previously found. My persistence over the days has yielded this meager amount of salt. I am quite content, for at least I now possess salt, even if it is still mixed with sand and other impurities. I hope the rain does not arrive too swiftly, for I have many tasks yet to complete. The drift bottle filled with salt reminds me of the seeds I planted earlier. So much has transpired in the past few days that I have not checked on them since sowing. Regrettably, the area where I planted has dried up and hardened. It is evident that my negligence has rendered my previous efforts in vain. Fortunately, I only planted a small number of seeds. I must be more attentive next time. As the sky darkens, ominous clouds gather over the distant sea. I am reluctant to venture out in heavy rain to search for food. so I must seize this moment before the downpour begins. There are some mushrooms in the woods, but I dare not consume them. I recall too many fatalities each year due to poisonous mushrooms, thus they remain a taboo for me. I began to gather some red, juicy fruits. Truthfully, I have consumed a bit too many. Their taste has become somewhat overwhelming. However, these fruits hang abundantly on the branches, making them easy to obtain. And they do not spoil quickly, lasting several days after being picked. Therefore, I often harvest these fruits as a staple food source. I plan to take my companion, Little Black, to catch a few rabbits, for occasionally, one must indulge in meat. Little Black's leg has improved significantly, while it is not as strong as before. It can manage to move about without lifting it as it once did. With Little Black by my side, capturing rabbits will be far easier than attempting it alone. Little Black is quite excited, his tail wagging energetically. I know he relishes rabbit meat, as the rabbit heads I have seen were surely remnants of his feasting. Rabbit meat is tender and delectable, especially roasted rabbit legs. The glistening surface of the roasted legs, illuminated by the fire, exudes an enticing sheen. After cooling slightly, a bite reveals the juicy essence melded with the crisp exterior and moisture locked within, creating a flavor profile that is hard to describe. Smooth, crispy, tender, and savory. Most importantly, I now have salt, and merely imagining it makes my mouth water uncontrollably. Soon, we reached the valley, and Little Black resumed his usual post at the rabbit burrow, waiting patiently for his quarry. To increase our chances of success, I was well prepared. I had picked up a sturdy branch along the way and sharpened one end with my Swiss Army knife, refusing to rely solely on Little Black. I crouched at the entrance of the rabbit burrow, poised with my newly fashioned spear, awaiting the moment a rabbit would venture out. However, it seemed the rabbits sensed danger, for they remained hidden, while Little Black successfully caught one, bringing it triumphantly before me and then darting off in search of new prey. At last, there was movement. After a long vigil, I heard a noise from the burrow. A rabbit was about to emerge. Here, it appears that the rabbits have no natural predators and are well fed, resulting in their plumpness and boldness. Typically, rabbits would not emerge so readily in the face of danger. Before long, a flash of white appeared at the entrance. Cautious, yet gradually inching toward the exit, it dashed out, front paws resting against the burrow wall, scanning its surroundings. I would not squander such an opportunity. Gripping the branch tightly, I lunged toward the rabbit. It sensed the threat, and I noticed its legs bending in preparation to leap, just as it prepared to spring. My branch struck, albeit slightly off target, yet I still managed to secure my catch. Thus, this afternoon, Little Black and I successfully captured 5 rabbits in total, more than enough to sustain us for 2 days. The remainder of the tasks now fell to me. Little Black was ecstatic, circling around my legs in excitement. Clearly a gourmand at heart. After a flurry of activity by the riverside, I processed the rabbits, acquiring 5 rabbit pelts, perfect for Little Black's bedding. Once the pelts are dried, I will craft a blanket for him. As evening fell, the rain began to pour, another deluge. The raindrops pounded against the waterproof tarp on the roof with a rhythmic patter. Yet within the cozy confines of our small dwelling, Little Black and I gathered around the fire. The rabbit meat stew had been simmering for quite some time, a layer of fat shimmering on the surface. Little Black alternated his gaze between the stew and the roasted rabbit leg in my hand, his tongue darting out to lick his nose, a sight that brought me much amusement. In no time, we had finished off 2 rabbits. Little Black's belly was round and full. The stew, save for a sip I took, was entirely devoured by him, not a drop remaining. I admired his hearty appetite. The rain intensified, yet with the waterproof tarp overhead, I felt no concern about leaks. However, the wind howled fiercely, chilling the air as it slipped through the gaps between branches. I wrapped myself tightly in the rabbit pelt blanket, but the cacophony of raindrops was overwhelming. Reluctantly, I lay in bed, contemplating my plans. I intend to construct a boat, though I currently lack the necessary tools. The waterproof tarp could serve as a sail. And when the day comes that my patience runs thin, I may attempt to set sail from this place. Yes, this could at least provide a glimmer of hope. Could it not? On the 31st day, calamities do not come alone. I am uncertain as to when I succumbed to slumber last night. A torrential downpour, accompanied by fierce winds, has been ravaging the outdoors. I am oblivious to how much longer this tempest shall persist, and a sense of agitation begins to envelop me. I find no solace in such weather. It confines me within my humble abode, rendering me reluctant to venture outside. The sky is ominously overcast, and I am utterly unaware of the current hour, morning, noon, or evening. The view through the makeshift door of branches reveals nothing but darkness. As I have mentioned, the winds are relentless, driving the rain incessantly against my shelter. Water streams down the branches, cascading relentlessly, and the side of my small dwelling that faces the wind is already under siege, with the rain creeping ominously toward my bed. Little Black, my companion, likely shares my sentiment regarding the rain. Typically an early riser, it remains curled up in its travel bag, fast asleep. Alas, with a sigh, I realize that if I do not take action, my modest abode will inevitably be inundated. The fire pit within has dwindled to a mere flicker. I add some of the gathered branches to stoke the flames and begin to excavate a drainage channel on the windward side. The dampness is quite unpleasant as I dig a trench nearly 5 centimeters wide, with a depth of about 10 centimeters at one end. This should suffice to divert the rainwater driven in by the wind. However, merely digging inside the cabin will not expel the water, it will only accumulate. Thus, I have no choice but to venture outside. I am acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Failing to address the flooding could lead to significant peril, one that I may not be able to endure. If the rain continues unabated, my fire pit and my stockpile of dry wood will inevitably suffer, which is my greatest concern. Food is scarce, and I could search for more, but if my wood becomes soaked, I will lose much heat, light, and the prospect of warm sustenance. The oppressive rain drenches me within mere seconds. I wield my Swiss Army knife with urgency, the water cascading down my hair, blurring my vision, while the drainage channel outside flows rapidly. At last, I manage to connect my newly dug trench to the external drainage. This channel is not a true waterway, merely a makeshift one I fashioned in previous days, and I commend myself for my foresight. Through the gaps between the branches, I connect the outdoor and indoor drainage systems. In that moment, water surges forth with a furious rush. Yes, the problem is resolved. However, to mitigate the threat of persistent rainfall, I excavate a similar drainage channel on the opposite side of the cabin, linking it to the interior as well. Having completed this task, I do not linger. I have expressed my disdain for the rain, and even more so for being caught in it. So I dash back into the shelter. Soaked to the bone, my clothes cling uncomfortably to my skin, sending chills through me. Without hesitation, I strip off my garments and approach the fire to warm my frigid body. The weather on this island is indeed erratic. Evenings are typically cool, afternoons scorch with heat, and rain brings an abrupt chill. Particularly now, despite only one side being exposed to the wind, I feel drafts seeping in, leaving me cold. Before the fire, I find a measure of comfort. The flames dance, radiating warmth evenly across my body. This sensation is delightful, prompting me to close my eyes and savor the exquisite feeling. In this moment, I forget my troubles, my hunger, and the tumultuous weather outside. I am nearly lulled into slumber, yet my damp clothing demands drying. I rummage through the woodpile for a few branches and drape my garments near the fire. My movements are less than gentle, awakening Little Black, who merely stirs, resting its head on its paws, tail gently wagging, tongue occasionally flicking at the air. Observing its demeanor, I discern that it is likely hungry. Though our time together has been brief, I can almost read its thoughts from its subtle gestures. Today, I shall prepare a seafood stew for it. Little Black, would you care for a seafood soup? Perhaps when I previously offered its favorite fish broth, I often exclaimed, Little Black, your soup. So, upon hearing the word soup, its ears perked up, and its head rose with interest. I cannot help but chuckle at its innocent eagerness. It is indeed like a child. However, not all the ingredients are perfectly dried, with the exception of the kelp. I sniff them, while they bear no foul odor. There is a slight hint of something off. Yet who cares? At this moment, I possess a large pot of seafood stew. Coupled with the leftover rabbit meat from yesterday, what more could one desire? Since I cannot go outside, I must relish this opportunity. The frying pan, heated to a boil over the fire, emits a sizzling sound as I pour in the water, steam rising in a fragrant plume. Next, I toss in the seafood, which I should have soaked in fresh water before cooking, but given their not quite dry state, I opted to add them directly. Approximately 5 minutes later, the unique aroma of seafood begins to waft through the air, the broth gradually transforming into a creamy white hue. Once the soup is ready, I allow it to cool slightly before serving a small portion alongside a piece of fish, placing the remainder in front of Little Black. It approaches the pot with the fervor of a starving creature, nearly burying its face within, its tongue moving with remarkable speed to clean the pot thoroughly. Clearly, it is not yet satiated, as it gazes at me with imploring eyes. On the 32nd day, as if a mountain had collapsed. I found myself afflicted by an illness. Nausea, headaches, dizziness, exhaustion, and weakness engulfed me. I never anticipated my body could be so swiftly ravaged. This is my greatest fear. In such a desolate place, it could easily claim my life. I felt an overwhelming chill, my body trembling involuntarily, while my head throbbed as if crushed beneath a wheel. The pain so intense it felt as though it might split apart. It had been ages since I had experienced such torment. Ironically, I once relished being ill. During my school days, sickness allowed me to rest at home, indulging in the royal treatment of my loved ones. After entering the workforce, I even implored doctors to extend my sick leave, embellishing my symptoms with exaggerated tales. Yet now, when I least desired it, the illness descended upon me. I could no longer expel anything from my stomach. My mouth was filled with a bitter, acrid taste. If I could, I would scream to the heavens, "If you seek my life, come and take it." Do you find joy in this torment? But did I possess the strength to do so? No, I did not. I was so utterly drained that I could not even lift my hand. The violent vomiting had left my throat feeling as though it had been scorched by flames. Cold sweat continuously dripped from my forehead, and I could sense it pooling and cascading down. A conflicting sensation overwhelmed me. My face burned, yet my body was frigid. This oscillation between hot and cold left me utterly exhausted. The incessant rain continued to fall, its rhythmic patter intensifying the agony in my throbbing head. Those cursed sounds drove me to the brink of madness. I felt like a caterpillar writhing in discomfort on the bed, ultimately curling up in despair. I never anticipated that this affliction would strike so suddenly and ferociously, catching me completely off guard. This state of malaise had lingered for far too long. I was at my wit's end. Darkness enveloped me, and I succumbed to slumber. Time lost all meaning. I awakened once more, unsure of how long it had been, indifferent to the duration, only acutely aware of the pervasive cold. My teeth chattered incessantly, yet the fire remained vibrant, its flames unextinguished. However, my body failed to absorb even a whisper of warmth. I suspected I might be somewhat dehydrated. I had perspired profusely, my back soaked through, not from heat, but from discomfort, a sensation difficult to articulate. Moreover, sweating rendered me even colder, which was precisely what I felt. My body seemed to have stiffened. In moments like these, every passing second felt like an agonizing ordeal. My stomach churned violently, my intestines knotted, and the acidic bile in my stomach surged up towards my throat, while my head throbbed, and a dizzying vertigo enveloped me. "Let me die?" I silently pleaded. The suffering was unbearable. If only I could deliver a bullet to myself. Suddenly, a large hand appeared, gripping my throat. My face flushed as I struggled to breathe. Instinctively, I pushed against it with all my might, convinced this must be an illusion. However, the suffocating sensation compelled me to resist further. The grip around my neck tightened. Thud! I tumbled off the small bed. Clearly, I was hallucinating, yet breathing remained a daunting challenge. Despite the pain of my fall, I regained consciousness, trembling from the lingering fear of suffocation. Little Black, sensing my distress, approached me. Yet, it was powerless to assist. Little Black lay down in front of me, nudging my face with its head, as if inquiring, while its tongue quickly licked my face, encouraging me to rise. I felt an overwhelming thirst. My throat felt as though it might ignite. The body's responses are always the most genuine and accurate. I realized I must be running a high fever and desperately needed hydration, yet I lacked the strength. I did not wish to succumb to sleep, fearing I might never awaken again. This time, when I stirred, I did not drift back into unconsciousness. Even though my eyelids felt impossibly heavy, I strained to dig my fingers into the ground, attempting to crawl or prop myself up. Alas, I failed, yet in a sense, I succeeded. My fingers grazed the water bottle beneath the bed, but I had no strength to open it. With great effort, I forced my eyes open, only to be startled by Little Black, whose curious head was close to mine, observing my every move. The water bottle was full, yet I could not lift it, only able to nudge it slightly with my fingers. At last, I managed to maneuver the bottle to my side, my forehead slick with sweat. My hands too weak to lift any longer. Even my head felt as if it were glued to the ground. Alas, I ultimately failed once more. I painfully shut my eyes and gradually succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by a sharp noise that pierced my ears. I had no choice but to open my eyes again, despite my reluctance to expend energy on such a task. The damp sensation on my face made me wish I could keep my eyelids shut. However, upon witnessing the scene before me, I was both astonished and elated. Little Black had managed to puncture the water bottle, and water gushed forth from the hole created by its teeth. Summoning unexpected strength, I reached for the bottle. Leaning in to drink, I greedily gulped down the precious liquid until no drops remained, then exhaled deeply. My head still throbbed, yet the burning sensation in my throat had significantly eased. I sensed that my most urgent need for hydration had been alleviated. Drowsy, I began to drift back into slumber. The warmth near the fire enveloped me, and I no longer felt the cold. Devoid of energy to ponder anything further, I surrendered to sleep once more. On the 35th day of my new life, I find myself enchanted by the delightful air of the seaside. Indeed, my spirits are exceptionally high. I have finally recovered from my illness. Although my strength is still somewhat lacking, the sensation of rebirth is simply exquisite. After lying down for 2 full days, I even lost consciousness for a time. Fortunately, the human immune system has spared me from dire misfortune. Am I truly fortunate? Not quite. The rain only ceased this morning, and my humble dwelling, ravaged by days of tempestuous winds and torrential rains, has become exceedingly fragile. Upon pushing the door open, it collapsed. Thankfully, I was unharmed, though the little black creature was thoroughly startled. With a resounding crash, the sleeping little one was pinned beneath. It yelped and flailed its limbs in disarray, causing me to burst into laughter. However, I did not hesitate. Despite knowing that such a weight could not possibly harm it, I rushed over and swiftly dug it out. Once freed, it emerged still in a state of shock, retreating a considerable distance to gaze at the fallen structure in bewilderment. Strangely, I felt no panic. Often, after escaping death or surviving a calamity, one experiences a profound sense of satisfaction, and I believe I was engulfed in that very feeling. This satisfaction allowed me to forget any discontent and all worries. A fallen shelter can be rebuilt, a fire can be rekindled, and food can be sought anew. Indeed, having escaped the clutches of illness, my outlook has transformed into one of remarkable optimism. Accompanied by the little black creature, I strolled leisurely to the beach, casually chewing on wild grass stems plucked along the way. The morning's temperature was as pleasant as spring, and the sea breeze tousled my unkempt hair, which I had neglected for quite some time. Of course, I had still been bathing in the river during my illness, yet I dared not wash now, for I had just begun to recover, and my resistance was low. The thought of enduring such discomfort a second time was unappealing. I settled down on the beach. Gazing out at the undulating sea, my heart enveloped in tranquility. However, after a while, the monotony began to wear on me, and I felt a touch fatigued. Thus, I reclined upon the sand, warmed by the sun's early rays. If only each day could be as delightful as this, I mused while observing the azure sky above. The little black creature continued to scamper about the beach, clearly restless after being cooped up for days. The quality of my dwelling had been woefully inadequate, a testament to my limited knowledge, which led to such a makeshift shelter. In this serene environment, my thoughts became exceptionally lucid. I resolved never to construct a similar dwelling in the same location again. A plan began to form in my mind. Previously, in a state of panic, I had merely focused on survival. Yet now, I recalled a post I had once encountered. The author's name had long slipped from my memory, but I remembered he was a sailor who had meticulously chronicled his days on a deserted island. Gradually, more memories surfaced. He was an outdoor enthusiast who, in pursuit of thrilling survival experiences, had set off alone with minimal supplies, seeking fresh water, building a shelter, and foraging for food. However, the specifics of his account eluded me entirely. Cursed be my forgetfulness. I shook my head vigorously. I could only vaguely remember that he had distilled seawater to obtain fresh water. How fortunate I was not to lack fresh water. Yet, the inability to recall his methods left me feeling profoundly unsettled, akin to searching for something urgently needed, yet perpetually out of reach. Never mind, I thought, shaking my head once more. A new shelter must be constructed. Time was of the essence. I had rested long enough. I propped myself up on the beach and stood. As I made my way back through the woods, I suddenly halted. I stopped at a slightly elevated spot, where I beheld 5 towering trees, not far apart. If I connected 4 of them, they would form a perfect rectangle. Estimating the distance, they appeared to be roughly 3 meters apart. It seemed that the sailor had also built his shelter among the trees. Memories began to flicker again. However, a dilemma emerged. How would I connect them? Yet, my gaze soon resolved the issue. In the aftermath of the recent storms, several small trees in the distance lay askew. Some toppled while others were crushed beneath larger trees. Nonetheless, the number before me was insufficient for my needs. I remained unperturbed, recalling that several small trees lay nearby, remnants from my previous shelter. If I could utilize these small trees to construct a tree house amidst the larger ones, complete with a terrace rooftop, a fire pit below, and a swing fashioned from vines, how blissful life would be. Suddenly, my enthusiasm surged anew. This idea was irresistibly tempting, and I could almost feel the exhilaration coursing through every fiber of my being. Onward. The first step, gather materials. However, I reminded myself to proceed with caution. Having just recovered from my illness, I was wary of overexerting myself and breaking into a sweat. I aimed to maintain a steady pace as I gradually dragged the 4 small trees from my previous shelter. I patted the trees, which emitted a satisfying thud. Naturally, I was not foolish enough to treat them as watermelons, testing their ripeness. Rather, I was assessing their sturdiness. The sound confirmed their integrity. If they had rotted internally, they would not produce such a noise. 2 of the small trees had once served as the side rails of my previous bed, now stripped of their vines. The remaining task was to search for vines and either small trees or sturdy branches. Vines were not difficult to find in the vicinity, though they were scarce here. However, they were abundant at the foot of the mountain. My primary concern remained the small trees. I needed a substantial quantity. After all, I sought a comfortable environment, not a mere makeshift arrangement. Having committed to this endeavor, I would see it through to completion, no matter the challenges. The fallen small trees were not easily obtained, as their roots remained anchored. Nevertheless, I hoped to gather as many as possible. With ample time at my disposal, I began to scour the area. Once I had acquired a sufficient number of these small trees, I would commence the construction of my new home. On the 35th day, the search for saplings was relatively smooth, though I remained unaware of how many I required to realize my vision. The mechanical nature of my actions felt rather monotonous. I did not keep count. Rather, I instinctively broke and dragged away the saplings. It mattered little. I simply needed to construct a temporary structure that would suffice for the time being. Building a treehouse is not a task that can be accomplished in a day or two. I clapped my hands, deciding to seek out some vines. I soon gathered a substantial amount of the needed vines, which were plentiful in the surroundings. It appeared that, in the future, I might even attempt to weave some baskets. However, at this moment, I found myself daydreaming about the envisioned outcome of my treehouse. According to my design, the small dwelling would consist of 2 levels. The lower level could serve as a kitchen and storage area for firewood, while the upper level, elevated from the ground, would be protected from moisture, water, and pests. The mere thought of such an environment brought me joy. The saplings varied in height. The tallest measured approximately 5 meters, with most around 3 meters. I refer to the trunks, which were about the thickness of an arm, just right for my needs. The next arduous task awaited. I had to use a wrench or Swiss Army knife to remove the branches. This labor was exhausting. After completing 2 trees, I was left panting. Yet, gritting my teeth, I persevered. By dusk, I had managed to prune the branches from over a dozen saplings. In my busyness, I had forgotten my hunger. It was only when I paused that I realized how thirsty and fatigued I was. Little Black, however, was nowhere to be found. Presumably, he had ventured off in search of food. Having observed my preoccupation, I nibbled on a few fruits. And whether it was due to my ravenous state or my elevated spirits, they suddenly seemed delectable. For this fire, I only utilized 1/3 of the gunpowder from a bullet, sealing the remainder for future use. This resource is finite, and I intend to explore alternative methods of ignition once I have resolved my current challenges. As this approach is not sustainable, it seems this little creature has indeed developed a taste for food. I shook my head in resignation. My current skill in handling rabbit meat, though not as masterful as a butcher's, allows me to clean a rabbit with just a few deft cuts. In no time, the skin separated from the flesh, and I set aside the 4 legs while detaching the meat from the bones. As was customary, I prepared rabbit soup alongside roasted rabbit legs. Truth be told, this particular rabbit was plumper than usual. As it roasted, juices sizzled and dripped onto the fire, creating a delightful crackling sound. With increased experience in roasting, I turned the legs with one hand while slicing the muscle along the tendons with the other. The moisture that had been locked in began to drip away. While this may affect the texture slightly, it serves the benefit of accelerating the cooking process, preventing the exterior from charring while the interior remains raw, a predicament I wish to avoid. This method was not a mere whim, but rather a conclusion drawn from multiple attempts. The resulting roasted rabbit legs had a crisp exterior and tender interior. Although some moisture was lost, the flavor was markedly enhanced. Despite Little Black's persistent licking of his nose, I found myself equally ravenous. After recovering from illness, my appetite had surged, and I felt saliva pooling at the corners of my mouth. The first roasted leg was, of course, dedicated to my diligent hunting companion, Little Black. I blew gently on it to cool it down before tossing it over. Before I could finish roasting the second leg, he had devoured the first. Shaking my head, I noted that he even chewed through the bones, clearly famished. In the past, he would consume raw rabbit meat, but now, having tasted roasted meat, he refused to touch the raw bits I discarded, such as the rabbit's head and entrails. Initially, he would have eaten those too. The 3 rabbit legs did not satiate Little Black, prompting me to prepare rabbit soup. I intended to keep the last leg for myself, as a reward for my efforts. I doubted Little Black would object, though would he dare to? The rabbit soup I concocted was no longer the original recipe. I chopped some seaweed and added it to the pot. This was merely an experiment, as I had sensed an odd flavor in the soup. The broth quickly reached a rolling boil, with the seaweed bobbing up and down. The aroma was unique, a delightful blend of meaty richness infused with a hint of the sea's briny essence. However, I felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that my addition might spoil the concoction. Dipping my finger into the broth, I tasted it. Remarkably delicious. Thankfully, the odd flavor was absent. My apprehension eased considerably, but I remained uncertain whether Little Black would appreciate it. To my relief, as I presented the soup to him, he voraciously indulged, pulling out the rabbit meat before it even revealed itself from the broth. Once he had consumed all the visible meat, he began to lap up the soup, his tongue moving swiftly like a spoon. By the time my own rabbit leg was still roasting, the pot was nearly empty. Astonishingly, he even ate the seaweed. In my understanding, dogs typically shy away from seaweed. I had merely intended to neutralize the gamey flavor. Yet here he was, devouring it all. I, too, was ravenous. The rabbit leg left me feeling only partially full, prompting me to consume a few more fruits to satiate my hunger. After eating, I did not immediately rest. Accustomed to sleeping in the treehouse, I felt uneasy in the open space. However, today, I had no choice. Since slumber was elusive, I decided to engage in some activity. I dragged the longest sapling before the great tree, lifting one end onto my shoulder and securing it with vines. Yet, I was dissatisfied with the height. If I continued at this elevation, I would have to stoop to enter the lower level, which was not my intention. Thus, I abandoned my initial endeavor, casually picking up a branch to sketch upon the ground. On the 36th day, the plans for constructing the Dream House treehouse have been completed. Today, I merely need to follow the scheme devised last night. Since my design consists of 2 levels, I must ensure that the height of the lower layer is maintained at over 1.80 meters, as I wish to avoid bumping my head. At this moment, my greatest desire is for nails, though I recognize this is merely a fanciful thought and not grounded in reality. To secure the small tree at a height of around 1.80 meters, I stepped on a few smaller trees placed on the ground as makeshift footstools, hoisting one end of the longest small tree onto my shoulder. Vines were wrapped around the large tree, binding one end of the small tree to it. To reinforce the connection, I used 3 vines, twisting and tying them tightly. Afterward, I tugged at it and found it remarkably secure. I then employed the same method to fix the other end of the small tree between 2 larger trees. Once I had mastered the technique, my efficiency soared. The 4 longest small trees were securely tied to the trees, linking the 4 large trees together. The initial framework took shape. The 4 small trees now resembled a trapezoid, albeit somewhat irregular, which did not bother me in the slightest. What lay ahead was far more crucial. I needed to lay the second layer and construct the walls. As I proceeded, I encountered numerous challenges. In retrospect, my earlier plans seemed merely theoretical. The lengths of the small trees varied, causing them to be uneven and disordered when laid across the small trees, serving as the bottom beams. This disarray was incredibly frustrating. Lacking a saw, I could not cut them perfectly. However, I eventually devised a solution. I positioned the shorter trees on the sides and gradually laid the longer ones toward the center, aligning their other ends evenly. To my surprise, the protruding treetops formed a fan-shaped surface, perfectly suited for a balcony. Excited, I climbed up, planning to build a ladder from smaller trees on this fan-shaped surface for easier access. I joyfully jumped a few times on the upper platform, only to suddenly remember that I had yet to secure these small trees to the crossbeam with vines. The outcome was predictable. As the small trees rolled, I fell down, landing painfully on my back and buttocks on the lower level. The pain was intense, but thankfully, I was unscathed. After a brief moment of recovery and brushing off the dust, I resumed my labor. The progress on the small house had reached 1/5 completion. Before finishing, I had no intention of foraging for food. Hunger and thirst could be quelled with a few fruits. The small trees were consumed rapidly. I had used up 1/6 of them after only laying half. It was evident that to complete my project, I would need to search for more small trees, a task not easily accomplished. With patience, I tied these small trees together using vines, and after repeated checks and reinforcements, they were firmly bound. I believed that even a typical typhoon would struggle to dismantle them. The walls would also be constructed from small trees, a task not particularly difficult. However, this step was considerably more laborious than my previous efforts. Indeed, it was exhausting. I had to dig holes, each requiring a depth of at least 20 centimeters, as I needed to excavate a pit for each small tree. Only at this depth could I erect these small trees along the crossbeam. I followed my usual method, inserting each small tree as closely as possible into the prepared holes, then covering them with soil and compacting it firmly. Next, I secured them to the crossbeam with vines, entwining each small tree destined to become a wall in an S shape with vines for additional support. By the time I completed all the walls, the sun had begun its descent. The structure of the house had fully emerged. I was undeniably close to success, with only the roof materials still required. If I could find a few more small trees, I would complete my treehouse. However, it seemed unlikely I could achieve that today, as I had nearly exhausted the nearby fallen small trees. Fatigue enveloped me. Constructing a house was no trivial endeavor, and I had nearly depleted all my strength. In my state of excitement, I hadn't felt particularly tired, but now that I paused, my body protested against the exertion. All right, time for a rest. Yet, no sooner had I laid down than my stomach began to grumble, triggering a cascade of reactions. Various delicacies began to materialize in my mind, refusing to dissipate, amplifying my hunger pangs. Sighing, I couldn't help but lament how challenging life could be. With no other option, I decided to venture to the beach in search of fortune while there was still time. Little Black had long since vanished, having set off to forage for food without my concern. The sunset blazed like fire. After tossing a considerable amount of firewood into the bonfire, I strolled towards the shoreline. My intense hunger completely overshadowed my fatigue. Disheartened, I plopped down and reclined on the sand, likely too exhausted, as I unexpectedly fell asleep. Awakening with a start, I found my face covered in sand. Spitting out the grains from my mouth, I realized they had lodged in my nose and eyes as well. Irritated, I assumed it was Little Black playing a prank and sat up, rubbing my eyes to survey my surroundings. To my astonishment, the sight before me was one of incredulity. Night had fallen, but the moonlight illuminated everything clearly. To my utter surprise, I had stumbled upon something fortuitous. If anyone had witnessed my expression at that moment, they would have seen sheer greed. There were sea turtles, numerous sea turtles, digging in the sand with their hind legs. I could distinctly see the one closest to me, swaying its tail as it laid eggs the size of ping-pong balls. With each egg, it would cover it with sand. I was surrounded by sea turtles, completely indifferent to my presence. Unable to resist my hunger any longer, I pulled out my Swiss Army knife from my pocket and lunged toward the nearest sea turtle. Faced with the prospect of food, I could think of nothing else. Sustenance was the most fundamental guarantee of survival. This particular turtle weighed over 30 pounds. Ample sustenance for both Little Black and me for 2 days. I then gathered some of the freshly laid, still soft sea turtle eggs and made my way back to the treehouse. On the 37th day, the treehouse was completed. Yesterday, I discovered that no matter how one cooks turtle eggs, they never solidify. After discarding a few, I resumed cooking them, yet they remained uncooked regardless of my efforts. To my surprise, the discarded, non-solidified turtle eggs attracted Little Black, who licked them clean, even consuming the shells. Seeing Little Black enjoy them so much, I decided to try one myself. However, the taste nearly made me retch, fishy, slimy, with a hint of saltiness. It seemed best to let Little Black have them all. Later, an idea struck me. I placed the remaining 2 turtle eggs in a pan to fry. Unfortunately, they stuck to the bottom of the pan, a disappointing outcome. Fearing they might burn, I lifted the pan to the edge of the fire. Unlike bird or chicken eggs, turtle eggs are nearly devoid of egg white, presenting only a yolk and solidifying at a frustratingly slow pace. After managing to dislodge the fried eggs from the pan, I picked them up with chopsticks made from smooth twigs, crafted to perfection. One side of the turtle egg was charred, and after peeling away the burnt portion, I tasted the remaining part. Surprisingly, it was quite palatable. Fried turtle eggs were far tastier than boiled ones, with a faint odd flavor. A slightly grainy texture reminiscent of ordinary egg yolk, but richer in aroma. I surmised that perhaps the high protein content in turtle eggs contributed to their difficulty in solidifying. However, the meat of the turtle legs was undeniably delectable. I prepared it as usual, roasted. Yet, I considered trying to make a soup next time, as the meat was not as tough as I had anticipated. It was my first experience tasting turtle meat. Previously, I had only eaten soft-shelled turtles, and the flavors were worlds apart. The roasted turtle meat was incredibly fragrant and firm, somewhat akin to beef, yet surpassing it in taste. Each bite released a freshness that lingered in my mouth, absolutely exquisite. Due to its deliciousness, Little Black devoured both turtle legs in several sittings last night. An appetite that was truly formidable. If possible, I planned to catch more today and attempt to dry some meat. For the sake of survival, I was willing to try anything. Little Black was amusing himself with a suddenly appearing coconut crab, its origin unknown. Brave as a fledgling, he boldly reached out with his claws to poke the coconut crab, mistakenly believing it to be as vulnerable as the small red crabs by the shore. If the coconut crab, with its scissor-like pincers, were to catch Little Black, it could easily snap his claws, for this creature is capable of breaking coconuts. Naturally, I did not wish for any mishap to befall him, and the precarious situation concluded with me capturing the coconut crab. Dinner was no longer a concern. After consuming a few fruits, I resumed my work. Once the house was finished, everything else would fall into place. My thoughts were straightforward. I did not wish to live in hardship. I envisioned a sturdy little house, encircled by a small yard, with a few benches, some rabbits, and a fruit garden. I felt I was gradually starting to accept this place. However, acceptance did not equate to a desire to remain. Rather, it was a reluctant choice made in the absence of options. I contemplated various methods for installing the roof, ultimately opting for a simpler approach. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, I completed the roof. Admittedly, it was still a rudimentary structure, yet I was confident it would not leak. As I had secured a large waterproof cloth beneath the small trees on the roof, I had fashioned the roof with a sloped design, high in the front and low in the back, tightly pressing the waterproof cloth. Everything was securely tied with vines. This wretched little island is prone to frequent rain and wind, and I had grown weary of it. As long as the small house remained watertight and sturdy, I could find solace. The swing was the simplest endeavor. I climbed up the branches of a large tree and firmly tied 2 of the thickest vines to them. To prevent slipping, I even tied 3 knots. After descending, I found a branch approximately 50 centimeters long and as thick as my arm. Securing both ends with the vines hanging from the tree, ensuring its parallel alignment with the ground. After several attempts, the experience was delightful. In the future, I could relax on the swing after meals, admiring the scenery, a thought that filled me with longing. My tasks were not yet complete. Next, I needed to dig a pit below to search for stones to construct a rudimentary stove. I also planned to excavate drainage ditches around the treehouse. Learning from past experiences, I dug the drainage ditches deep and wide, directing the outlet 15 meters away. Previously, I noted that this area was slightly elevated compared to the surroundings, so the likelihood of flooding was minimal. Moreover, I, sleeping on the upper level, would certainly be safe. This was the value of experience. Having gone through it, understanding followed. I could now consider myself a novice in outdoor living. Little Black, witnessing my efforts, seemed to wear a look of discontent. I chuckled at him as I unloaded the gravel. He rushed over to seize the suitcase, his nest. The stove was ultimately completed before sunset. I had merely dug a pit and evenly arranged the gravel around it to form a circular stone border. After igniting a fire, I secured the previously prepared slope for easy access to the upper level. Though it resembled a slope, it was merely several small trees bound together. Of course, there was also the door, crafted from branches and tied together with coconut leaves from the former roof. Observing the completed structure, I nodded in satisfaction. It was undeniably crude. Yet I had constructed my treehouse in just 3 short days, an accomplishment I had once deemed unimaginable. After finishing the kelp and coconut crab soup and roasted crab legs with Little Black, I was ready to sleep after a long day when the sound of rain echoed once again from outside. On the 38th day, The Forgotten Treasure, Part 1. The air is truly refreshing. The rain last night was brief, and fortunately, my little cabin was completed just in time. Otherwise, the sensation of being drenched would have been most unpleasant. As the dawn breaks, the temperature here rises swiftly, and I revel in this feeling. Having slept in the newly constructed cabin last night, my heart is remarkably at ease. Sitting on the swing, savoring juicy fruits while gently tapping my feet against the ground. I relish every moment. From another perspective, this place is indeed beautiful. Perhaps I should search for some turtle eggs to try making soup. Having witnessed the multitude of nesting turtles the previous evening, I resolved to explore the culinary possibilities of turtle eggs. This readily available food source, with just a hint of opportunity, is one I cannot relinquish. I strolled along, facing the sea breeze as I made my way to the shore. Surprisingly, my little companion today, Blackie, did not run amok, but instead dashed about playfully, keeping close to my heels. The turtle eggs are not buried very deep, and the disarray of sand signals the countless turtles that have graced this shore. After clearing the sand, I quickly unearthed a generous handful of turtle eggs. Blackie happily devoured several small red crabs, frolicking in the waves with exuberance. What a spirited child! Observing the lively Blackie, I couldn't help but reflect on how well its wounds had healed. The injuries were nearly mended, with scabs fully formed. Thankfully, there was no damage to the bones, or recovery would have been uncertain. Driven by an inexplicable urge, I found myself wanting to return to the ship. I vividly recalled my last visit in search of medicine. Fear had prevented me from thoroughly exploring every nook and cranny aboard. Perhaps my subconscious believed I ought to investigate further, which became my primary motivation. The vessel, having endured the ravages of time, now bore patches of rust on its exposed iron hull. If some seaweed were to accumulate, it would resemble a recently salvaged wreck. The ship leaned against the rocky shore, and I decided the most straightforward approach would be to climb over the rocks. Numerous unsightly lizards basked in the sun, and I felt a twinge of fear at their presence. Oddly, I entertained a morbid curiosity. If I had arrived here with no other food, would I consider feasting upon them? The answer is a resounding no. I am not like those survival experts depicted on television, standing atop the food chain. I am but a humble being, incapable of consuming what I find repugnant, and I would surely vomit should I attempt it. Though my mind was in disarray, my actions remained steadfast as I entered the cabin I had previously searched. It was still in disarray. Fragments, exposed wiring, spoons, and in the corner, a toppled, broken cabinet. However, to me, these remnants appeared as treasures waiting to be utilized. Cursed be my prior oversight. I chastised myself with a few strikes to my head. Methodically, I gathered the useful items, attempting to shift the broken cabinet. Its door was unlatched, but it remained empty. I had already scoured it before. Yet this time, I resolved to move it aside, hoping to discover something I might need hidden beneath. The cabinet was exceedingly heavy, likely secured to the ship's wall with screws. As I had noticed several screw holes nearby, my initial attempt was fruitless. I merely tested whether half my strength would suffice to budge it. It did not budge at all. Clearly, my effort was insufficient. I had not exerted my full strength, as I feared that if I moved it with all my might, it might topple over and crush me, leaving me powerless to resist. After a brief contemplation, I made my decision. I would push the cabinet from the side, ensuring that even if it fell, it would not topple onto me. Gritting my teeth, I took a deep breath to steady my nerves and allocate my strength wisely. The thrill was overwhelming, and I collapsed momentarily, utterly exhausted, my heart racing like a piano being played fervently. But it was not solely exhaustion that overwhelmed me. It was also the danger. Behind the broken cabinet, there lay a door. Yes, I had discovered it the moment I pushed the cabinet aside. It had been concealed behind the cabinet, and only now did I realize how foolish I had been. How could I have thought that a 20-meter fishing vessel would contain only this one cabin? My ignorance was staggering. I berated myself relentlessly. After a brief respite, allowing my breathing to stabilize slightly, I stood up impatiently and exerted all my strength to push open the cabin door. Perhaps I had overexerted myself earlier, for my muscles still trembled. After several attempts, the door remained obstinately closed. Upon inspection, I found no lock. It seemed the door had warped, or rather, it was stuck. Yet, I vowed that I would not leave without opening this door. Absolutely not. Thus, I kicked, pushed, pried with a piece of metal, and leaned against it with all my weight. I tried every method, but still, I failed. Frustration began to mount. My thoughts became chaotic, and I struggled to remain calm. I struck the cabin door in a fit of rage, venting my pent-up frustration and anger. It felt akin to food tantalizingly close, yet perpetually out of reach. At last, after a bout of venting, calmness returned, and an idea struck me. I stepped back, took a running start, and delivered a powerful kick to the cabin door. It began to yield slightly, swaying with my effort. With renewed determination, I kicked again, and the door swung open. On the 38th day, The Forgotten Treasure, Part 2. The door was kicked open. However, as soon as I rushed in, I was compelled to retreat. Ugh. Yes, I was retching. But having only consumed a piece of fruit that morning, I found myself unable to expel anything. Exhaling a deep breath, I leaned out to inhale several gulps of fresh air, attempting to suppress the nauseating urge to vomit. Behind the cabin door lay a heap of skeletal remains, emitting a ghastly stench. The moment I entered, that foul odor assaulted my nostrils, swirling through my lungs. An experience that could only be described as worse than death. The remains had long since turned to bone, having decayed in the oppressive heat of the cabin for so many days. Beneath the bones, a large patch of dark stains, a deep brown hue, struck terror into my heart. An instinctive fear urged me to flee, yet the potential discoveries within the cabin irresistibly beckoned me, creating an internal struggle that threatened to drive me mad. To enter? Or to refrain? Once outside, the sea breeze swept over me, and my thoughts shifted in an instant. Regarding the foul stench, I had devised a plan. There were countless unidentifiable wildflowers in the coconut grove by the shore. I had picked dozens. When I ventured back inside, I intended to stuff these fragrant little blossoms into my nostrils. The image was almost too beautiful. I had already envisioned it. Compared to that suffocating stench, I would much prefer this. After all, no one was watching, right? Debris often washed ashore. So I resolved to find a fishing net or a piece of wood to cover the remains, to avoid the sight altogether. Simultaneously, memories of scenes I had witnessed on television floated back to me, thoughts of eternal rest. What an absurd notion. I had no intention of allowing these thoughts to take root. It was ludicrous. How could I possibly do such a thing? Not to mention, the mere sight of the bones made me tremble. There were indeed numerous abandoned fishing nets in the area, yet I had never encountered a fishing boat, nor any vessel for that matter. This net was quite large, accompanied by a few smaller ones, all of which could be repurposed for fences, rabbit enclosures, roofs, or wall reinforcements. With a simple modification, they could even be used for fishing. After several folds, the mesh would shrink, and the tattered net I held might just be sufficient to cover the remains. Prepared, I ventured back inside once more. To claim I was unafraid would be a lie. A lingering resistance remained in my heart. Yet, the allure of potential discoveries within compelled me to take the risk. Before me lay the cabin where the remains were located, and the wildflowers were in place. Summoning my courage, I dashed in and draped the folded net over the skeleton. Ah, much better. Out of sight, out of mind. I felt an immense sense of relief. No one had entered this space for days, and even with the wildflowers, I could still distinctly sense the air as pollution. The open cabin door allowed light to pour in, revealing that this was merely a corridor, approximately 10 meters long, with several doors lining either side. I attempted to push a few, but they remained immovable. Could I be this unfortunate? I felt a wave of frustration. I had exerted considerable effort to open the previous door. After pushing and kicking for what felt like ages, there was still no response. However, mere minutes later, the door yielded easily to my touch. Do you know how I managed it? The cursed door was a pull, meaning I simply needed to grasp the handle and gently pull outward to open it. How foolish of me to have pushed for so long. Yet, the scene before me interrupted my self-reproach. Oh, my heavens! I gasped in astonishment. The wildflowers in my nostrils fell as my expression shifted dramatically. But I paid them no mind. Excitement, elation, joy. In that moment, I was enveloped by a wave of positivity. Had there been anyone nearby, I would have embraced them and planted a kiss. Never had I imagined I could possess such treasures. Through the dim light, I could clearly see everything inside. Bedding, the very bedding I had longed for. I could finally bid farewell to the hard floor. Even straw could not compare to the comfort of a proper bed. This cramped cabin was the crew's quarters, and scattered across the floor were several disheveled bowls. I could easily spot towels and toothpaste within them. It was a veritable gift, and I felt a lump in my throat from the sheer excitement. Upon entering and opening the bedside cabinet, an even greater surprise awaited me. A bottle of medicinal oil, cold medicine, various ointments. A whole pack of Chinese cigarettes. Alas, no lighter. Stifling my excitement, I quickly organized these treasures, wrapping the sheets into strips to secure my precious finds. There were 5 blankets in total, somewhat heavy. It was only at this moment, with the return of the foul odor, that I remembered the wildflowers in my nostrils. I replaced the flowers and gazed at the remaining doors. all resembling lottery tickets waiting to be opened, intensifying my anticipation. I opened the second cabin door, discovering yet another bedroom, though this one bore a gaping hole. Aside from the extremely filthy and tattered blanket around the opening, the room contained nothing of value, which left me feeling slightly disheartened. However, fortunately, more doors awaited, promising surprises. The further I ventured, the dimmer it became, yet I felt no discomfort. Slowly, I pulled open the next cabin door. Upon entering and casting a glance, I trembled uncontrollably. Yes, trembling. I could not restrain the tears rolling down my cheeks. This sensation was one I had not experienced in ages, so long that I had almost forgotten the last time it occurred. It was not affectation. In front of me lay bags upon bags of rice, even flour, and, on the 38th day, the forgotten treasure, part 2, there are still several bags of corn flour, which is simply maddening. I long to cheer, to scream. These once mundane and overlooked provisions now send me into a frenzy. After holding back my emotions for a while, I could only utter these two words, as I found myself devoid of vocabulary to adequately express my feelings. An inventory is essential. 1 bag of rice weighing 20 kilograms, totaling 22 bags. 1 bag of wheat flour weighing 5 kilograms, totaling 8 bags. 1 bag of corn flour weighing 5 kilograms, totaling 9 bags. In the corner, there are 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of canned beverages. Gazing at this bountiful array of food before me, my heart trembles with excitement, and I quiver with exhilaration. Indeed, this must be the most fruitful day since my arrival on this island. I never dreamed I would once again savor rice. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. In my excitement, I wandered around the cabin for quite some time, repeatedly examining the authenticity of these provisions. It took me over 30 minutes to calm my racing heart. These items are now mine. The remaining cabin door awaits my exploration, perhaps harboring even more delightful surprises. With a heart full of anticipation, I approached another door, distinctly different from the others, for it bore no handle. Instead, it had something resembling a steering wheel. I attempted to turn it, and after 2 rotations, I heard a click, akin to a lock being released. I eagerly pulled the door, only to find it utterly immovable. With a forceful shove, the door finally yielded. I rushed inside, but was nearly overwhelmed by a nauseating stench of decay that assaulted my senses once more. I retreated immediately, yet the pungent odor had already permeated the entire cabin, invading my nostrils despite my desperate attempts to mask it with wildflowers. Enduring the intense discomfort, I managed to close the door behind me, but the foul aroma filled every crevice, compelling me to flee. I truly retched this time, expelling the bitter contents of my stomach. The taste is one I dare not describe. The stench from the doorway could not even begin to compare. Behind that repugnant door was likely a storage cold room, as I beheld rows of cabinets and partially decayed items. Whether fish or meat, I could not discern. It was utterly revolting. In the cabin, only the last door at the end of the corridor remained unopened. Initially brimming with expectation, I now hesitated. I hadn't anticipated facing another choice so soon. The foul odor emanating from within made me falter, yet in my resource-scarce predicament, I was loath to squander any opportunity. As I pondered, time slipped away unnoticed. Despite my stomach protesting vehemently, growling incessantly, I remained indifferent to its cries, as if it were unaware that I had already lost my appetite. Ultimately, I compromised with myself, deciding to open the final door before taking my leave. This time, I crushed a handful of wildflowers, extracting their juice to place in my nostrils. Ah, fragrant, truly delightful. Then, with resolve, I dashed inside. The stench in the cabin lingered slowly, and wisps of odor still infiltrated my defenses. I sprinted to the innermost door, pulling it open with fervor without even glancing inside, and shut it behind me. Here, once again, I was met with astonishment, my excitement rivaling that of the previous food discoveries. It was evident that this was a kitchen. On the adjacent wall, 2 small louvered windows allowed for ventilation, and a flue extended from the stove to the outside. This cozy kitchen spanned merely 4 to 5 square meters, housing a substantial rice cooker on the counter. Although I lacked electricity, the inner pot of the cooker made my mouth water. The pot could serve as a cooking vessel, which was immensely useful for me. Every item in this kitchen appeared to be a treasure. The more I organized, the more I desired. There were 5 knives, seemingly designated for slicing vegetables, chopping bones, and cutting meat. Beneath the kitchen sink, I discovered a large crate brimming with fresh potatoes, though their skins appeared slightly wrinkled. They should still be edible. There were also some cabbages, though they had begun to rot. Fortunately, they were not overly foul-smelling, especially in comparison to the adjacent cold storage. I rummaged through all the cabinets, uncovering an abundance of useful items: bowls, chopsticks, soup spoons, spatulas, and various condiments, all in plentiful supply. The surprises continued to accumulate, yet I remained composed, though a sense of sudden wealth filled my heart. At this moment, I felt somewhat numb, lost in daydreams of feasting with my companion, Little Black. I sorted, organized, and packed all the provisions I had gathered. I overlooked nothing that could be of use, even packing the induction cooker. I stored the condiments in a plastic crate, then opened the door. I slung the tied blankets over my shoulder, gripping the knotted bag with one hand, while squatting down to cradle the plastic crate as I made my way outside. This journey was arduous, especially navigating from the ship to the rocks. With a slight gap between them, I was cautious to prevent my spices from tumbling, thus proceeding with care. Little Black's actions astonished me, filling me with gratitude for its remarkable understanding. "Thank you, Little Black." I knelt before it, stroking its sleek coat, sincerely expressing my appreciation. There was still much to gather, and time was of the essence. Hastily, I added more firewood to the pile before resuming my efforts. On the 39th day, the culinary festival on the deserted island continues. It is nearing noon, and this large bag of provisions is the last one. I am utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Yet my heart brims with excitement. These supplies are neatly stacked in the upper treehouse, which is elevated above the ground, providing an ideal location for food storage, safe from moisture and pests. However, the abundance of provisions has consumed a significant portion of my living space. After placing the last bag, I exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground to rest. If I didn't take a break, I felt I might faint. Upon awakening, I felt considerably more refreshed. To my surprise, the little black dog had curled up beside me, blissfully asleep. This creature can truly sleep deeply. I had no time to waste. A multitude of tasks awaited my attention. I required a comfortable sleeping environment, so the bedding needed immediate attention. I was uncertain of its history or the identities of those who had previously used it, necessitating a thorough cleaning. I swiftly removed the duvet covers, discovering that the cotton filling did not require washing. I fashioned a long vine into a line between two large trees for hanging the bedding. The sunlight streamed through the gap between the trees, bathing the bedding in warmth. The duvet covers, however, needed to be washed by the riverbank. I was grateful for this little river, which provided an abundance of essential fresh water. On dry days, the river flowed sluggishly, becoming clear and shallow. After rainfall, it turned slightly murky and flowed more rapidly, with depths reaching up to my calves. I spent nearly an hour washing the 4 duvet covers, though devoid of detergent. I meticulously ensured they were spotless. Returning to the treehouse, I wrung them out as thoroughly as possible and then tossed them lightly to reduce wrinkles. With an improved standard of living, one must embrace a more meticulous lifestyle, I mused. The sun shone brightly today, and the temperature was just right. By afternoon, the duvet covers would be dry. I could already envision the comfort of settling into warm bedding at night, inhaling the unique fragrance that comes from sun-dried fabric. There remained numerous tasks to attend to, and I was in a flurry of indecision regarding where to begin. However, the strong rumbling from my stomach compelled me to acknowledge the allure of food. I decided to prepare something to eat. In the past, I would never have hesitated over what to consume, yet now I found myself in a quandary. Ultimately, I opted for rice. This deep-rooted affection, having accompanied me since childhood, was irresistible. Lifting the lid off the water bucket, I rinsed the rice twice with the water inside before placing the pot on the fire. The flames blazed fiercely, and the water in the pot soon reached a boil, releasing a rich, familiar aroma that enveloped me. I inhaled deeply, unwilling to squander this exquisite moment. From the very first day on shore, I had longed for this. The pot lid danced under the force of the steam, with wisps of heat escaping from the edges. Soon, the familiar scent of cooking rice began to permeate the air, causing my throat to constrict and my mouth to water uncontrollably. I was well versed in the art of cooking rice, having once favored a pressure cooker in civilized society. The principle remained similar. Once a toasted aroma began to emerge, it was time to turn off the heat and allow the rice to absorb the remaining moisture, achieving the optimal texture. The delightful scent wafted from the pot. It was large, initially used to prepare meals for all crew members aboard the ship. Thus, the rice formed only a thin layer within the pot. The aroma was irresistible to the little black dog, which had stealthily approached, seemingly fearful that I might withhold its share. After allowing the rice to cool and absorb water, it was finally time to indulge. Lifting the lid, I felt an overwhelming rush of happiness, my hand trembling as I reached for a spoon to serve myself. The little black dog, equally eager, watched intently as I prepared to enjoy the fragrant morsel. Despite my reluctance, I scooped a plateful for it first. As I offered it to the little creature, it sniffed cautiously before turning away. In a frenzy of delight, I plunged my spoon directly into the pot, savoring the soft texture, familiar flavor, and lingering sweetness that transported me back to cherished memories. In the past, if someone had asked me whether I would enjoy a bowl of plain rice, I would have scoffed. Yet now, I not only relished it, but devoured every last morsel, even scraping the pot walls for any remaining crust. Such is the exquisite beauty of simple pleasures, I marveled. However, the little black dog's indifference to the rice left me somewhat concerned. I pondered a solution, one that would minimize waste and was worth attempting. Fried rice. Turtle egg fried rice. Though it was my first attempt at this dish, the process seemed uncomplicated. Once the pot atop the fire reached a fervent heat, I poured in some cooking oil to coat the bottom. I then directly added the rice, ensuring it was sautéed until glossy. Next, I cracked 20 turtle eggs into a bowl and whisked them vigorously before pouring the mixture into the pot. The sizzling sound harmonized with the rich aroma as the eggs cooked, their texture blending seamlessly with the rice. A dash of sesame oil rendered the fried rice a lustrous appearance. I sampled a bite and was pleasantly surprised by how delicious it turned out. It was neither dry nor greasy, but delightfully smooth, with the turtle eggs infusing the rice with an enticing flavor. I presented the bowl of fried rice to the little black dog. In merely a minute, it devoured everything. I resolved to prepare a lavish feast that evening to reward both the little black dog and myself. The time for preparation had come. The little black dog's favorite fish soup was a must, for it was akin to my companion. Though it could not speak, I felt an unbreakable bond with it. As I headed toward the riverbank, the little black dog sprang up, tail wagging excitedly as it followed closely behind. The water remained crystal clear, though the fish had become noticeably scarcer. I wondered if their absence was due to spawning, as they had ventured into the island-esque stream. I was intent on selecting a sizable fish. My mindset mirrored that of someone in civilized society, feeling affluent and extravagant. I resolved to catch a significant fish. I would prepare the head for Xiaohei to make a soup, while the remaining body could be transformed into delicious braised fish pieces. Alas, I shook my head. Such thoughts were truly disheartening during this time. The mere notion had just surfaced in my mind when my mouth began to water uncontrollably. At last, I spotted a fish, the largest I had encountered thus far. It was leisurely fanning its tail, maintaining balance in the water, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Without granting it a chance, I lunged toward it from the shore. The water was shallow, and I believed it unlikely to escape my grasp. Thus, I acted without hesitation, extending my hand like a hawk diving for its prey, confident in my ability to seize it. Reality, however, is often cruel. If I could, I would refrain from recounting this moment. Just as I thought I could catch the seemingly unsuspecting fish, it suddenly moved. As I cast my shadow over it, poised to strike, it darted away. With a powerful flick of its tail, it evaded my grasp, splashing water all over me as I plunged into the shallows. What a humiliation. I had been outsmarted by a wretched fish. Xiaohei, witnessing my abrupt descent into the river, seemed startled and let out a couple of barks before rushing over to tug at my pant leg, pulling me back to the shore. The water posed no real threat, but Xiaohei's instinctive actions filled me with gratitude. I softly called to it, rose, and patted its head to convey that I was fine. Upon seeing this, Xiaohei released its grip and playfully leaped into my arms before darting off to frolic on the bank. At that moment, the fish, having been chosen by me, had already sealed its fate. I ultimately caught it. Its mouth opened and closed as if pleading for mercy, but how could I let such a delectable morsel escape? For me, killing the fish was merely a trivial task. With a few swift motions, I could slice open its belly and head, skillfully removing the entrails and gills. My technique now rivaled that of a fishmonger at the market. Once I had prepared the fish, I called for Xiaohei, feeling a twinge of worry. I had just seen it playing near the trees by the riverbank. Typically, it would amuse itself with insects or scare away small birds, but it would usually come running at my call. Yet now, there was no response, which made me anxious. This island was not small, and I had not explored it entirely. I could not ensure whether there were large predatory creatures or dangerous poisonous flora and fauna lurking about. Thus, My concern for Xiao He deepened as I carried the cleaned fish toward the direction it had been playing. Xiao He, where are you? I shouted, trying to reach its ears. Suddenly, 3 urgent barks echoed back, and I sensed that Xiao He might be in distress. Its voice carried an unmistakable tone of unease, urgency, and even a hint of fear, tightening my heart. Was it a venomous snake, a ferocious beast, or had it fallen into a trap? I hurriedly speculated as I quickened my pace. Finally, I spotted Xiao He, its back turned to me, facing a large tree. Xiao He, I called out. Upon hearing my voice, it immediately turned and ran toward me. Yet, instead of wagging its tail and playfully leaping at my legs as it usually did, it stopped in front of me and began barking fiercely at the tree. I was not foolish. Something was clearly threatening from behind that tree. Driven by curiosity and a strong sense of danger, I cautiously approached the massive trunk. Xiao He attempted to position itself between me and the tree, barking incessantly. However, after taking just a few steps, the bushes beside the tree began to shake violently, accompanied by the distinct sound of snapping twigs. When I approached the tree with heightened caution, I found nothing amiss, just the same bushes, albeit with a clear path indicating something had been trampled. Something was amiss. Was it a human? A large animal? A predatory beast? My mind raced with wild conjectures. This occurrence cast a shadow over my heart. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. That was precisely how I felt at that moment. I had seen nothing. In the future, I would carry a firearm, even though I had never fired one, but possessing it would bring me greater peace of mind. Upon returning to the treehouse, I found Xiao He resting at the upper entrance. I did not pause. The bedding had completely dried, and the cotton filling had become wonderfully warm under the sun. With a sturdy branch, I beat the cotton for a while before gathering it all up, repacking the 4 blankets. One of the blankets, after being folded, was placed into Xiao He's nest, the travel case. Xiao He did not object. Once I finished, it scampered over and lay on top, seemingly quite pleased. The other 3 blankets were all mine. 2 were laid upon the upper floor, while 1 served as a cover. Tentatively, I lay down, sinking into the comfort of the bedding. The sensation of relaxation. I stretched lazily, savoring the sunshine that wafted from the blankets into my nostrils. Truly a delightful gift. However, nightfall approached, and it was time to prepare for a grand meal. I could not yet rest. As the sun set and the moon rose high in the sky, its silvery light filtered through the cracks of the treehouse. I busied myself downstairs while Xiao He lounged beside the fire, displaying a rare moment of patience. The rice was cooked, though perhaps I had not monitored it closely enough, as the edges of the pot had begun to char. Today's ingredients were bountiful. I arranged a multitude of plates on the ground, each filled with the sumptuous dishes I was about to create. The coconut crab had already been processed, and now I possessed an array of tools. My kitchen supplies were impressively comprehensive. It was time to test my culinary skills. The first dish was underway, as I mentioned. I was feeling quite indulgent, pouring a generous amount of oil into the pan. The pot heated quickly, and as the oil submerged, the temperature surged, causing countless tiny bubbles to rise from the bottom. I waited, anticipating the bubbles to grow larger and multiply. At last, the moment arrived. With my right hand, I seized a wooden spatula, while my left hand poured in the prepped potato shreds. Sizzle! The moment the potato shreds hit the scalding oil, they released a plume of fragrant steam, and I began to stir furiously. My makeshift stove was somewhat unstable, but in pursuit of exquisite flavor, I had to stir as quickly as possible. The humble potato shreds, an everyday food, exuded an irresistible allure at that moment. During the cooking process, I sprinkled salt evenly. Just before serving the shreds, I drizzled a few drops of vinegar. Then, unable to contain my eagerness, I grabbed my chopsticks and sampled a few, savoring the taste. As I chewed on the shredded potatoes, they emitted a delightful crunch, crisp and fragrant, instantly enveloping me in a sense of comfort. This familiar flavor seemed to open every pore of my body. After swallowing, a lingering sweet and sour taste tantalized my palate, beckoning me to take another bite. Yet, seeing Little Black's displeased expression, I refrained from indulging myself first. The fish soup was simple enough, but this time, unlike before, I had oil. After briefly frying the fish in the oil, its inherent fishy smell dissipated, sealing in moisture and rendering the flesh tender and delectable. Following this, I covered the pot with a lid, allowing the boiling water to transform into a milky white fish soup before me, requiring only my patience. Little Black, already excited, circled my legs, his tail brushing against my thigh with a painful swish. Once the fish soup was ready, I removed the bony fish pieces and placed them into a large bowl designated for crew members, adding a generous portion of rice and mixing it all together before setting it down in front of Little Black. He could hardly contain his eagerness, already licking the edge of the bowl before I had even placed it down. Meanwhile, I still had 2 dishes awaiting my attention. I sliced the fish head in half and placed it into a bowl, drizzled it with oil and sprinkled some salt, before setting it into a pot of water for steaming. Steamed fish head. It simply required time. If only I had chili to accompany it. The dish would be perfect, but alas, I lacked that ingredient, rendering the spicy fish head currently unattainable. Next, I turned my attention to the coconut crab meat. After extracting the crab roe, I discarded the shell and separated the meat, placing it neatly on a plate beside me. The final dish, a spontaneous idea, was coconut crab fried rice. Thus, the method and seasonings were solely in my hands. With the oil heated, I first added the coconut crab meat, gently stir-frying it briefly before removing it from the pan, worried it would become too tough to chew. Little Black seemed irresistibly drawn to the aroma of the sautéed crab meat. Despite having yet to finish his fish soup rice, he sniffed eagerly, displaying keen interest. I felt Little Black resembled a cat, given his profound love for fish soup. I continued heating the oil, adding the rice and quickly stir-frying it until it crackled and popped, with grains dancing in the pan. At that moment, I poured in the entirety of a coconut's milk. As the dry rice met the coconut milk, it erupted in a delightful frenzy. Seizing this opportunity, I added the sautéed coconut crab meat into the mix. At that instant, an indescribable fragrance wafted through the air, a harmonious blend of various aromas. Look, even Little Black could not resist. Though some fish soup remained in his bowl, he seemed to lose interest and scuttled over to me, evidently intrigued by my fried rice. I added a few drops of soy sauce to the fried rice for color and flavor enhancement, sprinkling salt and MSG before serving it. Observing Little Black's capricious nature, I could only sigh and share half of it with him. Remarkably, before I could take my own portion, he devoured the entire serving of fried rice and then sprawled beside the fire, closing his eyes in slumber, neglecting the upper layer entirely. I suspected he had overindulged. What a gluttonous creature. A plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Though not truly spicy, they could merely be classified as sautéed potatoes. A serving of steamed fish head, complemented by coconut crab fried rice, along with a beverage. This day felt nothing short of a vacation. The shredded potatoes were oily yet not greasy, finely shredded yet not excessively crisp, refreshing and appetizing. The steamed fish head was synonymous with freshness. The term wild has always been associated with exquisite flavors. And this fish was indeed wild. Thus, despite not adding a grain of MSG, its delightful taste invigorated my senses. I had not anticipated the steamed fish to be so marvelous. The flesh, subjected to the steam's high temperature, became exceptionally tender, melting in the mouth with the slightest nibble, as if it were tofu, sliding effortlessly into my stomach. Of course, the fried rice surpassed expectations. I had not foreseen that such a combination could fundamentally alter the essence of the ingredients. Each grain of rice carried the fragrance of crab meat and crab roe, allowing one to savor the essence of the flavor, whether or not one actually consumed it. Moreover, a subtle hint of coconut milk lingered within, not overpowering, but serving as a commendable backdrop that accentuated the crab's flavor. As I savored the culinary creations I had crafted with my own hands, a sudden sound, a sharp crack, pierced the air, unmistakably emanating from above, as if a door had been pushed open. On the 40th day, My Little Courtyard, Part 1, receives an additional update for Long Shao Jiutian. After a busy morning, I finally found a moment to rest, sitting on the swing with a can of drink in hand, savoring its refreshing taste as the wind brushed against my face, causing beads of sweat to trickle down. Today, I ventured out early, chopping some branches to encircle the little house with a fence crafted from old fishing nets, vines, and twigs, creating a harmonious blend. From this moment on, this courtyard belongs entirely to me, and I shall transform it into the dream home I have always envisioned. It was at this moment that a loud clap echoed from the upper floor, startling me and causing my heart to tighten with fear. It is no exaggeration to say that I felt genuine trepidation in the face of the unknown. More importantly, my pistol lay concealed beneath the bedding upstairs. What if I dared not imagine? Time seemed to freeze as I stood still, straining my ears to discern the sounds from above. My little black dog, who had been lounging, suddenly propped itself up on its forelimbs, ears erect, clearly sensing something unusual as well. However, aside from the crackling of branches in the fire, we encountered nothing. Could it be a coconut crab? This thought momentarily eased my anxious heart. Or perhaps it was the unknown beast that had confronted me and Little Black yesterday. Damn! I cursed internally, attempting to regain control of my chaotic thoughts. I have a knife. What is there to fear? With a newfound courage, I shook off my apprehension. Without further delay or wild imaginings, I grasped the kitchen knife beside me and pushed open the lower door, charging outside. Naturally, Little Black followed suit, our instincts in sync. Bathed in moonlight, I noticed that the upper door was indeed ajar. It was evident that an intruder had entered. As the saying goes, anger surges from the heart, and malice arises from the gallbladder. Gazing at the damaged door, I forgot my fear in my rage, hastening towards the second-floor entrance to peer inside. Oh my goodness! Indeed, it was as I had called, retreating in shock while exclaiming. I was nearly toppled by the following Little Black, who collided with me, almost sending me tumbling down the slope. Before me lay a large snake. Yes, a large snake. It nearly took my breath away. Under the pale moonlight, the serpent flicked its blood-red tongue, coiled in the corner of the room, its head extending and retracting in my direction. I had never feared snakes before, but this one was enormous, and I had no idea if it was venomous. Just seeing it without fainting was commendable. As I regained my composure from the shock, I suddenly realized that Little Black was missing. A cold sweat broke out. Little Black, surely it hasn't ventured inside. I dashed back towards the bedroom. A furious growl erupted from within. No, please no. My heart raced with anxiety. Upon entering the room, I found solace in the fact that Little Black was still a distance away from the snake. It was not foolish, but rather attempting to intimidate the serpent, trying to drive it away. However, it seemed to have the opposite effect, as the snake merely raised its body slightly. But before I could react, the snake lunged towards me. Indeed, in a flash, it rapidly circled around me, as if teleporting. My movements felt like a slow-motion film in comparison. Panic etched on my face. I retreated a step, but the snake had already coiled around my thigh, tightening its grip. Little Black barked furiously at the snake, but the serpent appeared to disregard the threat, fixated on its hunt. I did not cease my struggle, yet my kitchen knife, having lain and used for long, was not particularly sharp. Even after several strikes, I failed to pierce its scales. As pain coursed through me, the snake began to constrict around my chest, making it difficult to breathe. Finally, I was dragged down to the ground. At that moment, Little Black ceased its barking, and although I was on the verge of asphyxiation, I distinctly saw a shadow darting towards me. It had to be Little Black. It must have sensed my peril. It was valiantly attempting to rescue me. Just as my ribs creaked under pressure and despair overwhelmed me, the snake suddenly loosened its grip. My lungs, nearly bursting, found relief, and I greedily inhaled deeply. A few seconds later, my thoughts began to clear. I quickly glanced at Little Black and the snake. Rage surged within me. It turned out that Little Black had clamped its jaws tightly around the snake's head, its teeth seemingly penetrating the serpent's eyes. Unable to free itself, the snake writhed in agony, releasing me in its desperation to ensnare Little Black instead. There was no way I would allow it to succeed. Grabbing the knife from the ground, I charged forward, pouring every ounce of strength into my strikes at the back of the snake's head. I was driven by madness. Oblivious to how many times I struck, focused solely on the relentless assault. Only when the stench of blood and flesh filled my nostrils did I finally cease my attack. The snake lay motionless, its head nearly severed, connected only by a strip of skin. Little Black sat beside me, tongue lolling out, cleaning its fur stained with bits of flesh and blood. Noticing me gaze at it, Little Black approached naturally, tail wagging, head nuzzling against me. Thank you, Little Black. I affectionately kissed its head, expressing my heartfelt gratitude. Now, I have skinned, butchered, and deboned the snake. Yes, its skin now hangs in my courtyard. The last time I cooked potatoes, I discovered that some had sprouted, while others had developed a greenish hue, which I promptly discarded. Aware that both green and sprouted potatoes are inedible and toxic, I decided to attempt planting a few today. Although I adore potatoes, I have never cultivated them, so this is merely an experiment. Each potato bore numerous sprouts, so I sliced them open, dividing one potato into several pieces based on the sprouting. Once again, the kitchen knife proved invaluable, as I used it to loosen a small patch of soil beside a tree and planted the sprouted potato pieces. I also retrieved some seeds from the drift bottle, planting them alongside the potatoes. If I could witness their vigorous growth firsthand, I would find immense joy in that process. Additionally, I planted 3 garlic cloves from the galley kitchen, as I hadn't the heart to consume them yesterday on the 40th day after planting those treasures. I watered them gently. Admittedly, I felt a bit embarrassed, as I had never grown vegetables before and was uncertain if I was doing it right. All I wished for was to see them sprout. Even if only a single seedling emerged, I would nurture it with utmost care. To prevent Little Black from accidentally trampling the area, I surrounded the vegetable plot with small branches. Looking around, I was surprised to find a hint of homeliness here: treehouse, vegetable garden, and fence. Yet, my ideal courtyard still had some way to go, and I aspired to enhance it as much as possible. This place often experienced rain, and each downpour turned the ground into a muddy mess, an unpleasant experience. Therefore, I dragged a plastic crate, originally used for rotten cabbage, from the cabin down to the foot of the mountain, not in search of food, but to gather stones. The gentle slope at the mountain's base was strewn with pebbles, precisely what I needed. I collected them all, filling the crate, and also added some flat, larger stones. There were so many that I hardly spent much time before the crate was nearly full. However, I seemed to have overlooked a crucial issue. The filled crate was quite heavy, potentially fragile when lifted, and I questioned whether I could even carry it. Thus, I had to devise a means of transport. Thankfully, I thought of a somewhat clever solution. I sought out some vines, lifted one end of the crate, threaded the vines through the bottom, then wrapped them around the crate and tied them securely. I repeated this with 5 vines. This was to minimize wear on the crate's bottom, and the remaining vines were tightly secured to the sides, while the other end was fastened to my waist. Fortunately, the plan worked seamlessly, though it was indeed exhausting. After unloading the stones, I set off once more, making approximately 8 trips. Observing the substantial pile of stones and pebbles, I decided to halt further transportation. Indeed, I was ready to implement my vision. I intended to pave a pathway with these stones, leading from the entrance of my courtyard to the small house, vegetable garden, swing, and drying area, among others. I sought to create an enchanting meandering path, and I believe that with careful execution, it was certainly achievable. I aimed to avoid areas where sunlight pierced through the tree canopy, laying the stones in shaded spots. In such a dappled environment, one could easily relax and experience a sense of tranquility. I arranged the larger stones according to their size and shape, based on the imagery in my mind. Naturally, I left some space between each stone, roughly the distance of a single step. Following my envisioned plan, I methodically completed the layout. For those larger stones that were not entirely flat, I endeavored to place the uneven sides downward, excavating some soil to ensure their stability. The smaller stones were nestled into the gaps between the larger ones. Thus, after a time of squatting that left me dizzy and my legs numb, I finally completed the stone pathway from the treehouse to the courtyard entrance. With a deep exhale, I stood tall, inhaling fresh air to alleviate my fatigue. Yet, I could not rest. The courtyard still did not meet my aspirations, compelling me to continue my efforts. There remained ample space to be utilized, and I resolved to cultivate a small garden by transplanting various wildflowers from outside, each emitting delightful fragrances. This not only would enhance the aesthetics, but also fill the air with enchanting scents, all while requiring minimal maintenance. These wildflowers, in a riot of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, would flourish without concern for toxicity, as I did not intend to consume them. After about an hour, I had filled the plastic crate with an array of fragrant wildflowers. Nature is truly marvelous. The scents of these flowers combined reminiscent of a fragrant concoction. Fragrances akin to lavender, peonies, and even hints of apple and taro wafted through the air. Of course, some had less pleasant aromas. One flower I had just picked surprisingly smelled like rotten eggs, and I inhaled deeply, nearly overwhelmed. I did not simply uproot the flowers. Instead, I carefully dug around their roots with a knife, extracting them with the soil intact. Much like transplanting trees, these wildflowers, still clinging to their clumps of earth, were gently placed into the crate. Planting flowers was not difficult. I designated an area for the small garden that received sunlight, located beside the treehouse on a slightly elevated patch of land that did not retain water. Speaking of drainage, I had yet to dig a drainage ditch. This small island frequently experienced rain, but the recent pleasant weather had lulled me into forgetting. Ah, the mind is indeed a curious thing. I rubbed my temples. With all the wildflowers planted, not an excessive number, as this was merely an experiment, I aimed to avoid futile efforts. Should this endeavor prove successful, I could expand the project. Initially, I planned to rest, but the thought of the drainage ditch reminded me of my previous illness. The struggle for life and death that sent a chill down my spine, even under the blazing sun. The sun was nearing the horizon as I tirelessly dug with my trusty knife, which had expedited my progress significantly. The excavation of the drainage ditch went smoothly. My treehouse was situated on slightly elevated ground, and I dug a trench around it, connecting it to the newly created drainage ditch encircling the courtyard. Finally, I carved a large opening in the outer ditch, allowing it to lead toward the sunken forest in the distance. Thus, during rainstorms, as long as that vast low-lying forest remained unwaterlogged, my little house would remain safe and sound. After this flurry of activity, I felt entirely sore. Yet, upon closer examination, the pain seemed to dissipate. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Shaking my head, I turned and walked back toward the treehouse. On the 41st day, were the valiant triumph in narrow encounters. In recent days, perhaps due to a multitude of affairs, I have found myself waking up early. For breakfast, I prepared a simple dish of noodle dumpling soup. It is quite straightforward. Scoop a bowl of flour, add water, stir with chopsticks until it becomes a paste. Then drop spoonfuls into boiling water and let it cook for a while before enjoying. Simple and unrefined. The dawn on the island is tranquil, comfortable, and harmonious. I sat on a swing, inhaling a puff of a lit Chinese cigarette. Cough. It seems I haven't smoked in a long while. The first puff caught me off guard. In truth, I had long lost the craving for smoke, having been caught in a struggle between life and death that had made me forget the pleasure of indulgence. As I exhaled the second puff, sitting on the swaying swing, I felt an unusual sense of ease. Perhaps these carefree days are not so bad. When I first arrived on the island, my goal was simple: to survive. Later, I acquired a quaint wooden cabin, an abundance of juicy fruits to quell my hunger, and a companion, Little Black. Now, I possess enough provisions to sustain me for a considerable time, along with tools and more. Yet, for reasons unknown, amidst this comfortable environment, I felt a profound sense of loneliness and emptiness. I brushed my wind-tousled hair, attempting to dismiss these negative thoughts. A sudden restlessness surged within me. Fortunately, a flock of birds outside caught my attention, awakening me from my chaotic reverie. I stood up and observed many birds flying into a nearby grove. Curiosity piqued. I wondered what could possibly attract them. As I stepped out of the yard, I moved quietly, bending down towards the edge of the forest. Soon, I discerned the situation. Beside a large tree in the hollow, a cluster of low-growing plants bore an abundance of tiny black fruits resembling marbles. The birds were feasting eagerly, swiftly pecking at these dark fruits. They devoured them in a flurry, switching to another within mere seconds, not consuming them entirely, merely nibbling halfway through. What a waste. Surely, these fruits must be edible? I pondered, unsure of their taste. Nevertheless, the birds seemed unperturbed. Just then, as I mused, the birds suddenly took flight in a flurry. I was taken aback and glanced around, seeing nothing amiss. Could they have noticed my presence? I speculated. Regardless, my current need for sustenance was significant. I could not afford to let the opportunity slip away. Thus, I approached the fruits they had pecked at, assuming them to be safe and delicious. I plucked one fruit, holding it in my palm for a closer inspection. The flesh inside was a dark brown, the skin exceedingly thin. As I squeezed it, not much juice emerged. After discarding the broken fruit, I rubbed my fingers together. They felt slightly sticky, perhaps due to a high sugar content. What harm could there be in sampling it? Much like Li Shizhen tasting herbs? Though I said this, I was not impulsive. I split the fruit and gently licked it with my tongue. Wow! I couldn't help but exclaim. Though the exterior appeared unappealingly dark, the flesh contained a natural sweetness and a hint of fragrance akin to osmanthus. The balance of sweetness and aroma was exquisite, and in my excitement, I swallowed the fruit whole. Regret came too late. I had already chewed a few times. Discarding the pit, consuming both skin and flesh. The delightful flavor lingered in my mouth, swirling into my nostrils, refusing to dissipate. In comparison to the juicy fruits I had previously consumed, this black fruit was akin to a sweetened treat. Even after 2 minutes of swallowing, the sweetness continued to tantalize my taste buds. Delicious. I even contemplated whether I could slice these fruits and dry them for tea or flavoring. However, having discovered them, how could I relinquish these delicacies to the birds? The gaps at the bottom of my plastic basket were quite large. If I placed the small fruits inside, they would undoubtedly fall out. Thus, I lined the bottom of the basket with twigs and leaves, ensuring the fruits would not fall and that the soft base would prevent them from being crushed. Eating and gathering simultaneously was a pleasure unlike any other. I felt my stomach nearing its limit, prompting me to burp. Alas, while the branches looked separate, I later discovered these fruits were all part of the same root system. This cluster, resembling a shrub, was quite substantial, occupying nearly 5 square meters. I realized that uprooting it entirely would be a daunting task. Fortunately, it was very close to my yard. I could attempt to craft a scarecrow to deter those thieving birds. As I mentioned earlier, the juice content of the fruit was minimal, and I could explore whether it could be used for tea. With the weather fair, I resolved to pick every last fruit from the bush. Even if I left some behind, they would soon be devoured by the birds, which I noticed were still watching me from afar, perhaps protesting my actions. Yet, their thoughts were of no concern to me. Suddenly, I heard a series of sounds behind me, rustling through the grass, snapping branches. At that moment, I was busy organizing the freshly picked fruits. Initially, I assumed it was Little Black, so I felt no alarm. On the 41st day, were the brave triumph in narrow encounters, Part 2. Today's second update. A colossal wild boar charged towards me. In that fleeting moment, I found myself utterly paralyzed, my once vibrant mind reduced to a mere mush. At that instant, my instincts prevailed. I gripped the dull kitchen knife tightly and swiftly sought refuge beside a sturdy tree. The beast sprinted with remarkable speed, its tusks resembling sharp daggers. Bristling hair erect, presenting a fearsome visage. I had no intention of confronting it head-on, for I was acutely aware of the threat it posed. My heart raced with terror. It was upon me. Fortunately, I managed to evade its initial onslaught, thanks to the tree. Yet, it halted abruptly, pivoting with ferocity to charge at me once more. I could clearly see its powerful hind legs, kicking up clouds of dirt. Desperate to avoid a direct clash, I circled around the tree. Panting heavily as if I were the sworn enemy of this wild beast, it showed no signs of relenting. As time passed, my anxiety deepened, and my stamina dwindled, my movements noticeably slowing. Meanwhile, the boar grew swifter, its endurance evidently surpassing mine. The more tense I became, the less capable I was of coherent thought, my heartbeat threatening to exceed the limits of my body. The distance between the wild boar and myself continued to diminish. I could almost feel its protruding tusks. Beneath the tree, the soft earth had been trampled unevenly by the boar's powerful hooves. In a moment of carelessness, I stumbled into a depression created by its weight, struggling to regain my balance, but ultimately fell to the ground. I knew the wild boar would not grant me the opportunity to rise. It would certainly seize the chance to unleash its most ferocious attack. Fortunately, in this life-threatening predicament, my mind became remarkably alert once more. I understood that I had to evade this impending fatal blow. The wild boar's preferred weapons of harm were its tusks and dense teeth. Thus, as I fell, I wasted no time and swiftly rolled away on the ground. The boar was right behind me. I realized that remaining still could lead to being impaled by its tusks. Once again, my actions proved to be exceptionally prudent. Just as I ceased rolling, a gust of wind brushed past my ear, the boar's pale tusks skimming the ground beside me. Though I narrowly escaped, I was drenched in cold sweat. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches above, yet I felt as if I were plunged into an icy abyss. The wild boar quickly turned around, preparing to charge at me once again. I had no time to stand and flee. I could only roll away once more, aware that the moment of fate was fast approaching. A life-or-death struggle against an adversary whose strength was vastly superior to mine. Yet, even while rolling, I held tightly to the knife in my hand. I persisted, knowing that even if I were to perish at the jaws of the wild boar, I would not relinquish a single opportunity. Just as I barely evaded one of its charges, I was ultimately trampled by the boar. Its heavy hoof came crashing down on my thigh, causing me to convulse in pain. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its maw wide and lunged towards me. The foul stench emanating from its mouth nearly suffocated me as I extended my left hand, desperately attempting to block its advance. However, the wild boar was immensely strong, far beyond my capacity to withstand. Faced with the terrifying approach of its gaping jaws, I was engulfed in fear and swung the kitchen knife with all my might. Perhaps the knife was too dull, or the boar's hide too thick, or perhaps my strength was insufficient. Regardless, the beast appeared unscathed by my feeble attack. Instead, my actions ignited its fury. It let out a pained scream and, disregarding my feeble pushes, stomped onto my chest, lowering its head to angrily bite at my right hand. Naturally, I did not wish to be bitten, so I exerted every effort to push the boar's head away from my right hand. This action seemed to further infuriate the wild boar, which suddenly whirled around and clamped down on my left hand. Its teeth were not particularly sharp, but once caught in the jaws of this omnivorous creature, it bit down with relentless force. The agony was unbearable, sending tremors throughout my body, a pain beyond endurance. I frantically swung the knife at its head, desperately trying to make it release its grip. Yet, to my despair, the boar paid no heed to my strikes and shook its head violently. The pain made my vision blur, and I struggled to maintain my grip on the knife, nearly dropping it. With one last breath, I swung the blade again, this time not striking its side, but grazing its head before landing on its snout. Ultimately halted by its tusks, this unintentional strike finally bore fruit. I distinctly saw blood trickling from its snout, and it let out a pained cry, releasing its grip. Though it relinquished its hold, my left hand had gone entirely numb, blood oozing from multiple bite wounds. Before I could regain my composure, it lunged again, sinking its teeth into my chest. This time, I could not withstand it. Darkness enveloped me as I succumbed to the pain. Upon awakening once more, it was the pain that roused me. My entire body ached. The wild boar continued to gnaw at me patiently. The last time I experienced such torment was after ingesting a hallucinogenic fruit and being attacked by a tiger. Yet, that had merely been an illusion. Utterly incomparable to the current reality, my body was likely riddled with numerous wounds inflicted by the beast, each one burning with excruciating pain. I had nearly lost all my strength. It began to shake its head again, now biting down on my left palm, and I could feel its teeth piercing through. I refused to concede. Life was the most precious thing I possessed at that moment. I bore the agonizing pain that penetrated to the marrow, seized the fallen knife with my right hand, and summoned the last vestiges of my strength to strike at the wild boar once more. The boar had its weight on my chest, and my strike landed on its flank, near its belly. Perhaps the skin there was more vulnerable, for my blow carved a gash into its flesh. Sensing the pain, it did not release its grip, but its body twisted violently, causing the knife to slide down and widen the wound further. I could sense an opportunity. On the 41st day, the brave triumph in the face of adversity, Part 2. At long last, the wild boar relinquished its grip on my hand, perhaps due to the pain, and darted away. My left hand had become completely numb from its bite, rendering it devoid of sensation. The boar's hooves finally lifted from my chest, granting me a moment to catch my breath. Its abdominal wound was considerable, and blood continued to drip from it. I believed it might flee, which would be the best course of action. My injuries did not seem severe, but if the confrontation continued, I doubted I would survive until the end. However, the next move of the wild boar sent a chill of terror through me. It lowered its head, its curved tusks aimed directly at me. I understood its intent. It sought to take my life with those lethal fangs. Would I willingly await my fate? Absolutely not. Thus, as it charged towards me, I summoned all my strength to prop myself up with my right hand. Just as it was nearly upon me, I managed to roll to my left side. Though it appeared a simple maneuver, the strain on my wounds caused cold sweat to break out on my brow, and I nearly succumbed to darkness. Once again, the boar's tusks missed their mark. Perhaps out of fury, it did not halt, but pivoted to thrust its tusks at me again. This time, I could not evade. Yes, I wished to escape, but my body was on the brink of collapse. In that fleeting moment, my heartbeat nearly ceased, and even my breath seemed to falter. Had I failed? Indeed, it had successfully seized control of my life. Lying on my back, I felt the hard tusks brutally pierce my back. Perhaps fate was merciful. The tusks were too close to the ground, merely penetrating my clothing without piercing my waist, or I would have been doomed. The force of the boar's charge was immense, and I was thrown into the air, my clothing snagged on its tusks, completely torn apart. I then fell heavily to the ground, pain once more sweeping through my entire being. The wild boar, enraged by the clothing clinging to its tusks, violently shook its head, attempting to rid itself of the fabric. This fortuitously afforded me an opportunity. Gritting my teeth, I crawled desperately toward the knife nearby. The boar still could not shake off the clothing, yet it had no intention of sparing me, opening its jaws wide to bite. I too awaited my moment. It sank its teeth into my left hand, this time closer to my shoulder. However, the wound I had previously inflicted on its side was once again exposed before me. The excruciating pain caused me to writhe on the ground, but my right hand clutched the knife with unwavering determination. With the last remnants of my strength, I swung the knife toward the boar's wound. The blade plunged into the gash, warm blood gushing forth as if it were freely flowing, coating my arm. This time, I had truly injured it. It let out a furious cry, and its body twisted violently. The knife, which had been firmly grasped in my hand, was wrenched free in its thrashing motion. Blood sprayed forth, yet the boar showed no signs of faltering. Instead, its eyes glowed with fury, igniting a final frenzy. I was powerless against its last desperate onslaught. Once more, my body was lifted by its tusks, which, though they did not embed themselves within me, unmistakably sliced a significant gash across my back. Again, I was tossed into the air, then fell, trampled underfoot. My exhausted body could no longer endure. And just before I succumbed to unconsciousness, I perceived a dark figure racing toward me. "Little Black, is that you?" This was my final thought before I descended into darkness. I do not know how much time passed, but I sensed a pair of warm hands gently caressing my face, so tender and comforting. It felt as if a mother were rousing her slumbering child, gradually drawing my consciousness from the depths of darkness. At last, my senses and awareness reconnected, and I opened my eyes. It was Little Black, incessantly licking my face. Only you, like a loyal guardian, remained by my side. I had lost count of how many times Little Black had rescued me. I simply knew that without it, I would not have survived to this moment. Enduring the pain, I raised my right hand to gently stroke Little Black's face. Upon seeing me awake, it became exuberant, barking excitedly, its tail wagging furiously. This time, my injuries were severe, and I would not be able to rise immediately. My wounds felt as if they had been doused in chili powder, inflamed and swollen. A burning agony that was unbearable. However, when Little Black leaned in closer, I noticed a smear of blood on its chin. Alarmed, I reached out and discovered it was not its own. The wild boar. I turned my head to the side and at last beheld the carcass of the boar not far away. Its body bore several wounds, blood pooling around it. With a single glance, I could ascertain that those gashes on its back and hindquarters were inflicted by Little Black. It appeared to have endured a fierce battle. I then scrutinized Little Black closely, relieved to find it unscathed. Yet I felt a pang of anxiety. Had I not gravely injured the boar, Little Black might not have been so fortunate. A wild boar could easily slay a dog, but thankfully, the beast lay dead. I cannot imagine a life without Little Black. We had shared many days together, completely accepting each other as presents and developing a mutual dependence. This perilous encounter prompted me to reevaluate the safety of this island. I would certainly exercise greater caution henceforth. I would not leave the handgun by my bedside again. Although I had never used it, I had familiarized myself with its mechanisms recently, mastering the safety, loading, and other essential functions. This island is not small, it is vast. I had glimpsed it from the mountaintop previously, and I had explored less than 1% of it. The other sides are dense with forest, which I have yet to delve into. In the future, I must take Little Black and explore. After all, I do not know how long I will remain here. I cannot linger any longer. I admonished myself. There are many matters demanding my attention. I possess some medicine that I must apply to my wounds. I cannot afford to succumb to infection. Moreover, the carcass of the deceased boar is a treasure trove. In this humid environment, if not attended to, it will attract insects and other pests. Time is of the essence. On the 42nd day, the incessant noise of buy one get two free drove me to exasperation. After being awakened for the umpteenth time, I cursed under my breath. Fortunately, I had treated my wounds promptly yesterday. After boiling some water and adding a portion of salt, I rinsed my severely injured left hand, chest, and back several times. Perhaps I had added too much salt, as the contact with my wounds nearly made me faint. The pain rivaled that of the initial wild boar attack. My teeth ground together in an involuntary rhythm. I had no choice but to endure, for if my wounds became infected in this environment, my chances of survival would diminish considerably. I was unwilling to succumb, thus I persevered through the agony. After cleansing the wounds, I sprinkled some white powder, discovered in the crew's quarters, evenly over the injuries on my left hand and chest, and applied a bit to the palm of my right hand, spreading it across my back. The application of the medicine did not inflict much pain, but it brought a searing sensation. Having used this remedy many times before, it was a staple in my household, and thus I had no reservations about its application. Aside from the wounds on my back, most of my injuries were puncture marks from the wild boar's teeth, and my left arm was now utterly weakened, mottled with bruises. The mere recollection of that moment sent shivers down my spine. The pain exceeded that of pinching the tender flesh on the inner thigh 100-fold. I pondered how long it would take for my left hand to heal. Above all, I hoped my wounds would not become infected. And I feared that the wild boar might have been a carrier of the rabies virus. I recalled reading that many mammals could potentially harbor it. But that was a concern for another time. First, I had to survive the threat of infection. As luck would have it, after a night had passed, the bite marks on my chest and left arm had begun to scab over. The pain was unavoidable, yet there was only mild redness and swelling. With no sign of pus, this filled me with excitement, and my earlier anger at being awakened dissipated. The source of my disturbance was two small wild boars, still quite young, seemingly weaned not long ago. Their adorable and clumsy demeanor endeared them to me, yet I had been far too exhausted yesterday, burdened with numerous tasks, leading me to tether them outside my door. However, they had continued to squeal incessantly since dawn. Perhaps they were hungry, I speculated. Indeed, as I approached, they eagerly nudged at my feet with their snouts. Their slender bodies were adorned with stripes, and they devoured their food with an adorable fervor, appearing even cuter than their mother. I resolved to make them a cozy nest when time permitted. Today dawned as another splendid day. Although my left hand had yet to recover, there were many tasks awaiting my attention. I began by untying the wild boar carcass I had suspended from a large tree. Upon witnessing my actions, Little Black leaped about in excitement, as if anticipating a feast. The first step was to scald the meat with boiling water. Only after several treatments could I easily scrape off the coarse outer hair. I dragged the boar outside, and, after multiple scalding sessions, I effortlessly scraped off most of the hair with my knife. About an hour later, I had successfully butchered the pig, perhaps due to the lack of bloodletting. The meat was a reddish hue and somewhat tough, but I was not one to be picky. Afterward, armed with my firearm and accompanied by Little Black, I placed the pork into a plastic container and dragged it to the riverbank to wash it. The cleaning process proved far more arduous than I had anticipated, as I was limited to one hand, and it took nearly 2 full hours. The intestines, in particular, consumed a portion of my precious salt, requiring repeated scrubbing and rinsing. Despite the loss, I reluctantly sacrificed some of my scant supply of salt to ensure the meat would be preserved perfectly. I cut a sizable portion of pork, approximately 5 pounds, into smaller pieces, placed them in a pot, filled it with water, and set it on the fire to boil. While the pork simmered, I began preparing the meat sauce. Yes, I intended to make sausages. With so much pork, it was improbable that Little Black and I could consume it all within a short span. Thus, sausages were a viable method of preservation. Yet, as I prepared to fill the casings, I encountered a dilemma. I lacked a funnel, and using my hands was far too slow. In a moment of ingenuity, I sliced a bottle in half, inverting the top section to create a makeshift funnel. I had hoped to add an array of spices such as fennel, chili, and scallions. But alas, I had none. Nevertheless, I soon filled the pig's intestines, and the subsequent steps were simpler. Meanwhile, the pot of pork had boiled to a tender perfection, its aroma wafting through the air and enveloping my senses. After skimming off the frothy impurities, a pot of exquisite meat chunks lay before me. The pork, unlike rabbit meat, which is nearly devoid of fat, was rich and glistening with a layer of grease on the water's surface, its fragrance more robust. Little Black, unable to contain its eagerness, placed its front paws on my leg, straining to peer into the pot. Seeing its impatience, I shook my head in resignation, picked up my chopsticks, and pierced a piece of pork, allowing the succulent juices to flow forth. It was ready to be savored. I divided the meat into 2 portions, placing one in front of Little Black. Although the pork was still slightly hot, Little Black sniffed it cautiously, refraining from devouring it immediately, instead pacing anxiously and casting pleading glances my way. This evening's dinner was particularly memorable, for it was a close brush with death that had brought us to this moment. I felt as if I had nearly forgotten the taste of pork. Although I had not added any spices, merely dipping it in soy sauce, it was an unparalleled delight. Before retiring for the night, I set aside a piece of pork, hanging the remainder above the fire, hoping to prepare it as smoked meat for preservation. Ultimately, I boiled the last piece of pork along with the head, intestines, and liver to ensure they would not spoil by morning. After loosening the vines that bound the 2 small wild boars, I placed them in a plastic crate, covered it with a wooden board, and pushed it into the treehouse. On the 43rd day, the choice remained between candles and oil lamps. Last night, I sank into a deep slumber, perhaps a testament to my exhaustion, the result of relentless physical strain. The pain from my wounds has lessened considerably. They have begun to heal, and I continue to apply the medicinal powder. The swelling of the skin around the wounds has gradually receded, a piece of good news for me. The gentle patter of rain outside the treehouse reaches my ears. And without a doubt, it is indeed raining. I have grown accustomed to the frequent downpours here, and I particularly loathe venturing out in such weather. I brought the homemade sausages under the eaves into the house, fearing the damp air would spoil them, finding solace in their safety indoors. Rainy days envelop me in a profound weariness, a sentiment that resonates with Little Black. Of course, although I cannot go outside, there remains much to be done. The smoked meat I attempted to prepare last night has hung for the entire night. I wonder if my efforts have borne fruit. With anticipation, I descended to the lower level, and upon inspection, I discovered that the exterior of the hanging pork had dried out. I deemed it a success, for it had not burned. Having never smoked meat before, this was my inaugural attempt, and I felt quite pleased with the outcome. I recalled that smoked meat typically requires marination, yet I had used only a modest amount of salt and soy sauce. I mused that once it dried completely, it would surely be ready for consumption. As for the precise timing, I had no clear concept, but as long as it was edible and not spoiled, that sufficed. Suddenly, an idea struck me: candles. I yearned to create a candle from the pork. My sources of illumination, aside from the campfire, included the flashlight left behind by a previous occupant. Yet that device diminishes with each use, and I have hesitated to employ it. In my childhood, candles were a staple in our household, often utilized during power outages. Nearly every home kept a supply on hand. I understood their structure was simple, comprising merely a wick and wax, yet I possessed neither. Naturally, lacking these items necessitated creativity or the pursuit of alternatives. I recognized that the wick must be both flammable and durable, otherwise, the candle would inevitably fail. I had already devised a substitute. The cotton thread used to secure the inner core of my bedding seemed an ideal choice. I merely needed to cut a length, twist it, and combine several strands, a task that would not consume much time. The more time-consuming alternative lay in the process I was about to undertake. I tossed chopped wild boar fat into a pot, beginning the rendering of the fat. As the fat heated, it began to ooze, and small bubbles emerged at the bottom of the pot. I dared not use a high flame, fearing splatters and the potential for the fat to scorch. So I kept the pot a safe distance from the fire. The aroma wafted through the air, enticing Little Black to approach. This fragrance encompassed the essence of meat, freshness, and a hint of that delightful, slightly burnt smell akin to crispy rice. A deep inhale revealed the rich, savory essence lingering in the atmosphere. Little Black, now calmed, lay nearby, attentively watching from a pile of dry firewood. As the fat continued to ooze, it shrank and curled, the color deepening from white to a rich brown, bubbling and rolling atop the surface. It was ready. Upon seeing the transformation, I removed the pot from the heat. Thankfully, my left hand had healed sufficiently, otherwise, I would not have been able to perform this task. Using chopsticks, I transferred the remnants of the fat into a bowl, dividing it into 2 portions. I would not waste this precious substance. In the past, I might have discarded it for health reasons, but now, these remnants were a rare delicacy. After setting the pot of hot pork fat aside, I sprinkled a handful of salt evenly over the remnants. One portion I offered to the well-behaved Little Black, while the other was reserved for my own enjoyment. Each bite revealed a different flavor. The first brought forth its crispiness. The second released the residual fat, enveloping my mouth in meaty goodness, and the third. With most of the fat rendered, there was no overwhelming greasiness. After savoring 4 bites, Little Black approached, licking its lips and beseeching me for more. Despite a twinge of reluctance, I relinquished the remainder to it. Yet, the subsequent events veered away from my original intentions. My initial plan was straightforward. Once the pork fat cooled, it would solidify, so I prepared a basin of water. I intended to stir the twisted wick into the still warm fat before placing it in the cold water, whereupon the fat would solidify instantly. However, I soon encountered difficulties. Firstly, while the wick absorbed some fat, it remained too soft, bending rather than straightening. Secondly, the repetitive process proved wasteful, with much of the fallen fat congealing atop the water. Lastly, even if I succeeded, I realized this batch of fat would yield only a few candles, each lasting but a brief time. Ultimately, after careful consideration, I abandoned this approach. Yet, I did not surrender my efforts entirely. A new idea sparked within me. I retrieved a discarded soda can, cut off its top, and inserted one end of the cotton thread intended for the wick into it, allowing the other end to extend outside the can. I then poured in some pork fat. Finally, I carefully lifted the can and placed it into the basin of cold water, allowing it to solidify. Approximately an hour later, the fat had finally solidified, and I felt a wave of trepidation wash over me, fearing failure. I retrieved a burning branch, my hands trembling as I ignited the cotton thread, my breath held in suspense, hoping fervently for it to catch flame. Day 44. A series of fortunate events. Part 1. After a night of gentle rain, the morning air was particularly crisp. Standing outside the treehouse, I inhaled deeply, allowing the cool, earthy fragrance of the soil and flowers to cleanse my lungs, leaving me in a state of bliss. I cherish moments like this, just after the rain, when every pore of my being seems to open up, alleviating the pain of any wounds I bear. Wiping the droplets off the swing, I settled onto it, relishing this rare moment of leisure. The lard candle I had attempted to make last night was not particularly successful. The lard, being solid, required time to melt, leading to an inadequate supply of fuel and ultimately extinguishing the flame. However, once a portion of the lard was melted, the issue would resolve itself. This necessitated a steady use of the candle, meaning I needed to melt some lard beforehand. Additionally, the lard candle emitted an unpleasant odor, a blend of lard scent with a hint of burnt aroma, and initially produced some black smoke. Thus, my first experience was far from delightful, yet it was usable, and I could always replace it with something better in the future. Another noteworthy aspect was the snake meat I had marinated, which turned out splendidly. Last night, I tried steaming a few pieces of top rice, and the result was overwhelmingly delicious, tender, fragrant, and with a delightful chewiness reminiscent of the taste of rubbery fish from the sea. I had forgotten to collect the snake's skin, which had been drenched by the rain all day yesterday, and I planned to let it dry a bit more. As I passed by, an unpleasant odor wafted up, revealing a swarm of small insects crawling over it. The snake's skin still held potential for me, although certainly not for consumption. I intended to craft a holster and a pouch from it, allowing me to carry essential items on my waist. With such a sizable piece of snake skin, perhaps I could even fashion a vest. Interestingly, those little insects might assist me by removing residual tissues, thus saving me from extra trouble. Once they finished their work and after a few days of sun exposure, I could wash the skin clean, erasing the foul odor and any repugnant remnants. Pleasant moments are always fleeting, and the time I allotted for myself to rest was limited to before the sun fully rose. I had grown weary of the torment inflicted by the 2 little wild boars that I regrettably allowed into my bedroom, leading to a pervasive stench of pig manure. Therefore, today, I resolved to construct a temporary pen to end their reign of pollution within my sanctuary. However, building the pen posed challenges. It needed a roof to protect the boars from the rain, and it had to be sturdy enough to withstand their gnawing and rooting. The materials for this makeshift pen were vines and branches, as I had no other resources at my disposal. Perhaps later, I could find some materials aboard the boat. But for now, it was impractical, as my injury still hindered my ability to dismantle or transport materials. Thus, I had to make do with what I had, taking advantage of the dry weather to herd the 2 wild boars into the yard. Branches were plentiful, and vines were in abundance as well. These 2 materials became my primary choices. The young boars, though small, were incapable of escaping, even with a rudimentary fence. I secured the makeshift enclosure multiple times, intertwining several vines over 5 times for added strength. Although the fence stood only about 50 centimeters tall, it sufficed for the moment, preventing any escape attempts. The ground was somewhat damp, yet I had strategically chosen this location, as it was the only elevated spot in the yard, ensuring that it would not be inundated during rain. Once I acquired additional materials, I could reinforce the enclosure and construct a small shelter or add an open roof. After the initial construction was completed, I released the 2 little boars into their new home. After being confined in a plastic crate for so long, they dashed out, colliding with the nearby branch fence, creating a cacophony. The damp ground teemed with crawling insects, but unfortunately for them, they encountered the boars. As the pigs' snouts glided over the insects, they inhaled with a gentle snuffle, and the insects vanished, becoming a source of protein for the wild boars. As long as the rain held off, the boars should thrive in their temporary pen. The tender grass outside still glistened with dew, and while I had intended to cut some for the boars, I hesitated to feed them wet grass, fearing it might cause diarrhea. Instead, I tossed in a few juicy fruits. Having completed these tasks, sunlight began to filter through the tree canopy. The little boars seemed fearful of the sunlight, but fortunately, a significant portion of their pen was shaded. This matter was momentarily resolved. The wildflowers I had transplanted flourished, with only one yellow variety. exuding a faint floral scent reminiscent of light perfume, having wilted completely. The others exhibited robust vitality. The leaves that had previously curled were now fully unfurled, signaling success in my endeavors. The fragrance from this patch of blooms could be detected from about 5 meters away, a delightful aroma that enveloped the air as I passed through. There was another place I longed to visit yet dreaded the potential outcome, my small vegetable garden. I had planted 3 varieties, drift bottle seeds, potatoes, and garlic. I feared that they might not have survived, particularly the potatoes, for if they thrived, I would no longer need to worry about staple foods. With a mix of trepidation and hope, I made my way to the garden. Upon my first glance, I was pleasantly surprised to see the garlic sprouting tender shoots. Although small, this was undoubtedly a sign of growth, and with a little more care and time, it would surely mature. Another thrilling revelation awaited me. The potatoes and the drift bottle seeds showed no signs of life. Unlike the garlic, which I had planted above ground, my anxious heart compelled me to dig up a potato. Eureka! The potato's shoots had visibly elongated, with 2 tiny leaves tightly clasped together at the tip. Excitement surged through me. This was nature at work. Carefully, I buried it once more, gently patting the soil back into place. And what of the seeds in the drift bottle? On the 44th day, good fortune continued to abound. The seeds I had cast into the drifting bottle had only recently been sown, yet they were already pushing through the moist earth above them. Perhaps the rain from yesterday had stimulated their growth. Through the crevices in the soil, I could clearly see the fragile, diminutive seedlings. I let out a long breath, calming the tumultuous excitement within me. I wondered what these seeds might yield. Would they blossom into flowers, or perhaps grass, or something entirely different? My curiosity was palpable, yet I knew that in due time, the answers would reveal themselves, for the seedlings had taken root, and all that remained was to nurture and await their progress. The sun blazed brightly today, and the temperature rose swiftly. If I did not promptly attend to the remaining pork, it would soon spoil. Thus, today's lunch promised to be a feast brimming with delectable flavors. I began by cooking a pot of rice, though the quantity was modest, merely a thin layer covering the pot's bottom. Given the abundance of leftover pork and assorted scraps, these would serve as the main focus of my meal to prevent waste. As I poured in the intestines, they emitted a plume of smoke and a crisp sound upon contact with the hot oil. To avert burning, I added soy sauce along with a pinch of sugar and salt. Indeed, my first dish was to be braised intestines. While I was aware that stir-frying them with pickled vegetables or bell peppers would also be delightful, I had no other ingredients at hand. So this was the best I could devise. Finally, I added a bowl of water to the pot, allowing the mixture to simmer. I tasted the sauce, and to my delight, it was perfectly balanced, savory and fragrant with a hint of sweetness. This was the ideal moment to serve the dish. Any delay would cause the sauce to evaporate, leaving the pot scorched and blackened. Once plated, I commenced preparation of the second dish. After cutting the internal organs into pieces, I placed them in a bowl and drizzled soy sauce over them, completing the simplest of dishes, yet one that was quite delicious, one I greatly enjoyed. Fortunately, the little black dog had gone off to play. Had it been present, I feared it would have devoured my creations before I could finish. This time, I opted not to boil the pork as I had previously, for a better plan had formed in my mind. After being simmered overnight, the pork was tender and had released much of its fat. I sliced it into thin pieces, ready to make stir-fried pork, a dish I relished from my past. Thus, even in the absence of additional ingredients, I was determined to give it a try. The pot was heated to a rolling boil, yet I refrained from adding oil, instead directly placing the pork slices into the pot. Upon contact, the slices adhered to the bottom, and within mere seconds, their edges began to turn a golden brown. This did not detract from the dish's appeal. Soon, the rising temperature caused the fat to render, and I began to stir-fry the slices, ensuring each piece had ample contact with the pot's surface. As the cooking progressed, the temperature escalated further, and the escaping fat sizzled, filling the air with delightful sounds. The thin slices transformed under the heat, their texture becoming firmer as they cooked. This was a crucial moment. I swiftly stirred them, minimizing their time in the oil to prevent charring. When they achieved a perfect golden hue, I sprinkled salt atop and added a splash of soy sauce before transferring them to a serving dish. The pig's head was too cumbersome to prepare, so I ultimately opted to boil it thoroughly, shred it, and set it aside for the little black dog's enjoyment. The little creature was never picky about meat. For it, this was undoubtedly a rare feast. I took the small bird from its mouth, only to discover it had long since stiffened, likely having died some time ago. It seemed the dog wished to assist me, and as I stroked its head, I gently explained that the little bird was not for eating. Whether it understood, I could not say, but it emitted a soft whine, akin to a child who had erred, wagging its tail earnestly as it gazed at me. I hesitated to dispose of the deceased bird in its presence, fearing it might hurt its feelings, so I carried it over to the pot of pork. Upon seeing the large pot of pig's head meat, the little black dog erupted with excitement, barking joyfully and circling the pot before wagging its tail at me and diving into its meal. Observing its delight, I quietly stepped outside, dug a small hole by the tree, and buried the little bird, compacting the earth atop it. By the time I had my fill, the little black dog was still feasting. This was the first time I had seen it eat so slowly. There remained an abundance of dishes, and I felt as though my stomach might burst. Each was delicious, with several being personal favorites, until my mouth was slick with grease, and I could scarcely move. Yet, when I looked down at the little black dog, I smiled. It was a sight to behold, watching it chew slowly, pausing to gaze blankly ahead before resuming its meal. Noticing its distended belly, I realized it too must be quite full. Given the humidity in the air, I worried that the flour and cornmeal might spoil. So I resolved to take advantage of the fine weather to lay the bags out to dry. Fortunately, I managed to stave off any feelings of nausea. Of course, I dared not seek further amusement, opting instead to rest, planning to search the wrecked ship for materials tomorrow to enhance the pigsty. On the 45th day, a return to the cabin, Part 1, last night. I was unsure if it was the chill or fear that caused me to hear the two wild boars squabbling numerous times. Upon waking, I discovered that my left hand had improved significantly. I could move it freely, and as long as I avoided the wound, there was no intense pain. Thus, I resolved to search the ship today for some planks or similar materials to construct a shelter for the wild boars. The shelter must be waterproof, otherwise, I feared the boars might fall ill and perish. Additionally, the enclosure must be sturdy, for as they grow larger, they could easily escape if it were weak. I tucked my pistol into a vine used as a makeshift belt, also securing the wrench there, while I held the knife in my hand. After once being bitten by a snake, I became exceedingly cautious. Ever since I learned of the wild boar's presence, I have adopted a vigilant demeanor, especially after narrowly escaping danger due to my own negligence just days prior. The seaside in the morning is the most delightful. The sea breeze is refreshingly cool, and the briny scent of the ocean fills the air, invigorating my spirit. However, I must lament the abundance of trash along the shore, predominantly plastic waste that cannot decompose naturally. These items drifted through the sea and ultimately washed ashore with the tides. Today, the beach beside the rocks was littered with numerous plastic bottles and flip-flops. Furthermore, fishing nets were scattered about, and it perplexed me why so many washed ashore. Since my arrival on the island, I have yet to spot any fishing vessels nearby, leaving me wondering where these nets originate. Nevertheless, I merely ponder these matters idly. To me, these discarded items are treasures in a time of scarcity. The challenge lies in how to repurpose them effectively. I collected the fishing nets and plastic debris, wrapping them together with the netting. The air within the cabin had grown increasingly fetid, now infused with an indescribable, peculiar odor. The stench, combined with the dampness and decay, was unbearable. It must have rained 2 days prior, and under yesterday's relentless sun, the cabin had transformed into a steamy sauna, evaporating the accumulated rainwater and mingling it with the cabin air. My first impulse upon entering was to dismantle a cabinet that appeared wooden, yet I suspected it was constructed from pressed plywood, akin to furniture in my own home. This realization troubled me. If I recklessly smashed it open, it would likely reduce to mere refuse, which I wished to avoid. In my indecision, I glanced into the cabin and, unexpectedly, this casual observation led to a new discovery. My mood shifted dramatically at this surprising revelation. I suppressed my excitement and approached the newfound object. How could I have missed it during my last visit? It hung conspicuously on the wall, gleaming with an alluring cold light, its blade honed to a razor's edge. I gently scraped my finger along its edge. Indeed, it was remarkably sharp. I removed it from its perch and stepped outside for a closer examination. This was an axe, likely a fire axe, with a red handle and a portion of the blade white. Unlike any axe I had encountered before, it featured a sharp protrusion resembling a sickle, though lacking a cutting edge, while the axe head was an irregular quadrilateral with a flat front. It was weighty in my hands, leading me to wonder if fishermen used such an axe to sever ropes or escape perilous situations, such as a fire on board. The skeletal remains at the cabin door still lay there, emitting a foul odor, Yet for the sake of salvaging materials, I endured it. As I prepared to pry off several door panels, I suddenly noticed the fishing net covering the bones shift. A chill of dread coursed through me. I was certain this was no mere figment of my imagination. It had indeed moved. My scalp tightened in alarm, and I felt a rush of adrenaline. Although I professed atheism, the unknown instilled a primal fear. I fought against the urge to flee, desperately reasoning with myself. Fear not. Death is final. It does not return. To run without knowing what lies ahead is cowardice. Is the gun at your waist a mere facade? Is the knife a mere trinket? Is the axe an illusion? Thoughts raced through my mind, quelling my panic. What could it be? Overcoming my fear, curiosity took precedence. My rational mind clashed with my impulsive instincts, debating whether to lift the net or not. A slight rustle emerged, and the net again quivered above the remains. Truthfully, at that moment, my fear dissipated. Curiosity had wholly ensnared me. I slowly extended the axe toward the net, despite a lingering sense of trepidation, fearing the sudden emergence of some grotesque creature or repugnant insect. As the axe touched the net, it writhed in several places. Startled, I instinctively recoiled. Before I could act further, a swarm of red crabs scuttled from beneath the net. I had not anticipated being startled by such a trivial creature. A deep sigh of relief escaped me, as the tension and curiosity I had felt evaporated. This marked my fourth visit to the ship. During my first, I had found a box and witnessed the horrors of violence for the first time. The second visit, driven by intimidation and a desire to find medicine for the little black pig, ended in hasty retreat. Subsequent delays had postponed my treasure hunt until today, and it was only during my third visit that I acquired the much-coveted food. However, after resting, I sustained an injury that led me to delay my return until now. I vowed not to overlook any materials available on the ship, taking everything I could, except that which was irretrievable. On the 45th day, I ventured once more into the cabin. To my surprise, I had neglected to explore the stern of the ship behind the deck. There, I discovered an abundance of ropes and fishing nets. Furthermore, there was a winch adorned with thick steel cables, along with various iron frames. Alas, I could only gaze upon these items with longing, as they were of little utility to me at this moment. The fire axe proved invaluable. It not only pried open the cabin doors, but also lifted many floorboards and shattered the cabinet into sizable pieces. Clutching these substantial materials, I felt a surge of excitement. This was my final endeavor. I had managed to retrieve the fishing nets and ropes, and I pried up a considerable amount of wooden decking. These resources would suffice for my current needs. I am not a greedy individual, nor do I wish to exhaust myself. My left hand, still healing, was exacerbated by this labor and began to throb once more. My intention is simple. I wish to survive, to make my existence as comfortable and pleasant as possible. Yet reality forces me into a continual struggle. My time here has been brief, yet I have faced numerous life and death trials that I would have never dared to imagine before. After a period of exhaustion, sleepiness overtakes me. Lying in the treehouse, I gradually drift off into slumber. Upon awakening, I find the moon hanging low in the sky. Rubbing my eyes, I rise to find Little Black already asleep, surrounded by several gnawed fruit cores. I am grateful for the companionship of such an astute creature. While I slept, it refrained from disturbing me, and instead nibbled on a few fruits it typically avoids before dozing off. Upon hearing my footsteps, the vigilant Little Black raises its head, but upon recognizing me, it wags its tail a few times and resumes its position, ready to sleep once more. Tonight, the moon is large, round, and luminous. I step outside, where the moonlight casts the surroundings in a daylight-like glow. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves, and the chorus of insects fills the air. In this serene environment, my emotions spiral out of control. The longing for home, which I have suppressed, erupts in this moment. Have I never thought of home? Never considered leaving? Never pondered my family? No, that is not true. I do think of them. Yet reason compels me to suppress my yearning, to stifle these impractical thoughts. If I remain ensnared in such a state for long, perilous consequences may arise, as it could lead to a loss of rationality and even the ability to think. I yearn for home, for my loved ones, for my parents. Yes, this cannot be. Can I reach them? No, I cannot. What then can I do? Yes, I must survive. Unbeknownst to me, tears stream down my face. I despise my inability to leave this place. I resent the absence of anyone searching for me, to take me away from here. I rage. I roar into the void. This outpouring of frustration towards fate grants me a semblance of relief. What can I do now? I do not know, truly. I do not know. Perhaps the only thing left for me is to continue living. I have contemplated various means of escape, yet each time I dismiss them myself. I have envisioned crafting my own vessel, akin to the canoes I once saw indigenous Africans make on television. Yet, even if I were to succeed, what then? Would I dare to navigate the sea in a canoe? How much food and fresh water could such a craft carry? Would it sustain me until rescue arrives? Could I row swiftly enough to conquer the waves? Perhaps even setting sail for the open sea poses a dilemma. These questions haunt me. I have expressed time and again that I fear death. My thoughts are straightforward. While I live, there is hope. Upon death, I would merely become another name on the list of maritime casualties. However, for me, such a meaningless gamble is utterly irrational, which is why I have refrained from attempting it thus far. These are the words my mother imparted to me on the eve of my departure during the new year. Ajuan, this is a special gift I prepared for you. Your aunt contributed this, and your uncle provided that. These are things you cannot find there. Take care of yourself, and call us when you can. Do not worry about us. These were her final words as I left home. Here, this is the money we saved for your house. The down payment should be sufficient. We will assist you in repaying the loan. Take care of yourself and do not overexert. I feel that we have no future together. Do not think me cynical. Rather, you are the one lacking capability. I told you long ago that I desired a home in the city, and you assured me you would strive for it. But now you tell me you can only afford a down payment in the suburbs? Must I then reside in such a remote area, crammed into a vehicle daily for work? Must I scrimp and save to share in the burden of the mortgage? I tell you, this is impossible. These were the words my ex-girlfriend uttered as she departed. After that moment, she vanished from my life entirely. At that time, I was powerless to retort, and her words pierced my heart like a sharp blade, stirring up anguish. Though these memories flicker through my mind, they engulf me entirely. Brother, go enjoy yourself. Do not dwell too much on work. You put in too much effort and forget to save her life. The company rarely offers such benefits. You should seize the opportunity. If you do not wish to go, let me take your place. These were the words of a colleague who helped me manage clients the day before my departure. Save me help. These were the last cries of two female colleagues. Their urgent, tragic voices and desperate gazes sent chills through me. In that moment, I lacked the ability to save anyone. I believed I, too, would perish. Ultimately, it was that piece of wood that altered my fate. The myriad fleeting memories that surged through me brought about immense suffering. They are all matters of great significance to my heart. On the 46th day of fishing, Part 1. It was nearly dawn before I felt a sense of recovery. My head throbbed painfully, akin to the sensation of needles pricking, while my previously injured arm ached even more due to the excessive labor of the day before. Yet, it was precisely because of that emotional outburst yesterday that my current state of mind had achieved remarkable tranquility. The previously suppressed feelings had been released in an instant. For reasons unknown, my body had been feeling weary lately, and drowsiness often accompanied me. Yet around this hour, sleep eluded me. Sighing, I rose from my resting place. Mornings typically saw me eschewing heavy meals, opting instead for a few fruits to suffice. Stepping outside, I was greeted by a vibrant tableau of life, and it became evident that the decision to cultivate this little garden had been astute. Countless butterflies, bees, and various insects flitted about, drawn by the fragrant blossoms. The floral aroma danced on the breeze, enveloping me, and as I inhaled deeply, the air, infused with the scents of diverse flowers, nearly intoxicated me. Today promised to be another splendid day, and I planned to first search for some turtle eggs, then attempt to catch some seafood with the remnants of my torn net. After many days, I pondered whether these turtle eggs would still be edible and whether I might inadvertently crack one containing a hatchling. Admittedly, my knowledge in this area was scant. I had no idea of the incubation period for turtle eggs, thus a sense of trepidation lingered in my heart. The relentless waves had long since erased any signs of turtles digging nests in the sand, leaving only smooth, dry expanses. I felt no need to search extensively. The previous night, I had observed the beach teeming with turtles, and I surmised that a single night was unlikely to suffice for all of them to lay their eggs. Although I had not returned since, I was confident that many turtles had visited. Indeed, as I casually dug into the sand, a cluster of turtle eggs revealed itself before me. To confirm my hypothesis, I picked up one of the eggs. Unlike the first soft egg I had encountered, this one had a shell as hard as a chicken egg. Pressing it firmly, I crushed it, allowing the viscous yolk to flow through my fingers and drip from my grasp. To my relief, there were no signs of a hatchling or embryo, which filled me with joy. Turtle egg fried rice was one of Little Black's favorite dishes, and the memory of its greedy demeanor lingered vividly in my mind. When I initially set out to find turtle eggs, I intended to bring Little Black along. However, I found it ensnared in the garden, chasing butterflies. I winced as I watched it trample several delicate wildflowers, which had survived the transplantation process. Ultimately, I refrained from scolding it, unwilling to chastise it over such trivial matters. Thus, when I reached the beach, it remained preoccupied with its fluttering companions, ignoring my presence entirely. The number of turtle eggs I collected was substantial, within mere minutes. I had gathered hundreds of eggs, each slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball, filling the basin I had brought with me. The sea was still turbulent today, with no signs of receding tides. I had initially hoped to venture into the water to set up my fishing net and improve my culinary repertoire. However, the high tide posed a risk of falling into a deep pit beneath the surface, and I had no desire to sacrifice my life for food. Nevertheless, I was not deterred from my quest for seafood. An idea struck me. Having witnessed others casting nets in the past, I began to fashion my own from memory. In no time, I had shaped the net into an oval form, encircled with small stones, approximately 10 in total, along with 4 larger stones at each corner. In the middle of this elliptical net, I secured a long, sturdy vine. In just 40 minutes, my rudimentary hand-cast net, something I had seen only a few times before, was complete. Of course, selecting the right location for casting was crucial. I certainly could not carelessly throw it from the shoreline, where it would likely land at my feet. Instead, I chose the edge of the rocky outcrop, for the simple reason that beyond the rocks lay a deep expanse, several meters in depth. My recollection suggested that small fish and shrimp often sought refuge along the rocky edges, attracting predatory fish. More importantly, if I stood on the rocks, I would only need to cast a meter or two forward to reach the deeper waters, which was why I had selected this spot. To my astonishment, the entire net became bunched together and plummeted straight into the sea. This first attempt was, of course, a failure. It was surprising if I caught anything at all. The second attempt, failure. The third, failure. The 36th, failure. Success. I lost count of how many times I had cast the net, teetering on the brink of despair, when finally, the net soared through the air, spinning like a handkerchief caught by a gentle breeze. It descended gracefully, pulled by the stones, and with a splash, sank into the depths. I hurriedly released the vine, matching the speed of the net's descent. As the net plunged deeper, I had to quicken my release several times. At last, when I had little vine left, the net finally reached the bottom. Instead of pulling it up immediately, I paused, almost sensing the struggle of fish within. It felt heavy. I exclaimed with excitement as I began to haul it up. Would this heavy net be filled with fish? My eyes widened in anticipation, waiting for the moment the net breached the surface. It emerged. On the 46th day, while fishing part 2, I found myself amidst an empty net, devoid of any catch. However, outside the hand-thrown net, I had managed to snag a sea conch. Sighing in resignation, I quickly retrieved the net. The crisp sea conch seemed at least a small consolation, and I endeavored to calm my mounting frustration. As I finally pulled the hand-thrown net from the water, I prepared to detach the conch when an object of sheer terror caught my eye. I staggered back a few steps, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead and back, while goosebumps erupted along my bare arms. I could hardly believe I had ensnared this creature. Perhaps sensing my discomfort, the small being that had been entangled in the net slipped free and fell to the ground. Had I touched it without noticing, I shuddered to think of the consequences. Overwhelmed with pent-up anger, I charged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent it soaring into the air. I then picked up the conch, only to discover it was empty, which fueled my ire further, prompting me to hurl it aside as if it were mocking me. Once more, I cast the hand-thrown net into the water. After numerous practices, my throwing technique had greatly improved. Soon, the net sank again, and as I swiftly pulled it up, I felt significant resistance. The vine was pulled taut, swaying from side to side. The deep water created considerable drag, and I labored under the strain, convinced I must have caught a large fish. A stalemate ensued. My left hand lacked the strength to assist, needing a moment's respite. Just then, the vine jerked downward with force, and I nearly lost my balance, stumbling forward. Thankfully, I extended my right leg to steady myself, narrowly avoiding disaster. With the pain in my left hand forgotten, I summoned all my strength, pulling the vine with concerted effort. Gradually, I managed to haul it closer, but the struggles of the creature within caused the vine to thrash wildly. After what felt like over 30 minutes of this battle, I finally drew it from the depths. Gasping, I beheld the bounty within the net, and a wave of exhilaration washed over me. Look, so many fish. 1, 2, 3. At least 6. My heavens, I had finally succeeded. I began to pull the vine faster, my excitement seemingly fueling my strength, my speed noticeably doubling. With a splat, the fish flopped energetically on the shore, each one struggling fiercely. During the ebb tide, I had never encountered such fish. Each must weigh over 2 pounds. And they appeared robust and plump, promising ample meat. I envisioned transforming them into dried fish. After this triumph, I was invigorated as though I had been electrified, casting the net repeatedly until the sun reached its zenith and the heat became oppressive. My haul was substantial, totaling 18 different species of fish, though I regrettably could not identify them. I also netted a vibrant sea snake, which fortunately escaped as I pulled it from the water, likely frightened away while attempting to pilfer from my catch. Additionally, I caught a crab and 2 conchs, both of which contained meat. It is common knowledge that fresh seafood is the most delectable. Thus, I wasted no time in cleaning several fish right on the beach. On my way back, I allocated the seafood, 2 rather unattractive fish for a broth for my companion, a thick-fleshed one for sashimi, and the remainder to be dried for future sustenance. The conch required blanching in boiling water before being sliced and savored with soy sauce. Throughout this endeavor, my mind was consumed with visions of delicious meals. I hung the hand-thrown net beneath the eaves to dry and noticed my companion still frolicking in the yard, chasing butterflies. This caused a pang of concern, not for the delicate wildflowers that could easily be replaced, but for the potato seedlings and the unknown seeds that might be trampled. I hurried to the garden and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding that he had not ventured there. The 2 little wild boars seemed well fed, nestled together in deep slumber. It was time to prepare lunch. Once the water in the pot boiled, I tossed in the conch, retrieving it 5 to 10 minutes later. After extracting the tender flesh, I sliced it into thin pieces. My companion showed no interest in this dish. He peeked in before darting back outside. I placed the sliced conch into a bowl of cold water, allowing it to soak for a while. In my past, I had been quite the foodie, and for the dishes I adored, I made it a point to learn their preparation. I once firmly believed, to win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. And so, I had adhered to this philosophy, albeit my skills could not compare to those of a professional chef. Nevertheless, I excelled at home-cooked meals, especially those favored by my former girlfriend, such as sashimi. I added the fish destined for soup into the pot, but concerned my companion might be unsated. I also included some rice to create fish porridge, confident he would not mind. As for myself, a modest serving of fish porridge would suffice. I needed to conserve the limited grain I had. The remaining fish had already been hung to dry under the sun. Soon, after preparing the sashimi, I found that the conch meat had tightened in texture after its cold water bath. Unfortunately, the sashimi did not turn out well. The fish possessed a strong, unpleasant odor, and the flesh was tough, far from my expectations. Ultimately, I had no choice but to discard the fish into the pot. On the 47th day, I embarked on the construction of a shelter. Initially, I had intended to venture outdoors for a stroll, but upon rising in the morning, I discovered that the wind had picked up and the weather was shifting. Clouds were swirling, heralding the impending rain. My original plan was to explore an uncharted area nearby, but with this sudden change in weather and the fact that the wild boar shelter had yet to be erected, I realized that if the rains came, they would surely suffer through the stormy night. Consequently, I had no choice but to temporarily shelve my plans. There were also numerous tasks to attend to in the small courtyard, so I seized the opportunity while the rain had yet to fall to engage in some proactive preparation. Now equipped with an axe, I found it quite effortless to procure several small trees, even managing to fell a small coconut tree with ease. I needed to construct a shelter that would withstand the rain and provide warmth from the wind, so I set forth with my axe in hand. The blade was remarkably sharp, and with its weight, I was able to sever the small trees with just 3 strikes. Before long, I had acquired 6 small trees with minimal effort. In a rather comical turn of events, I made a rather foolish mistake. Having expressed a need for coconut fronds, I was struck with desire upon spotting a towering coconut tree. Without a second thought, I swung my axe with all my might, only to narrowly escape a calamity as several coconuts plummeted to the ground, nearly crushing me. Perhaps fate had once again shown mercy on my already unfortunate self, for the coconuts landed around me without inflicting harm. However, the fright left me nearly breathless, and I almost dropped the axe. In that moment, I failed to recognize the danger. I did not even attempt to shield my head before the coconuts fell. Had one struck me, I could have easily been deemed the unfortunate champion of reckless folly. Eventually, I opted to fell a smaller coconut tree that bore no fruit. Its fronds were the ideal material for my shelter's roof. My decision to cut down trees stemmed from a lingering fear of climbing coconut trees. A fear rooted in my experience when I first arrived, during which I fell while attempting to fashion a roof for my shelter. At that time, I feared I had fractured a bone, contemplating the dire consequences of injury for someone striving to survive. Fortunately, after resting for a day, I recovered, likely from mere shock. Since then, unless absolutely necessary, I have harbored a strong aversion to climbing such trees, especially now, with the axe in hand. I had no intention of wasting time scaling trees. Although the fronds of the smaller coconut trees were not particularly large, they sufficed, and I felled 3 in total. Thus, the construction of the wild boar's shelter commenced. The small trees, originally about 3 to 4 meters in height, were cut down and arranged at the corners of a rectangle I had marked on the ground. The 4 trees were not of uniform length, yet this mattered little, as I adjusted their heights according to the depth of the soil pits, ensuring the front 2 and back 2 were aligned. Naturally, the final arrangement resulted in varying heights. I intentionally made the front row taller and the back row slightly shorter to create a sloped roof for effective water drainage. This design would allow me to overlap the fronds like shingles when covering the roof. After the 4 small trees were planted, I connected the uncut trees to the front and back rows with vines. Time passed as I worked diligently, perspiration cascading down my brow. I was now laying the roof of the shelter, using some surplus logs for support, which were slanted across the front trees. I first laid down a layer of coconut fronds, then covered it with a fishing net, securing it with vines, and finally added another layer of coconut leaves. Thus, this shelter would be impervious to rain. Sighing in satisfaction, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and gazed at my newly erected sanctuary. This shelter was far superior to my previous abode. It was sturdier and more rational in design. The side of the shelter was the highest point within the boar enclosure. Yet to guard against heavy rains, I dug drainage channels around the perimeter. Finally, I gathered a considerable amount of grass to spread inside the shelter, ensuring that the 2 little pigs would not trample the ground too wet during rain. Not long after completing these tasks, I paused to light a cigarette and sip some drink, only to notice the rain beginning to fall. It was light at first, just a few scattered drops. As I contemplated retreating indoors to avoid the rain, I suddenly remembered an important detail. I had forgotten to provide cover for the potato seedlings and the unknown sprouts. Fortunately, the rain was still light. I hurried to the vegetable garden, where the 2 little wild boars had already taken refuge in the shelter, alleviating my worries. As darkness began to envelop the sky, I realized that a heavy downpour was imminent. I quickly dug a wide drainage ditch around the garden. Though these were merely seedlings, they represented my hopes and the source of my future aspirations. I swiftly inserted the collected branches into the gaps within the garden, carefully avoiding the seedlings, placing them between the young plants. Then, I carried over a large piece of torn fishing net from beside the treehouse. Rather than spreading it directly over the seedlings, I folded it multiple times to reduce the mesh size before laying it atop, supported by the branches. The net would not harm the seedlings and would shield them from the direct impact of raindrops. Having witnessed the ferocity of the storms here, I knew that the raindrops could be as large as soybeans, stinging my face upon contact, let alone that of tender seedlings. Although the net was now secured, I remained uneasy, ultimately fastening all 4 corners of the net with branches to ensure its stability. At that moment, the downpour commenced, and before I could dash inside, I was drenched to the bone. It was utterly dreadful. I had no desire to endure the agony of illness again. Thus, I hurried to the fire pit below, shedding my soaked garments, drying off, and changing into a fresh set. As I changed, I noticed my skin had taken on a bronze hue, and my arms bore visible muscles. Listening to the cacophony of wind and rain outside, I began to contemplate my future life. On the 48th day, the relentless rain continued to fall throughout the night, intensifying rather than abating. My mood mirrored the dismal weather. On such rainy days, many tasks remain undone, and I worry about the little wild boars and the potato seedlings. The wind has diminished significantly compared to last night, which was truly terrifying. My heart was in my throat all night as the towering trees swayed, causing my treehouse to shake. The wind seeped through the crevices of the treehouse. Although I had blankets to keep warm, the swaying of the cabin and the howling of the wind filled me with anxiety. I feared the treehouse might succumb to the tempest and collapse, and I worried that the vines binding the trees might snap under the strain. If the treehouse were to fall, what would become of me? My hands were clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat. However, the treehouse endured, though the rain grew heavier. The wind had lessened considerably compared to the previous night, allowing my heart to finally settle. I peered outside several times, relieved to find that the fishing net protecting the vegetable garden was merely flapping at one corner and hadn't blown away. The two little wild boars were not outside, likely still nestled in their shelter. I didn't brave the downpour to check. A cursory glance sufficed. I was grateful for the ample dry firewood I had stacked away, enough to last me several days. Sitting by the fire, munching on fruits, I found myself languishing in boredom on rainy days like this. The only options were to sleep or do nothing. I envied the little black creature who spent the day napping comfortably in its travel box. While I couldn't afford such luxury, if I slept too long, I would wake with a headache, and once awake, it was difficult to drift back into slumber. Lying in bed often led to restless thoughts. I sighed, idly poking at the fire. Suddenly, an idea struck me, one that could alleviate my idleness. I intended to fashion a dining table or perhaps a preparation station, as squatting on the ground to prepare food was quite exhausting. However, my craftsmanship left much to be desired, and I lacked a clear concept. If only I had nails, it would be so much simpler to just hammer them in. Alas, I had none of those, so I had to improvise. After pondering for a while, I could think of no better method and decided to rely on the scant knowledge I had. I laid a door panel flat on the ground and marked circles at its four corners with a charred twig. Then, using my Swiss Army knife in conjunction with a fireman's axe, I began to bore holes into it. I must admit, the plywood was quite slippery, and I eventually resorted to using the corkscrew from my Swiss Army knife, which proved quite effective for this task. I pressed the sharply pointed and sturdy corkscrew against the plywood and struck the Swiss Army knife with the axe. With a crisp sound, the door panel was finally punctured, though the holes were rather unsightly. Nevertheless, I was grateful to have made any progress at all. My expectations were modest. Functionality was paramount in this setting, where the pursuit of perfection held little significance. Once I found the method, the remaining holes were completed swiftly. However, the preparations were far from over. The holes needed refinement. Because of the plywood's nature, I had to use my knife to smooth the edges, as the holes were uneven and varied in size. Next came the installation of 4 legs. The legs were salvaged from the cabinets in the ship's hold. Using the axe, I trimmed them to equal lengths. Their thickness varied, but that was of little concern. What mattered was how to affix them. I inserted the first wooden leg into the hole, but it was slightly oversized and wouldn't fit. Undeterred, I found a small block of wood to secure it, but it was too thick to insert. I devised a solution, carefully slanting the block with my axe, transforming it into a trapezoidal shape. I wedged the narrower end between the wooden leg and the hole, then applied force with the axe's back, driving it down. After some pressure and compression, the wooden leg was firmly anchored to the door panel. I shook it vigorously, and the table leg remained steadfast. Before long, the table was completed, and upon flipping it upright, its imperfections were nearly invisible. I was elated as I touched it, finally possessing a dining table. Inspired by this experience, I also crafted a long bench for myself. Amidst this flurry of activity, time flew by, and when I finished, I suddenly realized I hadn't heard the torrential rain outside for quite some time. I opened the door to glance outside, only to find that the rain had subsided considerably, with the dark clouds beginning to dissipate. I surmised that tomorrow would likely bring clear skies. If the weather remained fair, I would take the little black creature and explore the surrounding areas I had yet to visit, searching for new food sources or useful items, or perhaps even threats. My previous carelessness had nearly cost me my life, making me acutely aware of the dangers here and heightening my sense of internal alertness. Peril lurks everywhere. Snakes? Venomous insects? Wild boars? Yes, these were only the dangers I had encountered, and my experiences did not equate to safety. Thus, my exploration was imperative. Ironically, just as I was ready to embark on this venture, the weather had thwarted my plans, leaving me in a state of agitation. Another reason I loathed this dreary weather was that it obscured my sense of time. I could only gauge it by my hunger. Indeed, I felt hungry now, yet I was uncertain whether it was still day or evening. While crafting the table and bench, I had been so engrossed that I had nearly forgotten everything else. It was time to eat, though I had little inclination to prepare anything elaborate. For the little black creature's sake, I decided to make scrambled rice with turtle eggs. The turtle eggs were small. I cracked 12 of them into a bowl and swiftly whisked them with chopsticks. After frying the rice until fragrant, I poured the turtle eggs over it, stirring vigorously for a minute before sprinkling salt and serving it. As I filled the bowl, the little black creature appeared right on cue, demonstrating its impeccable timing. I marveled at its keen sense of smell. I must say, this batch of fried rice was exceptionally delicious. The turtle eggs remained tender and moist, complementing the rice perfectly. Each bite was a delightful blend of smoothness, freshness, and a rich egg flavor. The essence of fried rice lies in its aroma and moisture, and I had achieved that with this dish. After finishing my meal, the rain ceased, and it was time to set out on my journey tomorrow. On the 49th day, Exploring the Unknown, Part 1. The early morning sun filtered through the gaps in the treehouse, rousing me from my slumber. Rubbing my eyes and stretching luxuriously, I made a decisive choice. Given the splendid weather, I resolved to venture outside today. After a brief wash, I stepped into the yard, where my mischievous companion, Little Black, was once again chasing butterflies in a frenzied manner. Two young wild boars lay basking in the sun at the entrance of their shelter, which, despite the persistent dampness nearby, had withstood the recent storms without collapsing. After feeding them some fruits and grassy snacks, I proceeded to the vegetable patch. Although the protective fishing net had been partially lifted by the fierce winds, my heart lightened upon removing it, for the seedlings had endured the tempest and had grown sturdier. The potato sprouts, the seedlings from the drift bottle seeds, and the green shoots of garlic filled me with optimism. Despite not being uprooted by the heavy rains, the seedlings were now submerged in standing water, and I needed to act swiftly to prevent their drowning. Draining the water proved simple. I used my fingers to loosen the saturated soil and remove the debris blocking the drainage channels. The water swiftly flowed out, and with that task complete, my mind was finally at ease. Next, I prepared for my expedition, placing the smoked meats, sausages, and snake skins that I had previously hung in the treehouse out to dry in the sun. I secured my knife, axe, and gun, with the knife and gun tucked into the vines at my waist, and the axe held firmly in hand for the purpose of clearing away any bothersome branches. Upon calling for Little Black, who had been reluctant to leave his butterfly antics, he eventually trotted over at my insistence. At last we set off. Although the sun blazed overhead, the path was treacherous due to yesterday's downpour. Before long, I was caked in mud, and Little Black had transformed into a muddy mess himself. He vigorously shook his body in an attempt to rid himself of the soggy muck, but to no avail, as the dirt clung to his fur like a relentless parasite. Perhaps annoyed, Little Black refrained from darting about as usual and chose instead to closely follow my trail. The woods were expansive and densely vegetated, compelling me to wield my axe continuously to carve a path forward. Just a moment ago, I stumbled upon an intriguing plant, towering over 5 meters. Its trunk resembled a palm tree, with its leaves symmetrically arranged on either side of the trunk, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. This species was not uncommon in the jungle, yet I had never uncovered its secret until now. While chopping through the vines, my axe struck the trunk with unexpected force, embedding itself deeply. When I finally extracted the axe, I was astonished to see a clear liquid oozing from the wound on the trunk. Curious, I dipped my finger in, rubbed it between my fingers, and found it possessed no stickiness, merely clear water. I tasted it, and it bore no peculiar flavor, only a subtle plant aroma. This discovery piqued my interest. I scooped a handful and drank deeply. Indeed, this plant seemed to store water within its trunk. While I had previously known that desert flora could retain moisture, I had never imagined that such a humid island would also host water-storing plants. This was a remarkably useful discovery. In times of drought, I could seek out this plant for sustenance. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the light began to fade. The dense foliage intertwined, obstructing the sun's rays from penetrating the canopy. Birds startled by my presence took flight with shrill cries, while various small creatures scurried away, perhaps startled by my sudden intrusion into their tranquil habitat. Surrounded by unfamiliar sounds, I felt a flutter of apprehension, a blend of anxiety and fear. Following the incident with the wild boar, I had become increasingly cautious, taking each step with care and surveying my surroundings. Little Black remained alert, his ears perked, turning towards any noise that disrupted the silence. Fortunately, no immediate danger presented itself. However, we soon encountered a snake, which appeared to be venomous. Its triangular head and slender tail startled me, and Little Black barked furiously, attempting to intimidate it into retreat. The snake, initially sluggish, turned its head only after Little Black's persistent barking, flicking its long tongue in our direction. Though Little Black seemed eager to charge, I restrained him. I could not bear the thought of the consequences should a venomous bite occur, raising my axe high in preparation. Of course, I would only resort to aggression as a last resort. Should I enter the snake's striking range, it could inject venom before I even had the chance to strike. After a tense standoff, the snake, seemingly uninterested, slithered away. The tension dissipated with its departure, and I released a long sigh of relief. The forest was alive with a plethora of flowers and wild fruits, many of which were vividly colorful and oddly shaped, yet I dared not sample them. I tried a few wild fruits, all of which were utterly unpleasant, leaving my mouth filled with an array of negative flavors, some sour enough to bring tears to my eyes, some bitter enough to induce nausea, and others fragrant, yet excessively astringent. I resolved never to taste any wild fruit again. Not far ahead, a tree caught my attention, as it appeared adorned with familiar fruits. Quickening my pace, I passed the water-storing tree once more, stopping to cut into its trunk and savor the refreshing liquid. Cleansing my palate of those unpleasant tastes, my heart raced with excitement. This was it. Truly it was. On the 49th day, exploring the unknown, Part 2. The banana trees. I was astounded to discover banana trees here, with several small ones behind. My word, this is the most significant find of the day. It is my first encounter with banana trees. I had always believed that banana trees, like palm trees, possessed rigid trunks. However, I was surprised to find that the stem of this banana tree is indeed soft. All these bananas are still green, and I cannot let this opportunity slip away. I am aware that bananas ripen when covered, so I must acquire these green bananas at all costs. The bananas hang high, and I cannot reach them. I lack a ladder to climb up. Therefore, I resorted to using my axe, swinging it forcefully to strike the banana tree. Yes, this is what I need most at this moment. I refuse to waste any more time, and I must claim them swiftly. Thus, I severed the banana tree, and it tumbled down. A cluster of bananas dangled from the branches, and I carefully cut them down one by one. However, such a substantial bounty posed a dilemma for me. A total of 8 bunches of bananas, which I could hardly carry. There must be dozens of pounds. Eventually, I found a vine and managed to bundle them together, strapping them to my back. Swiftly, I drew the gun that was secured at my waist. Now, I held the weapon in my right hand while wielding the axe in my left, facing the trembling thicket ahead. Although both Little Black and I had come to a halt, the bushes continued to sway, giving me the impression that a large creature could leap out at any moment. A wild boar. This was my first assumption. The only large animal I had encountered here was a wild boar, which could only be classified as medium-sized, weighing around 100 pounds, yet it had caused me considerable trouble. Therefore, I was fearful of another wild boar emerging from the thicket. Its tusks filled me with dread, and I was terrified that it might charge out before I could react, tossing me aside. In this tense standoff, my anxiety mounted, and I grew increasingly agitated. What should I do? Should I advance to investigate, or continue waiting? Conflicting thoughts swirled within me. Ultimately, I could not restrain my turmoil. I raised the gun and cautiously moved forward, sweat cascading down my forehead, with several droplets even stinging my eyes. I was nearing the thicket, only a few steps away. However, my nervousness intensified, and my hand holding the gun began to tremble more noticeably. To calm myself, I took several deep breaths. It helped somewhat, as the frequency of my trembling hand diminished significantly. Suddenly, I stumbled. I had been so focused on the thicket ahead that I had completely overlooked the branches beneath my feet, plunging my spirits into despair once more. My heart raced uncontrollably, and I nervously aimed my gun at the bushes. My palm, gripping the handgun, was drenched in sweat, rendering the surface of the grip slick. My nerves were stretched to their limits, almost tugging at my scalp. At that moment, I felt that anything leaping out would prompt me to fire, as I could no longer withstand any sudden movement. Fortunately, the mysterious creature in the thicket remained undisturbed. It was still there, as evidenced by the swaying of the bushes. I had ordered Little Black to lie low, and despite the damp ground, it waited silently, its front limbs stretched forward and head held high, resembling a soldier poised for action, ready to charge at my command. I refrained from allowing Little Black to follow, fearing that if the mysterious beast emerged, it would rush forward and I might accidentally shoot it. I could not guarantee that, in such an extreme state of tension, I would not harm Little Black during my first experience with a firearm. At last, I reached the edge of the thicket, my anxiety peaking. As I began to part the leaves obstructing my view, the rustling may have drawn their attention. Suddenly, in an instant, Before I could even look, a white blur darted out. Instinctively, I pulled the trigger, but perhaps due to my earlier tension and maintaining that posture for too long, my finger had become stiff. I failed to discharge the handgun. Just when I thought I might faint from anxiety, I finally discerned the so-called mysterious beast that had emerged. It was, astonishingly, a rabbit. 2 plump rabbits. I was nearly frightened to the point of losing control by these 2 rabbits. I had pointed my handgun at them, nearly pulling the trigger. I could hardly bear to confront my own actions. Upon seeing the rabbits, Little Black immediately charged forward. The 2 rabbits, being rather cunning, swiftly split in 2 directions, fleeing from the advancing dog. Today has truly been a roller coaster of emotions. While the discovery of bananas was delightful, this false alarm left me quite shaken. The sun has now shifted toward the west, and I did not anticipate that I had only traversed such a short distance in the span of half a day. It seems that moving forward a little each day will be the only way henceforth. I was nearly exhausted, yet I still needed to tend to the bananas. The skins were quite damp, and if I simply piled them up, they would likely rot. Therefore, I placed them in a plastic basket to dry, allowing the moisture on their surfaces to evaporate before storing them away to await ripening. It had been a long time since we had rabbit, and unexpectedly, I had caught another. Observing Little Black's excitement, I knew it was eager for roasted rabbit legs and rabbit stew. After dinner, I washed the dried snake skin once more. Following this cleansing, the unpleasant odor was entirely eradicated. Subsequently, I could proceed to create my snake skin gun pouch, and the cured meat and sausages were nearing completion, expected to be ready for tasting within a week at the latest. On the 50th day, New Discoveries, Part 1. Perhaps it has been a long time since I savored rabbit meat, or perhaps the seasoning was applied just right. I shall not mention the roasted rabbit legs, as they were devoured by my little companion, Xiaohei. Aside from the areas it could lick clean, the rest of its body was covered in mud. Merely cleaning it took nearly 30 minutes. I removed quite a bit of dog hair in the process. Xiaohei was quite cooperative, offering only a token resistance with a few whines. However, once cleaned, it reveled in its newfound cleanliness, vigorously shaking off excess water while I was still crouched beside it. Unsurprisingly, I was left with a face full of its playful antics. Yet, I bore no ill will. Instead, I rewarded it for its obedience and cooperation with 4 roasted rabbit legs, compensating for the muddy ordeal it had endured. It is somewhat amusing to recall that last night, I could no longer withstand the familiar scent of bananas and secretly indulged in one without Xiaohei's knowledge. The result was predictable. This unripe banana bore no sweetness and was, in fact, quite astringent. My tongue felt as though it had been coated with a sour film, and having taken a large bite in my stealth, I hastily swallowed it. When I attempted to take a second bite, the astringency erupted on my tongue, causing great discomfort, prompting me to fling the banana away. I even scraped my tongue with my fingers in a futile attempt to alleviate the unpleasant sensation. After taking a few sips of water on the lower level, the astringency only intensified. It wasn't until I consumed 2 juicy fruits that I finally recovered. It seems that sneaking a bite was far from a wise choice. Self-discipline is indeed necessary. Henceforth, I shall avoid these unripe bananas. Fortunately, today heralded yet another splendid day, which greatly lifted my spirits. Once life is nurtured, it leads to maturation, fruition, harvest, and sowing cycles. These plants can be transformed into a plethora of delectable dishes: mashed potatoes, fried potatoes, braised, steamed, and more. The culinary possibilities are boundless, making them a convenient choice for sustenance. Additionally, another unidentified seed is thriving nearby, though I am still unable to discern its identity. Prior to my arrival here, I had never engaged in farming or the cultivation of any vegetables. My experience was limited to caring for succulents, which hardly qualifies as planting. Consequently, I find myself unable to recognize this particular growth. I suspect only once it flowers or bears fruit will I have the chance to identify it. Garlic, too, is growing rapidly, having shot up nearly half a centimeter overnight. I surmise this rapid growth is likely due to the soil's fertility, providing ample nourishment. Wasting such fine weather is not in my nature. Thus, I resolved to venture out once more today, or rather, to explore. My primary aim is to search for food while assessing any potential threats in the vicinity. However, traversing the woods proves to be quite challenging, prompting me to consider an alternative route. Yet, as I embarked on my journey, a twinge of regret surfaced. Moving through the dense woods would have shielded me from the scorching sun, which was unbearable in its full exposure. I had anticipated the forest would be less damp today, only to find it as wet as yesterday, with waterlogged leaves and a sodden ground. This humidity, compounded by fallen leaves and branches, harbors numerous insects. Each time my foot strikes the ground, swarms of tiny creatures scatter in all directions. Initially, I was overcome with goosebumps, yet as I grew accustomed to the sight, it became akin to being in a fish market, impervious to its odors. Today, I did not summon Xiaohei. It had gone to the beach to play early in the morning, and I refrained from forcing it to join me, understanding its aversion to such damp environments. Before long, I found myself once again at the banana tree from yesterday, where a few small, promising specimens were growing, perhaps soon to bear fruit. Upon reaching this spot, my pace slowed considerably. I was compelled to cut through vines and thorns obstructing my path, resulting in several scratches on my arms from the rebounding branches, causing me to wince in pain. The path of exploration is fraught with discomfort. Just moments ago, I encountered multiple snakes, not just one, but several. It dawned on me that this island may harbor a significant population of snakes, and the reason for my previous limited encounters could be attributed to their preference for the damp woods. I did not engage in confrontation with the snakes. Instead, I sought to convey no hostility, and after a brief standoff, they typically retreated. However, one particularly perilous moment remains etched in my memory. As I was cutting through the vines, I usually grasped one end firmly before swinging my axe to sever it. Yet, when I reached for a vine just now, I was met with an entirely different sensation. What should have felt rough was instead smooth and cold. Startled, I glanced down and was met with a sight that sent chills down my spine. A snake, raising its head and flicking its tongue in a display of defiance. Gasping for breath, I struggled to quell my overwhelming fear. Perhaps the snake was equally startled by my sudden grip. As I stepped back, it swiftly slithered away. This unexpected encounter significantly slowed my progress. I had to proceed cautiously, ensuring I could clearly identify the vines before grasping them to cut. The sensation of having gripped a snake lingered in my mind, and I believe my narrow escape was likely due to my fortunate grasp just above its vital point, rendering it unable to strike. Of course, all of this remains conjecture. I cannot definitively ascertain the reasons behind my fortune. Forward I press on, shaking off the insects that scurry upon me, continuing my journey. On the 50th day, new discoveries, Part 2. Damn. Another tiny blood-sucking insect clinging to my arm has met its end beneath my swat. I have lost count of the number of these unfamiliar creatures I have dispatched. They are even smaller than mosquitoes and swarm in droves, which is exceedingly bothersome. The location I find myself in is a low-lying area of the forest, damp and potentially the lair of man-eating swamps. Hence, I did not charge in recklessly. Instead, I felled a slender sapling, using its long trunk as my guiding lantern. This terrain is far more arduous than I had anticipated. The expanse of the lowland is considerable, otherwise, I would certainly have circumvented it. I am moving at a snail's pace, taking a step every 10 minutes. I ponder whether all the rainwater from this forest eventually converges into this marshy abyss. Mud, decaying leaves, and an array of flying insects accompany me incessantly. With each step I take, my foot sinks into the muck, which erupts and churns around me, releasing bubbles of noxious gas that carry with them a foul, acrid odor. The stench makes me recoil in disgust. Extracting my leg from the mire demands considerable effort, as the waterlogged mud possesses a peculiar suction. Fortunately, this lowland is not excessively wide, measuring only about 50 meters. Otherwise, I doubt I would muster the courage to traverse it. With every cautious step, I plunge the guiding sapling deep into the ground, apprehensive of hidden pits beneath the surface. Even the mud reaching my calves requires immense effort to dislodge. I cannot fathom the horror of inadvertently falling into a deeper hole. With painstaking caution, I finally emerge unscathed. Phew, this brief 50-meter stretch has drained my stamina, and I find myself yearning for rest. The weariness urges me to recline, and after harvesting a few large leaves from a nearby tree, I plop down. The sun is scarcely visible in the forest canopy, with only slivers of light filtering through, while a gentle breeze caresses my damp body, providing a momentary respite from the oppressive heat. After resting for a while, I become aware of a parched sensation in my throat and begin to scan my surroundings in search of a palm-like tree with fresh water. Just as I am surveying the area, I catch a glimpse of something on my leg, swarming in numbers. A chill runs down my spine, sending shivers throughout my body. My legs are infested with leeches, their voracious feeding causing my blood to flow freely. Goosebumps prick my skin, not just on my scalp, but my entire being feels electrified. What to do? The terror is palpable. Please don't burrow into my skin. I have only seen such creatures on television. And even then, their mere presence instilled dread. Now, confronted with such a multitude, my mind feels as if it has turned to mush, immobilized by panic. After several agonizing seconds, I summon the strength to overcome the visual horror and nausea, instinctively attempting to pull the leeches off. Cold sweat beads on my forehead, and I nearly plunge myself into another perilous situation. The most effective method should be to scald them with fire. But alas, I possess no fire. What to do? What to do? My anxiety mounts as the leeches tighten their grip, and I feel faint. I begin to chastise myself for venturing into this wretched place. Surely living peacefully in the treehouse would have sufficed? Perhaps many who find themselves in such environments share my sentiments of regret and blame. Yet, my mind races desperately, searching for alternative solutions in the depths of my memory. Unfortunately, I draw a blank. The leeches, having filled themselves with my blood, have transformed from their flat forms into swollen, grotesque bodies. What to do? My panic escalates. Ultimately, I realize I must act. I cannot remain idle. For once they burrow into my body, my fate would be sealed. I extend my hand towards my leg, gently tapping the leeches in a bid to dislodge them. Initially, my efforts yield no results, nearly plunging me into despair. However, just as I am about to surrender, my taps begin to take effect, and several leeches fall away. Hope ignites within me. As I continue to strike at the leeches, a number of them tumble down, wriggling away, their bodies laden with my blood. I pay no mind to them, as many still cling to my legs. In the passage of time, I finally manage to expel all the leeches from my body, discovering 2 lingering ones on my chest and shoulder. This harrowing experience has imparted a valuable lesson on dealing with leeches. Vigorous tapping near their suction cups prompts them to detach swiftly. Nevertheless, the sight of my legs is rather alarming. Blood continues to flow from numerous small bites, creating a ghastly spectacle. I resolve to find a nearby source of fresh water. Not far off stands a tree with clear water. After chopping through its trunk, I take several sips before using the flowing water to cleanse my wounds. Once I finish, a slight sense of relief washes over me. However, I now face a dilemma. The thought of spending the night in this unfamiliar place fills me with dread. The sun is obscured by the dense foliage, making the time indiscernible, but judging by the shafts of light, it cannot be too late. As I proceed, blood still trickles from my wounds, albeit at a much slower rate. Though the sight is terrifying, the total amount lost is not critical. So the impact on my body is minimal. After what feels like an hour, perhaps even 2, though that is purely subjective, I finally catch sight of a broad, illuminated clearing through the trees. At last, I am on the verge of escaping this accursed forest. On the 50th day, New Discoveries Part 2 for Qian Xiaoge's update. At long last, I emerged from the woods. Before me, the landscape opened up, revealing that I had indeed reached the seaside. However, this beach starkly contrasted with the sandy shore adjacent to my treehouse. Here, the beach was composed of various pebbles and stones, interspersed with trees. These trees grew from the shoreline into the sea, forming a natural barrier that safeguarded this coastline. I raised my gaze. The sun had already passed its zenith, and judging by its position, it was approximately 3 o'clock, leaving me with little time. Not to mention the myriad dangers lurking within the woods. After confirming my route, I ventured forth into the forest that extended towards the sea. The trees, lush and green, varied in density. I had previously only known mangroves to be red, yet the verdant trees before me left me utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, my primary aim was to search for food or other useful items among these woods. It was my first encounter with such peculiar trees, most of which were submerged in seawater yet still thrived with vitality. Their green leaves blossomed, teeming with life. Numerous white seabirds soared and descended, their calls echoing around me. The shoreline consisted of small pebbles and sandy mud, likely the reason these trees could flourish here. As I surveyed the area, I was astonished to find that some of these trees reached heights of 7 to 8 meters, akin to a 3-story building, while a few in the water boasted even larger canopies. It was evident that the sea's depth here exceeded 10 meters. It was difficult to fathom how these trees could grow while being completely submerged in seawater. To me, this was nothing short of miraculous. To my left, I noticed a different type of tree, slender and no taller than 2 to 3 meters, their trunks no thicker than my arm, yet they grew in dense clusters, making it impossible for me to navigate through them. Thus, I had no choice but to proceed into the woods before me. I did not bother to roll up my trousers, for they were already damp from traversing the lowland, caked with mud. I stepped in without hesitation. My entrance startled many seabirds that were either hunting or resting, causing them to take flight. A few larger seabirds even charged at me, perhaps attempting to mount an attack. Naturally, I would not yield to such creatures. I brandished my axe at them, successfully scaring the larger birds away. Their audacity to confront me was astounding. A few minutes later, I discerned the reason for their display. I had unwittingly stumbled upon their breeding grounds. Nestled among exposed roots and branches, nearly every large tree was adorned with eggs of various sizes and colors, some blue, some white. It felt as though I had entered a veritable museum of seabird eggs. Likely due to the remoteness of this place, the birds had constructed their nests quite haphazardly, unlike other avian species that typically seek safety in elevated or concealed locations. Here, nests were even built on branches just a meter above the ground. I could effortlessly spot dozens of eggs within my line of sight, not accounting for those that were slightly farther away or perched higher. To me, these were rare delicacies. At this point, I welcomed any food source. As my supplies were limited, I needed to find a sustainable alternative before my provisions ran out. I plucked a nest roughly the size of my head, which contained 2 eggs about half the size of chicken eggs. This nest could serve as a container for other eggs, like an executioner. I disregarded the circling seabirds' cries and collected every egg within reach, placing them into the sturdy nest. After finishing, I gazed at the birds above, feeling a profound sense of reflection. If food were abundant, I would not have resorted to stealing their eggs, but survival demands such actions. In a moment, I cast aside my futile musings and counted the eggs, 36 in total. This would suffice for now. I could not carry more unless I resorted to stripping off my clothing. Yet, I was resolute in keeping my garments on, fearing the potential for leeches or insects to bite me. But fate has a penchant for jesting with me. Just as I prepared to depart, several massive creatures approached nearby. Wild boars. I counted 3. Instantly, I was paralyzed with fear, nearly collapsing to the ground, but quickly regained my composure as the boars turned towards the roots of the trees. I could not run. I must not draw their attention. Calmness is essential. I fought to maintain my composure. The nest lay beside me, and I gripped my gun tightly. If they discovered me, I could not guarantee a fatal shot, nor could I assure that I would hit them. The best outcome would be to remain undetected and wait for their departure. I concealed myself behind a tree trunk, quietly observing them. For over an hour, the wild boars had been foraging near the roots, likely consuming tender shoots or insects. My legs trembled from fatigue, and I felt lightheaded from crouching for too long. I lunged forward slightly, managing to halt my motion, but the sound echoed. One of the wild boars lifted its head and locked eyes with me. Our gazes met. On the 51st day, I ventured once more into the coastal woods. Today was a rare blessing. The weather was splendid. In the early morning, I sat at the entrance of the treehouse, gazing into the distance, while grappling with the soreness of my muscles. Just before I fell asleep, I had discovered a hidden leech nestled against the inner side of my thigh, which sent a shiver down my spine. The fright had robbed me of much of my sleep, leaving me in a state of paranoia. As I searched my body repeatedly, relieved to find no further leeches, when I locked eyes with a wild boar, I felt a disorienting jolt, as if my very soul had burst forth, leaving the world devoid of color. Terror filled my gaze. I had no time to lament my misstep, and I dared not move. The boar stared at me intently, and soon a second boar sensed the disturbance, followed by a third. In that moment, a singular thought consumed me. I hoped my demise would not be excessively painful. Yes, I had almost entirely surrendered to despair. There was nowhere to hide. I could not outrun them, and my only recourse was the firearm in my grasp. In those fleeting seconds, my mind was inundated with myriad thoughts, worries, and questions. If they charged at me, which one should I shoot first? What if I missed? What if the bullet jammed? Should I flee towards the sea? Would climbing a tree be wise? Amidst this storm of contemplation, the nerves at my temples throbbed violently, and my thoughts became increasingly chaotic. I lost track of time until, unexpectedly, I noticed one of the wild boars had lowered its head and resumed grazing, followed by the other 2 doing the same. After holding my breath for what felt like 20 seconds, I exhaled the tension, allowing fresh air to fill my lungs. My taut nerves finally relaxed, almost causing me to collapse. Of course, I would not allow myself to tumble into the sea. I was not that foolish. I wished to make no sound that might attract the boar's attention. Under the setting sun, the sea breeze chilled me, and it was only then that I realized my back was drenched in cold sweat, my shirt clinging tightly to my skin. I longed for their swift departure. My desires had dwindled to this single wish. As my body protested, my stamina rapidly waning. My mouth was parched, my legs tingled, and dizziness enveloped me. Each moment was a test of my physical limits. At last, one wild boar seemed to have had its fill, flicking its short tail and turning to depart. However, to my dismay, the other two remained unsated, continuing to root for food. My legs trembled, yet I still dared not move, fearing their notice. When the final rays of sunlight faded, the remaining two boars finally left, and only then did I feel a sense of relief, preparing to depart. My legs were numb, and I nearly stumbled as I moved, but I managed to steady myself against a tree. After a moment, I regained my composure. This grove was not large, yet it was cloaked in darkness, severely impeding my progress. Fortunately, I encountered no further dangers. Though it took some time, I emerged unscathed. Once outside the woods, the moonlight illuminated the ground, allowing me to navigate without complete blindness. However, the gravelly terrain proved treacherous. Though it appeared flat, it was loose, causing me to slip several times while walking swiftly. Falling was not a grave issue, as I managed to catch myself with my hands, sustaining only minor scratches from the stones. These wounds were trivial, yet I slowed my pace, wary of twisting my ankle. The night beach was alive with the sound of crashing waves and the cool breeze, tinged with a hint of chill. There stood Little Black at the gate. I assumed it would retire for the night, but it did not. Instead, it awaited my return. Upon seeing me, it dashed forward, leaping into my arms, its tail creating a gust that brushed against my ankles. My weariness, the prickling wounds, and my melancholic mood dissipated entirely in the presence of Little Black. It bounded excitedly, its tongue lapping at my face, leaving a trail of drool. I patted its back, beckoning it to join me inside, and showed it the bird eggs I had collected, prompting it to rush into the lower level. Yesterday, I had boiled the bird eggs, and Little Black devoured 18 of them in one sitting. I, overwhelmed by fatigue, could only manage 5 before I could eat no more. Today, I tended to the fishing nets, intending to craft them into a more effective fishing apparatus to be submerged in the waters among the woods, hoping to catch fish, shrimp, or crabs. However, the mesh of these nets was too large. No sizable fish would inhabit the shore. Thus, I folded the net several times, threading them with fine yet sturdy vines, rolling them into a barrel shape. Subsequently, I cut a piece from another net, folded it, and fashioned it into a funnel, securing it to the opening of the barrel with fine strips. Upon completion, I sensed something was amiss. After pondering for a while, I discerned the issue. The barrel-shaped net lacked support, and once submerged, it would collapse, preventing fish from entering. Ultimately, I threaded resilient twigs through the net, forming 6 circular rings to provide the necessary support, and thus the fishing net took perfect shape. It was time to test its efficacy. If it proved useful, I would only need to retrieve it every few days to easily secure some sustenance. Armed and with the fishing net in hand, I set forth. As for the wild boars, I suspected luck would not be on my side. On the 51st day, I ventured once more into the coastal woods. I must admit, my considerations were rather lacking. The bucket-shaped fishing net is quite cumbersome. It is neither suitable for carrying on my back nor for dragging along the ground. If I were to wear it, its excessive length would cause it to drag on the ground. While dragging it would likely lead to its premature ruin before I even reached my destination. Thus, I resolved to hang my axe at my waist and carry the fishing net in my arms. Today, Little Black seemed to have changed demeanor. It did not venture off to play nor chase butterflies in the yard, but instead quietly followed behind me. I wondered if its presence was motivated by yesterday's discovery of the bird eggs, igniting its curiosity. Or perhaps it was concerned by my late return and wished to accompany me today. Regardless, having Little Black with me brought a profound sense of reassurance. Little Black's keen observational skills and heightened alertness were invaluable. Any disturbance, whether from an approaching creature or a rustling in the grass, would draw its unwavering gaze. And upon detecting any peculiarities, it would promptly alert me. With Little Black by my side, I could afford to relax my nerves a little. I stood at the edge of the expansive forest, approximately 100 meters from where I had encountered the wild boar yesterday. This location was elevated, allowing me to survey the surroundings. Aside from a flurry of seabirds busily engaged in feeding or nurturing their young, I detected no other signs of life, including the wild boars that had been my primary concern. From my vantage point, I glimpsed the thicket where the boars had disappeared. A narrow path, likely forged by their passage, hinted that this might be a favored foraging spot for them. For the moment, However, I felt no immediate danger, as long as I remained vigilant. The sun blazed overhead, yet the morning sea remained refreshingly cool. As my feet dipped into the icy water, I was unexpectedly seized by a cramp. After a prolonged period of massaging my foot, I finally found relief. While I bent down to tend to my aching foot, I noticed a multitude of tiny creatures along the shoreline, various minuscule mollusks, shrimp, and fish. The dense thicket of trees along the coast provided a shield against the waves, creating a serene environment where I anticipated an abundance of fish and shrimp. The submerged roots of the large trees were encrusted with unfamiliar shellfish, and I even spotted several hermit crabs scuttling along the roots beneath the water. I felt confident that with a well-chosen spot, a bountiful harvest lay ahead. As I pressed on, the water reached my thighs, yet I could distinctly see the seabed through the clear water, which alleviated my apprehensions. In this underwater realm, I beheld a dazzling array of fish of various sizes and colors, but my movement startled them, causing them to scatter in an instant. The seabed was relatively flat, but the roots of the trees resembled intertwining vines, with dozens of sturdy rootlets firmly anchored in the sand. The numerous gaps and crevices between these rootlets turned this area into a haven for marine life. I resolved to position the fishing net alongside the roots, angling the funnel-shaped opening outward, and planned to wait a few hours to assess my initial catch. Suddenly, a grayish sea snake glided past me, its unexpected presence momentarily startling me, though I remained composed. In mere seconds, it vanished from view. Once I secured the net, it would sway with the currents of the sea. I took a branch from the nearby tree, attempting to anchor the net to the seabed. However, I quickly realized the seabed here differed from that of a river. It was primarily composed of sand with only a thin layer of silt, making it impossible to secure the net. Instead, I muddied the once clear waters with my attempts. Soon, my ignorance became evident, and I remembered the simple yet effective solution of using larger stones to weigh down the net. After placing several sizable rocks within, the net settled gently beside the tree roots. Now, all that remained was to wait. While I tended to the fishing net, Little Black darted about. As I had mentioned yesterday, it was energetically exploring the dense thicket I could not penetrate. I suspected it might have discovered some delectable morsels within. Clearly, the thicket was also home to numerous seabirds nesting, as their startled cries echoed with Little Black's exuberant antics. Once Little Black moved away, the birds would quickly return. What a rascal! I chuckled and shook my head at the sight of Little Black frolicking in the thicket. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted on my back, causing me to spring to my feet. My hand instinctively plunged into my clothing, feeling something crawling upon my back. Before I could grasp it, another sharp sting made me grimace in pain. I frantically shook my clothes, hoping to dislodge the mysterious insect that had infiltrated my attire. In quick succession, several black insects tumbled to the ground, hastily burrowing into the crevices of the sand. One, however, climbed onto my neck, which I seized and brought before my eyes. To my astonishment, it was an ant, a rather large ant at that. This ant dwarfed any I had previously encountered, boasting a glossy black exoskeleton and formidable mandibles. Despite being held between my fingers, it exhibited remarkable tenacity, persistently attempting to bite me in a futile effort to escape. With a gentle squeeze, I found it surprisingly resilient. Only after applying more force did I manage to crush it. What a terrifying place this is. This was not my first moment of reflection on the perils surrounding me. Each time I believed I had acclimated to this environment, new challenges arose, compelling me to constantly recalibrate my mindset. Initially, I pondered how the ant had managed to ascend to my back, but upon closer inspection of the towering trees, I discerned the truth. What I had initially mistaken for patterns on the tree bark were, in fact, a bustling procession of ants, forming dark lines that had deceived me at first glance. From this moment onward, I resolved to refrain from carelessly touching these trees. The ants were formidable foes. The area where I had been bitten now throbbed with pain and itchiness. Just then, a desperate cry from Little Black pierced the air, causing my heart to race. I swiftly drew my weapon and rushed toward the sound. The thicket was too dense for me to enter. I could only call out for Little Black from the outside. I could hear its voice drawing ever nearer. On the 51st day, I ventured once more into the coastal woods. At last, Little Black burst forth with a piercing howl. I finally comprehended the reason behind its heart-wrenching cries. It had gone after crabs again, but this time, it had encountered a particularly ferocious one. Though not large, the crab's pincers had clamped down on Little Black's nose, causing it great distress as it thrashed its head about. I was acutely aware of the sensitivity of a dog's nose, and witnessing its pain filled me with anguish, prompting me to rush over. Upon reaching Little Black, I immediately crouched down and embraced it tightly to prevent further movement that could exacerbate the injury. Crabs possess a peculiar instinct. They will not relinquish their grip until they can escape or are removed from the ground. Even if you sever their pincers, they will cling on tenaciously. Thus, I held Little Black firmly, cradling its neck and gently pressing its head toward the ground. Fortunately, it did not resist, merely shivering in pain. In mere seconds, the crab released its grip upon contact with the ground and began to scurry away. Of course, I had no intention of letting it escape and promptly sprang to my feet to deliver a swift kick. The crab shattered into pieces, its yellow roe, juices, and flesh scattering across the sand. To vent my frustration, I stomped down a few more times before stopping. Meanwhile, Little Black licked its wounded nose while casting glances at my revenge, and I could tell it was pleased. Its tail wagged vigorously, a sign of its joy and excitement. I approached once more to stroke its head in a gesture of comfort and lifted its chin to inspect the injury. The wound was somewhat deep but small in size. I unfastened the plastic bottle at my waist and used the water inside to cleanse the cut on its nose, hoping to avert any inflammation. To my astonishment, Little Black suddenly dashed off, seizing a piece of the flattened crab and consuming it before I could intervene, leaving me stunned. The wait felt interminable. However, I couldn't help but think that, viewed from a different perspective, this place was undeniably beautiful. The azure sky and verdant trees reflected upon the sea, with crystal-clear shallows revealing darting fish and various shells and crustaceans. Perched upon the rocks by the shore, I gazed at the colorful fish before me, gradually succumbing to a sense of tranquility. I even wished I could transform into a fish, free to roam the vast ocean. Yet, could I truly become a fish? The answer was decidedly no. To survive, I required more experience, and despite the many missteps I've taken, I felt I had at least advanced a notch. There existed an overwhelming variety of fish, and the one before me initially appeared to be a colorful floating object. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it as a lionfish, reminiscent of those I had seen at the pet market. Its flowing fins and vibrant colors left a lasting impression. Nearby, a school of fish adorned with black and yellow stripes, resembling zebras, swam gracefully. The crystalline waters laid bare all manner of life beneath the surface. From quietly moving snails to starfish crawling along the seabed, and even unknown creatures gliding like rays, their fins resembling wings. The beauty was overwhelming. Suddenly, a large fish entered my line of sight, though the sunlight's reflection obscured my view momentarily. To my astonishment, even in such shallow water, a lemon-colored shark was present. Though not particularly large, it appeared to measure nearly a meter in length from my vantage point. This sight instilled a sense of dread regarding my impending venture into the sea with a fishing net. In my mind, sharks were creatures of the deep, associated solely with delectable shark fin soup and the notorious reputation of being ruthless predators. Instinctively, I felt a twinge of fear, but before I could process my emotions, 3 more sharks swam past me. I was utterly dumbfounded. This was an alarming abyss, and I considered fleeing. They moved with astonishing speed, seemingly in pursuit of a school of fish. Terrified, I instinctively took a few steps back. However, the subsequent sharks were smaller than the first, perhaps only around 80 centimeters, juveniles. I speculated. I spent 2 to 3 hours by the shore and observed no fewer than 10 sharks, each distinct in appearance. One type was the lemon shark, relentlessly chasing fish and exuding formidable power. Another resembled it closely but boasted a black dorsal fin and a black edge along its tail, swimming leisurely without hunting. Significantly smaller than the lemon shark, likely around 60 centimeters. There was yet another that appeared different, but I could only catch a fleeting glimpse before it vanished. This discovery left me in a quandary, yet I was unwilling to abandon my fishing net. If successful, it could yield a continuous supply of sustenance. Suddenly, an idea struck me, a perfect solution. I grasped the axe hanging from my waist and made my way to the edge of the woods where Little Black had ventured, chopping down a small tree. This tree was slender, no thicker than my arm, yet it was precisely what I needed. Indeed, I fashioned a crude spear. However, my intent was not to hunt, but rather to defend against potential shark attacks, using it to fend off any sharks that dared approach. I had no desire to provoke a shark, no matter how tempting the thought of shark fin soup might be. Fortunately, my fears were unfounded. Not a single shark appeared. allowing me to haul in my meticulously crafted fishing net. A bountiful harvest. Indeed, a remarkable yield. I dragged the funnel-shaped net with considerable effort, estimating it to weigh at least 20 kilograms, not to mention the stones contained within. This should certainly be considered a fruitful day. As I pulled it ashore, I eagerly anticipated the treasures it would reveal. On the 51st day, the uneaten catch, nighttime. Today's haul was undoubtedly the most bountiful since my arrival on the island. After dragging the fishing net ashore, I realized my oversight. I had forgotten to bring a plastic basket. However, once I emptied my catch onto the yard, I couldn't contain my joy. The variety was astounding, with no less than dozens of species. In addition to fish, there were shrimp and crabs. At that moment, a crab swiftly emerged from the pile of fish, attempting to escape. This time, Little Black did not charge forward bravely. Instead, he took a few steps back, clearly having developed a fear of crabs, perhaps even a case of crab phobia. The crab's escape was not so simple. I swiftly pursued it. It raised its formidable claws in defiance as I chased after it. Naturally, I refrained from using my hands. Instead, I deftly trapped it with my foot. I then used my axe to lift it into the plastic basket. There were 3 crabs in total, all captured in this manner. These crabs were not the typical blue crabs. They belonged to a species I had never encountered before, with claws that were remarkably large, occupying a third of their body. If pinched by those formidable pincers, I feared my fingers might be severed. Indeed, larger claws signify greater danger, but they also promise more delectable meat, as the flesh within these claws is the epitome of culinary delight. After boiling, one merely needs to crack open these large pincers to extract the snowy, flaky crab meat, which when drizzled with a touch of soy sauce, transforms into a chewy, fragrant delicacy, bursting with the unique essence of crab. The mere thought was intoxicating. But then I noticed that a few of the crabs had already climbed to the edge of the basket. Were they attempting to escape again? I hurriedly retrieved the fishing net and scooped up the restless crabs. Such a delicious catch could not slip away under my watchful gaze. It is imperative not to kill the crabs, as doing so would diminish their flavor. Indeed, freshwater crabs can even harbor bacteria post-mortem. I am quite adept at cooking crabs. If I were to drop them into the pot alive and let them simmer, their flavor would be at its zenith, and the meat would be exceptionally firm. I also selected the shrimp, each about the length of my pinky finger. However, shrimp are more common, and I knew that once cooked, they would shrink significantly, likely by half. There was an abundance of fish, at least 20 pounds remained, a vibrant array of colors and peculiar shapes. While a portion consisted of a yellowish-white variety, the rest were a bewildering assortment, none of which I recognized. During the sorting process, one particular fish startled me. It bore a striking resemblance to a pufferfish, which I certainly would not dare to consume, concerned that Little Black might inadvertently eat it if discarded carelessly. I dug a hole with my axe and buried the pufferfish deeply, securing it with a few stones. The unknown fish posed a dilemma. In such a perilous environment, what if one of them were toxic? The consequences would be dire. My contemplation was interrupted by the sounds of 2 little wild boars, evidently hungry after my day-long absence. Just as I was preparing to fetch them some food, an idea flashed in my mind, testing the fish's toxicity using the wild boars. This was a necessary measure. I could not test the fish myself, nor could I ask Little Black to do so, and discarding the food was out of the question, especially as I intended to rely on these fish for sustenance. Thus, having the wild boars test the fish seemed a worthy experiment. I decided against feeding them raw fish, as I had never witnessed pigs consuming it. Instead, I prepared boiled fish soup and fish meat for them. I meticulously cooked the fish separately to ensure I could identify any potentially toxic varieties. Soon, I completed the boiling of several fish soups, 8 different kinds in total, each placed in its own bowl. I then carried these bowls over to the famished wild boars. They devoured the soups with gusto, leaving not a morsel behind. I waited anxiously, but they exhibited no adverse reactions. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed these fish were indeed non-toxic. Next came a flurry of activity as I used my knife to gut and clean the sea fish. After rinsing them with a basin of water, I strung them together on vine tendrils, with their mouths facing inward and gills outward, creating 2 strings in total. Once completed, I carried them to the fire pit, hanging them above the flames. Night was fast approaching, and under such temperatures, the fish would spoil quickly, without sunlight to dry them. I could not guarantee their preservation until morning. This experience reminded me to adjust my fishing schedule. I must cast the net early in the morning, clean the catch, and then hang any surplus out to dry in the sun, significantly reducing the risk of spoilage. I hoped that roasting the fish over the fire would yield the desired result. As for the taste of smoked fish, I was uncertain. The pot was filled with a medley of sea fish stew, boiled crabs, and sawed-edge shrimp. While I termed it sawed-edge shrimp, I merely spread a bit of oil on the bottom of the pot and continuously stir-fried the shrimp. I must admit, the flavor of sea fish is always more enticing than that of river fish, even before it was fully cooked. The steam rising from the pot carried an exceptionally rich aroma. I found myself salivating uncontrollably, not to mention Little Black. The vast pot of sea fish stew was divided into 3 portions, as there was simply too much. 2 portions were given to Little Black, and 1 was reserved for myself. As for the crab meat, Little Black surprisingly showed no interest, leaving me to savor it alone. The shrimp delighted him immensely. He consumed them shell and all. Observing Little Black's enthusiasm, I decided to share 2/3 of the shrimp with him. After distributing the food, I finally had the opportunity to indulge myself. The crab roe filled the entire crab shell, even outdoing that of the bread crab. Once cooked, the shell was elevated by the abundance of roe. This crab roe was not greasy. Rather, it had a slightly dry but incredibly fragrant quality. It possessed a subtle sweetness, devoid of any fishy taste. While it may not have matched the texture of hairy crab, it came remarkably close. Of course, the most exquisite part of this crab lay within its sturdy claws, where the white meat was simply divine. The broth from the sea fish stew surpassed even that of chicken soup in flavor. I suspected that after finishing this bowl, I might feel parched from its exquisite taste. The shrimp did not meet my expectations. Upon eating my first one, I was met with a mouthful of grit, realizing that the shrimp's intestinal vein must be removed. I wondered how Little Black managed to consume them whole. In the dead of night, having feasted and quenched my thirst, I sat in the yard, lighting a cigarette, sipping on a drink, and listening to the chorus of insects and birds. It felt as though a breeze was beginning to stir. On the 52nd day, the weather took a sudden turn. Part 1. Early this morning, the howling wind roused me from my slumber. I had initially planned to venture to the same spot as yesterday to cast my fishing net. Yet the overcast sky outside filled me with a sense of unease and apprehension. The leaves from nearby trees were being shaken loose, swirling around the yard, their rustling sounds heightening my worries. Could it be that a typhoon was approaching? If such a storm were indeed on its way, what could I possibly do? Where could I seek refuge? Worrying proved futile. Instead, I resolved to fortify my little tree house during the day. After all, it had suffered greatly from the last torrential downpour, and its structural integrity might have diminished significantly since then. Regardless, the decision to reinforce the treehouse could only yield positive outcomes. Armed with an axe, my efficiency skyrocketed. No longer did I struggle to tear apart the vines, as a swift stroke of the axe rendered them manageable. In addition to the vines, I gathered an assortment of branches, varying in thickness and length, each serving a specific purpose. To further bolster the treehouse's stability, I felled a few small trees, which were sturdier than the ones I had previously collected. The axe made short work of these saplings, requiring little effort on my part. With the materials nearly assembled, I began by readying all the connections of the treehouse with vines for reinforcement. However, upon inspecting the vines that bound them to the great tree, I stumbled upon a grave issue. This problem was quite serious. Had I not discovered it in time, I feared that the structure could collapse at any moment. Regardless of a storm, I couldn't help but feel relieved, realizing that had it not been for the wind today, I might never have considered reinforcing the treehouse. The thought of it collapsing unexpectedly on a dark night was utterly terrifying. Yet even if the vines were secured, they could not offer long-term stability. This dilemma troubled me. I did not wish to reside in a precarious dwelling. I needed a material that could provide lasting security, one that would firmly anchor the essential beams to the great tree. What could be suitable? My mind raced, but I could not find a worthy substitute for the vines. Suddenly, inspiration struck me as I clapped my forehead and dashed to the lower level of the treehouse. In a corner, I rediscovered something I had nearly forgotten: rope. I had completely overlooked this item since removing it from the boat and stacking it beside the fire pit. Had I not pondered for so long, it might have slipped from my memory entirely. With the rope at hand, securing everything became straightforward. Though binding the thick ropes required considerable effort, I ultimately managed to fasten them securely. I tugged on them a few times to test their strength, and I was thoroughly satisfied. They did not budge an inch. For added safety, I propped a small tree at the junction of the beam and the great tree, preventing the ropes from slipping loose. I wedged smaller branches into various gaps, The howling wind whistling through the holes was quite bothersome. After securing everything, I wrapped the branches with vines, binding them to the protruding trunks of the treehouse. Following these adjustments, the treehouse's sturdiness improved significantly. I used the additional felled trees to provide support at the back, front, and both sides of the structure, employing 3 saplings on each side. Thus, I felt confident that my little treehouse could withstand harsher weather conditions. As I completed my tasks, the sky grew increasingly somber, dark clouds obscuring the daylight. The wind intensified, and I could see leaves flying through the air in the distance. Thankfully, in the forest, the wind was still manageable. In the open areas beyond, the gusts would undoubtedly be fiercer. Had I still been residing in my original shelter, it might have already succumbed to the tempest. Suddenly, large raindrops began to plummet from the sky without warning, followed closely by the raging wind. Before I could retreat into the treehouse, I was already pelted by the rain, mixed with the forceful gusts. Thankfully, I had completed my work just in time. Although soaked to the skin, I felt grateful that the downpour had not arrived earlier. Upon reaching the fire pit, I hung my clothes nearby to dry. Just then, my stomach began to rumble, protesting my hunger. It was time to prepare some food. Even if the rain persisted for a week, I had no concerns about provisions. The fish I had smoked yesterday had dried out considerably, their skin wrinkled, but I remained uncertain whether they retained their original flavor. I had long yearned for them. Yet these preserved items were ideal for such dire circumstances. However, I could no longer resist the temptation. I craved a taste. At that moment, Little Black was still perched at the upper doorway, watching the tempest outside. I scooped a bowl of rice from the sack behind it, intending to treat both myself and Little Black to a modest reward on this dreary, rainy day, aiming to lift our spirits. Today's lunch was remarkably simple to prepare. Once the rice was boiling, I tossed in some salted pork and sausage. Yes, I let them steam together with the rice. Others might deem it quite rudimentary, but this meal held profound significance for me, rivaling even the celebrations of the new year. Each ingredient was a rare treasure, likely to be consumed only a few more times before disappearing entirely from my pantry, a sentiment difficult for most to fathom. As the pot began to hiss and a faint aroma of char emerged, it signaled that I could remove it from the heat and allow the rice to absorb the moisture. Little Black had joined me, drawn by the enticing scent of the rice mingled with the savory meats. After a short wait, I lifted the lid to reveal sausage and salted pork interspersed within the rice, the rendered fat from the meat enveloping each grain, giving it a tantalizing sheen. In the past, I had not favored fatty meats, but now, witnessing the luscious fat melting into the rice, I could no longer suppress my saliva. Without a hint of hesitation, Little Black and I devoured the pot of rice. As I savored the last remnants of the crispy bottom layer, a tremendous crash erupted above me. On the 52nd day, the weather took a sudden turn, part 2. At that moment, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. Honestly, my first instinct was to believe the roof had collapsed. I endeavored to divert my anxiety about the raging winds and torrential rain by indulging in culinary delights. Yet my inner turmoil remained a constant state of unease. I looked up to find the roof intact, but that did little to soothe my growing dread. The wind was ferocious, and I dared not venture outside. Gusts of wind and rain surged through the cracks of the door. Fortunately, I had taken precautions against the rain during the construction phase. Although I was on the lower level, the ground here was elevated compared to the outside, and I had also built a slope at the entrance to prevent flooding. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the roof, as something that had previously caused a ruckus tumbled down. I had no desire to discover what it was, though I surmised it might be a branch. Objects continued to be hurled against the roof and walls by the wind. The sounds of impact, water, and howling wind relentlessly pounding upon my heart. Indeed, I was exceedingly tense, almost unable to breathe. Nature is my greatest fear. It is insurmountable and ever-changing. I was terrified that my humble abode would crumble under the onslaught of the tempest. Yet, I felt utterly powerless, forced to soothe my fraying sanity with encouraging words and comforting thoughts. Another muffled thud resonated from the side wall, followed by a soft thump, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. I suspected that the small tree I had used for support against the wall had been toppled by the gale. I had secured it firmly, yet now it lay fallen, a testament to the ferocity of the wind outside. What to do? My worry persisted. Even though I had reinforced the treehouse today and believed it could withstand the current storm, at least I had not yet felt the structure sway. I needed to find a way to calm myself. The sound of rain intensified, and I could no longer suppress my anxiety. I peered through the door crack. Rainwater cascaded through the crevice, obscuring my view. Nevertheless, I managed to glimpse a sight. The coconut tree nearby bent at an angle of approximately 75 degrees. Its coconuts flailing like fans, while the sky was shrouded in a blanket of white, leaves swirling in disarray. Just then, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across the sky, its arc slithering like a serpent above me. As I gazed upward, my eyes were momentarily blinded by the intensity of the light, and before I could regain my vision, a thunderous roar reverberated in my ears, chilling me to the core. Before I could collect myself, Little Black rushed towards me, standing upright and burying its head against my chest, whimpering in distress. Yet, my own panic remained unabated as I continued to scrutinize the tempest outside. I could comfort Little Black, calming its fears, but I could not assuage my own terror. I felt utterly helpless. I was once merely a city dweller, struggling for survival amidst steel and concrete, never having experienced nature's formidable power. My fear was magnifying infinitely. The storm outside grew even more violent, with lightning darting across the sky and thunder booming like a relentless drumbeat, each clap seeming to strike at my heart, causing it to spasm in response. At this point, I could no longer discern the conditions outside. All I saw was a blinding white haze. In my heart, I silently wished for this terrifying storm to come to an end. Yet, I was met with disappointment. The rain had been falling for half the day. Outside was pitch black, and aside from the intermittent flashes of lightning revealing sheets of rain, I could see nothing. Rest easy, I told myself. No matter the wrath of the storm, you have fortified the treehouse. You know its strength. If it cannot withstand such weather, what purpose does it serve? Positive thoughts attempted to coax me into relaxation. But what if, in the depths of slumber, the treehouse collapsed? Could I escape in time? Could I bear the thought of being crushed beneath the fallen branches? This notion weighed heavily on my mind. I cried out, clutching my head, once again experiencing that overwhelming sensation of mental chaos threatening to explode. Every second, no, every hundredth of a second, brought forth a new thought, each battling for dominance. Only the victor could persuade my actions. Now was the height of this mental battle. Thoughts intertwined and tore at each other. My mind became their battleground. I had attempted to quell this turmoil numerous times, employing various methods, yet I continued to lose. I could not stop, and thus I found myself paralyzed by indecision. It must have been midnight. The storm showed no signs of abating. I felt a combination of fatigue, thirst, hunger, and anxiety. Yet the tension rendered me devoid of appetite or desire for sleep, a paradoxical state I had never before encountered. The small house began to shake violently, and I could distinctly hear the creaking at the juncture of the beams and the tree, signaling that the tree's sway had intensified, indicating that the wind had intensified as well. The creaking grew more frequent, and I could distinctly feel the house swaying with the tree. At that moment, I felt as though I were not in a treehouse, but aboard a ship amidst a tempest. Suddenly, a startling crack jolted me. On the 53rd day, Unyielding and Relentless, Part 1. Throughout the night, I scarcely managed to slumber, awakening countless times to the cacophony of thunder and rain. Yet, in a state of extreme fatigue, I eventually succumbed to sleep. The incessant cycle of waking and dozing left my head throbbing as if pierced by needles, my eyelids heavy and barely able to open. Outside, the tempest raged on, the little hut swaying, the creaking sounds echoing in a loop. Strangely, come daylight, my inner trepidation and anxiety diminished significantly, far less exaggerated than during the night. It is somewhat amusing to recall how the crackling sound of burning branches in the fire pit startled me to near insanity. It was not a matter of cowardice. Rather, the overwhelming sense of helplessness, loneliness, and fear in the night was particularly intense. To survive in such an environment, I needed to tread carefully with each step, as any lapse could cost me my life. In the absence of anyone to converse with, every action required my own judgment, rendering each decision profoundly challenging. My treehouse did not prove as successful as I had envisioned. The night's tempest had left several areas drenched. The small branches I had wedged in the day prior had been forcefully dislodged by the gales, even severing the vines that secured them. I now found myself preoccupied with two concerns: the increasing seepage, which had begun to saturate the upper level where I slept, with two walls already allowing water to trickle in. Although the moisture was minimal, if left unchecked, by nightfall my bedding would be completely soaked. A fleeting thought crossed my mind. If the upper level had succumbed to the storm, what would become of the fire pit below? My heart raced at the notion, for that fire pit was of utmost importance to me. and I was unwilling to risk its integrity. I dashed downstairs, relieved to find the fire still ablaze. Albeit not fiercely, the embers glowed brightly, prompting me to add more branches to stoke the flames. However, rainwater continued to pour in, trickling down both walls, while the corner where I stored wooden materials remained submerged. The storm outside showed no signs of relenting, and I sensed it was even more ferocious than the night before. The fierce winds threatened to lift my roof, attempting to inundate my refuge, leaving it to groan under immense pressure. Peering through the door crevice, I gazed into the distance, a white haze engulfing everything, with countless green leaves swirling in the tempest. Nearby, the branches of towering trees clashed violently against one another. It became evident that this deluge was unlike any prior. It was far more brutal and relentless. I could scarcely fathom how I would endure such conditions for 3 days, let alone a week. The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. I had confidence that my treehouse could withstand the current tempest. But my greatest concern was that today's storm was more severe than last night's. If this continued, my little abode would inevitably succumb to the ferocity of the elements. What would I do then? Yet, in a surprising twist, a flicker of gratitude surfaced within me. Yes, gratitude. It struck me as somewhat comical that, in this dire moment, I felt thankful that this tempest had not beset me upon my arrival to the island. Had it occurred then, my pitiful twig shelter would likely have been carried away by the winds. Amidst the thunder and lightning, hunger once again gripped me. My condition today was markedly better than last night's, thus I resolved to eat. I had no desire for elaborate meals. All I sought was sustenance to fill my belly. Consequently, I prepared a simple dumpling soup, enhancing its flavor with a touch of cured meat. This dish was exceedingly straightforward. I believe that anyone who had witnessed it once would know how to prepare it. The only missing element was some leafy greens. While I had encountered numerous ferns on the island, I ultimately refrained from sampling them, lacking the courage of a legendary herbalist and the extensive knowledge that accompanied it. I merely aimed to stave off hunger. I cracked the remaining bird eggs into a bowl, mixing them well, along with 2 turtle eggs. Once the water reached a rolling boil, I added the egg mixture. The pot, which had been bubbling with mere air, transformed into a foamy spectacle upon the addition of the egg liquid. As the pot heated, the foam ascended, and I quickly stirred with chopsticks, reducing the bubbles significantly before removing the pot from the heat. This pot of humble dumplings, infused with the essence of cured meat and bird eggs, bore a distinctly enhanced flavor. Little Black had already positioned itself nearby, eagerly awaiting its share. Having been soothed the previous night, it exhibited no fear, sleeping soundly. Now, as the aroma of food wafted through the air, it sprang back to life, excitement evident in its demeanor. "Don't worry, you won't be left out." I chuckled at Little Black. It seemed to sense my teasing, sticking out its tongue, displaying a feigned humility, and nudging my feet with its head, its tail wagging exuberantly. "Go ahead." After allowing the dumplings to cool slightly, I presented a generous portion to Little Black. Upon sighting the food, it turned, lunging forward, eagerly slurping the dumpling soup with rapid strokes of its tongue. Its tail ceased to wag the moment it began to indulge in the feast. I couldn't help but chuckle at this gluttonous creature. This dumpling soup was indeed both convenient and delicious, and if given the choice, I would gladly consume it daily. Though my supply of flour was limited, while these dumplings lacked the elasticity of hand-pulled noodles, each bite enveloped my teeth in a tender embrace. A gentle closure of my jaws would yield a perfect morsel, the dumplings being both delicate and hearty, their delightful flavor and ease of preparation eclipsing any shortcomings. Before I could finish my meal, a sudden cracking sound pierced the air, followed by the collapse of a small branch that I had used as a wall. I sprang to my feet, rushing over to prevent its fall. Thankfully, this branch was secured by 3 vines, and only the topmost one had snapped. Instantly, the pressure on the middle vine surged, compelling me to grip the branch with all my might to avert its collapse. Yet, the deluge surged through the breach, flooding my sanctuary. On the 53rd day, relentless and unyielding, the morning hours were drenched in an unceasing downpour. To be candid, the gap was scarcely wide, merely the breadth of a palm. Yet, the deluge outside was overwhelming, far too fierce for my hands to secure the tree trunk, which served as a wall. In mere seconds, I was thoroughly drenched, the effect far surpassing that of any shower I had experienced at home. I had no choice but to abandon the effort to hold onto the trunk. The moment I stepped away, it began to sway perilously, clearly loosened by the wild winds below. In that moment of tension, a thought struck me, to bind the trunk with the vines I had previously collected. This trunk was integral to both the upper and lower walls. To secure it, I would need to ascend to the upper level. Undoubtedly, the upper section too had been thoroughly soaked. My bedding was now drenched, a substantial area wet from the rain that had invaded. Fortunately, my grains and flour remained unscathed, which was my greatest concern. While I could dry my bedding, the grains would risk spoiling in this humid heat if not dried promptly. Time did not permit further contemplation, so I hastily pulled the trunk back, halting its erratic swaying. The cord was significantly thicker than the vines, and only the ordinary vines could navigate the narrow space between the trunks. The cord would not suffice, or I would have opted for it. Breathless, my heart gradually calmed as I temporarily secured the trunk, yet being bound by vines, I could not guarantee how long it would hold. I was aware that this particular vine was relatively dry, having been set aside for a considerable time, its strength likely superior to the freshly gathered ones. My companion, Little Black, had remained by my side throughout, braving the torrential rain alongside me, sharing in the baptism of the storm. I felt a mixture of helplessness and warmth. This sometimes foolish little creature often warmed my heart in unexpected ways. At this moment, it lay at my feet. "Come, Little Black, let us warm ourselves by the fire. Illness is no light matter." I patted its back, and it followed me to the fire pit, once again settling down to bask in the warmth. Little Black adhered to a steadfast principle. It would lie down in the treehouse, but would stand outside. Soon, it closed its eyes, drifting into dreams, while I felt an increasing sense of loneliness and isolation. The absence of communication and companionship intensified my fear and trepidation amidst the inclement weather. At times, I wished I could be carefree like Little Black, unburdened by worries, yet I could not. The sounds of wind and rain were terrifying. I felt as if my humble dwelling might collapse at any moment. Sitting by the fire for too long, fatigue washed over me like a tide. I longed for sleep, yet my mind was in a tumult, preventing me from finding stillness. To me, sleep represented the ultimate escape, but I was unable to attain it. Indeed, I was incapable of it. Having rested poorly the previous night, my headache intensified, and my body felt achingly real, impossible to evade. Many of the small branches I had used to block the gaps had been dislodged by the fierce winds, allowing rainwater to pour in through the openings. I could not even afford a moment's rest. I had to rise again, selecting more branches from the firewood to stuff into the gaps, securing them tightly by hand. However, the effect was not as effective as I had hoped. Rainwater still seeped through, albeit at a slower pace. The experience gained from the previous branch protection proved invaluable this time. My earlier attempt to dig a drainage ditch had nearly led to my downfall. I must concede that the drainage ditch had yielded remarkable results, far beyond my expectations. Most of the water that dripped down from the gaps in the upper level flowed through this diminutive drainage system. Without it, my dwelling would likely have been inundated. At least, the lower level would have been utterly compromised, save for the fire pit. Initially, I had intended to place the flour and rice on the table I had constructed to shield them from the rain. However, I reconsidered, as even if rainwater seeped through the gaps, it would flow down directly from the upper floor's fissures. I had piled the rice and other grains near the door, which had remained dry due to the absence of uncut branches acting as eaves. Perhaps it was midnight, or even the early hours of dawn. I had completely lost track of time, my mind drifting in a fog. Extreme fatigue clung to me, and my jumbled thoughts had dissipated. Now, even contemplating a single question took a long while to resolve. My mood was oddly exhilarated, for the storm had noticeably lessened, yet my expression remained stiff. The tempest had nearly conquered me. My psyche was on the brink of collapse, yet it began to wane slowly. I could no longer recall how many times I had prayed for the storm to cease, for courage to rise within me. Yet, facing the might of nature made me feel infinitesimally small, utterly devoid of the valor to resist. My eyes ached, and my forehead glistened with sweat and oil, my hair equally damp. I simply wished for the storm to come to an end. I collapsed onto my bedding, disregarding the damp corner beneath me, and lay back. If I were to close my eyes now, sleep would surely claim me instantly. Yet, before succumbing to slumber, I persevered in listening to the symphony of wind and rain outside. If it had not intensified, I could finally rest peacefully. 5 minutes later, my heart settled completely. The once torrential downpour had dwindled to a gentle patter, and the howling winds were nearly inaudible. I closed my eyes. On the 54th day, the ferocity of the storm. At long last, the tempest ceased, answering my fervent prayers. Upon awakening, I sprang from my slumber, finding the world outside enveloped in an uncanny tranquility. Surely, the rain had abated? In a rush, I flung open the door and dashed outside. The glaring sunlight struck my eyes, rendering them momentarily unresponsive. Yet, I had survived. I had weathered the storm. Though I possessed no tangible bounty, my heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. On the trees, droplets continued to cascade, creating a melodic patter. I lifted my gaze to the towering tree nearby, where remnants of the rain clung to its leaves, glistening in the sunlight as they plummeted to the earth, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. It was breathtaking. However, the scars left by broken branches were stark and haunting. Many limbs lay strewn about, and one particularly hefty branch had been severed, its jagged edge a chilling testament to the storm's might. Only then did I recall the little wild boar and the potato sprouts. I hurried onward, passing through the small garden, where the sight sent a jolt of alarm through me. The soil of my modest garden appeared as if it had been violently overturned. Most of the transplanted wildflowers lay prostrate, their roots wholly exposed to the air. They seemed devoid of life, the storm having obliterated my cherished garden. Yet, I remained undeterred. Wildflowers are plentiful, and with a bit of time, I could restore this garden to its former glory. This was no insurmountable task. Continuing forward, I soon beheld the collapsed pigsty. The roof had vanished, leaving the structure in ruins. Beneath the wreckage, something seemed trapped. Could it be the wild boar? Had they, after all, succumbed to this misfortune, perishing beneath the debris? Perhaps, but I was uncertain. I found it hard to believe that such a weight could have claimed the life of a wild boar under ordinary circumstances. The answer lay within my grasp. I merely needed to lift the fallen structure to uncover the truth. With determination, I managed to overturn the pigsty, bracing myself for the sight of lifeless boars. To my astonishment, none were found. It was only upon glancing at the adjacent fence that I discerned signs of the wild boar's escape. The fence lay in disarray, evidently. The boar had fled long before. As for their whereabouts, I possessed no clues. The torrential rain had erased all traces of their footprints. With a shake of my head, I resigned myself to the uncertainty. My heart now braced for the worst. The potato sprouts and the seeds in the drift bottle had undoubtedly been toppled. Yet, I yearned to see for myself. After all, one must not lose hope until reaching the Yellow River. A flicker of optimism still lingered within me, longing for a miracle. Oh, could it be? I laughed heartily, not from despair but from sheer delight as I beheld that most of the seedlings had remarkably weathered the storm. Aside from a few whose roots were slightly exposed, the majority stood resilient, albeit a bit crooked. There were pools of water, obstructed by debris and branches blocking the drainage. I could not ignore this. I knelt down and cleared away the obstructions to allow the water to flow freely. After draining the water, I gathered some soil to gently cover the exposed roots of the seedlings, providing them with some protection. Once I had completed these tasks, I took a deep breath, feeling a sense of satisfaction far exceeding my expectations. I had anticipated a rainy day, even without the tempest, yet here I was, witnessing the seedlings, symbols of hope, thriving anew. The water in the barrel of the treehouse had dwindled. I needed to fetch more. However, with the storm just past, I anticipated the water would be murky, requiring time to settle before it could be boiled for consumption. I wished to avoid such time-consuming efforts. Instead, I planned to gather some coconuts to sustain me for a day or two, after which the water might be clearer. As I prepared to venture out, Little Black promptly followed, evidently restless from confinement, having waited for me for quite some time. Soon, we arrived at the coconut grove by the sea, where numerous coconuts lay scattered on the ground, some ripe, others still in the early stages of growth. As I sifted through them, another coconut fell, startling me. Fortunately, it was small and clearly underdeveloped. Even if it struck my head, it would merely leave a bump. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. I remained cautious, selecting a few fresh, ripe coconuts before departing the grove. I couldn't help but glance around. The nearby reefs were barely visible, and my former salt-drying area was now completely obscured. The storm had wrought havoc. I sighed, turning to leave. Yet, upon a meticulous second glance, I gasped sharply. Where had it gone? Indeed, it was gone. The once familiar reef was now devoid of its presence. This tempest had swept it away. I could only imagine the horror of the furious winds and raging waves upon the sea at that moment. The vessel that had previously brought me nightmares and treasures alike had vanished. It had been cast ashore by the storm, only to be reclaimed by the fury of the tempest. Standing in silence for what felt like an eternity, gazing at the now tranquil sea, my mind wandered. I could no longer recall how many times I had contemplated crafting a canoe, a thought that persisted since acquiring the axe, though it had always been tempered by my cunning. However, having experienced the terror of this storm, I found myself doubting that ambition once more. Survival must come first before contemplating escape. The clouds above were exquisite, yet I had yet to catch sight of an aircraft. Reflecting on the past, I realized the plane I once glimpsed must have been an illusion, for it seemed impossible that I had not seen one since. Perhaps rescue was indeed a distant hope. For now, I must focus on surviving. On the 55th day, under the auspices of exquisite delicacies, I took advantage of the splendid weather to transport the flour, rice, and cornmeal from the treehouse to my makeshift table. The persistent rains of the past few days had not directly drenched these grains, yet the humid air had undoubtedly taken its toll. I discovered that the flour had begun to clump, an alarming sign, for these precious resources are irreplaceable, the only provisions I possess, and thus, I must preserve them diligently. A day of sun should restore their original dryness. Once I had laid out the grains to dry, I hung the cured meats, smoked fish, and smoked pork in the sunlit spaces between the trees. Particularly concerning were the smoked fish, which were perilously close to spoiling. Their dampness was palpable to the touch, and though their scent remained untainted, I feared that if they were not thoroughly dried soon, they would soon succumb to decay. These were the fruits of my labor, and I could not bear to watch them spoil. Thus, I resolved to expose them to the blazing sun, which should remedy the situation. Now, with my companion, Little Black, we prepared to set out. This time, I remembered to bring the plastic basket, though I must admit, it was not the ideal choice for carrying items. I had some ideas brewing in my mind, but time was not on my side. I planned to experiment with weaving baskets from vines during the next rainy day. However, I must confess that this ambition may be somewhat grandiose, as I had never woven anything before, nor did I know the steps or materials involved. Yet, I thought, if it was merely an attempt, it could not be too detrimental. Finally, I secured 2 vines to the plastic basket, fashioning it into a makeshift backpack, and hoisted it onto my back. Grasping the small wooden spear I had crafted on the beach, I set forth toward the coastal woods. In my thoughts, we soon arrived at the shoreline. The tide, which had risen yesterday, had receded significantly. Nature is indeed wondrous. It seemed as though the storm from the day before had left no trace here. Birds continued their foraging, nurturing their young, while schools of fish frolicked along the shore, completely unperturbed. There were no fallen or broken trees in the woods, except for a few large trees I had previously seen, now submerged beneath the water. The sea remained crystal clear. I took a moment to survey my surroundings. There were no threats on land. Little Black, this time, stayed close, watching me from the shore. Once I deemed the coast clear, I turned my attention to the underwater realm. Yes, sharks. Though their size was nothing compared to the great white sharks of cinema, I had always found sharks terrifying, even the smallest among them. Fortunately, I did not spot any sharks lurking, and thus, I descended into the water, armed with my wooden spear in one hand and the fishing net in the other, making my way to the roots of a large tree to set the net. As I bent down to manipulate the net, I caught a glimpse of a fish fin darting across the water's surface nearby, startling me into an upright position. But there was nothing there. I was overly anxious, I thought to myself. Suddenly, I noticed small fish scattering in all directions. Danger. I quickly raised my spear and began to search frantically. There. Yes, I saw it. A shark, lemon-colored. This particular species is known for its ferocity. I had previously witnessed it pursuing and devouring small fish in droves. Now, it was merely a meter away, poised to surge toward me. I was unwilling, hesitant, and certainly not daring enough to take risks, but since it was charging at me, avoidance was no longer a viable option. I could only fight. I raised my wooden spear high. Come at me. I roared inwardly. The water was shallow, less than 50 centimeters deep. Perhaps it was agitated. I wasn't sure whether it was my blood from an insect bite that had drawn its attention. What was certain was that it seemed quite pleased. I waited for the opportune moment. At last, I shouted internally as my spear lunged toward the shark's exposed dorsal fin. The shark's skin was slick, and my spear, lacking sharpness, missed its mark. Although I did not achieve the desired outcome, my attempt startled the shark, causing it to whip its tail and dart away in another direction. What a cowardly shark! Relieved, I exhaled and muttered to myself with a sense of satisfaction. The net was soon in place. Utilizing my usual method of weighing it down with stones to prevent it from being swept away by the surging sea. Of course, I had conceived a better plan. Next time, I intended to secure the net to the underwater tree roots with vines for added convenience. Having completed this task, I prepared to return to shore. Yet I remained vigilant. Once again, my caution proved prudent. Yes, I had already spotted it, 3 meters to my left, hiding among the tree roots. I was uncertain of its intentions. Was it preparing to ambush me, or merely avoiding me? I sensed the former was more likely. With this awareness, I felt no fear, only a slight tension. After all, this shark appeared to be a small juvenile, roughly a meter long, perhaps even only 90 centimeters. It was precisely this size that assuaged my fear. Had it been 3 meters long, I doubt I would have dared to enter the water. As I drew closer, the creature remained still. 1 meter away, it lay hidden like a piece of driftwood, its mouth the only part exposed. 3 steps away, it still did not move. 2 steps, had I misjudged? Was it truly evading me? 1 step, it moved. On the 55th day, Exquisite Cuisine, Part 2. It surged towards me like a gleaming sword, while my rudimentary wooden spear lay poised in my right hand, ready to strike. However, as I thrust it diagonally towards its midsection, I was uncertain whether it sensed my presence or merely felt an instinctual danger, for it swiftly swerved away. My spear pierced the ground, embedding itself into the sandy bottom, momentarily disorienting me as I hastily withdrew it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the lemon-hued shark turned and swam away. Was it true that a shark would retreat after a single missed strike? I pondered, but at least I was safe. I had no desire to engage in a prolonged struggle with it. Nearby the shallows, an abundance of shells and mollusks lay scattered, and I swiftly collected a considerable haul, including some resembling conch. The thought of opening a bottle of beverage, sought a pan of shellfish, and gazing at the moon to reward myself filled me with delight. This idea emerged so irresistibly that I could hardly refuse it. Excellent. Thus, it was settled. This decision lifted the earlier gloom from my heart, igniting a fervent warmth within me. However, the provisions at hand were insufficient. I needed to continue my search for additional sustenance. Yes, bird eggs. The forest was teeming with them, yet I was uncertain if it was due to my prior visits, but several lowly nests had already been vacated. After a brief search, I managed to procure only 6 eggs, which was far from satisfactory. I required at least 20. Finding bird eggs this time proved to be more challenging. Prior to arriving at this location, I had only uncovered 3. Yet, in this densely wooded area, I soon discovered no less than 30 eggs. The abundance of birds in this region was remarkable. As I approached, a sudden flurry erupted, and I was awestruck by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle, feeling the wind generated by their flapping wings. What was that? I spied a cluster of small fish-like creatures resting on the mudflat, not far off, their bodies seemingly submerged while their heads remained on the shore. Could they be mudskippers? I had encountered mudskippers in my childhood, along the tributaries of the Yangtze River, where I had caught many, though they were all small freshwater varieties, unlike the larger ones before me now. Before long, the fish were startled and fled. But that was of little consequence. I was exhilarated to confirm that they were indeed mudskippers, thriving in the sea. This meant that if I could catch them, I would be rewarded with a delectable feast. Before I even commenced my pursuit, the anticipation of their taste danced on my tongue. No more dwelling on it. I rubbed my eyes and glanced back at the mudskippers, who had not strayed far, now resting quietly just a few meters away. An opportunity. I was determined not to squander this divine chance. I had my own method for capturing them, a technique I had often employed in my youth. I soon found a slender branch, about a meter in length, stripped of its leaves, transforming it into my tool for catching mudskippers. Catching mudskippers required utmost caution. Any sound could alert them, for they were incredibly wary creatures. Once they sensed danger, they would dive into the water or retreat to their burrows. I remembered the comical sight of mudskippers digging holes as a child. They lacked forelimbs and relied solely on their fins, using their mouths to suck in soil and expel it, tirelessly repeating this until their nest was complete. Thus, I had often deduced the presence of mudskippers by the small holes along the riverbanks, but the rapid changes in water quality had rendered them increasingly rare in freshwater environments, and it had been ages since I had seen them. Crouching low, I stealthily approached the mudskippers from the side, holding the branch aloft, moving as slowly and silently as possible towards their direction. Almost there, I judged that I had closed the distance sufficiently, but a final step closer would enhance my chances. Perfect. I had reached the optimal position, silently commending myself as the mudskippers remained oblivious, seeking refuge under the shade of the leaves from the scorching midday sun. I adjusted the angle of the branch in my hand, I had only one chance. If I squandered this opportunity, they might hide or flee to deeper waters. With my preparations complete, I fixed my gaze on the mudskippers, swinging the branch down with force, creating a gust of wind. Crack! In an instant, the branch struck the ground, causing a frenzy of mudskippers to scatter, all diving into the sea in the blink of an eye. Huh, not bad. I laughed joyfully. For my swing had ensnared 8 mudskippers, far exceeding my target of 3. Perhaps their close proximity had contributed to this success, as 6 of them had been struck simultaneously. Among these 8, 2 appeared lifeless, but the others writhed, still very much alive, prompting me to quickly retrieve them, though they were each only finger length. They were giants in my eyes, and I would be thoroughly satisfied if I could catch another 10. Given the abundance of mudskippers here, I surmised that the denser areas ahead would yield even more. I was astonished by the sheer number of mudskippers, while I did not suffer from a fear of crowds. The multitude was beyond my expectations, potentially thousands. However, I soon became exhilarated by the prospect. Such a plentiful catch meant I could frequently return to harvest them. It also meant I could regularly indulge in the exquisite, tender, and boneless mudskipper soup. Thus commenced a delightful harvest. Enough. I halted, gazing at the small pile of mudskippers beside me. 1, 2, 3, 39. So many. In just 1 hour, I had amassed this extraordinary bounty. It seemed that tonight's dinner would be nothing short of perfection. On the 55th day, the exquisite delicacies continued to captivate my senses. Having had my fill of mudskippers, I prepared to depart. Today, I decided against casting my net. Instead, I would retrieve it early tomorrow morning. Should I find an abundance of fish and shrimp, I could dry them in the afternoon without fear of spoilage. Last time, my bountiful catch forced me to transform most of the fish into smoked delicacies, the taste of which remains a mystery to me, as I have yet to summon the courage to sample them. In the face of superior options, I lacked the audacity to indulge in these unrefined dishes. Perhaps I would revisit them when supplies dwindle. For now, I was confident that the fish would not spoil after 2 days of intense sunlight, likely rendering them thoroughly desiccated. I lined the bottom of my plastic basket with leaves, ensuring that the mudskippers, bird eggs, shellfish, and snails remained secure within. Strolling through the dense woodland brought me immense comfort. The air was fresh and cool, and the combination of bountiful harvest and sensory delight lifted my spirits. However, as I passed a towering tree, I noticed several massive crab legs protruding from a burrow, stirring a sense of intrigue within me. To leave would feel unsatisfactory, while capturing one would undoubtedly require time. Yet, the urgency to return home with my provisions tugged at me, creating a dilemma. Ultimately, my inner gourmand prevailed, and I resolved to seize the opportunity. Imagining myself under the moonlight, savoring crab legs and the succulent meat, leisurely gazing at the starlit sky while sipping a drink, I felt a surge of determination. Even if someone were to impede my path, I would attempt to catch that crab. Yes, my resolve was unwavering. The makeshift spear I had previously fashioned to confront a shark had been discarded, leaving me with only a branch meant for catching mudskippers. With no alternative, I approached the burrow, but my cautious movements were detected by the vigilant crab, which swiftly retreated into its lair. Not to worry, crabs are plentiful and diverse. In my experience, they share a common temperament, fiercely territorial and ready to defend their homes. As intruders invade, they instinctively resort to aggression. This knowledge calmed me. I was confident that if I stirred the branch within its den, it would lash out and seize it. With my branch slowly inserted into the crab hole, I waited patiently, observing no immediate response. I began to rotate the branch, hoping to provoke its ire. Impressed by the crab's patience, I wondered at its tenacity. Having stirred for a full 5 minutes without it attempting to evict the branch. Just then, I felt movement. It had latched onto the branch. However, as I attempted to pull it out, it released its grip. Frustration welled within me. This creature was exceedingly cunning, seemingly aware of the danger and evading capture. Yet, I am not one to relinquish easily. If at first I fail, I shall try again, twice, thrice, or even more if necessary. Finally, on my 8th attempt, it clamped down on the branch with such fury that it did not escape even as I forcefully drew it from its burrow. Picture its furious determination. This crab was substantial, likely weighing over 2 pounds, perhaps even more. Suddenly, I was nearly overwhelmed by a wave of anger. A group of birds had pecked multiple holes in my rice sack, pilfering a significant portion of my rice. This infuriated me. Consider it a lesson learned. At least I now know that these birds are thieves. I even discovered several of my smoked fish bearing the marks of their beaks. Putting my frustrations aside, I decided to prepare a meal to reward myself and my faithful companion, Little Black, who had been exceptionally well behaved today, resting quietly beneath the trees, a rare sight indeed. However, the bounty weighed heavily on my mind. What should I prepare? Initially, I intended to make soup with the shellfish, but with the addition of mudskippers, I opted to stir-fry the shells and snails instead. Cooking the snails was simple. I heated oil in a pan, tossed in the shellfish, and stirred for a few minutes before adding salt. Little Black showed no interest, glancing once before sauntering away. The highlight of my culinary endeavor today was the bird eggs. This time, rather than boiling them, I cracked half into a bowl and added 6 turtle eggs for a sumptuous scramble. The turtle eggs, being less prone to coagulation, would impart a moist and flavorful richness to the dish. The crab was prepared by boiling, while the legs roasted by the fire, bubbling with succulent juices. Yet, the true star of the meal was the exquisite mudskipper, also known as the jumping fish, which might be found in coastal regions, though likely at a premium price. As the oil in the pan reached the right temperature, I carefully placed each mudskipper within. Having dried the fish beforehand, there was a satisfying sizzle as they cooked. Yet the oil was not too hot. After frying both sides to a golden hue, I added water and covered the pot, allowing it to simmer. After about 10 minutes, I lifted the lid to reveal a steaming pot of creamy, fragrant fish broth. The bones of this fish are negligible, consisting of only a single spine, making it safe for Little Black to enjoy without worry. Under the moonlight, I arranged my table and chair in the courtyard, ready to feast on stir-fried shellfish, scrambled bird eggs, boiled crab, roasted crab legs, and the delightful mudskipper soup, accompanied by a can of drink. Little Black devoured 3/4 of the soup, and after I stripped the meat from the roasted crab legs, I shared that with him as well, along with the scrambled eggs. I must say, the exquisite flavor of this mudskipper soup cannot be compared to any dish seasoned with MSG or chicken essence. The moment it touched my lips, the umami burst forth, spreading throughout my mouth before I could even close it, invigorating my very senses. At first, the taste seemed slightly salty, but it was, in fact, a profound freshness that felt salty due to its intensity. Once my mouth closed and my taste buds awakened, the flavors surged like ocean waves, each crest more irresistible than the last. And so I found myself utterly entranced by this delightful experience. On the 56th day, retrieving the fishing net, Part 1. Could I go and retrieve the fishing net that was set yesterday? I wonder what treasures it holds. This thought has been persistently echoing in my mind since before dawn, urging me to rise. When I first awakened, glancing at the moon hanging high in the sky, I felt a sense of helplessness. I knew it was still the early hours, far from the time to get up. Once a thought takes root in my mind, my biological clock becomes exceedingly disordered. Nonetheless, gazing at the faintly lightening horizon, I decided to rise. If I were to succumb to sleep now, I could not guarantee I would awaken before noon. Thus, I resolved to gather my belongings and set off. Dragging my weary body and stifling yawns, I shouldered my backpack, tucked my pistol and axe into place, and once again made my way to the seaside. Of course, Little Black was still asleep. It merely opened its eyes for a moment before returning to slumber. I hadn't intended to bring it along anyway. Having traversed this path numerous times, I could navigate it with my eyes closed. Initially, the morning sea offered a slight chill, but with each step forward, warmth enveloped me, and beads of sweat began to form on my forehead. At last, I arrived. Today, feeling unusually fatigued due to a restless night. I distinctly sensed that my journey here took nearly twice as long as usual. At this moment, rather than immediately plunging into the water to salvage the fishing net, I sat down heavily on a rock, breathing rapidly as I gazed at the half-sun rising majestically over the horizon. How beautiful! I involuntarily exclaimed, the radiance of the sun being neither blinding nor harsh, yet illuminating the entire expanse of the sea. As the sun ascended slowly, its light began to spread across the water's surface. The spear I fashioned from a tree trunk lay abandoned on the shore, and now it was convenient to retrieve it for use. Today, upon closer observation, I found no trace of sharks, which was excellent news for me. The fishing net was not far ahead, and I felt as if its position had shifted slightly. Could it be that a shark had come to steal from it? I felt a twinge of concern and quickened my pace until I reached the net. The net was bulging, filled to the brim with something. However, as my foot sank into the muddy leaves by a tree root, the water became murky, obscuring my view of the contents within the net. Yet, this did not deter me. I knew the haul would be substantial. With a forceful tug, I attempted to pull the net, but my initial effort lacked strength, causing it to slip from my grasp and nearly send me tumbling into the sea. Fortunately, I managed to steady myself with the spear, averting a fall. Realizing the weight of the net was more than I had anticipated, I understood that dragging it with one hand would not suffice. I needed to employ both hands with all my might to hoist it from the water. I cast the spear aside and, taking a deep breath, extended both hands to grasp the net firmly, exerting my utmost strength to drag it upward. Finally, the net began to budge, though it was incredibly heavy. As I pulled, the bottom of the net stirred the silt and debris on the ocean floor, churning the surrounding water into a murky swirl. As I neared the shore, fatigue set in. My fingers were turning white from the strain, and my legs trembled. Yet, I kept encouraging myself, "You can do it. Almost there. Just a little longer." Perhaps these affirmations spurred me on, for I ultimately managed to haul the net onto the beach. However, my countenance soon paled, and my expression grew awkward. I found myself momentarily dazed. I had calculated everything yet failed to anticipate this outcome. Alas, what a pity. I sighed and shook my head. I had never conceived of such a scenario, nor did I have any inkling of it, yet it had undeniably transpired. The net contained a considerable number of dead fish, and as I pulled it from the water, a foul odor assailed my senses. The stench of decay and rot was pungent. Perhaps due to the weather and the types of fish, it seemed to me that fish typically do not spoil so swiftly. Yet, the reality was undeniable. I needed to discard the foul-smelling ones and salvage the good. Grasping the bottom of the net, I tugged forcefully, emptying its contents onto the sand. It was a chaotic mix of various sea creatures, crabs scuttling about, eels writhing in a desperate bid for escape, and even a shell. I was baffled by how the shell had ended up there. The crabs were smaller than those I had caught yesterday, only the size of my hand. Yet they were better than nothing. I gathered 4 of them and tossed them into my plastic basket to prevent their escape. At last, I identified the source of the odor. The culprits were the vibrant yellow and black fish I had seen before, now trapped in the net, numbering perhaps 40 or 50. Their once lustrous appearance had faded, their eyes clouded, and their bodies had taken on a pallid hue. Fortunately, the spear once more proved useful as I methodically disposed of the dead fish, tossing them back into the sea one by one. Despite the absence of the dead fish, the stench lingered. I had no time to rest. I continued sorting through the net. Those that were alive or appeared particularly fresh, their eyes still gleaming, were placed into the plastic basket, while the rest, which looked less than ideal, were left behind. Getting food poisoning was a serious matter. The crabs, ever restless, attempted to escape, but I was relentless, binding the last few with wild grass into a makeshift bundle, rendering them immobile. On the beach, all the dead and unwholesome fish were returned to the sea, and I chose not to reset the net. Instead, I contemplated a change of strategy. I would return to the water early tomorrow and retrieve the net closer to noon, thereby completely avoiding today's predicament. Indeed, the secrets they held ignited a fervent greed within me. Alas, there was little I could do at present. I would have to plan this endeavor further. On the 56th day, I collected the fishing nets, part 2. Throughout this journey, my mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. If I could attain, it would indeed be utterly perfect. However, this is not something I can dwell upon at the moment. I must prepare for numerous tasks. Yet dealing with the fish and shrimp is paramount. I secured the fishing nets among the trees with stones, yet the haul was far more substantial than I had anticipated. Despite discarding many dead fish and those that appeared unfit for consumption, my catch exceeded my previous endeavors significantly. The heavy plastic basket, although carried by me with fine strips, weighed heavily upon my back, causing both pain and discomfort. Were it not for my recent discovery that plunged me into contemplation, temporarily alleviating my exhaustion, I doubted I could have persevered to reach the courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard, I collapsed, not due to lack of stamina, but rather a culmination of several factors that led to my current state of fatigue. The primary reason was my poor sleep the previous night, compounded by skipping breakfast and being overwhelmed by the stench of dead fish. As I reclined, Little Black rushed out upon hearing me, barking in concern upon seeing me lying down. He approached, nudging my leg with his head, and I gently pushed him away, forcing myself to sit up. As soon as I stood, I noticed Little Black's tail, a propeller in motion, circling around the plastic basket, and upon noticing my upright position, he affectionately rubbed against my leg, gazing at me with imploring eyes. I could not help but laugh. Truly, Such a spirited dog was a rarity I had never encountered before. To put it humorously, it seemed as though this dog had transcended to a higher existence. Of course, I meant no disdain, but rather felt immense pride for Little Black, who not only saved me, but also accompanied me. The more intelligent he became, the more joy he brought me. In a moment, I'll prepare fish soup for you. No need to wait. I quickly patted Little Black's head and spoke to him. It seemed he understood, as he excitedly dashed off to chase butterflies, his enthusiasm manifesting in tail wags and energetic leaps. "Let us indulge in a drink this morning," I exclaimed, pulling the tab on the beverage can. As the bubbles rose, I took a refreshing gulp. How delightful. If only it were chilled. Alas, no refrigerator. But this spurred a revelation. A refrigerator is unnecessary. I could simply place the drink in a water bucket, which would lower its temperature significantly. Or perhaps I could seek out some caves. Yet, caves are not easily found, and I hold certain reservations about them. Perhaps next time I shall store a few cans in the water bucket instead. As I gently rocked on the swing, the bubbles danced in my mouth, and I savored the sweet, rich flavor. This sensation was peculiar. For a fleeting moment, I could forget that I was stranded on this island, and instead, feel as though I were on a spring outing, surrounded by natural beauty, tree houses, refreshing drinks, and Little Black frolicking after bees, a paradise in the hearts of many. I have often felt the burdens of life pressing down upon me, fantasizing about a tranquil, undisturbed place where I could raise a dog and live a life free from worldly concerns. Yet, this day arrived unexpectedly, as if fate had played a jest upon me, knowing my aspirations, and whisked me away to this island. I was far from prepared. I am merely a small employee of a publicly traded company. I had never even participated in a hiking group. When I first arrived here, I doubted I would survive 3 days. Gripped by fear and lacking the skills necessary for survival, I occasionally watched travel shows. Yet when the universe truly cast me adrift here alone, I realized I was utterly inept. It's been over a month since I arrived, but time has become merely a concept. I now perceive only morning, afternoon, and evening. At last, I finished the drink, and my thoughts came to a close. It was time to attend to more pressing matters, leaving enough for both Little Black and me for lunch and dinner. The remaining catch, totaling 42 fish of various sizes, was carefully laid out to dry. I had no intentions of turning this batch into smoked fish. I feared waste. If I could transform them into dried fish, I felt confident in my success. Of course, if I had extra salt, I would first marinate the fish before drying, but alas, I could not spare any. I was down to the last half of a salt package and needed to ration its use, planning to procure more when the weather permitted. Today's lunch was exceedingly simple, as I intended to catch up on sleep later in the afternoon. I felt utterly drained, having expended much energy washing and drying the fish, and I never wished to experience heat exhaustion again. This time, I could not share more with Little Black. I was simply too hungry. We each took half, and while Little Black was still hesitant, I quickly started eating the porridge while it was still warm. With the addition of these 3 ingredients, the porridge's flavor was beyond compare, fresh, fragrant, and imbued with the essence of the sea. Splendid. I even licked the bowl clean. It was time to rest. The pressing matter on my mind could wait until tomorrow. I was utterly exhausted. On the 57th day, I took a gamble. Part 1. I have slept from yesterday afternoon until now, only briefly stirring once in a foggy haze. Yet, in that stupor, I fell back asleep until the dawn light finally roused me. The incident resurfaced in my mind. The insatiable greed of human nature is indeed undeniable. However, my rationality consistently tempers this urge. I cannot proceed. The risks are far too great, not commensurate with the potential rewards. Can you bear the consequences? This feeling renders me restless. Perhaps I should take another look. I won't act just yet. This should suffice, right? My thoughts finally aligned. Yes, I shall go and observe further, gather more information, and then make a decision. This matter cannot be approached recklessly. The repercussions could be unimaginable. Nevertheless, to scrutinize further is always prudent. Caution ensures longevity, and losing one's life over a misstep is not worth it. Truth be told, I am still quite apprehensive. A mix of excitement and fear intertwining within me, propelling me forward with unexpected urgency. It feels as though I have not traveled far before reaching my destination. Here it is. I fixate on the gnarled tree trunk nestled among the woods ahead. It once belonged to a grand tree, though I cannot fathom the reason for its current state. Perhaps it was swept ashore by the waves, enduring countless trials. The decayed trunk is now adorned with verdant vines and vividly colored mushrooms sprouting from its rotting bark. Of course, I am not so foolish as to seek mushrooms. I would rather starve than consume such colorful specimens. I can guarantee that 99% of them are toxic. Perhaps on a day of utter despair, I might consider them. But that is not the case today. Today, my focus is on them. Yes, these little creatures. Numerous of them flit about the deadwood, diligently taking off and landing. I can distinctly see a dark hole in the trunk. Indeed, they are bees. Initially, I feared they might be killer bees or wasps. I have never encountered killer bees before. That day, I caught only a fleeting glimpse, too intimidated to approach, which left me quite frightened. However, the allure of honey and the prospect of honeycombs far outweighs my fear. After careful observation, I have formed a preliminary judgment. These bees appear smaller than any I have previously encountered, likely not the dreaded killer bees. Thus emboldened, I ventured closer, scrutinizing them intently. From my previous experiences, they seem to be honeybees, distinctly unlike wasps. The evidence lies in the fuzz adorning their bodies. In my memory, only honeybees possess such traits. I have seen wasps, characterized by their smooth and somewhat rigid exoskeleton, markedly different from bees, which are generally more compact. It must be honeybees. The thought of chewing on honeycomb, sipping honey water, and leisurely swaying in a swing while enjoying the cool sea breeze makes my reason teeter on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, at the last moment, I regained my composure. These swarming little beings are not to be trifled with. Unlike wasps, which possess a stinger they can use repeatedly, the bees will meet their end once they sting. However, should I recklessly approach the multitude of bees, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps my proximity has caught the attention of a few, as I notice them fluttering towards me. I do not flee. Bees are not as terrifying as wasps. If it were wasps approaching, I would undoubtedly retreat in a panic. But as long as I do not display hostility towards the bees, I should be safe, right? This is merely my assumption, lacking certainty, but I can only proceed as such. The bees alight near me. One hovers closely while another, bolder, lands on my clothing. I remain still, fearing that any movement might provoke them, though I feel a twinge of fear, just a twinge. Standing rigidly is exhausting, and a restless urge to brush it away emerges in my mind, yet I strive to suppress it. I must admit, I am somewhat timid, or perhaps merely cautious. I suspect that anyone else would have retreated by now, uncertain of when the bees might launch an attack or under what circumstances they would swarm. Here, no one is available to enlighten me or offer advice. I must rely solely on my own experiences to navigate this situation. I once watched a documentary online about individuals harvesting wild honey in the mountains. The details escape me now, but I recall they used smoke to drive the bees away. Strikingly, they had no protective gear. Yet, I seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. This sensation is quite uncomfortable, akin to a persistent itch that cannot be scratched. Nearly an hour has passed. I have not eaten lunch, making do with a few fruits I picked. Darkness is fast approaching, if I do not recall soon. My frustration will mount. Wait, darkness? I slap my forehead, suddenly recollecting. Yes, I finally remember that the individuals harvesting wild honey did so at night, igniting a certain type of grass to produce smoke that drove the bees away, quickly yielding a sizable honeycomb. Indeed, I must return at night, using smoke to disperse them. However, my earlier slap to the forehead was perhaps a tad too vigorous, as it now aches. With a plan forming, preparations are necessary. Yet, before that, I must satiate my grumbling stomach. On the 57th day, I decided to take a gamble. After simplifying my lunch and dinner into one meal, I commenced my preparations. In truth, I was uncertain whether it was evening. It was merely a sudden recollection that had surfaced. I had never before harvested honey, so to claim I was not anxious would be a falsehood. Fear began to creep in, along with fleeting thoughts of retreat. However, once I make a decision, it is seldom altered. To capture the tiger's cub, one must enter the tiger's den. The allure of this food was akin to that of a wolf spotting meat or a sheep seeing grass. Impossible to resist. I selected some slender twigs and completely dried flammable vines beneath the treehouse, placing them into a plastic basket along with a pot lid, which I recognized as a crucial component. Additionally, I had an old flashlight, the electrical status of which was uncertain, having been left behind by someone else. To conserve energy, I had never used it, carefully storing it beneath my bedding. With hopeful anticipation, I pressed the flashlight's button, and a beam of light emerged, casting a circular glow upon the tree's interior wall. It was operational. My worries began to dissipate. Moreover, while daylight still lingered, I ventured outside the yard to gather some green vines that were still growing. When I chopped them down with an axe, liquid dripped from the cut. I intended to use these vines to create smoke. I also collected some unidentified grass, intending to cover the fire with the vines and grass, knowing that smoke would rise. A piece of common knowledge I remembered learning in class, now finally applicable. There existed a type of wild grass that resembled dandelions after flowering. Its blossoms ignited easily, and fortunately, there was an abundance of it surrounding my treehouse yard. Although I had gathered dozens of flowers, they barely filled my palm, prompting me to ponder whether what I had was sufficient for kindling. In addition to these preparations, I had other matters to attend to. My courage was somewhat lacking. The pile of clothing left by the previous occupant had dwindled to 5 sets, originally 6. One set had been torn during a confrontation with a wild boar, which I repurposed into shorts. Though not entirely satisfactory, it was better than nothing, as the feeling of emptiness was quite uncomfortable. Among the remaining 5 sets, there was a long-sleeved jacket and trousers, precisely what I required. Upon donning them, I felt a surge of heat, and soon my back was soaked with perspiration. Yet, for the sake of an irresistible thought, I pressed on. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I had a short-sleeved t-shirt with a round neck that I planned to wear on my head, leaving only my eyes, nose, and mouth exposed while concealing the rest of my face for safety. As long as I remained cautious, I hoped to avoid any major mishaps. My greatest fear was, of course, my hands. The thought of being stung was unbearable. Before setting off, I completed my final preparation by lighting a cigarette beside the fire and taking a few puffs. With the plastic basket on my back and the axe in hand, I made my way toward the suspected beehive. As my first cigarette dwindled, I lit another with its embers. Upon reaching the hive, I found no trace of bees on the dead wood outside, casting doubt on whether this was indeed a beehive. Nevertheless, since I was here, I could not leave without at least trying. Soon, the fire blazed to life, fueled by the cigarette butt and the flammable materials I had collected. The branches ignited quickly, burning fiercely beside the dead wood. The wind had typically blown from the sea into the forest, making my chosen spot wise, but today, there was no breeze. As I gradually covered the burning pile with the green vines and fresh grass, crackling sounds accompanied the smoke that began to rise. Once I completely smothered the flames with grass, thick smoke billowed forth, leaving only twinkling embers and occasional flickers of flame amongst the branches. The creation of smoke was successful. Now, I needed to funnel it into the dark hole within the dead wood. Unfortunately, the weather was uncooperative, denying me the eastern wind. However, I had anticipated this scenario and had prepared a pot lid. Yes, the pot lid, which had transformed into a large fan in my hands. Above the smoke, I vigorously waved the lid, redirecting the abundant smoke into the dark cavity. Before long, bees began to emerge from the opening, fluttering their wings and rapidly ascending into the sky, eager to escape the smoke-laden area. Not only the bees, but I too was affected by the smoke. Tears welling in my eyes. An increasing number of bees swarmed from the hole, creating a dizzying spectacle. There were indeed countless bees. My mouth hung agape in astonishment. I had imagined there to be perhaps 100, yet I now beheld thousands. The cavity was filled with smoke, which began to seep out, and time was of the essence. I needed to retrieve what I sought. The flashlight was already activated, and I directed its beam into the hole. In the corner, I noticed a few bees that had not fled, catching my attention. Among them, one appeared distinctively larger and longer than the others. However, amusingly, its wings were quite small, leading me to suspect it might be a deformity. I did not dwell on it, instead extracting my Swiss Army knife to begin cutting away at the honeycomb. I did not sever the entire hive, leaving a third of it intact. Uncertain if this would prove beneficial, my rationale was simple: leave something behind for the bees, hoping they could continue to thrive here, allowing me to return for another harvest. If this method proved effective, this location could become a sustainable food source for me in the future. On the 57th day, I took a gamble, part 2. I made a grave mistake this time. I had only brought a single bowl, convinced I would only collect a modest amount. How wrong I was. Each drop of honey that slipped away caused me immense heartache. Eventually, I managed to harvest 2/3 of the hive, leaving the remainder for the bees to sustain themselves. Perhaps some of them had caught a whiff of the honey, for a small swarm began to pursue me, sending me into a near panic. I quickened my pace, acutely aware of the dire consequences should they catch up to me. The mere thought of being attacked by a swarm of bees sent shivers down my spine. Without a moment's hesitation, I fled with all my might, desperate to escape. Those relentless bees pursued me for quite some time. Yet they underestimated the latent strength humans can summon in emergencies. Indeed, I outpaced them, leaving them far behind. When I finally felt exhausted and looked back, I saw no bees in sight. Mission accomplished. I had triumphed in my initial endeavor. However, as I gazed at the honey flowing down the plastic basket, anxiety gripped me. My earlier burst of energy to evade the bees had left my legs feeling leaden, and merely remaining upright was a testament to my endurance. When I spotted a small black bee charging towards me, I trembled in fear. I could not withstand its assault, for one strike would surely topple me. Thankfully, my wits remained intact, and I swiftly retrieved a small piece of honeycomb from the basket on my back, tossing it towards the bee. True to form, the gluttonous creature leapt in excitement, catching it in midair. It then settled down, eagerly gnawing at the honeycomb. The beam of my flashlight illuminated the scene, revealing golden brown honey oozing from the corners of its mouth, making my own lips involuntarily salivate. After approximately 5 seconds, I finally registered that honey still resided in my basket. I needed to attend to it promptly. Any delay would be a desecration of this precious sustenance. I dashed to the lower level of the treehouse, rummaging through my supplies for a drift bottle and several capped plastic containers, all previously used and clean. I also found a funnel fashioned from a plastic bottle, rinsed it thoroughly, and dried it. Each action was executed swiftly and seamlessly, my heart aching for the honey that was escaping. I wished not to waste even a moment. I meticulously lifted the honeycomb from the bowl, utilizing the most primitive method to squeeze the honey directly into the waiting bottles. The moment the honey was released, its fragrant aroma enveloped me, a sweet, intoxicating sensation stimulating my senses. What I wouldn't give to taste it. Yet, now was not the time. Even from the bowl, I had already extracted over 2 bottles worth of honey. Initially, I had hoped for merely half a bottle. How far my expectations had exceeded reality. I retained 3 pieces of honeycomb, leaving some untouched. These 3 pieces appeared to be laden with pollen and emitted an exceptionally fragrant aroma, a scent that transcended description. Reminiscent of a myriad of blossoms perfuming the air in my childhood garden, an exquisite olfactory delight. The small black bee had long finished its morsel, seemingly swallowing every bit without a trace. I tossed it another piece, cautioning it that this would be the last. It appeared to comprehend, abandoning its previous urgency to instead savor the honey from the hive. In total, after setting aside the remaining 2 pieces, I had collected 6 bottles of honey, enough to indulge for quite some time. Honey serves myriad purposes. It can be mixed with water, added to grilled meats, or occasionally used as a seasoning. I licked my fingers clean of honey, discovering that its sweetness was not overwhelmingly saccharine, but rather perfectly balanced, with a robust aroma unmatched by any honey I had previously purchased. Of course, the remaining 2 pieces were my ultimate goal. I yearned to experience the unadulterated flavor of honeycomb combined with pollen. Pinching a generous chunk of honeycomb between my fingers, I opened my mouth wide, yet ultimately settled for just a small bite. I hesitated, reluctant to lose my composure over such a delightful taste that might compel me to abandon my careful savoring. As the flavors burst forth upon entry, a symphony of fragrances erupted in my mouth, the rich pollen aroma flooding my senses with every breath. The delicate texture of the pollen, reminiscent of chewing gum, harmonized with the smooth sweetness of the honey, creating a gourmet experience. The pollen, intertwined with the sweet honey from the comb, was swallowed piece by piece, saturating my mouth, throat, and even my stomach with sweetness. While the floral aroma conquered my respiratory senses, that single bite occupied me for at least 10 minutes. I nearly forgot my identity, my surroundings, and the world at large. None of that mattered anymore. What mattered was my profound enchantment with this experience. Finally, I expelled a slippery residue from my mouth, which I presumed to be beeswax. I wasn't entirely certain, but it mattered little, for I had already taken another bite. I had anticipated that untreated honeycomb would possess a bitter or sour taste, perhaps with other unpleasant notes, but I was astonished to find it sweet and fragrant. As I indulged, concern for the bees began to creep in. Would taking a third of their hive cause them harm? Would they abandon it? If they left, should I seek another hive? Oh, how wonderful it would be if they remained. I could savor their delightful nectar for an extended period. Before drifting off to sleep, I recalled a question I had nearly forgotten. No rush, I would address it tomorrow. On the 58th day, as I engaged in the restoration and reinforcement of my dwelling, the splendid weather almost led me to neglect these essential tasks. Thankfully, despite having endured a tempest, the structure remained largely unscathed. However, Upon noticing a dislodged tree branch secured only by vines against the wall last night, I felt an urgent need to fortify the treehouse. This urgency prompted a multitude of plans that remained unexecuted, exploring the island, seeking alternative food sources, searching for traces of human presence, and stockpiling marine delicacies. Even the method of extracting salt had begun to take shape in my mind. I envisioned discovering substantial rocks, utilizing their materials to construct a proper house or create an even more exquisite treehouse. Yet, time eludes me. Each day is consumed by pressing necessities. I contemplated removing the branches of the towering tree beside my treehouse to prevent excessive swaying during storms, but the sheer girth of the limbs, thicker than my thigh, deterred me. I surmised that a week would barely suffice to fell them all. Thus, my only recourse was to reinforce my abode. I retrieved a plethora of dried vines from the lower level of the treehouse, securely binding the fallen tree trunk and subsequently reinforcing all walls with vines once more. This, however, was merely the inception of my fortification endeavors. The tasks ahead were far from simple. Many materials were required, ensuring today would be filled with labor. For breakfast, I opted for the simplicity of noodle dumplings. Had physical exertion not been a requisite for the day, I might have indulged in fruits instead. After my meal, the little black creature darted from the yard, vanishing from my sight. I chose not to confine it. It too deserved freedom to roam and play. I had previously shared the method of climbing coconut trees, creating a circular harness from vines to secure my body, then ascending gradually. This approach, while slower than direct climbing, afforded opportunities for rest and proved less arduous. My intent was not to harvest coconuts. Rather, I sought the leaves for roofing. With the aid of a fire axe, I found the task of severing the fronds considerably easier, typically requiring only 2 strikes to detach them. The entire morning was consumed by the labor of cutting coconut fronds. As the sun reached its zenith, I paused, wiping sweat from my brow. To claim I was not fatigued would be a falsehood. My arms ached, my hands trembled, and my neck throbbed painfully from the exertion of lifting the axe. Initially, I felt capable, but soon even my shoulders protested. I needed respite. After filling a bottle with fresh water from the lower level of the treehouse, I lit a cigarette by the fire. Seated on the swing beneath the shade, I pushed off the ground to sway back and forth, drinking deeply from the water before inhaling the smoke. Each exhale brought a sense of clarity, albeit mingled with a bitter taste and its unique fragrance. The act calmed me. Upon finishing the cigarette, I sensed a slight alleviation of my weariness, though whether this was a mere figment of my imagination or reality, I could not ascertain. I had previously been a smoker, yet since my arrival here, I had exerted considerable effort to curb my cravings, fearing the day when my supply would dwindle. Of course, merely binding the coconut fronds was insufficient. The task was more complex. Beneath my treehouse lay a collection of dry branches, which, along with the coconut fronds and vines, I utilized to construct a framework. I secured the fronds at both sides, binding them firmly with vines, and affixed this leafy panel to the walls. Although it did not cover every surface, it provided a waterproof barrier and an additional layer of protection. I ventured to fell a few smaller trees for external support. The newly acquired trees, combined with the earlier ones, would surely stabilize the treehouse. Previously, I had merely rested the smaller trees against the ground, but this time, I dug deep holes for their bases. After positioning them, I packed the earth firmly around them, ensuring they would not shift. Having completed this labor, I finally found a moment to breathe. Now, 8 small trees supported the treehouse on 4 sides, 2 on each side, thereby enhancing its overall stability. I also inspected the connection to the larger tree. Thanks to the cable, there were no issues. Unlike the vines, which would wear down quickly, the cable proved far sturdier. Once all was accomplished, hunger began to gnaw at me. Fortunately, I still had the honeycomb from yesterday's harvest. I had refrained from discarding it, including the pristine piece laden with pollen and honey. Sitting at the entrance of the treehouse with a bowl in hand, I relished the delightful treat, feeling a sense of contentment and joy. The honeycomb resembled chewing gum. Indulging excessively left my mouth slightly fatigued. The portion with pollen was quickly consumed, and I continued to savor the remnants of the honey-laden comb from yesterday, which was still delectable due to the residual sweetness. The leftover bits of the honeycomb scattered around my feet resembled tiny camphor balls, creating a disarray. At some point, gazing at these remnants, an idea struck me. Could I repurpose this waste? Perhaps I could experiment with making beeswax. If successful, it would open a realm of possibilities for me. On the 59th day, The utilization of honeycomb residue, Part 1. Yesterday, I pondered for an entire night. Although I had not yet finished consuming the honeycomb, I had already collected the remnants. Despite my limited understanding of the process of beeswax production, or rather, my complete lack of knowledge on how beeswax is made, I found myself imagining based on what little I knew. Surely, the honeycomb residue could be incinerated, though I was not entirely certain. However, the question of how to burn it plagued my thoughts incessantly. What should I do? While chewing on the remaining honeycomb, I contemplated. The feeling of being stuck in this line of thought was utterly frustrating, compelling me to step outside for some fresh air, lest I succumb to madness. Today, the weather was not as pleasant as in previous days. The sky was overcast with clouds. I had come to understand the local weather patterns well, and it seemed likely that rain would arrive tomorrow or the day after. Whenever such cloudy conditions arose, rain would typically follow shortly thereafter. Yet, I felt no concern. As long as it was not a repeat of the previous tempest, I could accept the rain. Rainwater? Suddenly, an epiphany struck me, igniting a wave of excitement. I had been troubled by the question of how to handle the honeycomb residue, but now I had a strategy, albeit a preliminary one. Previously, I had contemplated simply boiling the honeycomb residue, but ultimately abandoned that notion, fearing it would scorch. However, my perspective had shifted. If boiling the residue alone would lead to charring, then adding water to the mix would surely resolve the issue. Moreover, melted wax would rise to the surface, conveniently separating itself from the water during the heating process. Once the water cooled, the beeswax should solidify atop the surface, allowing me to collect it. Yet, this remains merely a conjecture from someone lacking experience. The truth would only reveal itself through experimentation. There was no urgency to commence the experiment, as I still had a substantial portion of honeycomb to enjoy. This presented a perfect opportunity for me to rest while also gathering firewood from the nearby woods, making the most of the weather to stockpile useful materials. As I chewed on a generous chunk of honeycomb, I collected vines and branches. The damp forest startled a few small creatures, some of which I could not identify. But I distinctly spotted a lizard, measuring about 20 centimeters in length, which scurried away upon noticing my presence. I held no fear of such small beings, but neither did I seek to provoke them. The woods were also abundant with mushrooms and fern-like plants. Truth be told, I was quite tempted to sample their flavors. These mushrooms, adorned in vibrant hues, glistened with tiny droplets of water atop their caps. However, I merely entertained the thought. I would not dare gamble with my life. I had previously tasted wild mushrooms during a visit to a friend's home in the mountains, where they served them to guests. The flavor was exquisite. The broth a milky white, reminiscent of fish soup but lighter, enhanced by succulent mushroom slices, an experience I fondly recalled. I spread the firewood out in the courtyard, allowing the sun to thoroughly dry it and ensure a sufficient supply for the impending heavy rains. After spitting the honeycomb residue into a collected bowl, I popped another large piece into my mouth and made my way to the fire pit beneath the treehouse. The fire had been burning steadily since my arrival, never extinguished. The ground beneath had turned charred and blackened, with an increasing accumulation of ash. My greatest concern lay in the tail-wagging antics of the little black dog near the fire. Each wag felt as if a dust storm had erupted. The utility of the ash was significant. I had previously used it for laundry, and its cleaning power had impressed me. Furthermore, the ash could serve as fertilizer, and I intended to transport it outside for that very purpose. Lacking a dustpan, I planned to weave one during the next rainy day when idleness would afford me the opportunity. I believed it would not be too challenging, as my expectations were modest. I filled a basin with the ash, added some water, and mixed it thoroughly before evenly distributing it across the small garden. Although the wildflowers were now scarce, I would soon replant the garden to its former glory. I laid down 6 basins worth of ash, nearly covering the entire garden. Is this sufficient? I mused. Perhaps it would suffice, I thought. Next, I would need to fertilize the potato seedlings and the seeds from the floating bottle. A slight boost should promote their growth. Yet, I remained cautious, planning to apply the ash to only half of them. If the seedlings could not tolerate the ash fertilizer, I would still have the other half to ensure their survival. Upon visiting the vegetable patch, I was astonished to find that the seedlings had grown considerably, their leaves unfurling with vibrant green sprouts, a testament to their vitality. The potato seedlings bore oval-shaped leaves, their stems roughly the thickness of a quarter of a cigarette, with 2 to 3 stems clustered together, growing in various directions but remaining close-knit. The seedlings from the floating bottle, while also green, exhibited entirely different leaf shapes, elongated and conical. With a single slender stem adorned with 6 small leaves, the lower leaves were narrower, while the newly sprouted ones bore a heart-like shape. These seedlings were unfamiliar to me, yet I could surmise they were not flowers. They might either be ornamental plants or vegetables. Yes, they bore a striking resemblance. I believe flower leaves would not typically take on such forms. Having spread the ash, I resumed chewing on the honeycomb. What had once been a delightful treat had become somewhat burdensome. I was now eating for the sake of eating. My mouth was sweet to the point of cloying, and my facial muscles ached from the repetitive chewing. However, I had discovered a multitude of small insects attempting to pilfer my honeycomb. Though I managed to eliminate them all, I was reluctant to leave the honeycomb overnight. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity in the afternoon, I had chewed through all the honeycomb, hastily finishing the last few pieces. Now, I could begin my experiment. On the 59th day, the utilization of beeswax remnants, Part 2, an additional entry for Qian Xiaoge. Not a trace of the beeswax has gone to waste. I have processed it entirely into residue, and I am now ready to commence my experiment. The outcome matters little. I regard this as merely an endeavor. After placing the remnants into the pot, I added clear water and set the pot atop a fire fueled by ample firewood, convinced that it would require some time for the beeswax to melt. Under the fierce flames, bubbles soon began to rise in the pot, and I knew that the water would soon reach a boil. However, the remnants showed no signs of melting, merely bobbing up and down, floating about in the water. Once the water boiled, it churned vigorously, and I could see the beeswax remnants swirling, seemingly shrinking and melting slowly. A glimmer of hope. This discovery filled me with joy. Everything was unfolding as I had envisioned, and it was impossible to contain my excitement. To ensure the complete melting of the beeswax remnants, I simmered the pot for a full 30 minutes. Indeed, I did not wish to squander a single fragment of this hard-earned beeswax. Now, I had to wait for the boiling water to cool. I set the pot on the ground, allowing it to cool naturally. I could clearly see that, aside from some unmelted remnants, a layer of visible grease floated atop the water. This must be beeswax, I thought, my eyes fixed on the pot as if entranced. The waiting was an agonizing affair. It felt like 10 minutes, or perhaps 30. Regardless, the water's temperature showed no signs of dropping, let alone cooling and solidifying. I still required time. I took a drag from my cigarette and paced about the yard, attempting to alleviate my anxious heart, though the effect was minimal. My curiosity incessantly urged me to check. But could water cool that quickly? Surely not. So, checking would be meaningless. If I did not find something to occupy myself, I would be tormented by these emotions. Thankfully, I remembered a task, transplanting wildflowers in the small garden. This was no easy feat, but undertaking it amidst my restless spirit seemed a splendid idea. This time, I endeavored to select the species from last time with a higher survival rate. Having learned from experience, I felt a twinge of regret over the wilted plants from my previous attempt. I halted all movement, cradling the plastic basket in my hands. Within mere seconds, cold sweat began to bead on my back and forehead. I was indeed terrified, terribly so, because a snake was coiled around my foot. Its head was sharply pointed, appearing to be at least 2 meters away, yet it had positioned itself at my ankle. It seemed my movements had startled it, and it appeared furious, assuming an aggressive posture that indicated it could strike with lightning speed. I dared not display hostility, though I knew it could sense my presence through my body heat. I gambled that it would abandon its aggressive stance upon realizing I posed no threat. I desperately wished to slay it, but I had no confidence in my ability to kill it before it could bite me, so all I could do was pray it would suppress its rage. Had I known such misfortune awaited, I would have preferred to remain by the pot, waiting for the water to cool. At least that would have been safer, wouldn't it? The standoff continued. It neither fled nor attacked, flicking its tongue, which turned my complexion pale. I struggled to suppress my mounting anxiety. I could not move. My cold sweat had thoroughly soaked my back. Even my hand holding the basket began to ache. Finally, it seemed to conclude that I posed no threat, slithering away into the grass. Phew! I exhaled deeply, realizing that next time I entered such thick underbrush, I ought to probe the path with a stick to scare away any lurking snakes or other creatures, preventing myself from finding my way into such perilous circumstances again. Fortunately, what a stroke of luck! Though my heart still raced and my breath remained rapid, I managed to control the residual shock as I planted the wildflowers in the small garden, which had just been treated with wood ash. Afterward, I could no longer contain my eagerness and dashed down to the lower level of the treehouse. I needed to see if the beeswax had solidified as I had envisioned. And there it was. I beheld a solidified mass of oily substance floating atop the water. It had solidified. No one could comprehend the exhilaration I felt at that moment. I had succeeded. I had managed to create beeswax solely through my reasoning and imagination. Had this occurred in the past, I would scarcely have believed it myself. With utmost care, I retrieved the solidified beeswax, my excitement prompting me to examine it from every angle. However, during my inspection, I noticed some issues. This small piece of solidified beeswax contained numerous impurities, including remnants of the unprocessed beeswax. This troubled me. I feared that impure beeswax would not be fully utilizable, especially since the quantity was considerably less than I had anticipated. Originally, I had intended to craft several items from this beeswax, but with such a small amount, I felt I could only attempt to make a beeswax candle. Yet first, I needed to devise a method to eliminate the impurities within it. The thought of how to remove them became a headache. Ultimately, I resolved to employ the simplest method to rid the wax of its impurities. I would pour out the water from the pot and place the beeswax directly into the pot to melt it again. When it cooled and solidified, the impurities should settle at the bottom, allowing me to remove them easily. Though this method was cumbersome, it proved effective. After cooling, the impurities settled at the bottom of the beeswax, which I scraped away with my Swiss Army knife. Finally, I cut open a soda can, retrieved several strands of cotton thread from my bedding, twisted them together, and prepared to make a wick. After melting the beeswax for the third time, I poured it into the soda can, immersing the wick in the wax, securing one into a small twig laid across the top of the can. This ensured that once the wax solidified, the wick would be anchored in the center. It worked. As I gazed at the yellow beeswax candle once it had solidified, I felt immense satisfaction. Yes, I had lit it. It was far more stable than a lard candle, remaining lit without extinguishing, unlike lard candles, which often went out due to insufficient fuel. Moreover, the beeswax candle produced no black smoke and emitted a delightful fragrance. Indeed, it was particularly fragrant. In contrast, the lard candle carried a burnt odor mingled with the scent of lard. In the future, should fire would run low, this beeswax candle would sustain me for quite some time. Day 60. A rainy day's attempt. Part 1. Last night, I ignited a beeswax candle with great enthusiasm. The flickering flame and its sweet aroma lulled me into a deep slumber. I lost track of time and was fortunate to awaken briefly to extinguish the candle, sparing me from the potential waste of my hard-earned beeswax. Thankfully, my slumber was not prolonged, and I could hardly discern any significant reduction in the wax. As anticipated, today's weather turned overcast. It should have been late, yet outside, the daylight had not fully emerged. Stepping outside, I noted that the rain had yet to commence, but it was only a matter of time. My preparations were complete, and I had 2 tasks to accomplish before the downpour ensued. One of my foremost concerns was whether the bees, from whom I had lost so many hives and honey, remained in their abode or had vacated due to my actions. I was uncertain and resolved to investigate, hoping that my fears would not be confirmed. I wished for them to still reside in the hollow of the dead tree, becoming my enduring allies. However, reality often diverges from our hopes, and until I witnessed the situation firsthand, my heart was heavy with apprehension. Having never harvested honey or tended bees, I felt utterly unprepared. Yet, the moment of truth was upon me. To my immense relief, I observed numerous bees bustling in and out of the hollow, alleviating my worries. Their presence assured me that they had not departed. If they remained, they were unlikely to relocate again. If they settled in, I could return to harvest honey in the future, and this thought brought forth a hearty laugh. However, my mirth was abruptly stifled. It was not that I ceased to find joy, but rather that I was startled by a small swarm of bees approaching me. I instinctively covered my mouth and retreated hastily. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. The bees had no interest in me and darted towards a patch of wildflowers in the distance. I wiped my brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Now that I had confirmed the bees' presence and vitality, I felt no need to linger. Before the rain began, I remembered another task that had been neglected, utilizing the principles of nature. I stood beside a small vine in the woods, axe in hand, determined to uproot it for transplantation next to my treehouse. My plan was to cultivate several vines beside the treehouse, allowing them to grow and envelop the structure. This would enhance its stability and, to some extent, mitigate the impact of heavy rains, reducing the likelihood of leaks. Having never cultivated vines before, I discovered their roots were quite extensive. I excavated nearly 30 centimeters, yet still had not reached the end of the root system. The roots twisted and turned, making it seem as if they could penetrate the very surface of the earth. Just as I began to lose hope, I finally reached the end, measuring the depth at nearly 50 centimeters. I dug out 3 vines, exhausting myself in the process. If I were to attempt one more, I surely would have collapsed. I decided to plant these 3 and observe their survival and effectiveness, particularly regarding the potential presence of snakes, which was my greatest concern. Upon returning to the yard, a light drizzle had begun, prompting me to hasten my planting efforts. However, the vines proved challenging to plant without damaging their delicate root systems. I aimed to create holes matching their original depth as closely as possible. By the time I completed the 3 holes, my hair was dampened by the falling rain, which, fortunately, had not intensified. Otherwise, my earlier efforts would have been in vain. To ensure the vine's survival, I gently broke apart the clumps of soil before covering the roots, fearing that large clods might harm the exposed roots. After securing the soil, I compacted it firmly. Just as I reached the entrance of the upper level of the treehouse, the rain began to pour more heavily, raising my concern for my companion, Xiaohei, who had ventured outside in such weather. What if something unfortunate were to befall him? The rain transitioned from a fine mist to droplets the size of soybeans, splattering against the eaves and onto my face, intensifying my anxiety. Suddenly, I was startled, not by a snake, but by Xiaohei. He had been peacefully sleeping in his travel crate, completely oblivious to my worries. Upon hearing my voice, he lazily opened one eye, flicked his tail, and returned to slumber. What a reality! I chuckled softly, realizing that had I been holding food, he would have been at my feet in an instant. The sky appeared dark, yet it was still early, and my stomach indicated that it was likely not yet noon. This was the perfect opportunity to attempt crafting the vine baskets and handheld baskets I had contemplated previously, though I had never made them. I had observed female colleagues at work skillfully weaving pre-processed vines into baskets, leaving me with a faint memory of the process. Yet, whether I would succeed remained to be seen. On the 60th day, during a rainy attempt, I found myself in a rather vexing situation. Beneath the treehouse lay a considerable heap of vines, and the materials were certainly not an issue. With a sharp sound, yet another failed creation was cast aside. I had lost count of my failures, and my frustration was mounting. The more I struggled, the worse my results became. Craftsmanship, whether coarse or delicate, demands patience. And in my current state of agitation, success was elusive. Distracted and troubled, I neglected to retrieve the discarded half-finished products. Instead, I took a cup from the table, added some honey, and poured in cold water. After stirring it briefly with a spoon, I settled down at the entrance of the upper level of the treehouse. Although the rain fell steadily, the wind was mild, allowing me to sit without much concern for the occasional droplets that splashed upon me. The coolness at the doorway, coupled with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil, gradually soothed my previously tumultuous mood. The honey water was delightful, with a sweetness reminiscent of a bygone era, termed half-sweet in ancient civilizations. The taste was subtly sweet, enough to tease the palate without overwhelming it, ensuring that even in abundance, it would not become cloying. Perhaps the addition of pollen contributed to this sensation, as the flavor was enriched with the intoxicating aroma of wildflowers. The moment I opened the honey jar, the fragrance was almost irresistible, and had I not exercised restraint, I might have indulged recklessly. This aroma seemed to linger in my nostrils, ensnaring my senses in a delightful yet torturous embrace. Time slipped away in this placid state of mind. Although I sipped slowly, akin to savoring tea, the impact on my mood was profound. The earlier turbulence within me dissipated, leaving only tranquility. Believe in yourself. This simple phrase echoed in my mind as a rational consolation. Indeed, had I not harbored such thoughts? From having nothing to now possessing a treehouse, a garden, and the hopes I had sown, I had accomplished so much. The former version of myself would have never envisioned achieving all this. Even if someone had claimed I could survive alone on a deserted island, I would have scoffed at the notion. Yet here I stood, having thrived on this island for an extended period. I recognized that much of it was due to luck, but even so, I had achieved what my former self could scarcely imagine. So why should I remain troubled or agitated? Time was merely a concept. I need not worry about food in the short term, for I had worked diligently for it. My shelter had been reinforced against the elements. With my mind now calmed, creativity surged anew, and I began to glean fresh ideas from my previous missteps. I divided the 10 vines into 2 groups of 5. Initially, I had attempted to intertwine all 10 vines together, but the outcome was unsatisfactory. This time, using a Swiss Army knife, I carefully cut through one group of 5 vines. A crucial step requiring great caution to avoid severing them entirely. I then aligned the 5 vines side by side, threading the other group through the gaps, forming a cross shape. Yes, this was the foundation for a handbasket. After threading the vines, I secured the cross shape with a slender vine, binding the 2 groups firmly together. Using 2 such thin vines, I ensured the structure held steady, and upon testing it gently, it remained intact. This was indeed a pivotal moment. The subsequent steps grew somewhat monotonous, requiring repetitive wrapping and binding. As I continued to entwine more vines, the base of the frame began to take shape, achieving a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters. The remainder was straightforward. I needed to position the 20 vines as upright as possible, relying on the entwined vines to provide support. Thus, the vine basket was completed in my hands. It was my first creation, somewhat asymmetrical and appearing slightly askew, yet I felt an overwhelming pride. It bore no artificial enhancements or coatings. It was a purely organic construction of vines. In my excitement, I found myself curious about its durability. I placed a substantial piece of cured meat inside, and the basket effortlessly bore the weight, showing no signs of collapse. As I continued my tests, I placed various items, a fire axe, a pistol, a knife, salt, beverages, into the basket, eventually adding the remaining drinks as well. Even if the basket were to fail, I did not mind. After all, it was my first attempt, and I was eager to discover its limits, ensuring that in future endeavors, it would not falter. I had already mastered the method of construction, and should it break, I could easily create another, for vines were plentiful. To my surprise, even when filled to capacity, the basket showed no signs of loosening or damage. Indeed, it felt as though the vines possessed a certain elasticity. Perhaps this rainy day would not be so dreary after all. I could experiment with creating a vine backpack, a handbasket, or even a waist pouch. Who knows? I might even try my hand at crafting vine garments. How amusing that thought is. Yet, it is merely a fanciful notion born of my excitement. On the 61st day, new questions and discoveries emerged. I realized how utterly mistaken I had been. Had it not been for the frenzied barking of the little black dog last night, I might never have uncovered this truth. There are indeed mice here. For so long, I had never encountered such filthy creatures, leading me to believe they could not possibly inhabit this space. Yet yesterday, it seems one attempted to sneak a bite. Or perhaps it merely passed by, only to be detected by the vigilant little black. Amidst its frantic yelps, I groped for the flashlight beside my bed. As I swept the beam across the room, I caught sight of it, a long tail, with most of its body already slipping through the crack of the door. Just from that tail, I could ascertain that it was undoubtedly a mouse. Instinctively, I leapt from the ground, though not to pursue the creature, for it had long vanished without a trace. The little black stood at the entrance, peering outside, perhaps lamenting its failure to capture the intruder. My intention was to check if my precious remaining food had been pilfered. These provisions are limited, and each morsel consumed evokes a pang of sorrow, as I am acutely aware that future meals may not be possible. Fortunately, perhaps due to the early detection by the little black, I carefully inspected my supplies under the flashlight's glow and found no signs of theft. It was a false alarm after all. Another night of poor sleep ensued, leaving my body feeling unusually fatigued. I sensed a slight swelling around my eyes, perhaps the beginnings of dark circles. I must devise a means to deter these rodents. I am loath to see my provisions transformed into their sustenance. The mouse I glimpsed had a tail nearly 20 centimeters long, which suggests, when scaled, it must weigh over half a kilogram, if not a full kilogram. Quite chilling. In this environment, food is not scarce for such creatures. Otherwise, my supplies would surely have succumbed to their claws long ago. If this mouse merely passed through, I could tolerate it, but should it take a liking to my provisions, that would spell trouble. The rain has ceased, and as I stand at the doorway, I observe several large birds soaring overhead. Perhaps they are eagles. One glided swiftly downwards, and before long, it ascended again, its talons seemingly clutching something, though it was too distant for me to discern. They swoop down, take flight, and then vanish into the horizon, leaving me uncertain whether their quarry was a rabbit, a mouse, or perhaps a snake. My irregular eating habits in recent days have left my stomach somewhat unsettled. Upon rising, I even experienced a bout of belching that was quite uncomfortable. Henceforth, I must ensure my belly is filled adequately, for the juicy fruits and wild berries I previously gathered are dwindling, and their skins have begun to shrivel. I casually picked up one fruit and took a bite. The juice was not as abundant as before, and the once crisp texture had turned grainy, yet it remained edible. The bananas nearby still appeared green, showing no signs of ripening. These large bananas have left me with a lingering apprehension. I am reluctant to taste them. Yet I fear they may spoil if left untouched, so I plucked one from the bunch. I resolved to give it another try. I coaxed myself to peel it, and the flesh emitted a pleasant aroma, albeit more subdued than the bananas I had previously consumed. Cautiously, I took a small bite. To my surprise, the flavor was not overly bitter. Instead, a hint of sweetness lingered, though the brown seeds within were plentiful. I disregarded them and chewed, swallowing without hesitation. After finishing, I detected a slight astringency in my mouth, but it remained within acceptable limits. While these bananas may not serve well as a staple, they are a delightful occasional treat or dessert. At least they do not go to waste, do they? Perhaps due to the empty stomach. My belly emitted a loud growl that startled me. I hope it does not lead to any digestive distress. Today the clouds are thick, and the sun's rays are not particularly fierce, prompting me to stroll by the river. This would allow me to gather some fruits while also bathing in the stream and washing my clothes. I still carried the plastic basket. Yesterday, I crafted 3 hand-woven baskets of varying sizes, and today, I chose to bring the largest one for collecting any fruits I might find. It must have recently rained, for the river's water now reached my calves. Oddly enough, the fish that once swarmed here seemed to have vanished, at least in my line of sight. I could only spot a few small fish and shrimp darting about in the clear depths. This is not a pressing issue, as I have the fishing net from the coastal woods to procure a bountiful catch, although the presence of sharks in that area is rather bothersome. While they are likely juvenile, their teeth are not to be underestimated. After placing the washed clothes into the plastic basket, I wandered over to a nearby fruit tree. The fruits on this tree were dwindling, and I could only gather a couple more harvests. This particular tree has been my greatest ally since arriving on the island. Without it, I would have often found myself in a state of hunger. Its juicy, sweet fruits quench thirst and satiate hunger, although consuming them in excess can lead to a feeling of heaviness. The harvesting went smoothly, as the tree was not very tall, with branches spreading wide, making it easy to climb. However, while foraging among the branches, I made another delightful discovery. Through the leaves, I spotted another small fruit tree in the distance. This revelation filled me with excitement. After securing my juicy finds, I hoisted the plastic basket onto my back and made my way toward the newly discovered tree. The fruits on this tree were yellow, though I could not discern their shape, uncertain if they were familiar to me. Nevertheless, I thought it best to sample them. After all, the branches were laden with fruit. If they are edible and delectable, that would be utterly perfect. On the 61st day, new questions and discoveries emerged. Observing the fruit trees before me, I was taken aback. To my astonishment, the fruits were indeed familiar to me. An ancient saying goes, gazing at plums to quench thirst. And now I found myself salivating. It wasn't merely the allure of the fruit that provoked my salivation, but rather the instant recognition of its flavor. A wave of sourness enveloped my mouth. Yes, it must be a lemon. To validate my conjecture and to avoid confusion due to resemblance, I reached out and plucked one. With a knife, I sliced it open, raised it above my head, and gently squeezed, allowing a few drops of juice to fall into my mouth. The sourness penetrated my gums, even causing a tingling sensation at the roots of my teeth. This was indeed it. Though the sensation in my mouth remained uncomfortable, I was filled with joy, even exhilaration. The significance of lemons for me at this moment was immense. Upon seeing it, I immediately thought of honey lemon tea. Under the scorching sun, seated in the shade of a tree, brewing a cup of honey lemon tea would be the perfect remedy for the heat. Furthermore, lemon is the perfect antidote for fishy odors. A few drops squeezed onto any fish would eradicate the unpleasant scent. These lemons appeared to be fully ripe. All turned a brilliant yellow. The lemon tree was not very tall, standing at about 4 meters, branching out into 3 upward shoots from just above the roots, making it particularly advantageous for my climbing. Its leaves were oval-shaped and slightly curled, perhaps due to sun exposure. Previously, I had not noticed it due to the cover of several large trees nearby. Had I spotted it earlier, I might have developed a greater fondness for fish. But at least I had discovered it now. Upon a rough count, there should be around 100 fruits on the tree, enough to sustain me for quite some time. However, based on my past experiences, fresh lemons do not have a long shelf life. Perhaps 1 to 2 months, I can hardly recall. Nevertheless, I wouldn't be consuming lemons daily, so a moderate harvest would suffice. I picked approximately 20, placing them into the plastic basket I carried, leaving the rest for future needs. Today's excursion was undeniably worthwhile. I was laden with rewards. Perhaps I should explore further, for many more treasures may await my discovery. At that moment, my stomach protested once again. It was time to eat. Little Black was lazily sprawled beneath the swing, watching me. "Hey, it's time for a meal," I called to it. To my surprise, the allure of food was so potent that it leapt up, wagging its tail and rushing over to me. I couldn't help but burst into laughter at its antics, giving its head a gentle pat. "Hold on. I'm on my way to prepare something. Wait for me." I dashed into the lower level of the treehouse, ready to whip up a meal. Recently, I had been consuming too many noodles and wished for a change. I decided to cook a pot of rice, and while it cooled, I steamed 2 pieces of smoked fish. Now that I had lemons, I felt emboldened to experiment. Once the fish was steamed, the rice had cooled perfectly. I spooned some lard I had prepared earlier into the rice, adding a touch of soy sauce. Perhaps this was the simplest of meals. This method was suggested to me by a colleague, a gentleman from the 70s. He recounted how, in his youth, everything was scarce, and pork was a rare delight. Making the most delicious dish a simple mix of rice with lard. I had merely listened, never having tried it myself, as times have changed. Yet now, it seemed an opportune moment to give it a go. I sliced the lemon in half, squeezing the juice evenly over the fish. With a twinge of apprehension, I picked up a piece of fish and placed it in my mouth. I had not added salt, for it was far too precious to me. I had only half a packet remaining. The robust taste of lemon could substitute for some of the saltiness. I held my breath and began to chew the fish, only to be pleasantly surprised. The smoked fish was far from the unpleasant taste I had anticipated. The flesh was a bit firm, yet fragrant, exuding a dry, subtle aroma. This fragrance was complex, a blend of charcoal smokiness, the unique scent of fruitwood, and a hint of saltiness from the sun-dried fish, all culminating in the distinctive flavor of lemon. These flavors, seemingly disparate, melded harmoniously together. Each bite unraveled the intricate tapestry of tastes, awakening my palate in ways words cannot describe. It was pure indulgence. With my eyes closed, I savored each morsel, attempting to extract every last nuance of flavor from the fish. If not for Little Black suddenly propping its forelegs against my waist, I might have lingered in that delightful reverie. Seeing Little Black's pitiful expression, I offered it a plate of rice mixed with lard and soy sauce. Without even sniffing, it dove into the meal with gusto. From its eager consumption, it seemed quite delicious indeed. Yet, I remained perplexed. How could such a simple dish be so delightful? I suspected it was the nostalgia of that gentleman from the 70s playing tricks on my mind. After all, with its richness combined with soy sauce, it was certainly a satisfying meal, but just how delectable could it truly be? Nevertheless, the rice was ready, and a single taste would reveal all. I scooped a spoonful of glistening, soy sauce-hued rice. Perhaps it had been too long since I had indulged in animal fat, even before the rice touched my lips. The rich aroma of grease filled my nostrils, causing my stomach to grumble audibly. Perhaps this food, laden with animal fat, was more enticing than anything else. No longer able to restrain myself, I took a hearty spoonful of rice, swallowing it whole. The flavor was indeed a novel experience. It stood in stark contrast to the fish. The fish burst with vitality, releasing its flavors like fireworks upon entry, while the lard-infused rice was characterized by its simplicity. It lacked any special fragrance to intoxicate me. The flavors were enveloped within the pork fat, and only after 3 chews could I discern the savory saltiness of the soy sauce mingling with the slight sweetness of the rice starch, ultimately sliding down my throat with the rich essence of lard. The gentleman's words rang true. On the 61st day, new questions and new discoveries emerged. This meal had satisfied my hunger to the point of discomfort. My belly was distended, and I had not even realized my fullness before I ceased to indulge. Despite my desire to recline and rest, I knew it would be detrimental to my health. Prioritizing my well-being under the current circumstances was paramount, as the greatest fear in such a place is falling ill. My previous fever had nearly claimed my life, and if I were to suffer from any internal ailment, it would be a matter of awaiting death. The flavor of the smoked fish was undoubtedly enhanced by the addition of lemon. Without its zesty tang, I doubt I could have evoked such a delightful taste. The afternoon sun was not overly bright, yet I felt an overwhelming drowsiness, perhaps a side effect of my overindulgence. Lying down on my bedding and relishing the cool breeze wafting into the treehouse would surely lull me to sleep in no time. But was it worth succumbing to slumber? Should I squander such splendid weather? What if the rain persisted for a week, a fortnight, or even longer? How would I procure my sustenance then? Venturing out in this weather was certainly preferable to being caught in the rain, yet fatigue weighed heavily upon me. Could I not afford a brief respite? I had an abundance of dried fish and several bags of grain. Even if it rained continuously for a month, could I not endure? Two conflicting thoughts engaged in battle within me, yet this time, I felt no negativity. I quietly awaited the outcome. In the clash of impulse and reason, numerous questions and potential solutions arose, revealing to me the vast array of thoughts at my disposal. Ultimately, reason triumphed once more, albeit at the cost of my right to a midday nap. I might as well take advantage of this weather and explore further. Even if I returned empty-handed, I would suffer no loss. I could retire early in the evening to rest. That fellow. I shook my head. I rarely impose limitations upon it, as it is an indispensable companion in my life, one whose presence I rely upon for sanity amidst solitude. How fortunate I am to have you, little black. As I watched its silhouette melt into the distance, I murmured softly. Upon leaving the courtyard, I made my way toward the grove where I had spotted the lemons earlier. Perhaps my mindset had shifted this time, for I found myself appreciating the beautiful scenery and the myriad of small creatures around me. Many of them I had likely encountered before, but had never taken the time to observe closely. Today, however, this serene perspective unveiled the island's enchanting facets. As I tread along, the lush grass swayed beneath my steps, startling crickets, grasshoppers, and various colorful insects into flight. One grasshopper caught my attention. Its body was a mesmerizing blend of grass green and yellow green, adorned with several black stripes. I could not definitively identify it as a grasshopper, but its appearance was striking nonetheless. The other insects that leaped from the grass were far less captivating. The familiar form and unique coloration compelled me to pause and observe. It measured approximately 6 centimeters in length, its robust hind legs allowing it to leap from the grass to a nearby rock. Just as I was about to depart, a small lizard darted from a dark crevice in the rock. In the blink of an eye, it ensnared the grasshopper with its tongue and consumed it whole. Although I knew it was the lizard's tongue that had executed the swift capture, the speed was so remarkable that I scarcely registered the details. This lizard appeared to be at least 10 centimeters long, and after a few chews, it swallowed the grasshopper and glanced at me before retreating back into the rock's fissure. I distinctly noted its appearance. Aside from a few red streaks reminiscent of splattered watercolor on its head, the rest of its body was a muted grayish-blue. This little interlude consumed more of my time than I had anticipated, yet I felt I was beginning to perceive my surroundings with a sense of appreciation. Perhaps this marked a transformation in my mindset. In the past, I would never have squandered such time observing trivialities. It was as if I had shifted my perspective. With a simple glance, I discovered the extraordinary. Not far off, I spotted a bird I had never seen before, its name unknown to me. Its neck and abdomen bore a peculiar inflamed skin, devoid of feathers, resembling the swollen appearance of a frog. It was rather bizarre, and perhaps startled by my presence. It took flight before I could fully examine it. Throughout my journey, many peculiar creatures captured my gaze, each one etched into my memory. Soon, I arrived at the location of the lemon tree, which had strategically positioned itself beneath a larger tree, perhaps to shield itself from the midday sun. The sun's rays filtered through the leaves, causing its own foliage to curl slightly. This might explain its preference for the shade, as the lemon tree likely could not withstand excessive heat. As I ventured forth, I encountered an abundance of wild grasses and fruits. One type bore a sweet taste when licked, while others were bitter, some even rendering my tongue numb. None of them possessed a palatable flavor. Even the sweet varieties had coarse flesh that felt akin to hemp rope, making them exceedingly unpleasant to chew. After spitting out several mouthfuls, remnants remained lodged between my teeth, a true nightmare. These were certainly not what I sought. I yearned for something edible, with at least a semblance of normalcy and flavor, something distinctive, juicy, sweet, and filling. Yet, my quest for sustenance was fraught with challenges. I needed to be cautious of poisonous fruits while remaining vigilant for potential dangers nearby, especially with wild boars around. I could not dismiss the possibility of encountering other large wild animals. Wait, could it be? Before my eyes lay a plant that bore a striking resemblance to an edible food I had encountered and enjoyed in the past. Could it truly be? Mere observation was insufficient, but if I could examine its roots, I would have an 80% certainty. After thoroughly surveying the area for threats, I tucked my handgun into my belt of vines and retrieved my axe. 5 minutes later, I finally unearthed the roots. On the 61st day, new questions and discoveries emerged. Could it truly be a taro plant? I had never anticipated encountering it here, Without its resemblance to the snake plant, I might not have recognized it at all. Taro exhibits a myriad of forms. I have seen many, both ornamental and utilitarian. During a business trip to Guangzhou, I had the opportunity to visit a local plantation. Thus, upon spotting its elongated leaves, a rich interplay of deep and light green, I speculated whether it was indeed taro. It is said that this plant can be used to produce starch. Although I have only tasted taro in duck soup and meat broth, I have yet to sample taro flour, let alone understand the process of transforming it into powder. However, if my findings prove fruitful, I might consider experimenting with the taro flour. With a sufficient quantity, I could attempt multiple trials. Much like weaving a basket, with persistence, success is attainable. After all, I have triumphed before. Haven Ti. Perhaps the timing for harvesting is not ideal. The tubers are not particularly large, resembling a pagoda in shape, akin to bamboo shoots. Once the soil is brushed away, the tubers reveal a pale yellow hue, measuring only the length of a finger. The taro I have previously consumed was considerably larger, requiring cutting into chunks suitable for soup. This particular variety is absent from my homeland, and my vivid recollection stems solely from its unique texture, one I have not encountered in any other food. Its aroma bursts forth with each bite, a powdery sensation clinging to my teeth and the roof of my mouth, which, when accompanied by a sip of rich broth, melds into a delightful flavor that lingers in my stomach. It is this enchantment that piqued my curiosity, prompting a visit to the local plantation. Otherwise, I would not have recognized it, a serendipitous discovery indeed. If there are only a few, it would be insufficient. Yet, what if this entire area is abundant with them? Would that suffice? Indeed, it would. Not far away, sunlight filters through the canopy of a large tree, illuminating a vast expanse of identical taro plants. Should I unearth them all, I wager the yield would exceed 100 pounds. I cannot ascertain their exact quantity, as they are not like fruits hanging from trees, easily counted. They lie deeply buried in the soil, only visible upon excavation. I am uncertain of the optimal harvest time for these taro plants. A seasoned farmer from the plantation once informed me of the best periods for gathering, but at the time, I paid little heed. It seemed irrelevant to me, as I did not envision myself harvesting them. Fortunately, the quantity of taro is quite substantial, and perhaps there are even more in the distance. Thus, I continued to dig until the setting sun bathed the sky in crimson hues, and the forest began to dim. In the midst of my labors, I had not noticed the fatigue creeping in. Once I paused, a deep ache settled in my back, and it took me nearly 5 minutes to straighten myself. Observing the plastic basket filled with mud-encrusted taro of various sizes, I felt a sense of satisfaction. Though the weariness was palpable, it struck me as peculiar. It seemed like mere moments since my last meal, yet I found myself hungry once more. The question of dinner loomed, not only for myself, but also to ensure that my companion, Xiaohei, would be satiated. Throughout the journey, my mind never ceased its activity, conjuring numerous suggestions for meals I could prepare, even some intricate options like noodles and dumplings. Upon entering the lower level of the treehouse, I spotted a plump gray rabbit reclining nearby, substantial in size and ample in meat. Yet, I was utterly exhausted, and darkness had descended. I truly wished to do nothing but rest. After placing the plastic basket down, I sank into a chair. However, I could not resist the charms of Xiaohei, whose furry head nuzzled my leg, eyes pleadingly fixed upon me. "All right, you've won." I gently patted its head, tossing the rabbit and several stalks of taro into the woven vine basket I had prepared earlier. This time, I opted not to roast the rabbit legs, but rather to chop the entire rabbit into pieces for soup. As it simmered, the aroma was not overwhelmingly strong, only a faint meat fragrance wafting from the seams of the covered pot. After a few minutes of gentle cooking, I sprinkled in some salt, and the rabbit and taro soup was complete. I remember when I first heard of taro, I mistakenly assumed it was akin to taro root. I was mistaken. It resembles small bamboo shoots, somewhat like an enlarged tower vegetable, and has a passing resemblance to large earthworms. Naturally, Xiaohei was beside itself with excitement at the scent, pacing around the fire pit several times, its tail scattering ash in all directions. Despite my attempts to deter it, my efforts proved futile. When my attention wavered, it resumed its circling. I knew all too well that only once it had its fill would it settle down. As the pot cooled, I served its portion first. At last, tranquility returned, and the ashes began to gently descend as Xiaohei calmed. The rabbit and taro soup, while not as delectable as duck soup, was still quite delightful. I finished both the taro and broth, Yet there remained an abundance of rabbit meat, which I could no longer consume and thus offered to Xiao He. When I ascended to the upper level, it was still feasting. Perhaps another day, I might explore whether this taro could be transformed into taro flower. If so, its shelf life would be significantly extended. And with such a vast expanse of taro, is it truly wild? Could it have been cultivated by someone? If so, by whom? Might it be? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, weariness enveloped me. On the 62nd day, I find myself utterly exasperated by the weather here, awakening to the sound of persistent rain once more. It is truly vexing, and I cannot fathom why this place is so inundated with rain. At last, I comprehend the reason for the continuous flow of that little river. On a rainy day, reluctant to venture outside, I decide to indulge in a bit more slumber and promptly close my eyes again. However, the incessant patter of rain disrupts my tranquility, rendering sleep impossible. Perhaps it is also a reflection of my inner turmoil. For after tossing and turning several times, I finally sit up. Indeed, if slumber eludes me, I might as well forego it altogether. I brew a cup of lemon honey water, hoping to soothe my restless spirit. Upon sipping, the effect is immediate. The initial tang is swiftly followed by a wave of sweetness, a harmonious interplay that perfectly balances the tartness of the lemon. With each sip, my demeanor gradually returns to calm. The rain falls neither heavily nor lightly, but rather steadily. Even if offered an umbrella at this moment, I would still hesitate to step outside. The humid atmosphere transforms everything into a dampened realm. Mud, trees dripping with water, and leaves soaked in rainwater abound. Suddenly, I hear a series of anguished cries from Little Black. Is it not savoring the lemon tea I prepared for it downstairs? Could it have stepped into a fire? That seems implausible. Perhaps it has encountered a snake? As these thoughts race through my mind, I dash downstairs, fervently praying it is not a venomous serpent. Upon reaching the bottom, I rush to Little Black, who is licking its foreleg. Injured? My heart lurches, a wave of dread crashing over me. What else could harm it indoors, aside from a snake? I notice traces of blood on its fur, and I am filled with an intense desire to capture the culprit that inflicted this wound. Time is of the essence, if it is indeed a venomous snake. This is beyond my capacity to resolve. Steadying Little Black's head, I swiftly grab a vine and attempt to bind its leg, aiming to restrict blood circulation and prevent the venom from reaching its heart too swiftly. Once the venom reaches the heart, even divine intervention may be futile. Soon, I have secured the binding, though perhaps too tightly, as Little Black whimpers in discomfort, struggling to gnaw through the vine restraining its foreleg. After much effort, I finally manage to calm it down, yet I am engulfed in a tumult of emotions, anxiety, distress, pain, and dread, all overwhelming me, rendering my mind incapable of rational thought. I cannot bear this situation. My eyes must be reddened. I cradle Little Black's head in my arms, but it persistently attempts to lick its wound, which I cannot allow. Pushing aside its fur, I examine the wound, where a trickle of blood emerges. The injury is small, but the bite marks are evident, and the area is slightly swollen. I am on the brink of losing control, the urgency and agony clouding my judgment, impairing my ability to provide aid. Yes, I must extract the blood from its wound. But wait, a sudden realization strikes me. I distinctly recall seeing red blood from Little Black's foreleg. Could it be? Is it not a snake bite? I have only just grasped this, as my previous state prevented me from maintaining my composure, let alone thinking clearly. Yet now, this thought dawns upon me. While I cannot ascertain whether a snake would leave black blood, my assessment leads me to believe that Little Black has not been bitten by a snake. I can clearly see a small ring of redness around the wound. If it were a snake bite, there would be 2 puncture marks. Fortunately, it seems not to be the case, though my heart feels a slight relief. The negative emotions linger. After squeezing out some blood from the wound and rinsing it with clean water, I feel it is nearly sufficient. The wound appears mildly reddened, with slight swelling, but it seems to be of little consequence. Nonetheless, I remain vigilant, prepared to observe closely. The exact creature that inflicted this wound upon Little Black remains a mystery. Perhaps it was a lizard or another small animal. I cannot tell, and it is futile to ponder further, as the assailant has likely fled, leaving me to hope for Little Black's recovery. Little Black has yet to finish its honey lemon water and has now turned to drink eagerly. It appears utterly unconcerned, despite my earlier fears for its well-being. The previously serene atmosphere has been completely disrupted by this unforeseen incident. On such a rainy day, the simple pleasure of sitting at the door, sipping tea, And watching the rain is a delight that stirs the mind, alleviating a great deal of irritation and gloom. The number of arrowroot plants remains plentiful, and with the abundance of time afforded by the rain, I have ample opportunity to experiment multiple times. Regrettably, my attempts have been fraught with failure. I endeavored to dry the arrowroot, only to scorch it instead. I even tried placing some in a pot over the flame, but my inability to control the temperature led to a similar outcome, burnt once more. I contemplated whether slicing the arrowroot and air-drying it, or gently toasting it over a flame until completely desiccated, followed by grinding it into powder, might be the true solution. However, this method is laborious and time-consuming. If only we were experiencing a stretch of sunny days, I could attempt it. Yet, given the current dreary weather, I worry about scorching it again. Being too far from the fire would render the process inefficient. Waiting for sunlight seems a more prudent option. Before embarking on my trials, I felt an abundance of confidence, convinced I would discover a solution. Yet, I find myself swiftly ensnared in a dead end, the urge to abandon my efforts echoing in my mind. Rationality urges me to remain patient and persistent. After much contemplation, my thoughts are in disarray. While I have numerous ideas, none withstand scrutiny, and I dismiss them all as futile. I cannot ascertain how long I have been mired in thought, but at last, I unearth a glimmer of something useful from the recesses of my memory. On the 62nd day, I attempted to enhance the dried leaf knife song. This method is not simple, yet it proves to be more suitable than the previous idea of sun-drying, especially given the current rainy weather. When the sun shines, I have many other tasks to attend to, but on such a rainy day, engaging in productive work is the best way to pass the time. It is precisely the opportunity to work during these incessant drizzles that has ultimately won my favor for this plan. I first washed approximately 5 pounds of bamboo taro, calculating that this large basket contains no more than 15 to 20 pounds in total, which is not particularly abundant. For this attempt, 5 pounds is sufficient. After cleaning the taro, I peeled and trimmed each piece, then rinsed them in a basin of water. The bucket was nearly empty, having gone several days without fetching water, leaving me with just under half a bucket. If used solely for drinking, it would suffice for several days. However, this method requires an additional basin of water. After scooping out this basin, I should still have enough water in the bucket for 3 more days. If necessary, I can even collect some rainwater. As long as it is boiled, it would be safe to consume. Regardless, I decided not to overthink it. If this method fails again, I would rather retreat to the upper level of the treehouse to sip honey lemon tea, gaze at the rain, and breathe in the fresh air, leisurely enduring this dreary day. Unexpectedly, this knowledge acquired almost by chance has sparked some inspiration in me, something I had never considered before. Recalling the procedure as best as I could, I commenced the preparation. After slicing the cleaned bamboo taro into pieces, I layered several slices together to cut them into fine shreds. This task is not merely technical. It also requires physical stamina. I have been cutting for several hours, yet I have not finished with the 5 pounds of taro. Approximately 1/10 remains, equating to about half a pound. My arms are already sore. And while chopping might be somewhat easier, slicing requires simultaneous coordination of both hands to achieve the desired outcome. My back is bending and I feel exhausted, yet I persist. Why? I yearn to witness my own success, to validate my thoughts. Although I lack absolute confidence, I choose to believe in myself. After slicing for more than 30 minutes, I finally completed the task, transforming these once small bamboo shoots into fine shreds. Though my technique may not be flawless, resulting in varying lengths and thicknesses, I am quite satisfied with my efforts. I soaked the bamboo shreds in a basin of water, using chopsticks to stir them, ensuring they made as much contact with the water as possible. After several rounds of stirring, the once clumped shreds were mostly separated. To ensure every surface of the shreds was thoroughly submerged, I continued stirring until the water turned a milky color. Seeing the water change hue eased my anxiety about potential failure. Everything seemed to be progressing according to my plan, without any unforeseen mishaps. Letting out a long sigh, I took a few deep breaths, acknowledging the fatigue in my back and arms. It was time for a break. I managed to prepare lunch during this rest, which consisted of 3 juicy fruits each for me and Little Black, just enough, as anything more would be too filling. Despite my reluctance to eat, I did not want to spend too much time preparing ingredients, knowing that once the task was complete, my mood would improve. If successful, I could treat myself and Little Black later that evening. After lunch, I felt a bit drowsy, yet I knew that if I did not complete this task, a sense of unease would linger. I am well aware of my own nature. Once troubled, sleep eludes me. Rather than tossing and turning, it is far better to finish the task and then rest. Returning to the familiar rhythm, I continued stirring, allowing the shreds to intimately engage with the water. After 10 minutes, I finally completed the stirring, leaving only the final step, using chopsticks to extract all the tiny bamboo shreds. This required a combination of visual acuity, endurance, and physical strength to accomplish. The water had grown whiter and began to settle. I swiftly twirled the chopsticks in the basin, causing the water to swirl in tandem. After several rotations, I lifted the chopsticks, observing a white, fluffy sediment forming at the bottom, gradually coalescing toward the center. It seemed to require more time. Watching the progress, I knew I had to process the large heap of bamboo shreds. They are food, after all, and must not be wasted. As for how to prepare them, I had already contemplated that. Boiling them. The essence of bamboo taro lies in its starch content. Anyone who has tasted this food would understand that it lacks any distinct flavor, merely a gradual aggregation of starch. Hence, I endeavored to transform it into bamboo taro flour using traditional methods. Once the water boiled, the bamboo taro looked quite appealing, with a somewhat viscous broth. A gentle press with a spoon turned the tiny shreds into a powdery form. After thoroughly pressing down all the bamboo shreds, the pot underwent a remarkable transformation. It resembled a mix of lotus root powder and white sesame paste. Its appearance was decidedly unappetizing, even somewhat off-putting. I tasted it. While not particularly delicious, I found it acceptable. However, after sprinkling some salt and adding a bit of lard, the flavor transformed dramatically. The two gleaming bowls belonged to Little Black and me, truly delightful. Especially the crispy edges reminiscent of scorched rice, which quickly melted in the mouth like the seaweed snacks of yore. Upon checking, the sediment in the basin had settled, and I began to use a spoon to carefully scoop out the clear water, ensuring I remained above the sediment. After completing this step, my only task was to wait. Covering the basin with a pot lid, I finally finished today's assignment. Now, I needed to wait for the remaining water to evaporate. Once the water has dissipated, the settled starch should solidify, allowing me to extract it and crush it into bamboo taro flour for use. That night, I was awakened several times by the howling wind. Was a storm approaching? My goodness, I felt so tired. In a haze, I drifted back to sleep. On the 63rd day, Peculiar Events by the Seaside, Part 1. Today, I awoke at what must still have been the early hours of dawn. A thunderstorm had raged throughout the night, waking me multiple times with its ferocious claps. Exhausted, I was jolted from my slumber by the booming thunder, but fortunately, it subsided in the latter part of the night, allowing me a brief respite. Upon awakening, my entire body ached, and sleep eluded me. I descended to the lower level and brewed a cup of lemon tea. Without adding honey, I sought to invigorate myself with its sharp flavor, hoping to dispel the lingering fatigue. Indeed, its effects were immediate. After just a couple of sips, the tartness sent a shiver through my teeth, and I found myself frowning for quite some time. Thankfully, the taste of lemon revitalized me, coursing through my mind like a refreshing spring, clearing away the fog and restoring clarity. As I pushed open the door, I was surprised to find that the rain had ceased. The once dominant clouds had dissipated. Although the sun had yet to rise, I sensed that the weather would be pleasant today, perhaps free from further rain. Nearby, droplets continued to fall from the large tree, remnants of last night's torrential downpour, which had evidently been quite powerful, as evidenced by the drenched leaves scattered on the ground. Perhaps out of concern, I made a circuit around the treehouse and was pleasantly reassured. I meticulously inspected all the bindings, particularly where the cable ropes secured the large tree to the beams. Aside from some minor looseness caused by slight swaying, the overall condition was satisfactory, and the integrity remained intact. However, I found a slender twig and wedged it into the gap to ensure a tighter bond between the cable and the tree. The vines I had planted were thriving, showing no signs of the wilting I had feared, indicating their resilience. I had previously underestimated their vitality. I had initially intended to enter and sun-dry some salt, yet the weather gave me pause. Salt was a commodity I needed more of, and with both a basin and a large bucket now at my disposal, transporting water was far more efficient than when I relied on plastic bottles. However, today's weather felt peculiar. The wind direction was entirely different from the norm. Typically, a gentle sea breeze wafts in from the ocean, but today, the wind blew towards the sea. Since my arrival on the island, I had never encountered such a phenomenon, which piqued my curiosity. Perhaps it heralded rain or fair weather. Despite my lingering questions, I chose not to dwell on them as I entered the small vegetable patch in my yard. The seedlings appeared to be flourishing, with the exception of a lone potato plant that lay prostrate on the ground. Its location by the drainage ditch had likely led to its downfall, as the deluge from last night had created a pool of water and the swift current had likely toppled it. I attempted to prop the potato plant back up, for they represented hope for the future, but alas, I discovered that its stem had broken, making survival impossible. I sighed and cast my gaze aside. In contrast, the seeds in the nearby bottles had grown significantly faster than the potato plant. Though they were all sown simultaneously, the seedlings in the bottles towered over the potato, boasting a height difference of at least half a centimeter. The garlic as well had sprouted leaves, which were already peeking through the soil. It seemed likely that they would soon mature, though I knew they would not suffice for my needs. My plan was to harvest the entire garlic bulb upon maturity, separate the cloves, and scatter them for planting, eventually yielding a vast expanse of garlic. The sun had now risen, bathing the sky in exceptional clarity. Even the distant hills, often obscured by the forest mist, were now distinctly visible, much to my surprise. Today, as clouds were also different from the usual, where previously rain had brought dark, heavy clouds. Today the clouds appeared high and wispy, framing a picturesque sky. The azure expanse was a sight to behold, lifting my spirits. The arrowroot starch I had prepared yesterday was of significant importance. Lifting the pot lid, I observed that it had clearly separated into two layers. The once cloudy water had clarified, with the starch settling at the bottom. I carried the pot outside and placed it on the table, allowing it to bask in the sunlight for 2 days. As the moisture evaporated, the starch would solidify. I pondered whether the fishing nets by the seaside had been blown away or washed out by the tide, or perhaps even gnawed upon by wild creatures. A sense of worry crept in. I resolved to investigate. The thought sprang to mind, and without further contemplation, I acquiesced. With lemons now in my possession, the allure of fresh sea fish was almost overwhelming. I could already envision the crispy skin of grilled fish, steam wafting from the tender flesh as I squeezed lemon juice over it. Saliva almost pooled in my mouth. Moreover, for steamed fish, placing a few lemon slices atop would infuse the entire dish with that distinct, invigorating aroma upon cooking. Various culinary delights danced through my mind, especially those I had previously savored, the vivid imagery almost tangible, as I hurried toward the seaside, my mouth watering. This imagination, once ignited, was difficult to quell. Despite rational reminders, the longing within me was insatiable, making it impossible to suppress. What had once been sweet, juicy fruit now felt waxy under the influence of these thoughts. It was only upon reaching the coastal woods and arriving at the fishing nets that these fantasies finally ceased, allowing me to escape those bothersome images. The fishing net had been disturbed. I could not ascertain whether by human hands, animals, or the sea breeze. Originally, my net lay parallel to the shore, but now one end faced the ocean entirely. Thankfully, I had weighted it down with stones. Otherwise, its existence would have been uncertain. As I examined the net, I noticed several small holes that marred its integrity. Areas that had once been intact now appeared as if nibbled by something. The holes were not large, perhaps rodents? I couldn't be sure. After surveying the net, I discovered a total of 4 small tears. However, this was not a significant issue. With a slender vine, I could easily mend the net with a simple knot. Fortunately, the nearby woods were abundant with such vines. I gathered a few and, without much effort, repaired the net. Having mended it, I was ready to cast the net. The waves at the seaside were quite vigorous today, causing the waters to surge mightily, with the usual schools of fish noticeably diminished. Just as I reached the spot where I intended to cast my net, a sudden loud bang startled me, causing the fishing net to slip from my grasp. Once I steadied my racing heart, another thunderous sound followed. Boom, boom. I ventured towards the source of the noise. On the 63rd day, Peculiar Occurrences by the Seaside, Part 2. I casually placed my fishing net beside the tree roots and tossed a few stones into it before heading towards the source of the sound. My courage is rather limited, especially in the face of the unknown. In such places, even the slightest oversight could cost me my life. Cautiously, I navigated through the forest, gradually approaching the source of the thunderous noise. Boom. The dull thud resonated like a drumbeat against my heart, coming in waves that heightened my anxiety, causing beads of sweat to form on my palms. What could possibly be making that sound? Was it machinery? Or perhaps some colossal beast striking? I could only speculate wildly. Yet these unfounded conjectures made me even more vigilant as I advanced. As I drew closer, the noise intensified. I had reached the seaside, yet the sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the ocean. Thankfully, it was daytime. Had it been night, I would have likely fled in terror. Even now, under the sun, I felt a chill creeping over me. The sound grew louder and closer, but I noticed with dismay that my steps had become increasingly hesitant, as if my inner trepidation was attempting to halt my progress. But could I stop? No. If I did not uncover the source of that sound, my curiosity would surely consume me. Given my nature, if I left without an answer, my mind would conjure countless scenarios. Ahead lay a vast expanse of rocks, and the noise was indeed coming from beneath them. Could there truly be a monster lurking? A sudden thought surged forth. How could this be? Perhaps it was a beached whale? That had to be the rational conclusion. But did whales produce such sounds? In just 30 to 50 meters. A torrent of thoughts flooded my mind at an alarming rate, and the invisible pressure was nearly suffocating, with sweat now trickling down my forehead. Just a glance. I only needed to see, and if it was not what I expected, I would turn and flee. But could I escape? Thus, when I was about 20 meters away, I halted once more, too startled to think. Another thunderous crash rang out, and this time I saw and felt it. To my astonishment, it was not a creature at all. I had been lost in fear and vigilance. How utterly ridiculous. Wiping the seawater from my face, I realized my clothes were soaked from the waves that had splashed upon me. Only then did I notice that the ground beneath me was drenched. No, it was not a monster nor a whale. It was merely the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, sending sprays of seawater several meters high, splattering dozens of feet away. The distant waves rolled in, one after another, and I watched, entranced. With another crash, I remembered to retreat, but it was too late, and once more I was drenched. This was my first encounter with such rebellious waves on the island. Perhaps this sound should be called the roar of the sea. I felt as though I had heard it before, but could not recall when. It was only after retreating 50 meters that the waves ceased to reach me. The relentless crashing filled me with awe. The power of nature was indeed formidable. I plucked a wild grass resembling a foxtail and placed it in my mouth. Leaning against the warm stones by the sea, fatigue washing over me. With some time yet before I could tend to the fishing net, I thought to close my eyes for a moment. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by raindrops pelting my face. Indeed, a barrage of pea-sized rain had roused me. Leaves swirled in the air as the wind began to rise. Fortunately, my position was still sheltered by trees, and I felt little of the wind for the moment. It seemed the rain had driven away the schools of fish and shrimp that had previously thronged the waters, leaving only the quiet shellfish resting on the ocean floor. The yield from my net was minimal and quite light, so I quickly dragged it to shore and emptied its contents. It was indeed scarce, no more than a dozen fish, which I placed into the plastic basket I had brought. I then found a few larger stones to weigh down the net. These fish were exceptionally fresh, still wriggling in the basket. Yet, despite having fresh food on my back, I found no joy in it. The rain had transformed the world into a white haze, and as I stepped out of the trees, a fierce gust nearly knocked me off my feet. Soaked to the skin, the rain lashed against my face, and I began to regret my greed. Had I not taken that nap and instead pulled up the net earlier, I might now be enjoying grilled fish and honey lemon tea in the treehouse. But dwelling on such thoughts was futile. Navigating through the tempest was arduous. I bent low and shuffled forward, each step a struggle against the mounting resistance. The sky darkened ominously as thick clouds rushed in, their swift movement hinting at the ferocity of the wind. The resistance was overwhelming. It required an extraordinary effort to move forward. After what felt like 100 meters, my thigh muscles began to quiver, yet stopping was not an option. The wind suddenly intensified, uprooting trees in the distance. I pressed on, determined, when suddenly, a sharp, branch-like object flew past, blood trickling down with the rain. On the 63rd day, a peculiar incident by the seaside, Part 2. It must have been a branch violently whipped up by the tempest, its broken end sharp enough to inflict a sudden sting upon my face. Instinctively, I reached to touch the spot and discovered blood, faint, but within moments washed away by the relentless rain. My face had been battered to near numbness by the torrential downpour. Apart from the initial pain, I now felt almost nothing. Whether the blood continued to flow was a concern I could scarcely afford. As I struggled to maintain my balance against the ferocious winds that threatened to lift me skyward, I couldn't fathom why I had chosen such a day to venture out. This weather was meant to keep one sheltered in a treehouse. I longed to berate my ignorance, yet faced with the impending tempest that sought to overwhelm me, I found no solace in self-reproach. only the resolve to press onward towards the treehouse. The rain intensified, and the winds shifted from the swirling leaves. It became evident that a typhoon was likely approaching. Yet the reality remained harsh. The winds were overpowering, transforming what should have been a straightforward path into a tortuous detour, forcing me further inland. Despite having walked for nearly an hour, the distance I covered was astonishingly short, perhaps no more than 500 meters. What usually took me about an hour to traverse might now consume several, and by then, darkness could have already enveloped the sky. Urgency and anxiety set my heart racing, and the rapid depletion of my energy left me in despair. My calves throbbed, my thigh muscles ached, and the rain-laden gales had rendered my face numb. My chest felt icy, cold, exhausted, afraid. The amalgamation of these sensations hastened my breath as torrents cascaded down from my hair, behind my ears, across my face, and down my body. It felt as though the rain had sealed my eyes, nose, and mouth. It was an arduous battle. My frantic breaths drew in water through my nostrils, compelling me to gasp for air, only to have rainwater seep in through the corners of my mouth. Breathe. Expel the invasive water, breathe, and drag myself forward. Yet I resisted the urge to succumb, for another thought, starkly mundane yet terrifying, flitted through my mind and vanished just as quickly. If you wish to perish, simply sit down and rest. You have seen the spiraling leaves. You must realize this likely heralds the typhoon. Perhaps the storm has yet to arrive. This could simply be its prelude, and already you are on the brink of collapse. If you wait any longer. Yes, that was the voice within me, a rationality making its final plea. Should I allow such negative thoughts to dominate? I might very well lose my will to fight, perhaps even surrender. My soaked clothing clung to my body uncomfortably, and I yearned to shed it. Yet I hesitated to squander any remaining strength. With each step, myriad thoughts flooded my mind, but I forcefully suppressed them, unwilling to let distractions fracture my dwindling focus. Willpower is a delicate thing, akin to long-distance running. One must numb oneself, hold firm in belief, and encourage oneself to endure until the final moment. Should one relax, the body would slacken, and one might simply collapse, such is the nature of will. Typically, I would have a rough sense of how long I had been walking, yet today time eluded me entirely. This place, adjacent to the dead tree where the beehive lay, was nearly within reach of the treehouse. In my profound fatigue, I longed to plunge into the forest, for the winds within the trees would surely be less fierce than those by the shore. In terms of evading the storm, it seemed a prudent strategy. Yet, I lacked the strength even to lift an axe, let alone clear away the vines and obstructing saplings. The forest harbored snakes, leeches, wild boars, and various wild beasts and venomous insects. At that moment, I lacked even the energy to crush an ant, much less confront those threats. And then I saw it. The treehouse. Yes, it lay ahead. My heart surged with excitement as I turned towards it. Unbeknownst to me, I had underestimated the force of the gale. My sudden change in direction transformed the side winds into a full-on assault from behind, causing me to tumble. The plastic basket I carried was whisked away by the wind, landing atop my head. Pain, sharp, excruciating pain, but I could hardly dwell on it. Gathering my breath, I propped myself up and tossed aside the basket that had fallen over me. Perhaps the fish had long since escaped, but I had no interest in retrieving them now. All I desired was to reach the treehouse. I stumbled forward, pushed relentlessly by the wind, and as I swung open the gate, a dark figure rushed towards me. Upon entering the small cabin, I removed the plastic basket without so much as shedding my wet clothes, collapsing beside the fire. I was utterly exhausted. The wind seemed to howl even louder. The cabin swayed like a small boat tossed upon the waves. On the 64th day, the world was enveloped in darkness. My head throbbed painfully, and hunger gnawed at me. I finally regained consciousness, my nose congested, eyes weary, and muscles aching all over. This sensation reminded me of my initial arrival on the island, though this time it felt even more unbearable, as if I were coming down with a cold. The fire pit was nearly extinguished, with only a few embers flickering feebly in the ashes. I was determined to prevent the fire from dying out. I struggled to rise and gathered some dry vines, successfully rekindling the flames. Gradually, I added larger branches until the fire blazed brightly once more, allowing me to sit down again. The wind and rain outside raged on, yet after yesterday's ordeal, it felt less terrifying. At least I was sheltered in this sturdy treehouse, which I had reinforced just a few days prior. The fever I had endured previously had nearly claimed my life, and now, With the onset of a cold, I found myself increasingly anxious. Fortunately, I had discovered some cold medicine in the ship's cabin, which I had stored in the upper level of the treehouse. Whether or not it was expired was of little concern. Having it was better than not. As I attempted to walk, I realized my legs felt unbearably weak, barely obeying my commands. Climbing to the upper level, which should have been a simple task, took considerable time and effort. Thankfully, my companion, Little Black, seemed to understand my plight, choosing to rest in its travel box rather than disturb me while I slept. Upon my arrival, it appeared surprised and rushed towards me. To avoid being knocked over, I quickly raised my hand to halt its advance. Little Black, showing awareness, stopped, squatting on the ground and gazing up at me. I found the cold medicine nestled beneath my bedding. Lifting the covers revealed it. After ensuring the upper level remained dry post-repair, I returned to the lower level to boil some water. Once again, I felt my energy deplete, my eyes swollen and barely able to open. Having been taught since childhood to drink plenty of water when unwell, I allowed the water to cool slightly before swallowing the medicine and consuming a large basin of water. I hoped that this would help purge my system and restore some vitality. Despite drinking copiously, my stomach still felt oddly hungry, the sensation akin to spasms. This contradictory feeling left me frustrated. I had intended to rest, but was reluctant to risk my stomach's well-being. The fruits and bananas did not appeal to me. Even the sight of them made me uneasy, so I reluctantly rose to prepare some porridge. As I stood, a wave of dizziness washed over me, nearly causing me to collapse. Luckily, I managed to grasp the table for support, though I nearly knocked it over in the process. Ultimately, I steadied myself. But the discomfort was indescribable. Pain mingled with nausea, and nausea intertwined with hunger, alongside pervasive aches and dizziness. The porridge finished cooking, yet due to my recent water intake, I found it impossible to eat. This provided the perfect opportunity to let the porridge cool. While I had felt nothing while asleep, now fully awake, I realized how much the little house swayed. I could not determine the time, but outside appeared shrouded in darkness. Peering through the door's crack, I saw rain cascading like a waterfall from the upper level, the sound echoing in my ears, while visibility outside was severely limited, the dim sky resembling night. Had I slept just a short while? Was it night already? I speculated. It seemed implausible. I must have slept for a considerable time, as I had not removed my damp clothing, succumbing to exhaustion. I could only recall the moments before collapsing, and everything thereafter was a blur. Upon waking, I found my clothes nearly dry. Even lying by the fire, it was improbable that they could dry in just a few hours. Perhaps I had been unconscious for many hours, if not longer. The exact duration was now beyond my reckoning, and ultimately, it held little significance. What mattered to me was simply to survive, to live healthily, or to depart this place. As I waited, the urge to urinate finally struck. The urine was a vivid yellow, a sign that, although I had previously considered mild ailments like colds and fevers trivial, this color indicated I had likely been dehydrated or that some inflammation existed within my body. This was not a definitive diagnosis, merely an assumption based on common knowledge. In truth, I had not consumed any water since leaving in the morning, and while my throat was not sore, it felt slightly scratchy, possibly a precursor to inflammation. With a bowl of porridge remaining, I sprinkled some sugar atop it. Perhaps due to my cold, I found myself averse to oily or fishy foods, yearning instead for something light. Sweet porridge was the simplest dish I could conceive, and it was the only food I craved. Perhaps my prolonged hunger had emptied my stomach. This seemingly simple dish granted me a novel experience. The smooth, sweet porridge slid down my throat, warming me as it flowed into my stomach. I could distinctly feel the food moving within me, the sweetness washing away the lingering bitterness, leaving only the pure taste of rice and the sweetness dissolved within the porridge. After finishing the bowl of rice soup, I felt significantly revitalized, my stomach comfortably filled with the warmth of the porridge, alleviating the scratchiness in my throat. Sated and under the influence of the medicine, I began to feel drowsy beside the warm fire. Suddenly, a loud thud startled me awake as branches, torn from trees by the wind, crashed onto the roof of my treehouse. Fortunately, the roof, constructed from smaller trees, remained intact. I was grateful to have built my treehouse within this grove, had it not been for the tree's shelter, which blocked much of the wind. This small dwelling might have long since vanished. Though worries lingered, I was overwhelmingly fatigued, my mind consumed with the desire for sleep. In my hazy state, I faintly heard a few sharp sounds echoing in the distance. On the 65th day, a challenging day marked by relentless downpours, The storm, as anticipated, showed no signs of abating, yet thankfully, the treehouse remained intact. My cold had not improved significantly. My throat felt as though it were obstructed by a foreign object, causing discomfort even while swallowing. Surely, it was inflamed, though not severely, otherwise, it would have inevitably led to a fever. My nose was completely blocked, and it was precisely this sensation that had roused me from a half-sleep. Upon waking, I immediately sat up and surveyed my surroundings. At the entrance, there was a slight overflow of water, but nothing seemed amiss. Such inclement weather would not cease any time soon, given the current conditions. It was clear that this deluge would persist for several days. Trapped in the confines of the small dwelling, I found myself at a loss for activities. The sounds of last night's rain, too, had not escaped my notice. The intermittent noises were undoubtedly the branches striking the roof. It seemed one branch had lodged itself in a crevice, swaying and striking the rooftop, producing a persistent popping sound. If ignored, such noise was bearable, but once acknowledged, it became an incessant disturbance. Despite my aversion to this weather, I found no alternative pursuits to lift my spirits or provide a sense of fulfillment. Sleep was out of the question. While standing, I could breathe through my nose, but lying down brought on an unbearable discomfort. My nose was congested, my throat itchy and painful, making repose feel like a form of punishment. I had taken medication, uncertain whether consuming it on an empty stomach was advisable, yet my appetite was non-existent. I lacked the energy even to feed my little black companion, who, fortunately, seemed to understand and ventured out to nibble on some fruit. I had considered passing the time by weaving vine baskets or even crafting a vine pouch, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The dismal weather, the irritating sounds, and my own discomfort rendered it impossible to concentrate. The wind and rain were so fierce that I questioned whether I could even open the door, approaching it. I felt the howling wind outside. It was fortunate to be nestled among the trees. I could see several large trees at the edge of the forest that appeared to have toppled. Had I been elsewhere, my little abode might have been swept away. In my boredom, I was suddenly reminded of the taro starch I had previously prepared. I wondered if it had dried. Intrigued, I hurried to the basin, lifted the lid, and discovered some starch had already surfaced, clumped together. Once fully dried, it could be crushed and stored, presenting yet another delightful culinary possibility. If the taro starch turned out well, it would serve numerous purposes, such as thickening broths, transforming a thin soup into a hearty one. A bowl of thickened broth could easily satiate one's hunger. Even more simply, mixing the taro starch with boiling water and a touch of honey could create a delicious breakfast. As the smoke from my thoughts of comfort wafted, I envisioned a cozy home, warm blankets, and rich coffee, not to mention an array of breakfasts, flatbreads, fried dough sticks, buns, mantou, century egg porridge, rice rolls. Even jianbing, the savory crepe. Suddenly inspired, I realized I could make jianbing. I had yet to utilize the cornmeal, always hastily preparing meals without daring to make extra for fear of waste. However, once properly made, the jianbing could be dried or baked to preserve for an extended period. There are various types of jianbing. One is delightfully chewy and can be stored longer, allowing for other fillings, while another is crisp and retains a delightful crunch even when dried. Previously, I had heard from a jianbing vendor that the chewy variety requires high gluten flour, which I unfortunately do not possess. Regrettably, I had never attempted either type, leaving me uncertain of the preparation method. Nevertheless, I was eager to try. The continuous rain had rendered the air particularly humid. Upon opening the cornmeal, I noticed some clumping, possibly due to the recent weather or prior dampness. Once conditions improved, I would need to spread the cornmeal out to dry, as clumps could lead to mold or spoilage. I sifted through the cornmeal, noting it was not particularly fine, lacking the smoothness of flour, so I added a handful of flour to enhance its stickiness. Next, I took a bowl and added some water, dissolving a spoonful of salt within it. After a few minutes of stirring, the salt fully dissolved. I combined the cornmeal with a small portion of flour, and now it was time to add water to form the batter. This process resembled making dumpling dough but differed slightly. While dumpling dough could afford a bit of leeway with the water content, I felt that jianbing required precision. Too much water would prevent the batter from setting, while too little would cause it to be overly sticky. Therefore, I decided to gradually incorporate the water, stirring with chopsticks as I did so. With the addition of water, the cornmeal became increasingly viscous, clinging to the chopsticks. To reduce the stickiness, I added a touch of oil, not too much, of course. After several attempts, the mixture transformed into a paste. I sampled it with a spoon, noting it still felt somewhat sticky. However, this was easily remedied by adding a bit more water. Once the water was incorporated, the batter improved significantly, easily scooping a generous spoonful compared to the earlier clumps. I placed a pan over the fire, greasing the bottom with a bit of oil to prevent sticking. Before the pan reached scorching temperatures, I poured a spoonful of batter into it. Almost immediately, the faint yellow mixture began to set with a sizzling sound. Not wanting it to solidify too much, I quickly spread it out with a spoon. Although it was not particularly aesthetically pleasing or uniform, the pancake took shape. After a brief cooking period, a subtle charred aroma began to emerge, prompting me to flip it over. I removed it once both sides had taken on a slightly dark hue. This first jianbing was destined for tasting. Regardless of its quality, be it too salty, bland, tough, or thick, I felt compelled to sample my inaugural creation. It was still too hot. After setting the pan aside, I nearly burned myself in my eagerness. After waiting a good 10 minutes, I finally held the pancake in my hands. I refrained from taking a bite immediately, wary of the heat inside, and instead tore it apart. It was still quite hot, and it appeared entirely different from my expectations. I had envisioned a thin pancake, yet what emerged was half a centimeter thick, palm-sized, with uneven thickness, thinner at the edges and thicker in the center. Its appearance was a clear failure, and I found myself questioning its taste. Nonetheless, a mother does not scorn her child for its flaws. Regardless of its appearance, I could accept my handiwork. Summoning my courage, I took a bite. It was hard. Indeed, quite tough, likely due to being cooked too long, resulting in a dry texture, especially the exterior. When freshly cooked, it felt crisp to the touch, but as it cooled, the crust had inexplicably softened, losing its crunch. Upon this thought, I hastily spread out the remaining pancakes. A total of 22, each no larger than the palm of my hand. Although their appearance differed significantly from my initial expectations, at least my time had not been squandered. After threading these pancakes with chopsticks, I sought a slender vine, stringing the pancakes onto it. I then suspended this vine above the fire, ensuring it was at a safe height. As for how I managed this, I had buried 2 logs at either end of the fire, specifically to support the vine. In the past, I had used these logs to hang fish and meat for smoking. Once they dried thoroughly, I would savor them again, if their flavor proved satisfactory. These pancakes would serve as my provisions for the journey ahead. As I busily prepared the pancakes, the relentless wind and rain outside showed no signs of abating. I found myself increasingly concerned for the tender seedlings in my garden, as well as the possibility of water from the nearby low-lying areas flooding back towards me. The intensity of the rain left me apprehensive. Should such flooding occur, the consequences might be beyond my capacity to endure. On the 66th day, the food arrived at my doorstep. I sensed that the rain would not cease anytime soon, though the wind had thankfully died down a bit, which offered some solace. The lower level of the treehouse had already absorbed a great deal of water. While it remained relatively sturdy, it could not withstand the relentless storms of recent days. Fortunately, there was a small drainage channel within the treehouse that diverted the encroaching rainwater, preventing it from flooding the interior completely. The upper level, however, was far less fortunate. Water flowed rapidly across the wooden surfaces, forcing me to relocate the food supplies multiple times, yet the results were scarcely noticeable. Increasingly, more areas began to seep, including my bedding, which was dampened by the flowing rainwater. Thankfully, I discovered the issue early enough that the covering above remained dry, thus allowing me to salvage that portion. Little Black, my companion, had chosen wisely. Its nest was nestled within an open suitcase, rendering it impervious to the excess water. There it lay, comfortably asleep in its haven. Although I felt somewhat better than yesterday, my cold lingered, and I was still apprehensive about its potential escalation. Yet, I had no choice. If I did not move the food, any moisture would render it unusable, a consequence I could ill afford. This large cache represented sustenance for an entire year, my most valuable asset at present. Once I had finished relocating the supplies, I noticed a surprising benefit. My previously blocked nostrils cleared miraculously, providing immense relief. However, this relief was fleeting, as my limbs ached painfully, particularly my hands, which felt incapable of exerting any strength. I could barely form a fist. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the ground beside the fire, unwilling to move further. I did not intend to sleep, merely seeking to regain some strength, as fatigue weighed heavily upon me. Yet, before long, a cloud of smoke enveloped me, and it was clear that Little Black had arrived, likely stirring the ash around the fire with its tail. I coughed several times, shaking my head in resignation. It seemed this creature always brought trouble. Surely, it must be hungry after feasting on fruits for so many consecutive meals. The flatbreads I had prepared yesterday still hung from the vines above the fire, warming slowly, and since Little Black had not been present during their preparation, I had not offered any to it. Since it had come, I decided to share a couple of the flatbreads with it, curious to assess their texture after such a lengthy roast. They were indeed hard, remarkably so. After breaking one apart, I took a tentative bite. Surprisingly, it was palatable, reminiscent of a biscuit left out in the air for too long. Although it was somewhat dry, it was still acceptable, though my cold dulled my ability to discern any saltiness, leaving me to conclude that the texture was tolerable. Fearing that Little Black might disdain the flatbreads, I tossed two towards it, also preparing a bowl of fresh water. It was unlikely that it would be able to resist consuming both, given their dryness. To my astonishment, Little Black relished the flatbreads, perhaps a testament to its survival instincts. It was not a picky eater in the least. It devoured the morsels with gusto, using its forepaws to hold the corn cakes down while tearing at them with its mouth, swallowing with an ease that was almost poetic. Within a minute, both flatbreads had vanished. True to form, it did not seek more from me, but darted eagerly to the water bowl, lapping it up with remarkable speed until it was empty. Then, it returned to my feet, gazing up at me with imploring eyes, hoping for another morsel. Reluctantly, I offered it just one more piece, concerned that too much water might lead to discomfort later, especially since it had held its bladder for days amid the rain. Once the downpour lessened, I planned to let it outside to relieve itself. Prolonged restraint could not be good for its health. After preparing another half bowl of water for it, I resumed eating my flatbreads. Perhaps due to the exertion of moving the supplies, I noticed a marked improvement in my cold, which surprised me. Halfway through my meal, I observed that Little Black had nearly finished as well. It turned to ascend to the upper level of the treehouse. Without a doubt, it was seeking a cozy spot to sleep again. I could not fathom how it possessed such an affinity for slumber, particularly when it seemed to sleep so soundly. It stirred a tinge of envy within me. Suddenly, Little Black erupted into a series of loud barks, jolting me from my reverie and nearly causing me to drop the flatbread in my hand. I quickly turned to see it growling, its throat emitting low warning sounds directed towards the firewood, as if it had spotted something unusual. Could it be the creature that had previously bitten Little Black? My mind raced with possibilities, suspecting it might be a rat or perhaps some unknown small beast or lizard, though thankfully, none were venomous. Having seen Little Black's earlier injury, I knew it had healed. The small scabs had nearly fallen away. As I approached the woodpile, curious, I saw nothing amiss. They say that black dogs can ward off evil spirits. Had Little Black perceived something sinister? This thought struck me like a hammer, sending a shiver down my spine, and I felt a bead of cold sweat forming. Yet, I quickly dismissed such notions from my mind. I had read too many tales of the supernatural and knew better than to entertain such fancies. Little Black continued to bark at the woodpile, and as it charged forward, I realized something must be hiding beneath the stack. Fearing for its safety, I grasped an axe in my right hand and a branch in my left, cautiously prying apart the firewood. Perhaps startled by my actions, I heard rustling sounds from beneath, unmistakably multiple. The thought of a horde of rats emerging sent a jolt of dread through me, conjuring a horrifying image. As I nervously excavated a small section of the woodpile, suddenly, a head burst forth. Oh dear! On the 66th day, the food delivered to my door, Part 2, for Yin Shi Yu Rant's update. Suddenly, a snake's head sprang forth, startling me momentarily, causing me to instinctively retreat. However, I had no intention of sparing it. I raised my axe, swung it in a graceful arc, and struck downwards, severing the snake. Its body split into two segments, still writhing, with the headless portion lunging forward briefly before coming to a halt, though it continued to squirm. Regardless, I dared not approach it, as it posed no further threat. As long as it was not a venomous snake, I felt no fear. My greatest dread lay with toads. This has been true since childhood. The rustling sounds beneath the firewood persisted, suggesting that others might be fleeing in different directions. Perhaps several more snakes were present, uncertain of the species lurking within. I cautiously prodded the firewood with a branch, refraining from direct contact with my hands. Xiaohei attempted to assist, but was repeatedly deterred by me. Should a venomous snake emerge, I feared it would be too late to avert disaster. Xiaohei was my most reliable companion. Without it, my survival would have been in jeopardy. As I nearly uncovered the entire pile of firewood, I still failed to locate the remaining snakes. Could they be coiled together? I was left with a space the size of a basin, filled with a collection of dry twigs. Perhaps this was the very reason the snakes sought refuge there. Just as I was about to lift a small branch, 2 snakes, each as thick as my forearm, burst forth. They, too, seemed startled and made no attempt to attack. Instead, they fled frantically, trying to escape through the gaps in the wooden walls of the treehouse. However, my speed was swift, and with my trusty axe in hand, I was untroubled by their escape. While I held no fear of snakes, I was wary of them charging directly at me. A bite would be unimaginable. Thus, I leaped forward, reclaiming my axe, and turned to pursue one of the serpents. At that moment, astonishingly, a 4th snake emerged from the pile of firewood. Unbelievable. Had I stumbled upon a snake den? 4 identical snakes, with only minor differences in size. I once again scolded Xiaohei, who was eager to charge, and pursued the cunning serpent, which this time was not so fortunate, meeting its end at my hands just like its 2 brothers before it. The 4th snake darted quickly, nearing the entrance where the gap was large enough for it to escape, a space through which even a fat mouse could squeeze. I would not release it back into the wild. Having dared to invade, it must remain. Its head was already outside when I caught up. As its body slipped out, my axe fell, concluding its fate in the same manner as the previous ones. Phew! Who would have thought these few snakes would demand such exertion? I was drenched in sweat, my forehead and back soaked, beads of perspiration cascading down my face. Wiping my brow, I approached the remaining pile of firewood, determined to uncover any remaining snakes. Just as I sighed in relief, I spotted a black snake tail. Damn. There was still one. Cursing, I did not hesitate to strike, sending the black tail into a frantic dance. Only then did I realize it was merely a vine. It seemed I had been overly anxious. After a brief respite, my stomach began to grumble, signaling it was likely time for a meal. I was just about to tend to the snake carcasses. Hunger met with food, and everything fell into place. Thus, I decided upon a grand feast of snakes. It would not be in vain, given the serpents that had come to my door. However, I became exceedingly cautious to ascertain their venomous nature. I retrieved my Swiss Army knife to pry open their jaws and inspect for fangs. Thankfully, I found no sharp venomous fangs, and despite my efforts, nothing emerged from their mouths. Now, I could attempt to prepare the imagined feast of snakes. The first dish was snake soup, a delicacy I had enjoyed during a business trip to Guangzhou. I still vividly remembered its name, Dragon Wandering the Rivers. My fondness for it stemmed not only from its name, but also from its exquisite flavor and the tender, bone-free texture of the snake meat, which was simply unforgettable. My culinary skills could not rival those of a master chef, but on this rainy day, encountering such an ingredient filled me with excitement. The previous large snake had been enormous, and its meat could not compare to this one, which was more akin to what I had enjoyed before. I heated a pan, and when the oil was moderately hot, I added the snake meat, sauteing it briefly before pouring in some clear water. I feared overcooking would toughen the meat and ruin its texture. This process took only a few minutes, and after waiting a few more, the water boiled vigorously. Yet, this was not the end. After sprinkling in some rare salt, I resumed my wait until the water turned slightly cloudy, not the milky white of fish soup, but rather a murky white hue. Then came the final step. I scooped a spoonful of the starch from the basin used for making taro powder. Although it was not entirely dry, I was eager to use it. The results would only be revealed through experimentation. As I added the spoonful and stirred, my excitement surged. It was the sound of my palms slapping my thigh. Yes, I was exhilarated. The taro starch had indeed succeeded, thickening the broth beautifully. It promised a delightful taste. The second dish was simpler. After preparing the oil, I added soy sauce for braised snake meat. The third dish comprised steamed snake segments, and the fourth was seasoned with pepper and salt. This time, I spared no expense. I used ample oil while minimizing the salt. To claim that it did not pain me would be a lie, but after tasting, this mattered little to me. If given another chance, I would undoubtedly make the same choice. Observing Xiaohei devour the meal, it was clear it was relishing every bite. The snake soup, even to my dulled taste due to my cold, revealed an exquisite flavor that clung to my palate. The snake meat was so tender that it effortlessly fell from the bones with a mere nip. It required little chewing. Once the bones were spat out, the delicate snake head would slide down my throat with ease. My only regret was that I seemed to have prepared an excess of rice. The bowl of soup alone filled me halfway. It was not mere stubbornness that compelled me to finish. I simply could not stop. The other dishes, including the pepper and salt, were crispy on the outside and tender within, leaving me to close my eyes in pure enjoyment. If only the heavens would return my sense of taste, taken by my cold, the experience would surely be even more beautiful. The advantages of the steamed dish were few. It was merely tender, and I had drizzled a few drops of lemon over it, imparting a subtle fragrance. The braised dish, in comparison to the others, was lacking in merit, best left unmentioned. The torrential rain continued to pour. If it ceased tomorrow, perhaps I would begin renovations on the house, for the persistent rainfall made the issue of leaks an inevitable concern. On the 67th day, a devastating blow, Part 1. Heaven granted me not the slightest opportunity. Just as I believed the torrential rain was drawing to a close, a fierce gale returned with greater ferocity than in previous days, wreaking havoc. In the early hours, the terrified cries of Little Black roused me from slumber. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld Little Black, drenched and dripping. The sight of its pitiful state immediately alerted me that something was amiss, prompting me to rush to the upper level of the treehouse. The torrential rain, propelled by the howling wind, was mercilessly battering down. The roof had been torn away, leaving only a corner of the tarpaulin tethered by vines, while the tempestuous winds and rain surged downward. I struggled to keep my eyes open. Yet I persisted in attempting to resecure the tarpaulin, but to no avail. The wind was too powerful. Maintaining balance was impossible, let alone tugging at the flapping tarpaulin. Although soaked to the skin, I yearned to give up, yet I knew that surrendering would spell disaster for the provisions and firewood below. With no choice but to endure, I steadied myself against the wall and made my way towards the flailing tarpaulin. The small tree that had once shielded it was long gone, and this tarpaulin might be lost any moment. Before the thought could fully settle, the vine securing the tarpaulin reached its limit. With a cacophony, the tarpaulin was swept away by the wind, disappearing in an instant. My heart plummeted. This was, without a doubt, a crushing, intolerable blow. Without that tarpaulin, I had nothing. No means to fend off the relentless rain. After a brief moment of hesitation, I resolved to descend quickly and salvage what I could. The situation below was far worse than I had imagined. Water dripped from every corner, and the fire was on the verge of extinguishing. The provisions and firewood were thoroughly soaked, with torrents from above cascading down like a relentless curtain. It was over. Everything was lost. I cradled my head in despair. The last flicker of hope extinguished. All my efforts had come to naught. Why? My mental state shattered at that moment. I crouched down, fists clenched, pounding the ground repeatedly. My mind was blank, filled with unexpressed rage. The ground, hardened by days of footfall, yielded to my fists, creating several depressions. Perhaps frightened by my demeanor, Little Black, who had been shaking off water nearby, approached and nuzzled my waist, likely attempting to comfort me. Eventually, whether through the release of pent-up frustration or Little Black's gentle presence, I found a semblance of calm. The ground had become a veritable ocean. The entire treehouse had succumbed. The fire claimed by the water, and the ashes of grass and wood mingled with the filthy liquid, rendering the water inside the treehouse especially murky. After regaining some composure, my focus shifted. The water on the ground no longer demanded my attention. The fire was out, and the provisions were soaked. The only items likely remaining dry were 2 handguns and a flashlight, wrapped in blankets on the table. If left unattended, they too would succumb to the deluge. I was uncertain if the handguns could still be functional once wet. I retrieved the long bench I had crafted and, in the dim light, placed the handguns atop it before shoving the bench beneath the table. Using the flashlight, I hastily gathered the cured meats, homemade sausages, dried fish, and corn cakes, piling them onto the bench. Just barely, the bench was filled to capacity. I longed to save these provisions. The sight of the rice submerged in water twisted my heart in anguish. This was a torment, yet I felt utterly powerless, a sentiment that was agonizingly unbearable. The water in the treehouse was draining swiftly, yet it could not keep pace with the influx from above. I wielded an axe to carve several small channels for drainage, but their effectiveness was minimal. Nevertheless, I did not cease my efforts. I was uncertain how long this storm would persist. Originally, I had planned to fortify the treehouse once the rain subsided, but it was too late. Yet, dwelling on the past was futile. Once the fire was extinguished, there was no remedy for the provisions spoiled by the rain. I could only pray for the downpour to cease swiftly. My mind swirled with various thoughts, yet my hands remained busy. I had dug numerous crisscrossing trenches in the ground, desperately trying to prevent the water level from rising too high. I had long since lost track of time, and after a period of frenetic activity, It seemed the rain had indeed lessened, though I couldn't discern if it was merely an illusion. The flashlight's battery appeared to be dwindling, its brightness significantly diminished. I wondered if it would last until dawn. When the first light of dawn seeped through the door, I sensed the wind and rain had finally ceased. Upon stepping outside, I confirmed it. The storm had truly abated, the sun rising in the east heralding a new day. Yet, my joy was overshadowed by the tremendous losses I had endured. It felt as though I had to start anew. Little Black emerged beside me, its fur soaked and caked in mud. I must have looked much the same. The lower level of the treehouse was utterly transformed, the once familiar space now a disarray of muck and disorder. Water continued to drip from above, and the channels I had dug crisscrossed the ground, making it appear as though it had been plowed. A long, drawn-out scream escaped my lips, a release of the pent-up frustration and sorrow within me. I began the arduous task of moving my belongings. The lower level was no longer habitable unless I could relevel the ground and rebuild. This time, I was determined, no matter the hardship, no matter the effort or inconvenience, I would construct a shelter that could withstand the rain and the fierce winds that had torn the roof asunder. One bag at a time, I removed the provisions, aware that the ground outside was also wet, but what did that matter? The interior was worse, drenched, filthy, and muddy. At least with the sun out, I could dry things out. I knew that spreading them out would yield better results, but the current conditions did not permit that. With a heavy sigh, I moved everything outside, tables, benches, food, and all. This was a moment of profound confusion. I was at a loss as to what to do next. Should I attempt to start a fire? Transport sand and stone to the treehouse? Seek out more tarpaulin? Or repair the roof first? This inner turmoil consumed precious time. Finally, as I consumed the last of my drink, my restless mind found some semblance of peace, and I made my decision. I would follow this plan. There was no time left to squander.